You can catch a glimpse of this legendary lunar spectacle.
And a new apple just dropped. How one university came up with a fresh new version of a favorite fruit just in time for fall. It is Tuesday, September 26th. Early Today starts right now.
Glad you could be with us. I'm Frances Rivera.
And hi, everyone. I'm Jessica Layton. We begin this morning with the looming government shutdown, which is now potentially 4 days away. With Congress at an impasse to approve a stopgap funding bill, millions of Americans are preparing for the harsh consequences that a shutdown could bring them. NBC's Shannon Pettypiece explains.
Millions of federal workers are bracing for a potential government shutdown that could leave them without pay for weeks or even potentially months if Congress isn't able to reach a deal on a new budget. Here at the Capital Area Food Bank, they're preparing for a potential influx of demand from federal workers in the Washington, D.C. area. I spoke to the CEO of the organization. Here's what she had to say about what they're anticipating.
When we look at federal government workers, and again, those earning up to $90,000 or $100,000, they probably will need some support, especially if they're going to miss one paycheck, maybe two. There's an element of pride. There's an element of just, like, some people had said, we're your donors typically. We give you the $20 a month, the $30 a month. We've come to volunteer in the food bank. Never did we think we'd be on the other side.
And this is a problem that could stretch far beyond Washington, D.C. If you take a look at this map here, it shows the breakdown of federal workers by state, from California to Texas to Florida and in the Midwest. In those places, everyone from TSA agents to Border Patrol agents, or even the people who answer the phone when you call your local government office, could be forced to go without pay for an indefinite period of time. I talked to several federal workers about what they're anticipating, and here's what they had to say.
It's bare bones. Folks have to rely on their, extended families, or they have to rely on their places of worship for things like this, and even sometimes soup kitchens.
I'll have to cancel my vacation plans that I had over Thanksgiving. I'm not going to be doing my holiday shopping. Myself and my coworkers will be having to contact our mortgage lenders, our car loan servicers, our utility companies, anything that we have an auto withdrawal from coming out of our bank accounts. We'll have to stop that.
In the meantime, Congress is still trying to come up with a legislative solution, but with the days continuing to tick away and no resolution in sight, federal workers say that they are bracing for the worst.
All right, our thanks to Shannon for that report.
The lineup is set for the second Republican presidential debate tomorrow night. 7 of the 8 candidates who appeared at last month's debate met the GOP's qualifying criteria and will take the stage at the Ronald Reagan Presidential Library in California on Wednesday. The one absent is former Arkansas Governor Asa Hutchinson, who failed to meet the party's 3% polling threshold. Hutchinson told CNN Monday that he intends to continue his campaign with the goal of reaching 4% in polling by Thanksgiving or by the next debate. And while he meets all the necessary criteria, former President Trump will be skipping this debate, as he did last month.
Senator Bob Menendez standing defiant on Monday, making his case for staying in office, even as he faces a sweeping indictment. But to do this, Menendez will have to ignore the growing calls from inside his own party for him to step aside. For more on this, we go to NBC's Drew Petrimo in Washington. Drew, good morning. We did hear directly from the senator on Monday. What exactly did he say?
Well, good morning, Jessica. For the second time in his career, Senator Bob Menendez is facing criminal charges. The New Jersey Democrat and his wife are alleged to have received bribes, including cash and gold bars, in return for the senator's influence to benefit 3 New Jersey businessmen and the Egyptian government. Investigators say they found many of these items, including $480,000 in cash, while searching Menendez's home last year. Menendez is the chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, a position he has temporarily stepped down from. Speaking publicly Monday for the first time since the indictment, Menendez maintained his innocence.
The allegations leveled against me are just that, allegations. For 30 years, I have withdrawn thousands of dollars in cash from my personal savings account, which I have kept for emergencies. I firmly believe that when all the facts are presented, not only will I be exonerated, but I still will be the New Jersey's senior senator.
In pledging that he will return to Capitol Hill, Menendez is rejecting calls from his fellow Democrats to step down from his Senate seat. On Monday, Senators Sherrod Brown and Peter Welch joined Senator John Fetterman in calling for Menendez's resignation. While House Speaker Nancy Pelosi did the same on MSNBC. The senator has also lost the support of many officials in his state, including Democratic Governor Phil Murphy and Congressman Andy Kim. Just a day after the indictment was unsealed, Kim announced he would mount a primary challenge against Menendez. Back to you.
All right, Drew, thank you.
A judge in Georgia is taking steps to protect the identities of the jurors in the state's election interference case. In an order issued Monday, Judge Scott McAfee granted the request of Fulton County DA Fonnie Willis, who asked to keep the names and likenesses of jurors secret in upcoming trials. Willis argued that jurors would likely be doxxed if their identities were publicly available. After last month's sweeping indictment, supporters of former President Trump posted the names and the addresses of the grand jury members involved in bringing the charges. Sidney Powell and Kenneth Chesbrough will be the first of the case's 19 defendants to go to trial in October.
A third suspect has been arrested in connection to the death of a child at a New York City daycare. A 38-year-old man from the Bronx has been charged with conspiracy to distribute narcotics, resulting in death. Earlier this month, we told you 4 children were found sick from fentanyl exposure, including a 1-year-old boy who died. Authorities say they have evidence of plans to distribute those drugs from at least July until September from the daycare center. The daycare owner and tenant are also facing charges.
Let's get an update now on Russia's war on Ukraine, which has entered its 20th month. Ukraine's military says it has killed the commander of Russia's Black Sea Fleet in a missile strike in the occupied area of Crimea. NBC's Chapman Bell joins us now with the latest. Chapman, good morning. This would be one of the highest profile deaths this war has seen so far.
That's right, Francis. You know, Ukraine has stepped up its attacks on occupied Crimea since the full scale of Russia's invasion began, focusing particularly on ships and naval buildings around the Black Sea Fleet headquarters in Sevastopol, where with drones and missile attacks. And the Ukraine Special Forces releasing a statement saying after the strike on the headquarters of the Black Sea Fleet, 34 officers died, including the commander of the Black Sea Fleet. And while NBC cannot verify this claim, and Ukraine has not named him directly as Viktor Sokolov, the commander of the fleet, if true and Russia confirms this, he would join a substantial list of Russian generals and admirals and other top military leaders that have died since this full-scale invasion began. Now, also, Ukraine's military regional authorities saying 3 were killed in Kherson in strikes overnight. Also, Francis, we saw overnight attacks on the port city of Odessa that has seen an increase of attacks by Russia as Ukraine has focused more and more of their attacks on Crimea. They say that they want to liberate that area that, of course, was annexed before this full-scale invasion began, but something Ukraine really sees as important to gaining back. Francis?
Chapman, thank you.
The man who killed 23 people at a Walmart in El Paso, Texas, has agreed to pay more than $5.5 million to the victims' families. Patrick Crusius was sentenced to 90 consecutive life sentences after he pleaded guilty to the 2019 attack where he targeted Hispanic shoppers. It is unclear when or even if those families will ever receive a dime. The shooter, who was 21 at the time of the rampage, has been relying on publicly funded attorneys. He still faces a state trial in Texas where he's been charged with capital murder. He could be eligible for the death penalty.
An atmospheric river drenches the Northwest this week, but that's not the only part of the country waking up to rain. We know that well. NBC meteorologist Angie Lastman is tracking it all. Good morning, Angie.
Good morning, ladies. What a soggy couple of days it's been in parts of the Northeast. The good news is those showers are going to start to wind down. They're not completely gone through the day today. We'll still have some lingering activity, but nothing like it was over the weekend, right? Meanwhile, across parts of the Northwest, a different story. We're gearing up for an atmospheric river. We're continuing to see a whole lot of moisture working its way onshore, impacting folks there. We'll see some significant rainfall over the next couple of days. There's that second low that we're going to watch through the day today. This will start to work its way onshore here as we get later into today. It kind of scoots out over the Cascades pretty quickly, but will still remain gusty across much of this area even through the day today and into tomorrow. By the time we get into Thursday, another low is going to approach. It's not quite as intense, but it'll still bring some additional rainfall on already saturated grounds. So we'll watch for the flooding concerns, especially flash flooding in those areas that have been impacted by wildfires with the burn scarring. Meanwhile, some warm temperatures still stretching across parts of the South. Dallas, Little Rock running above normal. Indianapolis at 80 degrees this afternoon, and that sticks around with kind of an unsettled pattern for us over the next couple of days. Let's look at the weather across the country. Let's see what's happening in your neighborhood. A soggy day today in parts of Florida. Tampa heading to the upper 80s, but dealing with some showers and thunderstorms. Still some lingering shower activity from New York to Philadelphia. Plenty of sunshine expected in Charleston. And Louisville will hit a high of 85 degrees with partly cloudy skies. And that's a look at your forecast, ladies. Back over to you.
Okay, Angie, we'll have our umbrellas. Thank you. A new NYPD surgeon is making history. Dr. Lynn O'Connor has been sworn in as the department's first black woman to hold the role. In addition to the new position, O'Connor serves as the chief of colon and rectal surgery at 2 New York City area hospitals. NYPD surgeons are part of the team that responds to trauma calls. They also clear officers for duty after an injury or illness.
Still ahead, homeowners return to Lahaina for the first time.
But first, New York's finest marks a grim milestone, how the New York City Fire Department is coming together through major loss.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the break.
Morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize
allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so.
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun.
All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Top story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're back with a grim milestone to report. In the 22 years since the 9/11 terrorist attacks, the FDNY says they have lost just as many members from 9/11 related illnesses as those who died on that day. Our Kate Snow has more.
On that terrible day in 2001, 343 members of the New York City Fire Department lost their lives. A grim new marker. Just as many FDNY members have now died in the 22 years since the attack from 9/11 related illnesses.
On September 11th, for most people, it's a part of history. For New York City firefighters, it continues to be an ongoing tragedy as we care for our sick and continue to bury our dead.
2 FDNY members died in the last week alone. EMT Hilda Luz Venata passed away at 67 from complications with pancreatic cancer. And this weekend, 25-year FDNY veteran Robert Fulco died at 73 from a pulmonary disease.
I wish the world would not forget any of them, quite frankly.
Jen McNamara lost her firefighter husband John in 2009 to 9/11 related cancer. People will hear the headline. What do you want them to know about those numbers?
I want them to know that there are people behind those numbers. They're not just numbers. They're families and their lives and their legacies. It's not over, and it's not going to be over ever for those of us who have been affected so deeply.
New York fire officials say 11,000 FDNY members involved in the response to September 11th are still fighting illnesses. Of those, 3,500 have cancer. The firefighters union calling on the federal government to fund more treatment.
We asked for over $2 billion last year. We got $600 million.
Warning, thousands still need care. Kate Snow, NBC News, New York.
The first of thousands of residents have been allowed to return to their homes after a wildfire destroyed most of their Hawaii town back in August. Some went back to look for belongings and assess the damage before officials blocked their streets. But for others, this was the first time returning to the charred site of what was once their homes. The devastating fires killed at least 97 people and destroyed more than 2,000 buildings on Maui.
Still to come, Squid Game is now a reality show challenge with a massive prize, but the stakes aren't quite as high as the fictional show.
Top stories coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation.
What is the #1 issue for you?
To the national stage.
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
When critical votes were counted.
Still too close to call.
And when power was held to account.
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead, this is you, right?
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator. Sundays on NBC.
Attention players. You will now compete for our biggest cash prize in reality show history.
How far would you go, or how much would you endure for that huge sum of money? While season 2 of the South Korean thriller Squid Game is still a ways away, a reality version of the show will be hitting your Netflix account November 22nd. In Squid Game, The Challenge, hundreds of contestants from all around the world compete for a massive cash prize of $4.56 million. Good news here, death is not a consequence. But the producers say the rest of the similarities are really uncanny. Similar clothing, similar places to sleep, sleep.
Everybody's a winner when you come out of it alive.
That's right.
Another upcoming Netflix series, Life on Our Planet, just dropped its trailer. The show, produced by Steven Spielberg, will bring long extinct species to life in an exploration of Earth's past inhabitants. You can stream all 8 episodes on October 25th, and you're asking who's going to narrate it? Of course, Morgan Freeman. Who better?
Who else? Well, the moon will be putting on its last supermoon show of the year this week. The harvest moon will rise Thursday night into Friday morning. It will be at peak brightness around 6 a.m. Eastern Friday morning. The next supermoon will be September 18th of 2024, which is, of course, almost a year away.
And you're on our schedule. That may help you.
That's
to
right.
Be up at 6 in the morning. Coming up on Early Today, the future of law enforcement is here. We've got the latest on the NYPD's newest member.
And hundreds of Rite Aid locations might be closing. More after the break.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm crossing the Today Show off my bucket list.
Celebrating my mom's 60th birthday.
Just married, and we're honeymooning at the Today Show.
It's a girl.
Hoda inspired me to become a journalist.
I'll have what you guys are having.
I'm celebrating here with you. This is amazing. You're on Today.
You are not alone when you're here on the Today Show.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because Go ahead. This is it, right?
RoboCops are hitting the Big Apple. Here's what you need to know early today. A pair of front row balcony tickets to Ford's Theater the night President Abraham Lincoln was assassinated by John Wilkes Booth just sold at auction. The tickets from April 14th and 1865 fetched more than $260,000.
A RoboCop has just joined the NYPD to help patrol New York subways. The K5 autonomous security robot has cameras to send a live 360 video and other intel to the police department.
Drugstore chain Rite Aid could be closing up to 500 of its more than 2,100 stores. That's according to a Wall Street Journal report. The company is negotiating a bankruptcy plan to either sell or let creditors take over their remaining operations.
Well, one university may have just discovered fall's freshest find. A brand new variety of apple is hitting the orchards just in time for their season.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation
What is the #1 issue for you?
to the national stage,
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
when critical votes were counted,
Still too close to call.
and when power was held to account,
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical.
How you doing?
Pretty bad.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator. Sundays on NBC.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize you should make the decision.
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
essentially on that. So
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
If you're an apple lover, we are. You're in for a treat this season. The University of Minnesota has just released a new apple variety with crispy and tropical overtones. Danny Spiewak from our Minneapolis affiliate has more on this new apple named Kudos.
The University of Minnesota has grown apples in Victoria for more than 100 years.
You pick it up and you twist it upwards.
Apple breeder David Bedford has been here for 45 of them.
I've had time to see a few things come and go.
The legacy only grows.
We've got our 29th apple variety being introduced, the variety that will be known as Kudos.
This new apple took more than 2 decades to develop.
I guess it's a lot like a marathon. You're happy when you see the end in sight and really gratifying when you get across the line.
Kudos is a cross between the U's popular Honeycrisp and Zestar apples.
The best of Honeycrisp would be that crisp, juicy texture that just explodes in your mouth. The best of Zestar is this really rich flavor. That was our dream, to get the best of both. And I think we might have achieved some degree of that with our new one, Kudos.
But the U couldn't announce that name until they got trademark approval.
I always say it's much easier to name your children because there's no legal ramifications. This one took almost a year to get approval. So we're happy to finally have it.
It is all worth the wait.
That's what this job is about. That's what the university is here for, is to carry this legacy.
Following in the footsteps of brands like Honeycrisp, there are high hopes that Kudos could be the next great Minnesota apple. But you're going to have to be patient. It'll be another 2 or 3 years before they are actually sold in stores.
Can't wait that long, right?
No, I mean, I need a crisp Kudos right now. Thanks to Danny Spiewak for that report.
And the process for naming them, too. All right, we told you about the record Powerball jackpot that's up for grabs right now ahead of last night's drawing. Here are those winning numbers. If you've got all 5 and the Powerball number 4, there's more than $835 million with your name on it. It is the 4th largest jackpot in Powerball history. The next drawing is set for Wednesday night. Here we go again. You'll know soon enough, right, when you check your numbers.
Right.
And then it's time to go wait in line again.
We'll still be
Likely.
here, I'm positive. Well, there's much more in store this morning. Here's Al Roker with a look at what's ahead on today.
This morning on the 3rd hour of Today, Grammy winners Lady A here performing live. Plus, groundbreaking ballet dancer Misty Copeland will be joining us, and we're serving up a fantastic Italian meal in Today Food. All that and more coming up this morning on the 3rd hour of Today.
All right, we thank you for watching early today. I'm Frances Rivera.
And I'm Jessica Layton. Have a great Tuesday. See you tomorrow.
The stage is set for the next Republican presidential debate, but not everyone managed to qualify. Which candidates made the cut, and who will be watching from the sidelines?
Senator Bob Menendez is not backing down. The New Jersey Democrat defying calls to step down, even from within his own party. We have a live report from Washington.
President Biden heads for Michigan today, showing his support for auto workers on strike. We're live on the ground ahead of the president's planned arrival.
Believe it or not, holiday travel is right around the corner. But before you go panicking over the potential price, we have some tips to help save you time and money this season.
Meet the newest member of the NYPD, where the official RoboCop will patrol and how soon they'll hit the streets. It's Tuesday, September 26th. Early Today starts right now.
Good morning, I'm Jessica Layton.
Hi there, I'm Frances Rivera. An atmospheric river is drenching the Pacific Northwest, but there is a silver lining to all the rainfall. Climate experts say all this rain works to quench a region under severe drought conditions. Record rain can bring flooding and other hazards to the area, but experts say the drought is intense enough there might not be any flooding from this storm. The other positive outcome, an end to wildfire season. Washington saw several destructive and deadly fires, while much of the Northwest has dealt with wildfire smoke over the summer. Those same experts say this round of rain will effectively finish any potential fires. NBC meteorologist Angie Lassman will join us in a few minutes with an in-depth look at the impact of the atmospheric river.
Senator Bob Menendez is standing defiant on Monday, making his case for staying in office, even as he's facing a sweeping indictment. But to do that, he will have to ignore growing calls from within his own party for him to step down. For more on this, we go to NBC's Drew Petrimo in Washington. Drew, good morning. Of course, we heard directly from the senator on Monday. What did he have to say?
Well, good morning, Jessica. For the second time in his career, Senator Bob Menendez is facing criminal charges. The New Jersey Democrat and his wife are alleged to have received bribes, including cash and gold bars, in return for the senator's influence to benefit 3 New Jersey businessmen and the Egyptian government. Investigators said they found many of these items, including $480,000 in cash, while searching Menendez's home last year. Menendez is chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, a position he has temporarily stepped down from. Speaking publicly Monday for the first time since the indictment, Menendez maintained his innocence.
The allegations leveled against me are just that, allegations. For 30 years, I have withdrawn thousands of dollars in cash from my personal savings account, which I have kept for emergencies. I firmly believe that when all the facts are presented, not only will I be exonerated, but I still will be the New Jersey's senior senator.
In pledging that he will return to Capitol Hill, Menendez is rejecting calls from his fellow Democrats to step down from his Senate seat. On Monday, Senators Sherrod Brown and Peter Welch joined Senator John Fetterman in calling for Menendez's resignation, while former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi did the same on MSNBC. The senator has also lost the support of many officials in his state, including Democratic Governor Phil Murphy and Congressman Andy Kim. Just a day after the indictment was unsealed, Kim announced he would mount a primary challenge against Menendez. Back to you.
All right, Drew, thank you.
The lineup is set for the second Republican presidential debate tomorrow night. 7 of the 8 candidates who appeared at last month's debate met the GOP's qualifying criteria and will take the stage at the Ronald Reagan Presidential Library in California on Wednesday. The one absence is former Arkansas Governor Asa Hutchinson, who failed to meet the party's 3% polling threshold. Hutchinson told CNN Monday that he intends to continue his campaign with a goal of reaching 4% in polling by Thanksgiving or by the next debate. And while he meets all the necessary criteria, former President Trump will be skipping this debate, as he did last month.
We're now taking a closer look into the crisis at the southern border as numbers hit record levels again of migrants entering the country illegally. More than 11,000 migrants were encountered by Customs and Border Protection in the span of just 24 hours. NBC's Julia Ainsley has more from Texas.
The border crisis up close. Our cameras there as this group of hundreds of migrants illegally crossed the Rio Grande into Eagle Pass, Texas. Border Patrol removing razor wire installed by Texas Governor Greg Abbott.
Behind me, you have Border Patrol coming in to rescue some of these migrants carrying young children to try to keep them from crossing here and getting cut on this dangerous wire.
Border Patrol says the wire can pose a humanitarian and drowning risk. Federal agents start cutting the wire, allowing the migrants to enter the U.S. Most of these migrants are from Venezuela, headed for cities throughout the country. We meet this family with a 6-year-old son who just cut his arm on the wire. What we've gone through on this journey, it's not worth it, he tells us.
Why do you say that? What happened?
Deaths along the way, blackmail, they rob us, they kidnap us, he says. This young woman says she was sexually assaulted and extorted in Mexico. They gather with hundreds of migrants under this bridge. DHS officials tell us most migrants illegally crossing the border are processed and released into the U.S. We've just learned in August over 300,000 migrants crossed the border, the highest monthly total ever. In just the last 24 hours, over 11,000 migrants were encountered by Customs and Border Protection. The mayor of El Paso sounding the alarm.
And we have come to what we look at a breaking point right now.
Republican Texas Congressman Austin Pfluger blames Biden border policies for encouraging more migrants to come.
The president needs to close the border. He needs to do the right thing. Stop abandoning us. This is not normal.
Now, the Biden administration says they're working with Mexico to ramp up enforcement there so that the Mexican government can stop more migrants from even reaching this part of the border. But DHS officials I'm talking to say that they're watching the numbers and more migrants are coming from Venezuela into Central America and they're U.S. bound. So they expect the numbers here to continue to rise.
Julia, thank you.
The man who killed 23 people at a Walmart in El Paso agreed to pay more than $5.5 million to his victims' families. Patrick Crucius was sentenced to 90 consecutive life sentences after he pleaded guilty to the 2019 attack where he targeted Hispanic shoppers. It is unclear when or even if the victims' families will receive a dime. The shooter, who was 21 at the time of the rampage, has been relying on publicly funded attorneys. He still faces a state trial in Texas where he is charged with capital murder. He could be eligible for the death penalty.
Now to a story that sounds like a movie. Police in California say they rescued a teenager who was kidnapped and held for ransom for 4 days. The 17-year-old was found at a Motel 6 about 200 miles away from where he was taken. Police say the suspects orchestrated a car accident to snatch the teen as he was looking at the damage. His mother then got a call demanding ransom of $500,000. Doorbell camera video was then used to help track down the victim. 3 men are now facing federal kidnapping charges.
Let's get an update now on Russia's war on Ukraine, which has entered its 20th month. Ukraine's military says it has killed the commander of Russia's Black Sea Fleet in a missile strike in the occupied area of Crimea. NBC's Chapman Bell joins us now with the latest. And Chapman, this would be one of the highest profile deaths this war has seen so far.
That's right, Francis. And, you know, Ukraine has stepped up their attacks on the occupied Crimea area since the full-scale invasion began, focusing particularly on Russian naval assets around Sevastopol and the headquarters of the Russian Black Sea Fleet. Now, Ukrainian special forces posting that after the strike on the headquarters of the Black Sea Fleet, 34 officers died, including the commander of the Black Sea Fleet, adding another 105 occupiers were wounded, and the headquarters building cannot be restored. And while NBC cannot verify this claim, and Ukraine has not named him directly as Viktor Sokolov, the commander of the fleet, if true, he would join a long list or substantial list of top Russian military generals and admirals killed since their full-scale invasion began. NBC military analyst and retired Admiral James Stavridis posting online that if this is true, it would likely be the highest-ranking naval officer killed in combat since World War II. Now, elsewhere, we've seen intensified strikes around the city of Kherson, and Ukrainian officials saying 6 people have been killed in the last 24 hours due to Russian shelling. We've also seen overnight drone attacks on the port city of Odessa as Russia focuses many of their attacks around that area, but, you know, of course, intensified fighting around Crimea. Francis?
Not surprising about counteroffensive and counterattacks. Chapman, thank you.
The first of thousands of residents have been allowed to return home after a wildfire destroyed most of their Hawaiian town back in August. Some had gone back to look for their belongings and try to assess the damage before officials blocked the roads. But for others, this was the first time returning to the charred site of what was their homes. And these devastating fires killed at least 97 people, and we know they destroyed more than 2,000 buildings on Maui.
All right, we mentioned the atmospheric river hitting the Northwest this week, but that's not the only part of the country in for a wet start today. NBC meteorologist Angie Lastman is tracking rain across the country, and that elusive, you know, that bright yellow thing up in the sky that we used to see all the time.
Oh, you mean the, what's that called again? Oh, the sun, right. Of course, yes. The Northeast is going to eventually get that back in the forecast, guys, but we're still going to remain dreary for the day today. Still some lingering showers. We'll deal with some stronger storms across parts of the Midwest. Heavy rain for parts of the Southeast, including Florida. We're going to see kind of an unsettled couple of days there. But we're watching that next system move through into parts of the Northwest. We're, of course, dealing with an atmospheric river here, so we've got plenty of moisture to tap into. This is the second low that's going to work its way onshore through the day today. You'll notice a lot of rain, some gusty winds. It'll be out of the picture here and moving towards the Cascades here as we get into your Wednesday. But even still, we've got another one behind it. Not quite as robust, but still it's going to bring some additional rainfall on some already saturated grounds. And we know that some of the areas that we're most concerned about are those wildfire burn scars where flash flooding, it doesn't take much to see that happen. So just an FYI on that over the next couple of days. And also temperatures running way above normal across most of the country. You see Wichita into the upper 80s, Dallas into the low 90s. We keep that temperature trend going into tomorrow as well. Let's look at the weather across the country. Let's see what's happening in your neighborhood. A great day ahead for Little Rock. A whole lot of sunshine, but warm temperatures into the low 90s. Some showers and thunderstorms in Orlando, a high of 90 degrees. Up through the mid-Atlantic, still dealing with a few of these showers lingering for places like Philadelphia and New York City, but partly cloudy skies expected in Detroit. And that's a look at your forecast, ladies. Back over to you.
Okay, Angie, thank you. Well, we are already saying it, 'tis the season for travel.
Before you book your holiday season trips, we've got a few tips to help you save the cash for the presents.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. A lot of the stuff that we're seeing was left behind by Ukrainian soldiers.
Now is real.
This is like quicksand, and officials say that an entire town is cut off.
Now is raw.
This close to the devastation, you actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
You've seen all this craziness in front of you. What was that like?
I was just trying to survive.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Can you believe it? The holidays are just around the corner, and now is the time to prepare. NBC's Noah Pransky has some advice for how you can save money on flights and get reimbursed if you run into delays.
Holidays are great. Breaking the bank over the holidays is not. So I've got 3 under-the-radar travel hacks for you to help you save money. 1 if you've yet to book, 1 if you've already booked, and 1 tip for everyone in case a future flight you take happens to get delayed. First, if you're looking at future travel, right now is a pretty great time to snag a bargain. And you may want to save this cheat sheet. Domestic flights are usually cheapest 6 to 8 weeks before departure, which puts us right about now for Thanksgiving flights. For Christmas time, you want to plan a little further out, 8 to 11 weeks according to Google, which puts you about mid-October. And international flights, you want to plan even further out if possible. Oh, and how about 1 bonus tip from 1 very frequent flyer?
I'm Brian Kelly, founder of thepointsguy.com. I use Google Flights. You can look by calendar search, and being flexible by 1 or 2 days can save you dramatically.
Okay, now the travel hack airlines don't want you to know about if you've already booked your ticket. With prices close to their lowest point in 18 months, you can ask for a rebate if the price has gone down since you've booked. Now, it depends on the airline and the kind of ticket you booked, but even if you can't get cash back, it's worth asking. Many airlines will give you travel vouchers for the difference. Psst, this repricing trick, it works for hotels too. So check back in on those advanced bookings. And finally, with delays happening more and more at U.S. airports, there may be a way to get reimbursed for any surprise costs you incur related to delays.
You know, the airlines legally are not obligated to give you compensation, but your credit cards will, and that's what most consumers don't realize. So if you're delayed for a long time, flight cancellations, always ask your credit card company to reimburse the hotel, the rental car, and all those extra fees.
Not to mention the meals, clothes, and toiletries you may have to buy if you get stranded for a long time. Because aren't the holidays stressful enough? I know I sleep better even after a long, terrible travel day if I've saved a few bucks. Now, hopefully, you can too. Noah Pransky, NBC News.
Today years old when I learned some of that stuff. Yeah, great. All right, still to come. A female student athlete takes the field and tackles her way to the history books.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize that you doing the dishes you
allegations of Russian weaponry.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so.
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
took a few plays off. He is now back in the game on 2nd and 6. Mixon makes a cut. Joe Mixon, tonight's first touchdown.
It's time to break down some football this morning, starting in Cincinnati in a rematch of Super Bowl 56. The Rams pulled within 3 on the road against the Bengals, but they couldn't recover on the onside kick in the final minute. Cincinnati gets the win, 19-16. Earlier in the night, Jalen Hurts and the Eagles soared to an early lead over the Buccaneers. Hurts threw for a touchdown and ran one in as Philly hands Tampa Bay their first loss this year, 25-11. And fans excited to see Joe Burrow back taking on the field after his injury, bringing them the win that they are looking for so far this season.
Yeah, really good in several ways to see him playing. Well, swinging over now to baseball and a high-stakes showdown in Seattle. Jordan Alvarez homered to extend the Astros lead, and Justin Verlander took a scoreless outing into the 8th inning. Houston holding on to beat the Mariners 5-1, and the win keeps the Astros just ahead of Seattle in the playoffs. And by the way, if the Yankees are not going to go to the playoffs in October now, the Mariners made sure, Houston rather, made sure that that's not happening.
Yeah, tough go for Yankees fans this season. Now to some history on the football field for Haley Van Voorhis. The Shenandoah football player became the first woman to play in an NCAA game at a non-kicker position. She pressured the quarterback in the first quarter of their game Saturday. She told the Today Show words could not describe the moment on the field, and you can't imagine just the work that goes in behind it. Speaking of behind the scenes, you see that video there?
Yeah.
She did it all throughout high school, so she's paved the way for herself.
For sure, and so great to see her out there inspiring young girls and boys. When we come back, a piece of history from President Abraham Lincoln's assassination just sold at auction.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation
What is the #1 issue for you?
to the national stage,
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
when critical votes were counted,
Still too close to call.
and when power was held to account,
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford. I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country
We have breaking news out of the White House.
and around the world,
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
and ways you can take care of your health
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
and your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Robocops are hitting the Big Apple, and your next city bus ride just might be free. Here's what you need to know early today. A pair of front row balcony tickets to Ford's Theater the night President Abraham Lincoln was assassinated by John Wilkes Booth just sold at RR Auction. The tickets from April 14th in 1865 fetched more than $260,000.
A RoboCop has just joined the NYPD to help patrol New York subways. The K5 autonomous security robot has cameras to send a live 360 360 video and other intel to the police department.
Drugstore chain Rite Aid could close up to 500 of its more than 2,100 stores, according to a Wall Street Journal report. The company is negotiating a bankruptcy plan to either sell or let creditors take over its remaining operations.
Starting Sunday, the MTA will provide one free bus route for each of New York City's 5 boroughs. The free bus passes are part of a state budget deal with the governor in exchange for new taxes and more MTA funding.
An update from Michigan on the striking auto workers when Early Today comes back.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize you should have the dishes.
allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so.
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right,
President Biden will travel to Michigan in just a few hours, where for the first time in history, we could see a sitting president join a picket line. The president says he will stand in solidarity with the thousands of union auto workers who walked off the job in a fight for better pay and benefits.
NBC's Jay Gray joins us now from Wayne, Michigan. He's just outside a Ford plant where union members are striking. And Jay, you've been following this strike since it started. What do you expect today?
Yeah, Francis, Jessica, we expect to see more of those striking union workers join those on the line here. And you can see they're still blocking the gates at this Ford plant. You talked about it, walking off the job, and perhaps later today, along with President Joe Biden, walking into history.
We will fight until we win!
The picket line on day 11 of the strike is getting political.
Yes, I always support the UAW.
Later today, President Joe Biden expected to be the first sitting president to join striking union workers during a walkout, supporting a group of employees he says sacrificed pensions and paychecks to save the automakers a decade ago.
I think the UAW gave up an incredible amount back when the automobile industry was going under. And I think that now that the industry is roaring back, they should participate in the benefit.
His trip to Detroit comes a day ahead of a scheduled visit from former president and the current frontrunner for the 2024 Republican nomination, Donald Trump, who continues to question the Biden White House commitment to electric vehicles.
Electric cars are going to be made in China. The auto workers are not going to have any. I'll tell you what, the auto workers are being sold down the river by their leadership, and their leadership should endorse Trump.
Yet to endorse a candidate, UAW President Shawn Fain has said another Trump presidency would be a, quote, disaster. Of course, the vote that both sides in this contract are most concerned with is on a new contract, and right now, they seem nowhere near a deal. Yeah, and look, negotiations are continuing. Union leaders quick to say they could call for thousands of additional workers to leave the production line for the picket line if both sides can't find some common ground. Francis, Jessica?
Really tough all around. Okay, Jay, thank you. Tough to see those ramifications that may happen politically. We're seeing that starting today. Also, the economics of it, the economic ramifications that we'll see down the road.
Yes, so many layers and so much uncertainty for those workers and their families right now. All right, thanks so much for joining early today. I'm Jessica Layton.
And I'm Francis Rivera. Have a great Tuesday. See you back here early Wednesday morning.
Right now on Morning News Now, on the picket line, a historic moment for American labor is expected today. President Biden slated to join striking auto workers in Michigan. The White House calls it a first for a sitting president. More on what we can expect from that visit as industry workers march on. Also this morning, uncertainty and anxiety, that potential government shutdown hanging over Washington. It's now just 4 days away. We'll take a closer look at the vital federal services that could be affected if the money runs out. Plus, vowing to fight, Senator Bob Menendez defiant and speaking out in the wake of those federal corruption indictments against himself and his wife, the legal drama that has Washington up in arms.
When all the facts are presented, not only will I be exonerated, but I still will be the New Jersey's senior senator.
More on his response to the new charges and the fallout that's gripping Capitol Hill and beyond. And the Swift effect. It was the surprise NFL cameo that truly broke the internet. Could the rumored off-field love story of Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce bring a whole new set of fans to football? And also picturing just an entire Taylor Swift arena filled with Chiefs 87 jerseys. Good to have you with us on this Tuesday morning. I'm Joe Fryer. Savannah is off. We begin with the ongoing auto workers strike, with President Biden preparing to walk the picket line today in what is being billed as a historic show of support for the union. President Biden is scheduled to join workers as they strike against America's big three automakers. It's something no other sitting president has done before, and it comes just one day before the Republican frontrunner, former President Donald Trump, meets with union members too. Now, the union is calling for fair conditions and better wages, but so far there has been no resolution. In fact, late last week, the strike expanded. President Biden says he's throwing his support behind these employees because they sacrificed pensions and paychecks to save the automakers a decade ago.
I think the UAW gave up an incredible amount back when the automobile industry was going under. And I think that now that the industry is roaring back, they should participate in the benefit of that.
NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli joins us now. So, Mike, what can we expect from President Biden's visit to Michigan today? Is this just a photo op, or is there more to it?
Well, Joe, you lay it out well. This really is a important, symbolic, and yes, historic moment for President Biden. We have never seen, we've talked to historians as well. They say we've never seen a sitting president do what President Biden will do today, which is join union workers striking on a picket line. And this is an industry that is very important and close to the president's heart, both as vice president and as president. He has spent a significant amount of time trying to revive the U.S. Auto industry. As vice president, you remember in 2008, the fallout of the Great Recession, how Detroit nearly went bankrupt in a literal sense here because of the damage to the auto industry. And so the president making the point yesterday that because we've seen it come roaring back, and in part because of the policies he says he's seen through that have boosted the auto industry and created 235,000 new auto jobs, it's important for workers to benefit from it. Now, there has, of course, been some tension between the president and the union. They seem to at times have rebuffed efforts by the White House to be more engaged. Yesterday at the White House, we pressed Karine Jean-Pierre, the press secretary, about whether the president, by making this appearance today, is siding with workers in every demand that they're making. They say no, that he's not picking sides in this dispute, but it is important for him. This is, remember, a president who has styled himself as the most pro-labor president in U.S. history, supporting efforts by the workers to collectively bargain. And yes, Joe, we can't escape the politics. This is a battleground state. This is a potential rival of his joining workers tomorrow to do just the same. You can see this as almost the first real kickoff of a general election rematch between Biden and Trump.
Yeah, let's emphasize that. Today it's President Biden, tomorrow former President Trump, who's skipping the Republican debate again, instead heading to Michigan. He's going to deliver a primetime speech to auto workers. So the optics aside, why do both men feel it's so important to be there right now? What does this say about the issues that are really on voters' minds as we head into 2024?
Yeah, this is a little bit of defense on the part of President Biden because he did win the union vote in 2020, but not by a landslide. And this is really at the heart of President Biden's reelection campaign, this idea that he is reviving the economy, not just for those at the top, but the middle out and the bottom up, as he likes to say. And so he wants to maintain that rock solid support. And President Trump does sense a potential vulnerability here. He wants to try to separate some of these union workers from the president in a battleground state where the margin was under 100,000 votes. And so this really is an important opportunity over a real key voting demographic for these two men, especially in such a closely divided state.
And that's something Trump has been successful at doing little by little over the past two elections. So, Mike, for President Biden, after traveling to Michigan, he's going to be kicking off a 3-day trip to the Southwest, the West Coast. What's the focus of that trip?
Yes, this is an official event technically, Joe, but there is a significant campaign dynamic to it. We are in the last week of the month and the last month of the fundraising quarter. And so the president will have 3 fundraisers scheduled while he's in San Francisco as well as Phoenix. He's going to be meeting with his Science and Technology Council in San Francisco that tends to have a discussion, especially these days, about artificial intelligence. But the real centerpiece of this trip is going to be when he travels to Phoenix, visits the McCain Center out there to deliver what the White House is billing as a major speech about threats to democracy, but also bipartisanship. Consider, again, the general election dynamic here. Democracy, the threats to democracy have been real central to the president's message against his predecessor. But he's also going to be talking about bipartisanship at a moment we're heading towards a government shutdown as well.
All right. Mike Memoli kicking us off this hour. Mike, thank you so much. Now, the clock is ticking for Congress, which now has just 4 days to pass a stopgap funding bill, or else the federal government is going to shut down. With little progress to report, some Americans will soon face difficult consequences without those critical government services. NBC News senior Capitol Hill correspondent Garrett Hake explains.
With just days to go until a possible government shutdown, millions of federal workers are preparing for potentially difficult economic weeks ahead. At a Washington warehouse, volunteers are preparing for the practical impact of the political impasse looming 5 miles south on Capitol Hill.
We know that when budgets are stretched, food is the first thing to go.
The Capital Area Food Bank is now planning for a possible surge of 100,000 people in the D.C. region needing food assistance soon if the government shuts down this weekend.
Think about the cleaning crews, the food service, those who have food trucks outside of, government buildings and offices.
A shutdown would divide some 4 million federal employees nationwide into 2 groups: essential workers, including active duty military, border patrol, and air traffic controllers expected to keep reporting for work, and furloughed workers simply sent home. Neither would see a paycheck until the government reopens.
We're doing a lot of belt tightening.
Wisconsin's Social Security claims specialist and single mom Jessica Lapointe expects to work without pay. This has to be hard to discuss with your family.
Yeah, I have an 11-year-old son who has been asking to go to Disney World for most of his life. We're looking at having to postpone that trip in order to just stay afloat during this unknown period.
A shutdown would also slow services like food safety inspections and applications for passports and small business loans. The White House claims 10,000 kids would immediately lose access to Head Start, and funding for WIC, a nutrition program that helps low-income women and young children, would dry up within days. Members of Congress, who will continue to be paid, have until midnight Saturday to strike a deal.
I never quit, even when the time runs out, so we'll get it done.
Speaker McCarthy's current plan is to line up votes on bills backed by conservatives and pair government funding with conservative border policy, hoping to earn votes on something he knows Democrats ultimately won't support. He's also warning his hardliners that a shutdown only makes their negotiating position weaker.
All right, Garrett Hake, thank you so much. Let's go from current federal workers to those who have already served their country. Concerns are mounting about the impact a shutdown will have on our veterans' ability to get medical care. Joining us now, NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale. She talked with a group of veterans who say they're worried about getting care in a system that's really already strained, and if a shutdown happens. Ali, good morning.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Joe. Good morning, because Garrett broke down the political landscape there and what some of the impacts could be if a shutdown happens. Because, yes, a shutdown can be bad, but there are already problems out there that can be made worse by it. Watch.
We started advocating for this VA clinic back in 2003.
It took Tino Adame more than 2 decades to get a new VA clinic in his hometown of Stockton, California.
We used to go to meetings and we started joking about hopefully it'll open up before we're pushing up daisies.
But it's not just about getting a new facility.
We need this clinic to open with doctors, fully staffed.
This rural community, about an hour from San Francisco, falls prey to a national trend. Veterans struggling to access health care because there aren't enough providers to see them.
We have the longest wait times anywhere in California. If you're in Stockton, you have to wait 80 or even 90 days, even 100 days. I talked to a veteran recently who wasn't able to get a refill on his diabetes medication. He ended up losing his leg.
Harder says that here, the number of working primary care physicians has been cut in half just this year alone. As of 2022, more than 2,500 VA facilities face severe occupational shortages, a 22% increase from a year before.
Enlisted service.
The resulting backlog, wait times, and rarely returned inquiries are why dozens of veterans like Adame, as well as caregivers like Leslie Stotts, packed into this town hall on a Friday afternoon here.
My husband, he's a Vietnam vet. He's 100% disabled.
Before the coronavirus pandemic, her husband's care was consistent.
So you've seen that the system can work. It worked very well. And then when COVID happened, everything just changed. Any call or concern was never answered.
So you're basically playing a game of telephone with your husband's health care.
Yes.
The local VA is working to alleviate staffing shortages with increased physician pay while expanding access to telehealth.
We're here to help you today. We're here to help you Monday, Tuesday, and whenever.
They're overloaded. There's a lot of red tape.
And Harder's petitioning the administration in Washington for help. But inaction from Congress could make this worse.
What does this VFW town hall have to do with the government funding fight?
I think this is a little bit of a canary in the coal mine. Not only would it not fix it, it's going to make it a lot worse.
And in the meantime,
heartbreaking because we know what we've done in the military. The government promised one thing, but it's not fulfilling it.
And look, Joe, you heard Tino there. He calls it heartbreaking because he's served his country, and now the institutions that are in place that are supposed to now serve him are not doing that for Tino and his fellow veterans. I have to tell you, I was at this town hall all day on Friday a few weeks ago. It was packed, people just looking for answers. There was a lot of frustration and a lot of disappointment. And I think it's important as we start tracking this political government shutdown, the idea that Americans just like these are the ones that are going to be impacted. Already things are bad, but by furloughing, for example, VA workers, this is a situation that could only get worse. I do think it's important that while those furloughs would have an impact, Congressman Harder, who we spoke to there, has been, yes, petitioning the administration for more help and urgency around this issue, but he's also trying to put an amendment into one of these spending packages, specifically into the Veterans Appropriations Bill, that would allow them to just better study this issue, because, of course, you can't solve it without recognizing how big the scope actually is.
All right,
Joe?
Allie Vitale with a closer look at just the human impact of this potential shutdown. Allie, thank you so much. Now to the latest on the Georgia election interference case involving former President Trump. Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis wants to restrict identifying information about jurors in the case, and now a judge has granted that request. Jurors and prospective jurors will be identified only by a number in court filings. Jurors' information, we're talking about names, addresses, phone numbers, or identifying employment information, none of that can be disclosed. The judge did allow exceptions for recording audio of the jury foreperson's announcement of a verdict or any questions to a judge. This ruling comes after Trump supporters had posted the names and addresses of the grand jurors who were involved in Trump's indictment to a fringe website. Trump and 18 co-defendants are accused of attempting to overturn the 2020 election results in Georgia. They've all pleaded not guilty to those charges. So a government shutdown is looming. Auto workers are on strike, but the writers' strike, after roughly 5 months of picketing, may soon be entering its final act. Over the weekend, the Writers Guild of America struck a deal with the alliance that represents studios, ending the standoff that led in part to the cancellation of several new fall shows. Well, writers have made gains. Actors are are still striking. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer has the very latest on the Hollywood shutdown.
The writer's strike is getting its Hollywood ending. After nearly 5 months on the picket line, a tentative deal between the Writers Guild and the alliance that represents major studios means a big step towards resuming stalled productions. But the deal is still private, as the WGA tells members. Though we are eager to share the details of what has been achieved with you, we cannot do that until the last I is dotted.
It's expected that'll happen very quickly, but I am hearing from people who have seen what the deal is and people who have heard what the deal is. They're very happy.
Finally flipping the script on a nearly 150-day walkout, it's believed writers will earn higher residuals from streaming shows and gain better protections from scripts written using AI that could threaten future jobs.
This is not about people in, drinking tropical drinks, driving Jaguars. We're talking about the middle class of our union, and we're just trying to keep our head above water.
After shutting down studios across Tinseltown, writers at late-night and daytime talk shows could return to work in just a matter of days. But new episodes of your favorite scripted shows may not be back on the air until January.
The WGA now encouraging its members to join actors and its union SAG-AFTRA, who remains on the picket line, fighting for some of the very same benefits.
I feel like the momentum is there, the vibe is there, the studios and streamers are locked in to make a deal, and everybody wants to find a way they can get people back to work, get paychecks showing up in bank accounts.
As actors are left waiting for their cue, writers are set to ink their deal.
The writers' agreement could serve as a template to help settle the actors' strike. As for the writers, leadership will be taking a vote on an offer as early as tomorrow. Then it could go to the union as a whole for ratification. Back to you.
All right, Miguel, thank you so much. In other Hollywood news, Joe Jonas and Sophie Turner may have reached a temporary solution over the custody of their children as their divorce moves forward. According to court documents, they've agreed to keep their 2 children in New York as they await the court's decision on a petition filed by Turner last week. The Game of Thrones actress is looking to raise both kids in her home country of England, but she says Jonas is holding their passports to keep them from crossing the pond. Jonas and Turner have not commented on the latest legal proceeding. An atmospheric river is drenching the Northwest this week. Let's get a check on your morning News Now weather. Meteorologist Angie Lassman's tracking the rain for us. Now it's the West Coast's turn, right, Angie?
Exactly. We're going to turn the faucet off, kind of, for most of the Northeast. We'll still have some lingering showers there, but we're going to turn it on for parts of the Northwest. That's where we see the really saturated grounds over the coming days with the concerns for some flooding. So let's give you the details of exactly what's going to play out. We've already had one area of low pressure work on shore in the previous days. Now we're going to have a secondary one that's going to work closer to the shore, still bringing some kind of scattered showers across parts of the Northwest as we get through the later parts of today. It doesn't really push on shore until we get into the overnight hours tonight and into tomorrow. It kind of cruises right past Washington and Oregon, but dumps plenty of rain across parts of that region here as we get through the next 2 days, leading to the potential for some concerns for some flooding. Behind that, though, there's another low pressure system that we're going to watch. It's not quite as robust, not quite as intense, but it's still going to bring some more rain for areas that have already received ample amounts of rain and could see upwards of 2 to 3 inches by the time this is done. That atmospheric river is leaving us with a whole lot of moisture to tap into, so we're going to look at the concern for flooding, especially along those areas in this region that had wildfires and may have burn scars left over. That we know is always problematic when it comes to flash flooding. So something that we'll watch not just today, but really through Thursday. The rain will be really good for an area that definitely needs some relief from drought. So that'll be the helpful part of this. But again, all of it happening at once is going to be a little problematic. Speaking of rain, we've also got some issues across parts of the Southeast, mainly the state of Florida, going to be kind of unsettled through the next couple of days. We've got some rain that's going to develop with this pesky kind of stationary front sticking around. But the rainfall intensity rates are going to be pretty impressive. So we'll see maybe 3 inches per hour at some point. So we'll watch for the flooding concern across Florida as well as we get into Thursday.
Thursday. That'll be something that you'll want to take note of. And how about those temperatures across, well, the South? They're still into the 90s, low 90s, that is, for Little Rock and Dallas, but still running above normal. Triple digits will remain in Phoenix. The ends of the country are looking below normal, but most everybody across the midsection is quite warm through the afternoon hours today, or at least above normal for where we should be. Kansas City hits 80 degrees tomorrow. Mid-70s along the coast tomorrow for Charlotte. We'll end up, though, kind of moderating out, Joe, as we get into Thursday, Friday. New York will be into the upper 60s and low 70s by the weekend. This morning, I was like, I'm cold.
It is cold. Yeah, I've noticed you were cold. It's like a heat sandwich. It's like the heat's in the middle of the country.
Term. I'm going to have to use that
heat
now.
Sandwich. I go. By the way, you are wearing your Taylor Swift Kansas City Chiefs red,
I'm
right?
a big fan,
Is that intentional?
Know.
Of which? Taylor Swift or the Kansas City Chiefs?
Taylor Swift, Travis Kelce, them together.
All right, well, that's good, because that sets us up perfectly for what's coming up here on Morning News Now. More on the Taylor Swift cameo that broke the internet. All those dating rumors swirling around her and Chiefs star Travis Kelce are impacting both of their fan bases. That's later in the hour. But first, a defiant Senator Bob Menendez. He's now vowing to fight those new federal corruption charges against him and his wife. We've got more on that and his future in Washington after the break.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the hammer to the Richards.
All right, it just did too.
Welcome back. Democratic New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez says he is planning to return to Washington this week despite being indicted on bribery charges. In his first public remarks since his indictment, Menendez defiantly addressed the allegations, denying any wrongdoing. The senator and his wife are accused of receiving bribes. They now face several charges, including conspiracy and extortion. Menendez says he has no plans to resign from office.
On Friday, the Southern District of New York brought charges against me. I understand how deeply concerning this can be. However, the allegations leveled against me are just that, allegations. I firmly believe that when all the facts are presented, not only will I be exonerated, but I still will be the New Jersey's senior senator.
NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian joins us now with the latest. So, Ken, this was the first time Senator Menendez appeared before reporters since the indictment became public last Friday. He potentially faces decades behind bars if he's convicted. So what else did we learn from his remarks yesterday?
Good morning, Joe. Well, the senator didn't really address many of the specific allegations in the indictment, but he did address one. He said that he offered a possible explanation for why the FBI found nearly $500,000 in cash, some of it stuffed in suit jackets in his closet. He said it's because he has a habit for 30 years of withdrawing large sums of cash from his savings account and keeping it around in case of emergencies, which drew a lot of skepticism, as you can imagine, from people, including fellow Democratic Senator John Fetterman. So the senator also spoke to the issue of the presumption of innocence. Take a listen.
We cannot set aside the presumption of innocence for political expediency when the harm is irrevocable. To those who have rushed to judgment, you have done so based on a limited set of facts framed by the prosecution to be as salacious as possible. Those who now are attempting to malign my actions as it relates to Egypt simply don't know the facts.
Now, the reference to Egypt there is perhaps the most damning part of these allegations, which is that he's accused of essentially selling out U.S. foreign policy to secretly aid Egypt in exchange for bribes. What he's saying there is he has a long record of trying to protect, trying to pressure the Egyptian government over its human rights record. The indictment says, though, the behind the scenes, he was secretly helping them get approval for military aid, Joe.
So, Ken, you could argue that indictment is the word of the year this year. We have learned a lot about the indictment process, but please walk us through what's next in the legal process here for Menendez.
Yeah, indeed. So Senator Menendez, his wife, and the three alleged bribe payers are all due to be arraigned tomorrow in federal court in New York, where they are all expected to plead not guilty. And then the case will take its normal course. But there's a lot of interesting questions and potential twists and turns. First of all, the U.S. attorney said the investigation is still open. They're still looking for witnesses. And then there's the question of whether any of these other co-defendants potentially could flip on the senator, including, in some wild imagination, his wife. Nothing is impossible here, and we'll have to see where this goes.
So, Ken, while Menendez says he's going to return to Congress this week, he did not explicitly address whether he's going to run for re-election. He's up next year. We do know New Jersey Congressman Andy Kim announced he's going to challenge Menendez for the seat. No doubt others are going to follow. So talk to us about the pressure he's actually getting from fellow Democrats to step down.
It's significant, Joe. The last time he was indicted and he beat those corruption charges, most Democrats stood with him. This time, just last night, the Speaker of the House, former Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, told Rachel Maddow that she thinks that Menendez should resign. 3 Democratic senators have said that, and the Democratic governor of New Jersey. So there's a lot of pressure on him to step down, but so far he's showing no signs of heeding that pressure. He is in it for the long haul. He's going to fight. He beat the charges the last time, and he hopes to do it again, Joe.
Yeah, former Speaker Pelosi making headlines with that interview with Jen Psaki last night. All right, Ken, thank you so much. Police in the United Kingdom are now investigating allegations of multiple sexual offenses by comedian Russell Brand. Brand first faced scrutiny last week after the release of a documentary containing accusations from 4 women who allege he sexually abused them. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley has the details, and a warning: this story does contain descriptions of sexual assaults.
More trouble for British comedian and actor Russell Brand. British police confirming they're now looking into a number of allegations of sexual offences, both in London and the rest of the country.
What I seriously refute are these very, very serious criminal allegations.
Brand issuing a new video statement Friday accusing Big Tech of trying to censor him, but not addressing the allegations directly.
Obviously, it's been an extraordinary and distressing week.
Police say the offences are all non-recent, and officers will be offering specialist support to all of the women who have made allegations. While police didn't give details of the dates or incidents under investigation, the lead detective said, quote, "We continue to encourage anyone who believes they may have been a victim of a sexual offence, no matter how long ago it was, to contact us." The police probe comes after 4 women came forward in the British media and told their stories in a documentary entitled Russell Brand in Plain Sight. A joint investigation by the Sunday Times, the Times, and Channel 4 dispatches.
I was like, oh my God, he raped me.
Their allegations, spanning the years from 2006 to 2013, include rape, sexual assault, and abuse. One woman says she was 16 years old at the time of her alleged assault.
I was pushing him away, and he wasn't backing off at all. And so I ended up having to punch him really hard in the stomach to get him off.
Another woman sharing text message with the Times she says are between her and Brand following her alleged assault in 2012 in Los Angeles, writing, "When a girl says no, it means no." Brand allegedly replying with an apology, quote, "I'm very sorry." In his first video statement, Brand denied any wrongdoing while confronting his past.
I was very, very promiscuous. Now, during that time of promiscuity, the relationships I had were absolutely always consensual.
The fallout already leading to consequences.
I respect you for doing that, but the content of what you said has made me hate you.
The remaining dates of Brand's UK stand-up tour Bipolarization now postponed, with ticket refunds announced by the promoter. Paramount Plus removing his comedy special, and YouTube suspending monetization on Brand's channel following the allegations.
I need your support now, more than ever, and more than I ever imagined I would.
Matt Bradley, NBC News.
Let's get some more international headlines. Thousands of ethnic Armenians are fleeing the disputed region of Nagorno-Karabakh. NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga joins us from Rome with that and more. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. That's right. The United States has called on Azerbaijan to protect the rights of ethnic Armenians still living in the region of Nagorno-Karabakh after the takeover by Azerbaijan to allow humanitarian and monitoring missions in the region. Now, 120,000 ethnic Armenians live in the region, and thousands of them have already fled to Armenia for fear of reprisal and persecution. Armenia's prime minister on Sunday said that those who remain are at risk of ethnic cleansing. And Russia is seeking to rejoin the United Nations Human Rights Council. The country was expelled from the council last April after its invasion of Ukraine and reports of widespread human rights abuse there. But according to the BBC, Russian diplomats are now trying to convince UN members to allow Russia to rejoin the council in a vote next month. And let's end this tour of the world in Canada, where the Speaker of the House of Commons, Anthony Rota, has been criticized for inviting a Ukrainian veteran who fought for a Nazi unit in World War II to Parliament. During a visit of Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky last Friday, Mr. Rota called Yaroslav Hunka, now 98, a hero and thanked him for his service. Canada's Prime Minister Justin Trudeau called the episode deeply embarrassing for Canada. Rota apologized, saying he was not aware of the veteran's Nazi connections and faces calls to resign. Joe?
All right, Claudio, thank you so much. Let's stay in Canada. It was a terrifying moment at a theme park there. A ride got stuck upside down, leaving riders trapped and dangling midair. NBC News correspondent Noah Pransky has more on the dramatic rescue.
They're upside down.
The park rates this as one of its most thrilling rides, and by that standard, it didn't disappoint. This ride, called the Lumberjack, unexpectedly stopped mid-air and upside down over the weekend at Canada's Wonderland amusement park near Toronto, leaving passengers dangling for nearly half an hour. And when asked if they're okay, you can hear they were not. Local media reports said in order to reset, the ride had to finish its usual cycle, meaning the riders had to go round and round a few more times before they could safely get off. The park confirming in a statement to NBC that 2 guests reportedly complained of chest pains and were sent to the park's health center before being released without need for further medical attention. The park adds, the safety of our guests is always our first priority. But the Lumberjack malfunction comes amid growing reports of other harrowing incidents at North American theme parks. In July, riders were stuck upside down for hours on a Wisconsin roller coaster called Fireball. And in North Carolina, the Fury 325 coaster was closed after a fissure appeared in a steel support pillar. Now, officials in Canada are looking into the cause of the Lumberjack's malfunction to make sure future thrills are all of the planned variety. Noah Pransky, NBC News.
Coming up, it is our weekly mental health check-in. After the break, we're going to take a closer look at a new study that shows a link between chronic pain and depression. Our doctor is in next on Morning News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back now with our weekly mental health check-in. We're taking a closer look at a link between chronic pain and depression. Plus, more men are turning to the internet to express their anger. We'll explore why that could be a mask for underlying mental health issues. Let's bring in Dr. Erica Richards for more on this. She's the chair of psychiatry at Sibley Memorial Hospital and an assistant professor of psychiatry at Johns Hopkins Medicine. Dr. Richards, good to have you with us. So let's start with that study on pain and mental health. Research found nearly 1 in 20 adults experience chronic pain and depression at the same time. So walk us through how these issues can be linked.
Good morning, Joe. So we've known for a long time that there's a link between chronic pain and mood disorders, anxiety disorders. And what we're seeing is that, like you said, 1 in 20 people, so about 12 million people are having these co-occurring illnesses. It affects everything sometimes, their ability to work, their ability to socialize, their ability to exercise. And what we know is that people with chronic pain are about 5 times as likely to report depression and anxiety compared to people that don't have chronic pain. So what this means is that, for example, at Johns Hopkins Hospital, what we do is we take a multidisciplinary approach to treatment, involving people that understand pain, involving people that understand mood and anxiety, and ensuring that both of these are treated at the same time, which we are seeing better outcomes taking that approach.
It's good to hear that you are seeing better outcomes with that approach. All right, let's talk about the Wall Street Journal releasing a report addressing the number of men who are angry online. That anger could actually be masking a deeper issue of loneliness and depression. We know depression's an epidemic right now, especially among men, especially among middle-aged men. So are we seeing an epidemic of male anger right now? And what can be done to help them so they don't harm themselves or harm other people?
This is a really important concept. And what we're being asked to do essentially is read between the lines. When we're seeing people posting things online, are they just angry, or is it masking something else? And what researchers are really noticing is that potentially this is masking loneliness, depression, again, anxiety. And so what has happened is that there's been a push. There's been even Department of Homeland funding to form organizations. One is called Diverting Hate. And what they're looking for is to say, when we're seeing people online, when we're seeing people that are talking about anger, that are talking about being lonely, that are going down these rabbit holes on social media, which sometimes can really end in violence or aggression towards the community. What they're trying to do is meet people where they are and say, let's see if we can, using social media, really give people what they're looking for. In this case, if they're angry, can we talk about why they're angry? Can we talk about how they're seeing, for example, women and why they're angry towards women? Can we reframe this a little bit?
Yeah, I was struck by the number on the screen there. 65% of men hesitant to seek help. So it's so important to remove that stigma. All right, finally, Dr. Richards, some people on TikTok, they're turning to somatic shaking or dancing to release some of their stress and anxiety. So what is that? And why does a good dance party in the morning maybe help set us up for a less stressful day?
At the heart of this practice is really focusing on this mind-body interface. How are the two connected? And really what the instructions are saying is plant 2 feet on the ground and shake, move, dance, put on good music. And the thought behind this is that inherently as humans, we have this fight or flight response, which is very good historically for survival of the species. But now what we're doing is we're trying to outlet that adrenaline in a different way that really helps with depression and anxiety in some instances.
All right, maybe we'll incorporate like a 1-minute dance party in morning news now every morning from now on to help everyone out. All right, Dr. Erica Richards, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Staying with health news, there is new hope in the fight against epilepsy. The brain disorder affects millions around the world and can make it tough to perform everyday tasks. NBC News medical fellow Dr. Akshay Sayal takes us inside the experimental treatment that patients say is giving them their lives back.
Annette Adkins, a 60-year-old woman from Portland, Oregon, has spent the last decade terrified a seizure could come at any moment.
Some days, when you're having seizures so often, it's just hard to know, how is my life going to go?
In 2014, Annette was diagnosed with epilepsy, but despite taking 4 different medications, was still having 14 seizures a month. Globally, 50 million people struggle with seizures, and about a third of them are like Annette. Medications just don't work.
It can be really devastating. I have patients who had to quit their jobs because they lost their driver's license. I have patients with young children who can't feel comfortable taking care of their own young children alone.
But now, doctors are testing a first-of-its-kind therapy using stem cells.
This therapy offers us the potential to essentially restore that balance of excitation and inhibition in that part of the brain to be able to calm or ideally stop the seizures. And currently, we don't have a therapy that allows us to do that.
Here's how it works. Seizures can happen when certain parts of the brain get too excited and start firing uncontrollably. So the cells work to calm the brain down by producing GABA, a neurotransmitter that restores balance in the brain.
There is a lot of excitatory activity that's causing spontaneous seizures.
I got a chance to see the procedure firsthand when I went into the operating room at the University of California, San Diego, and watched the 3rd patient ever to have this done. Early data presented shows promising results. A 90% reduction in seizures in the first 2 patients treated so far.
People think of seizures like, it's 1 to 2 minutes of a seizure, 2 to 3 times a month. It's like, 6, 7, 8 minutes out of your life in a month? But the people spend 99% of their time trying to avoid those 6, 7, 8 minutes. And that really impacts their quality of life.
The company plans to study whether the therapy can also treat other brain conditions, like Alzheimer's.
I think these patients are incredibly brave to be a part of a trial, where we don't know for sure what the end result is.
Since Annette underwent the procedure last October, she's had just 1 seizure since, and says she finally has her life back.
We're going to be capable of doing the things in life that we haven't really been confident to do over the last, since 2014.
Our thanks to Dr. Sayal for that reporting. Coming up, it is the classic speak and spell with a big 2023 upgrade. ChatGPT can now chat with you out loud. We've got more on how it all works and, of course, what it sounds like. That's next on Morning News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Back to all your people and the things you love to do. It's a new season, and you start every morning ready to take it all on. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business in a good way, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
We're back now with the reading crisis in America's schools. An alarming number from the National Assessment of Educational Progress, also known as the nation's report card, found only 33% of fourth graders can read proficiently. Now, school districts are assessing what's going wrong as they try to fix it. NBC News correspondent Rahima Ellis has that story.
In rural Mississippi, students are getting back to basics, learning to read with an emphasis on phonics, like kids did decades ago.
Short E says what?
It's a major shift introduced 2 years ago by Dr. Melissa McCrae, the former principal here at McLaurin Elementary School. It began after she realized how many of her fourth graders could not read at grade level.
We were about 14% proficient.
14%?
Yes. So we knew immediately that we had to do something to make a change in our building.
The change was dramatic.
We were not explicitly teaching the components of reading.
The overhaul included retraining teachers, small group instruction, and tracking individual progress.
Consonant or vowel? Consonant.
They mostly left behind an approach commonly known as balanced literacy, adopted by many schools nationwide and facing growing criticism. It emphasized clues like pictures to understand a story and de-emphasized phonics. For example, in a picture book, if a line reads, "The sheep wakes up," the school says a child who's never seen sheep may say, "The dog wakes up." The child has the basic idea of an animal, but take away the pictures and the student struggles to read.
Pig.
Today, teachers here focus on the science of reading.
What's your prefix?
That includes explicitly teaching phonics, fluency, and sounding out words. What's been the impact on the children?
I've seen students who felt like they couldn't do it. And then once we started to implement a structured reading program, it went from I can't do it to I can do it, I am doing it. Space. Ship.
Now used throughout the district, officials say it's making a difference. Last year, system-wide, 65% of elementary school students reached reading proficiency.
It's just amazing to me to see the light bulbs turn on, to see them soak up all of the knowledge that's being poured into them.
Teachers now on a new course narrowing the reading gap word by word.
Now.
Rahima Ellis, NBC News, Florence, Mississippi.
Things just got a little more talkative in the AI universe. The company behind ChatGPT announced that its chatbot will now have the ability to speak. Users will now be able to have a back-and-forth conversation with ChatGPT, and that's not all. The artificially intelligent bot will be able to converse in 5 different languages. It's all part of OpenAI's new upgrade to its iOS and Android apps. Let's bring in Joanna Stern for more on this. She's the NBC News personal technology analyst and the senior personal technology columnist for the Wall Street Journal. Joanna, always good to have you with us. So walk us through this new update. What do we know about these new vocal settings, and how does OpenAI determine even how these voices are made?
Yeah, so we've had on one end systems like ChatGPT and Google's Bard, which are large language models that are really generative AI. They can talk and speak a lot like humans, right? The type of text, the type of conversation that gets spit out in text, that's what it seems like. On the other end, we've had systems like Siri and Alexa that are just voice assistants that just have a voice and you can prompt them to do things. And this is the start of seeing those things come together. Now we are able to talk to ChatGPT. It has a voice. I have spoken to it. It sounds very human-like. And you are still getting that text response, or it is reading. It's doing text-to-speech. It is reading the text response that ChatGPT gives you.
So I do want to hear what this sounds like. I know we do have that clip of you having a conversation with ChatGPT. First, let's take a listen.
Pretend I'm your best friend. Ask me how my day was.
Of course, friend. How was your day? Did anything interesting or special happen? I'm here to listen.
I shot a video at work.
That's cool.
So not a rapid fire conversation, but what did you learn about the app, and what is ChatGPT possibly learning about us through this, albeit slowly?
Yes, absolutely. So as I said in my piece, there are a lot of signs this thing is like more like humans, and in terms of the cadence and the intonation, and you heard that in that voice. It did not sound robotic like you might think of an Alexa or Siri, but on the other hand, it is very slow, and it is clearly still a machine, and there are some kinks they have to work out there, though OpenAI said that they have already solved some of those and that I was testing a beta app. But to your point here, people are going to be able to converse with this if they pay for ChatGPT Plus, which is the subscription version that's about $20 a month. And yeah, you'll be able to now talk to ChatGPT very much like an Alexa or a Siri.
To be fair, there are days when I respond that slowly to people too. So this upgrade also includes a new camera feature, I understand. How does that enhance the app's abilities?
Yeah, so this is very cool. Currently, you've been able to talk to ChatGPT, use your voice, or type in words. Now you can actually take a photo or upload a photo and use that to prompt ChatGPT. So one example, as you're seeing right here, is I took a picture of a leaky faucet in my garage, as you can see, hose. As you can see, I didn't really know how to solve this, so I asked, how can I fix this? I didn't say what it was, and I just put this into the system. And automatically, it came back with some advice, though albeit not great advice on how to fix the hose. And so what's really cool there is that you're not having to describe something.
All right, very interesting. All right, it keeps evolving ever so quickly. Joanna Stern, we appreciate you keeping us up to date on all of this. Financial headlines now, and the controversial construction of $1 billion Ford battery plant coming to a halt. CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and other money news. Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning. That's right. Ford is pumping the brakes on the construction of a multi-billion-dollar battery plant in Michigan. The move comes as the company is in the midst of national contract talks with the United Auto Workers Union, which wants to represent workers at battery factories and win them top wages. The UAW went on strike against Ford and the other two Detroit automakers, General Motors and Stellantis, on September 15th. The proposed plant would have employed 2,500 workers and produced enough batteries to power 400,000 electric vehicles a year. Costco has a new deal for its members. The retailer is now offering online health checkups for as low as $29. This in partnership with Sesame, which is a direct-to-consumer healthcare marketplace that connects medical providers nationwide with consumers. According to Sesame, the partnership will offer Costco members the best pricing on a range of health services across 50 states. Members will need to verify their Costco membership to access a discount. And the Powerball jackpot is a step closer to $1 billion after no ticket matched enough to secure the $785 million prize. The jackpot, which has not been won since July, is now an estimated $835 million going into Wednesday's drawing. That's the fourth largest jackpot in the 35-year anniversary of the multi-state lottery game, Joe.
Here we go again. I feel like I need a bigger break in between these big jackpots.
Right, it feels that way. I feel like, wait, did we just have another record?
We did, yes. All right, thanks, Ivana. Appreciate
You got it.
Coming up, the Taylor Swift effect. It has now reached the NFL with a surge in Google searches for Chiefs star Travis Kelce after the pop icon was spotted at Sunday's game amid all those dating rumors, of course. So how is it affecting their respective fans? We'll take a closer look next.
award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright morning right behind me. There were little ones included, and you realize
allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So,
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back now with a ticket to history, a pair of front row balcony tickets to Ford's Theater, dated April 14th, 1865, just sold at auction. Now, history lovers will know that is the night President Abraham Lincoln was assassinated by John Wilkes Booth in the theater's presidential box. Only one other ticket stub from that performance is thought to exist. The tickets were sold for more than $250,000. Back then, the seats cost about 75 cents. We end this hour with an unusual overlap of football and the power of Taylor Swift. You may have heard the superstar singer was spotted at the Kansas City Chiefs game Sunday, cheering alongside tight end Travis Kelce's mother and sending social media into a total frenzy. We're still covering this story. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa has more on this. Emily, good morning.
Day 2 on this developing story, Joe. Do you want to guess what the #1 search on Google was after Sunday's game? I'll tell you, it was Travis Kelce with more than 2 million searches. And with a rumored romance between the Super Bowl champ and mega pop star, Swifties are now gearing up to enter their red and gold era.
There are few things that could upstage NFL football in the U.S. But Swiftmania has done just that with a possible love story that set the internet on fire. Taylor Swift's surprise appearance at Sunday's Kansas City Chiefs game further fueling speculation that she's dating star tight end Travis Kelce. Fans suspect the pop star even got a sideline wave from Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes.
If she ends up being with Travis, then I'll probably get to meet her at some point.
And the potential of a budding romance is welcoming a wave of new football fans.
You saw Swiftie and that breeze that came alongside of her, which was the entire universe that doesn't know football.
Rachel Gideon, who's much more of a Swiftie than a football fan, says she's willing to fly to a Chiefs game just to catch a glimpse of Swift.
I know she's just going to bring so many people to Chiefs games. They're going to start playing her music at the Chiefs games. I can call it right now. She's the biggest household name in the world at this point, and anything she touches turns to gold, basically.
Searches for Chiefs games on StubHub have tripled since Sunday, and Travis Kelce's jersey sales surged 400% in just one day. Even the New England Patriots head coach Bill Belichick chiming in.
Kelce's had a lot of big catches in his career. This would be the biggest.
The Philadelphia Eagles, who Travis Kelce's brother Jason plays for, also weighing in Monday, joking about their favorite Kelce-Swift duo, writing in a tweet, "It hits different." But for Chiefs fan Keisha Oberg, the collision of both worlds is almost too much for her heart to handle.
So already seeing Taylor perform at Arrowhead was one of the craziest things of my life. And then hearing that she was dating Travis was super chaotic for me. I was just kind of I'm a huge fangirl.
Okay, so in case we need more proof that this woman can move mountains, looking at homes with Roku TVs, they saw a nearly 60% increase in viewership at Sunday's game compared to the week before. A source close to Swift tells NBC News the pair is hanging out, but in the early stages. Those early stages still not stopping fans from debating what should their couple relationship name be? What should their nickname be? Well, there's a couple. There's Trelsey, there's Trailer, there's Double T. I know. People are really grasping here, but we have some time to confirm as we wait for
We'll still work on that, all right?
Yeah.
And Bill Belichick with the quote of the week. All
Oh,
right.
man, yeah.
Emily, thank you so much. That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now. Stay with us. The news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer. Savannah is off. Right now on Morning News Now, countdown to shutdown. With just days to go until the deadline, Congress is racing to strike a last-ditch deal to avert a potentially harmful government shutdown. Federal agencies are preparing for the worst as both lawmakers and the president warn about the dire consequences.
Shutdown is going to risk nutrition assistance to nearly 7 million moms and children. It's going to disproportionately affect black families.
Details of where things stand right now and a closer look at what could happen if Congress fails to reach an agreement. Also this morning, a tale of two strikes. In a major show of support, President Biden plans to join auto workers on the picket line in Detroit later today as the ongoing dispute with three of the biggest car makers rolls on. Well, over in Hollywood, there is a potential breakthrough in that walkout with the writers' union reaching a tentative agreement with the major studios. We'll bring you the latest on those two big labor battles. Pain at the pump. Gas prices are ticking higher again amid rising oil costs. More on what's behind the latest surge and when we could see some relief on the horizon. Plus, so hot right now, tea time might be over. There is a new favorite drink across the pond. We'll find out why more Brits are putting down their teacups and picking up their coffee. Welcome to the club. Good to have you with us on this Tuesday morning. We're going to start with the latest on the possible government shutdown. It's now just 4 days away, and it's creating an uncertain future for millions of Americans. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles has the very latest from Washington.
Lawmakers on Capitol Hill are nowhere near coming up with a deal that House Republicans could support that would also pass the Democrat-controlled Senate and be signed into law by President Biden. Meanwhile, the paychecks of millions of government workers, including members of the military, hang in the balance. With just 4 days to go, the federal government this morning appears headed for a shutdown. The dysfunction on Capitol Hill leading to uncertainty for millions of Americans. As a small group of conservatives on Capitol Hill holds up the funding of the government, President Biden already placing blame on House Republicans.
Funding the government is one of the most basic fundamental responsibilities of Congress, and if Republicans in the House don't start doing the job, we should stop electing them.
The situation is so bleak that even members of the military are at risk. In the past, Congress has passed bills to protect service members during a shutdown, but not this time around. Even the House Speaker, Kevin McCarthy, acknowledges that his colleagues are putting many of America's key protectors at risk.
Why would they want to stop paying the troops or stop paying the border agents or the Coast Guard? I don't understand how that makes you stronger.
As those troops and agents wait, McCarthy is stuck. He's trying to cobble together a plan that may appease right-wing Republicans, but wouldn't pass the full Senate. Congress needs a short-term spending bill to keep the government open while the negotiations continue. But many of those same conservatives have promised to never vote for a short-term spending plan again. And with time running out, McCarthy may need help from Democrats to get a budget passed, as federal workers like Alicia Dalford, a TSA agent, have no guarantee a paycheck will be there this time next week. She will still have to report for work, even if she isn't getting paid, a reality that is now setting in.
So we report to work 24/7. It's always open.
And she remains hopeful Congress can find a way to get something passed in time. And against the backdrop of all of this is the future of Kevin McCarthy as Speaker of the House. He's going to need Democrats in order to pass a bill that will ultimately fund the government. But his conservative colleagues have warned that if he cuts a deal with Democrats, they will attempt to remove him as Speaker.
All right, Ryan, thank you so much. New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez is defending himself against bribery allegations, defiantly rejecting calls for his resignation. Menendez and his wife Nadine are accused of committing bribery and extortion, allegedly helping a foreign government. Addressing the indictment for the first time publicly yesterday in front of reporters, Menendez said he will be exonerated. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney joins us now with the latest on the case. Ken, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. A defiant Robert Menendez is professing his innocence after being indicted on corruption charges for the second time in 6 years, amid a growing chorus of calls for his resignation. This morning, Senator Menendez vowing to stay in office and fight.
I firmly believe that when all the facts are presented, not only will I be exonerated, but I still will be the New Jersey's senior senator.
That defiance, even as New Jersey's governor and some other Democrats call for him to step down.
It'd probably be a good idea if he did resign.
On Friday, Menendez and his wife Nadine were charged with conspiracy to commit bribery, extortion, and fraud, charges that could land them in prison for a decade or more. The senator accused of using his influence to help 3 New Jersey businessmen and benefit the Egyptian government.
Here you can see just a fraction of the cash that was uncovered as part of the scheme.
The indictment alleges Menendez and his wife received nearly $500,000 in cash and $150,000 worth of gold bars. Prosecutors also say that the day after the two returned from a trip to Egypt, Menendez searched online, quote, "How much is 1 kilo of gold worth?" On Monday, Menendez offering this explanation for the cash stuffed in his closet.
For 30 years, I have withdrawn thousands of dollars in cash from my personal savings account, which I have kept for emergencies and because of the history of my family facing confiscation in Cuba.
Among the charges, Menendez used his influence as the powerful chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee to secretly help the Egyptian government secure U.S. military aid, even as he was publicly complaining about its human rights record. The indictment also says Menendez tried to get prosecutors in 2 criminal cases to go easy in exchange for bribes, including this $60,000 Mercedes for the senator's wife. In 2019, he proposed to her in song at India's Taj Mahal. They met in 2018, the same year Menendez escaped conviction after a federal jury deadlocked on separate corruption charges. The Justice Department decided not to retry that case. This time, legal experts say, prosecutors will have to prove that the gifts to the senator were linked to official acts. Senator Menendez and his co-defendants are scheduled to be arraigned tomorrow in New York, where they are all expected to plead not guilty, Joe.
All right, Ken, thank you so much. Turning now to Hollywood, where the Writers' Union has reached a tentative agreement with the industry's biggest studios. Despite praise from President Biden over the power of collective bargaining, it's still unclear when actors will be leaving the picket lines. They're still on strike. NBC News entertainment correspondent Chloe Malas joins us now with the very latest on all of it. Chloe, good morning.
Good morning. Well, Joe, we are just a few hours away from this potential tentative deal being rock solid and being voted into action. So we are waiting to see what is going to happen. And I know a lot of people are waiting on this vote.
Relief and cautious optimism from writers who've been out of work since May.
I'm very excited to actually read it and see what it actually is, but it feels good. There's a reason why we have tentative agreement.
After striking for nearly 5 months, this morning, leaders of the Writers Guild are expected to approve the tentative deal negotiators reached with the Studios and Streamers Alliance.
When people are in negotiating mood, things are going to get solved.
Neither the WGA nor the AMPTP, of which NBC's parent company Comcast is a member, is commenting publicly on the agreement. While the details are still under wraps, insiders say the proposal includes increased pay, higher residuals from streaming shows, and protections over the use of AI.
The Writers Guild says the deal is exceptional, so I'm really excited to see it.
So how soon could your favorite shows get back on the air? 2 sources involved in the negotiations say late night and daytime talk shows are likely to be up and running within 2 weeks. But with actors still out on strike, production on scripted shows and films remains on hold.
I'm glad that one logjam was broken, and I hope that means that the next logjam is going to be broken soon.
A senior member within the SAG-AFTRA union telling NBC News they hope to get a meeting scheduled this week. It would be the union's first round of negotiations with studios and streamers since the actors went out on strike in July. While actors and writers have been fighting for many of the same guarantees around worker pay and protections, a source familiar with SAG-AFTRA's demands say actors have some unique concerns, such as health insurance and rules around self-taped auditions to create more equality when vying for a role. All that needs to be resolved and soon in order to get next season's summer blockbusters in theaters on time.
We can't stop fighting because we make the work, and when we fight, we win!
So 2 sources close to the AMPTP side of negotiations tell me that they are hopeful that both of these guilds will be up and running with production in full swing by Thanksgiving. So that is not that far off. And we could really see Hollywood, people getting their paychecks, people back to work right in time for the holidays.
And we know the domino effect is so great, so that would impact a lot of people. All right, Chloe, thank you so much. In other labor news, we're also watching the auto workers strike. Today, in a historic move, President Biden is set to join workers on the picket line in Michigan. It comes just 1 day before Republican frontrunner, former President Donald Trump, is scheduled to meet with union members there. NBC News senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez joins us now from Wayne, Michigan. So, Gabe, in the past, President Biden has helped diffuse other labor strikes before they happen, like the potential strike by rail workers last year, the dock workers strike that was averted just a few weeks ago. Not the case this time around, so why is this different?
Hey there, Joe. Good morning. Yes, the president is walking a very fine line here, saying that he supports the auto workers. He was asked about it yesterday, whether he supported the UAW's demands, and then he says, quote, "I will always support the UAW," but still, again, this is a very fine line because he doesn't want to antagonize the auto companies, or rather he hadn't for the past several weeks. Increasingly over the last several days, though, President Biden has increasingly voiced his support for these union workers because he considers himself the most pro-union president ever. That's according to him and his campaign. So this is a crucial visit for him. The White House says that this is the first time that a sitting president will visit an active picket line in modern times, Joe.
So, Gabe, I mean, this is all playing out in Michigan. It was a key part of President Biden's electoral victory in 2020. It was key for Trump in 2016. The auto workers union saying it's withholding its endorsement of Biden for now. We're more than 13 months from the general election. So what kind of impact could this strike have on Biden's reelection campaign and really on the 2024 campaign in general?
Well, a lot of potential impacts, and this carries some potential risk for the president politically because no matter what the outcome of these negotiations are, he will likely own that outcome now that he's actively coming here to the picket line. You mentioned that former President Trump coming here on Wednesday, skipping the GOP primary debate, coming here to address auto workers. Now, I spoke with a source with former President Trump's campaign saying that, the campaign would love the UAW's endorsement, but is not expecting it. The chances are that the UAW will end up backing President Biden. However, the fact that the UAW has withheld its endorsement, essentially making the president earn it, is significant because of the new leadership for the UAW. UAW President Shawn Fain elected with a mandate, essentially, to really push for these workers' rights. They see themselves as having given up a lot of rights and benefits over the last several years, especially during the recession more than a decade ago. And now they are trying to gain some of those back, asking for those large pay increases because they say that the leadership of these auto companies has benefited profusely and that has not trickled down to the workers. So for President Biden, this visit is significant and also courting these auto workers for both candidates, former President Trump and President Biden, really being highlighted this week, Jeff.
And Gabe, what's really interesting is for President Biden, the strike sort of creates a clash between two of his big goals. On one side, you have fighting climate change and promoting electric cars. On the other side, you have expanding the middle class by supporting unions. So what's the strategy here for handling the strike? How does he balance those two things?
Right, and it is a balancing act, right? Look, yesterday the White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre was asked repeatedly, is he siding with the UAW over the auto companies? Bluntly, she was asked a question, and she really sidestepped it, saying that, yes, President Biden is siding with auto workers, but again, careful not to antagonize the auto companies. And the reason for that is that analysts think that if there's a prolonged strike here, it could cost the U.S. economy billions of dollars. And that, of course, very significant for the 2024 election. According to our recent NBC News poll, just 37% of registered voters said that they approve of President Biden's handling of the economy. So again, the Trump campaign now saying that, they call this a cheap photo op, that they say that they argue that President Biden's support of electric vehicles and the administration's support of electric vehicles could end up costing union jobs. So again, this is so crucial and such a balancing act for President Biden, not just siding with these auto workers, but making sure that this strike does not affect the overall U.S. economy and potentially hurt his reelection chances.
Right.
Joe?
Gabe Gutierrez ahead of the president's visit to Michigan. Thank you so much. Now to the migrant surge taking place at the southern border. Leaders are now sounding the alarm on the recent influx of migrants as Border Patrol agents say crossings are on track to reach record highs. NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley has more on that story.
The border crisis up close. Our cameras there as this group of hundreds of migrants illegally crossed the Rio Grande into Eagle Pass, Texas. Border Patrol removing razor wire installed by Texas Governor Greg Abbott. Behind me, you have Border Patrol coming in to rescue some of these migrants carrying young children to try to keep them from crossing here and getting cut on this dangerous wire. Border Patrol says the wire can pose a humanitarian and drowning risk. Federal agents start cutting the wire, allowing the migrants to enter the U.S. Most of these migrants are from Venezuela, headed for cities throughout the country. We meet this family with a 6-year-old son who just cut his arm on the wire. What we've gone through on this journey, it's not worth it, he tells us.
Why do you say that? What happened?
Deaths along the way, blackmail, they rob us, they kidnap us, he says. This young woman says she was sexually assaulted and extorted in Mexico. They gather with hundreds of migrants under this bridge. DHS officials tell us most migrants illegally crossing the border are processed and released into the U.S. We've just learned in August over 300,000 migrants crossed the border, the highest monthly total ever. In just the last 24 hours, over 11,000 migrants were encountered by Customs and Border Protection. The mayor of El Paso sounding the alarm.
And we have come to what we look at a breaking point right now.
Republican Texas Congressman Austin Pfluger blames Biden border policies for encouraging more migrants to come.
The president needs to close the border. He needs to do the right thing. Stop abandoning us. This is not normal.
The administration says they're working with Mexico to ramp up enforcement. Meanwhile, DHS officials tell me they expect the numbers here to rise.
All right, Julia Ainsley, thank you so much. Let's talk more about this with El Paso Mayor Oscar Lesser, who you just saw at the end of Julia's story there. Mr. Mayor, good morning. Good to have you. You say you're at a breaking point right now. What are the biggest concerns you have?
Well, the biggest concern is that we have to help decompress the system. And as we know that they're not coming to El Paso, they're coming to the United States. And only about 1% of the people that do cross the border into El Paso actually do stay in El Paso. So we have to make sure we find sheltering and make sure that we help them get to their next destination. So we started out with 400 hotel rooms that we would be able to do. The prior night, we had 9 hotels and over 1,000 hotel rooms, but that's not enough. We continue to struggle to make sure that we can house and help the people to be able to move to their next destination.
In that story there, after we heard you say we're at a breaking point, we heard a Republican congressman say the Biden administration needs to close the border. Do you agree?
Well, the borders are closed. There's no ifs and buts about that. The borders are closed. I think it's important to know that, yes, the immigration process is broken. We all understand that the process is broken and it needs to be fixed. It won't be fixed here on the north side. It needs to be fixed on the south side of the border and continue to work with other countries to be able to move forward. So that's something that's important. But are the borders open? Absolutely not. Is this a nonpartisan crisis? Absolutely.
You know, we've been talking about immigration and immigration policy for decades with no great solution. What do you think needs to be done with the immigration system as a whole?
Well, like I said, they need to be fixed, and they need to be fixed on the south side and work with other countries as the influx is great. I mean, we're experiencing right now about 2,000 a day that come into the El Paso sector. Like I said, only 1% of those will stay in El Paso, and the rest will go on to the U.S. because that's where they're coming to be with their family, to have a better life for their family, and they have families and friends that they're going to be joining with. So the way we're going to fix the problem is to really work on the south side to help us all really regulate the numbers that are coming in. And, you know, El Paso is a very welcoming community, and I'm very thankful for that. And we'll continue to treat people with dignity and respect.
Is the Biden administration doing enough to help you out right now?
You know, Secretary Mayorkas has really been a big help to our community. There's no way that a community like El Paso would be able to do this. Everything we do today is with federal funding. Then, so we're an agent for the federal government, and it's a border city. We do have responsibilities as the immigration system is broken and how we work together. So, yeah, the Biden administration, Secretary Mayorkas is really working with us. FEMA is working with us. We couldn't put this on the back of the local taxpayer. It would be a total impossibility for us to be able to do that.
So what's the most important thing that El Paso needs right now?
You know, the most important thing we need is to help us decompress our system. Like I said, we have so many people coming in to El Paso, and how do you decompress is to help us move people to their destination as they're coming into our system. So working together, and one of the things is we can keep pointing fingers, we can keep arguing about the system. We all know it is broken. So now we need to work together for a solution that's a nonpartisan.
Mayor Oscar Lesser, we know you're very busy right now. We appreciate you taking the time to join us and talk this morning.
Thank you. Good morning.
All right. Stay with us here on Morning News Now. We got plenty more coming up.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Thousands of evacuees displaced by the Maui wildfires were allowed to return home to Lahaina so they could survey the damage. It's the first time they've been back since the fire broke out more than a month ago. Residents walked around the area looking at charred debris where their homes and neighborhoods once stood. Volunteers were there to help them safely sift through the wreckage. At least 97 people were killed in the fires, which destroyed more than 2,000 buildings on Maui. Time now for a check on your Morning News Now weather. NBC meteorologist Angie Lastman tracking some rain across the country. Hey, Angie, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Joe. Yeah, there's a couple of trouble spots that you might want to grab your umbrella and keep it with you throughout the day. Let's focus on folks across the eastern half of the country first. We've got a few strong storms, maybe just some generally strong thunderstorms. We're not expecting much in the way of tornado activity or anything like that, but some thunderstorms across parts of the Midwest through the day today. We'll see some heavy rain and more thunderstorms across parts of Florida. This isn't just a today kind of thing. We'll see that repeatedly over the next couple of days. We'll talk more about that in a moment. And parts of the Northeast, I know you are looking for some sunshine. Unfortunately, most of us not going to get it today. It's still going to be fairly cloudy, dealing with some lingering showers, but we will see improvements throughout the week. That's the good news. Meanwhile, out west, some sunshine across parts of the Southwest, but it's the Northwest that we're watching for an atmospheric river event. We're already dealing with heavy rain that has worked through over the past couple of days, and more rain is on the way. You can see the radar this morning showing just those scattered showers working their way in from the coast and moving into portions of the northwest. This is going to be the area that we'll see the trouble when it comes to maybe some flash flooding concerns over the next couple of days, because we have multiple storm systems that are going to move closer to the coast and eventually onshore. Here's the next one. This is the second low of this event. We'll see this likely as we get into the overnight hours tonight. If you watch the timeline of it, a big push of moisture works in as we're getting out the door, say maybe early tomorrow morning. It'll be a little bit rough for folks here. As we look ahead, though, we'll start to see that move out of the picture. It'll move over to the Cascades, but we'll still deal with some gusty conditions across that area. And then we gear up for the next one behind that. This one not quite as robust. We'll see still some moisture with it, but not quite as intense as what we're expecting for the overnight hours tonight and into tomorrow. When this is all said and done, as we get through Thursday, upwards of an inch, 2 inches, maybe 3 inches of rain is possible. And this is good news in some ways because, of course, we have a drought that we're dealing with in much of that region. But we also have those burn scar areas that are really vulnerable to flash flooding concerns. We know how quickly that can happen. So just a heads up, if you live in this area, places like Seattle, Portland, Eugene, all impacted here as we go through the next couple of days with some really substantial rain. The rain also, I told you about parts of Florida dealing with it. This is going to be kind of an unsettled couple of days across that region. We'll see this lasting into Wednesday. The flood risk will be there with some impressive rainfall rates. We could see upwards of 2 to 3 inches per hour in some spots. So these downpours are going to leave us with the risk to see some flooding. So that'll be something you'll have to watch for across that region. Meanwhile, if you're looking for the warmth, you got to go to the south. Dallas still into the low 90s, not feeling like fall there. Washington, D.C., on the other hand, this afternoon, only making it to the low 60s, and Portland mid 60s. So we've got kind of the middle of the country, as Joe called it, a warmth sandwich, I think. And that's exactly what it is over the next couple of days. We kind of keep this unsettled pattern, but we get back into the more typical kind of pattern here as we get into the end of the week across the Midwest and the Northeast. It'll feel like fall. Washington, D.C. sits in the low 70s from Thursday through Saturday. We head into the weekend in Lexington with the upper 70s, a little above normal, but overall places like New York, Thursday, Friday, upper 60s to low 70s as you're gearing up for your weekend plans. And we just might see some sunshine by then.
We'll
Joe.
take it. We'll take it. I like heat sandwich.
Heat sandwich.
Heat
Yeah, that's
sandwich.
Okay, that's better.
Who doesn't want a heat sandwich for lunch?
Sandwich. Yes. It's on the menu today.
Thank you, Angie. Appreciate it.
Of course.
Now to what's making international headlines, starting with the latest from the war in Ukraine. NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavaga joins us from Rome with that and other world headlines. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Well, today, the commander of the Russian Black Sea Fleet appeared on a video conference with other Russian officials a day after Ukraine said he was among those killed in a missile attack in Crimea last week. Now, only yesterday, Ukraine's special forces said Admiral Viktor Sokolov, Russia's most senior Navy admiral, was among 34 officers killed in the bombing of the Black Sea Fleet headquarters in Sevastopol. Earlier today, the Kremlin declined to comment on Ukraine's claim. NBC News was not able to independently verify either claim, including, of course, Sokolov's appearance on that video conference call. Now, let's go to Canada now, where Canadian Sikhs staged protests across the country after Prime Minister Justin Trudeau accused the Indian government of involvement in the murder of a Sikh separatist in British Columbia last week. In Toronto, about 100 protesters burned an Indian flag and struck a cardboard cutout of Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi with a shoe, and hundreds of other protesters gathered outside India's diplomatic missions in Vancouver and Ottawa. India denies any involvement in the murder and called Trudeau's allegations absurd. And let's end this tour of the world in Mexico, where archaeologists unearthed a richly adorned human body found during the construction of a major rail project. Mexico's National Antiquities Institute said the discovery was made near the Maya ruins of Palenque in Chiapas state, and that the body could be more than 1,000 years old. The burial site also contained ceramic vessels, ear flares, and a pair of greenstone beads, leading archaeologists to believe he was an elite resident of the ancient city, Joe.
All right, very cool. Claudio, thank you so much. Coming up, fighting dementia. The wife of Hollywood legend Bruce Willis speaking out about the actor's battle with the illness in an exclusive interview with NBC News. That's coming up next.
story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Welcome back. With coronavirus hospitalizations on the rise once again, there could be fresh hope for those suffering from long COVID. A new study is providing clues on identifying and possibly treating the mysterious condition. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson has more on what that study revealed.
The cello is Joshua Roman's pleasure and profession. But long COVID's made it tough for the virtuoso soloist to play lengthy pieces.
What kind of difference has long COVID made in your career?
Long COVID has forced me to only do the most important things.
Long COVID impacts 6% of adults, according to the CDC. Symptoms include fatigue, brain fog, and memory difficulties. Now a new study offers clues about potential blood biomarkers.
We're seeing patterns.
David Petrino is the lead researcher.
Our study showed that individuals with long COVID had significant and measurable differences in their blood.
And what were those differences?
These differences were a mixture of hormone dysfunction, immune dysfunction, and reactivation of past viruses.
Specifically, 50% lower levels of cortisol, the hormone that makes you feel alert and awake, T-cell exhaustion in immune systems, and dormant viruses like Epstein-Barr and herpes reemerging.
This isn't a simple illness, this is a complex illness.
The study examined the blood of 268 people, some who recovered from COVID, some never infected, some with long COVID like Roman, who wants to not need reminders like this and have total recall of the music he loves. Ann Thompson, NBC News, New York.
This morning, we're taking a closer look at the disease that forced Bruce Willis to retire from acting. It's known as frontotemporal dementia, or FTD. To mark FTD Awareness Week, Willis's wife, Emma, spoke exclusively with NBC News, giving us an update on the actor's battle. NBC News correspondent Emily Ikeda has those details.
The star of action-packed hits Unbreakable and Die Hard, on screen, Bruce Willis has been a formidable force.
Welcome to the party, pal.
But last year, he stepped away from his illustrious acting career spanning more than 4 decades after his family announced he was diagnosed first with aphasia, a disorder that impacts how a person talks and understands language, and then frontotemporal dementia, or FTD, which affects parts of the brain typically associated with personality, behavior, and language.
Does he know what's going on? Is that something that he is aware of?
Hard to know. In her first on-camera interview since his diagnosis, the actor's wife, Emma Hemming Willis, opened up about her role as a care partner and their family's journey on the Today Show.
That dementia is hard. It's hard on the person diagnosed. It's also hard on the family. And that is no different for Bruce or myself or our girls.
The 68-year-old shares 3 children with ex-wife and actor Demi Moore and 2 young children with Hemming Willis, who says pinpointing the condition, which is often misdiagnosed, was both a blessing and a curse.
To sort of finally understand what was happening, it doesn't make it any less painful, but just being in the know of what is happening to Bruce just makes it a little bit easier.
While a disease with no cure, the family continues finding their strength in Willis.
He is the gift that keeps on giving. Love, patience, resilience.
Emily Ikeda, NBC News.
Coming up, gas prices on the rise again. But what's behind this latest spike? How long will it last? Got details after the break.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism, is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the break?
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the big conditions
Allegations of Russian organizing.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
we have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Those high prices at the gas pump may soon get worse as oil prices continue to climb. Some analysts predict oil could soon hit $100 a barrel. Right now, prices are in the 90s. Now, the increase not only puts a strain on Americans already stressed by high inflation over the last year, the increase is also helping fuel Russia's war against Ukraine. AAA says the average price of gas is now $3.83 a gallon. That's actually down 5 cents from last week, but you see it there. It's up from this time last year. Let's bring in Patrick DeHaan for more on this. He is the head of petroleum analysis at Gas Buddy and our buddy as well as we explore this issue. Patrick, good morning to you. So explain to us why we are seeing the increase right now in oil prices.
Well, good morning. A lot of this traces back to the summertime decision when oil was hovering at $65 a barrel. The Saudis and Russians got together to decide to cut the amount of oil they're outputting. And so certainly that has been significant. Now, the Saudis have extended that month to month, with the exception several weeks ago. They extended that not 1 month at a time, but the rest of the year through 2023. And so that has been squeezing the oil market at a time of recovering global demand, which has been pushing the price of oil up. So if you really want to blame for somebody for the rise in the price of oil from $65 to $90 a barrel, certainly Saudi Arabia and Russia colluding to cut supply is certainly the biggest factor in driving prices up.
Let's talk more about Russia here. So how does this rise in oil prices help Russia in the war against Ukraine?
Well, it makes it more difficult for countries that want to buy Russian oil to spend below the price cap that the EU had set. And in fact, in recent weeks, it's been very difficult. In fact, now Russia, because of some of the sanctions now biting their ability to resupply the refineries with catalysts, Russia is taking the drastic step of limiting how much diesel and gasoline can be exported from that country. But certainly it's very difficult to get in under the price cap when the price of oil is so much higher than where it was several months ago. And so inadvertently now Russia is getting funded in its coffers with oil that is above that cap limit.
Here are the questions you probably get asked hundreds of times a day. How much higher do we think the oil prices and the gas prices are going to go? And then when could we actually start to see some relief?
Well, it's going to be counterintuitive what I say, so I'll set you up for it. But oil prices could rise closer to $100 a barrel. In fact, 2024, they could go even higher than that, especially in the spring. But that doesn't necessarily mean in the here and now that gas prices are going to go up. In fact, gasoline demand continues to be relatively weak. Going into the cooler months, demand for gasoline tends to decline. And along with the switch over to cheaper winter gasoline, which has now happened in 49 of the nation's 50 states, we generally see a lot of downward pressure on gasoline prices. So even though oil could go up in the months ahead, I don't expect that to play an active role, considering we're also dealing with many refinery issues right now that have pushed the price of gasoline up. There still is going to be plenty of relief coming to the pump by the end of the year. We could drop 25 to 45 cents a gallon by the end of the year.
All right, that's some good news to hear. And remind us, you talk about that switch over to the winter formula. Explain to us why that is and what the impact of that is.
Well, in 49 of the nation's 50 states, the EPA regulates the type of gasoline in use from June 1st through September 15th. In California, that's CARB mandated, and those mandates go through September 15th. After that, refineries can use cheaper hydrocarbons, mainly butane, to substitute into gasoline. That butane is very cheap, under $1 a gallon. and that's where the price difference or improvement is coming from.
All right, Gas Buddies, Patrick DeHaan, thank you as always. We appreciate having you on.
My pleasure.
Now for what else is making financial headlines, a possible green light for that billion-dollar Activision-Microsoft deal that we have been talking about. Feels like forever. CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and other money news. Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning. It does feel like forever, right? Well, Microsoft is one step closer to completing its $69 billion purchase of video game maker Activision Blizzard. The UK's Competition and Markets Authority has finally approved the acquisition. The CMA has consistently been focused on preserving competition and choice in cloud gaming. Under this new deal, the company will not acquire the cloud gaming rights held by Activision. Instead, the cloud gaming rights will be sold to an independent third party. Jeff Bezos' space tourism and rocket company Blue Origin will replace CEO Bob Smith with outgoing Amazon executive Dave Lim. Smith is retiring effective December 4th and will remain with the company until January 2nd for the CEO transition, according to notes to Blue Origin staff written by Smith and Bezos that were obtained by CNBC. Amazon announced last month that Lim would be stepping down later this year. And Reddit users will soon be able to cash in on likes. The social media platform announced a new program that will allow users to spin Reddit Gold into real money. Under the new gold system, Reddit will offer 6 different purchase options for awarding gold, starting at a $1.99 option to buy 1 gold and going up to $49 for 25 gold. After you give your gold, you'll see what Reddit calls a golden upvote next to the comment or the post, Joe.
All right, Silvana, thank you so much.
You got it.
Many Americans are gearing up to book trips to see family with the holidays right around the corner. So NBC News correspondent Noah Pransky spoke with an expert to get some tips that you need to get the best value trip.
Holidays are great. Breaking the bank over the holidays is not. So I've got 3 under-the-radar travel hacks for you to help you save money. 1 if you've yet to book, 1 if you've already booked, and 1 tip for everyone in case a future flight you take happens to get delayed. First, if you're looking at future travel, right now is a pretty great time to snag a bargain. And you may want to save this cheat sheet. Domestic flights are usually cheapest 6 to 8 weeks before departure, which puts us right about now for Thanksgiving flights. For Christmas time, you want to plan a little further out, 8 to 11 weeks according to Google, which puts you about mid-October. And international flights, you want to plan even further out if possible. Oh, and how about 1 bonus tip from 1 very frequent flyer?
I'm Brian Kelly, founder of thepointsguy.com. I use Google Flights. You can look by calendar search, and being flexible by 1 or 2 days can save you dramatically.
Okay, now the travel hack airlines don't want you to know about if you've already booked your ticket. With prices close to their lowest point in 18 months, you can ask for a rebate if the price has gone down since you've booked. Now, it depends on the airline and the kind of ticket you booked, but even if you can't get cash back, it's worth asking. Many airlines will give you travel vouchers for the difference. Psst, this repricing trick, it works for hotels too. So check back in on those advanced bookings. And finally, with delays happening more and more at U.S. airports, there may be a way to get reimbursed for any surprise costs you incur related to delays.
You know, the airlines legally are not obligated to give you compensation, but your credit cards will, and that's what most consumers don't realize. So if you're delayed for a long time, flight cancellations, always ask your credit card company to reimburse the hotel, the rental car, and all those extra fees.
Not to mention the meals, clothes, and toiletries you may have to buy if you get stranded for a long time. Because aren't the holidays stressful enough? I know I sleep better, even after a long, terrible travel day, if I've saved a few bucks. Now, hopefully, you can too.
Noah Pransky, NBC News.
Good advice there. All right, this morning we have an exclusive look at a new report that is pulling back the curtain, showing us how exactly kids are spending all those hours on their smartphones. This sounds maybe a little scary, but revealing. NBC News Now anchor Kate Snow is more on how parents can maybe start an open and honest conversation at home about
this. Which is really needed. Look, we have known for a long time, Joe, that kids are spending hours and hours on smartphones, but this groundbreaking report is giving us a better understanding of what kind of apps they're using, at what times, for how long, and how despite kids' best efforts to pull away, a lot of kids and teens get sucked back in.
It's a defining feature of a generation. Kids constantly scrolling, messaging, playing games, watching videos. Now, a new report is shining a light on just how much phones are trying to grab our kids' attention. Common Sense Media tracked the Android phones of about 200 kids ages 11 to 17 to see what they're actually doing. 97% of them use their phones during school hours. Almost 60% use them between midnight and 5 a.m. on school nights. And here's the most striking headline. More than half the kids got 237 notifications or more every day, with some receiving more than 4,500. Researchers say Snapchat and Discord, apps kids use typically for messaging, sent the most notifications.
The business model of social media platforms is to keep you on the platform so they can sell you ads. It's really an arms race for your attention.
Not all notifications are created equal. Teens told researchers it's easier to ignore more impersonal alerts, but when it's a direct link to their friends, they're drawn to their phones.
Every time somebody sends you a direct message in Snapchat, you get a little pop-up.
Yeah.
Does it make you want to pick up the phone and look?
I mean, yeah.
14-year-old Armida Mojaza wasn't part of the study, but like the kids in the study, her top social media app is TikTok.
What is it about TikTok that you love?
I think that feeling of indulgence when you're scrolling through the videos and how you get so interested and pulled into it is it's just really interesting to me.
Armida spends a lot of time on the app, which was news to her mother Scheherazade.
I'm shocked. I feel like I'm waking up to this news.
I think a lot of moms, if their kids sat down and told them exactly what they're doing, would have that feeling.
NBC News reached out to social media companies highlighted in the report. TikTok says it sets a 60-minute daily screen time limit on teen accounts under 18, but teens can enter a passcode to continue watching. Snapchat and Discord pointed out that their notifications are similar to text alerts. On Snapchat, users have to opt in for notifications. Both platforms say the number of notifications can be adjusted. Meta, Instagram and Facebook's parent company, tells us it has tools specifically designed to help teens limit their time and minimize notifications. Teens are automatically sent a take a break message after a certain amount of time. Common Sense did find many kids are trying to set limits. Armida has a time limit on her favorite apps, but that doesn't always work.
I know the password to it, so I can get by the limit.
So you reach the limit, and do you find yourself putting in the password?
All the time. All the freaking time.
Why is that, do you think?
I don't know, I think most of the time I'm just not done watching a video and I'm really invested. Or, I just want more time on my phone.
Scheherazade admits her understanding of social media is limited, making conversations about what apps Armida uses challenging.
It is difficult because the new generation knows a lot more about these cell phones than my generation does.
Many parents are with her on that, so Common Sense is offering questions and talking points to help parents start the conversation, like which apps take up most of their time, what draws them in, and begin with admitting how you use your phone.
It's really up to you as a parent to be having an ongoing, and I'd say non-judgmental discussion with your kids, but also talking about the positive things they can get from interaction on screens, because that is the life kids are living.
The big takeaway from this, every single kid is using their phone differently. Some of the kids that Common Sense studied were mainly gaming. Others were all about social media. Some of them, Joe, had YouTube videos on all night long while they were sleeping, like white noise in the background, like the way maybe some people would use a TV and keep a TV on.
Yeah, I guess
all
it's
night.
something people did, but still, so with everyone using them differently, I guess it's hard to maybe give some universal advice, but what is some of the best advice for parents?
Well, for parents, I think the key thing is Common Sense would say, keep the phones out of the bedroom so they can't use them overnight. Keep phones out of your family activities if you can, like set limits on screens at dinner, for example, maybe have a screen-free dinner. That's their advice. They also, we mentioned, have a list of actual questions that you can use as parents to ask your kids to start that conversation. All the questions are listed on today.com. And Joe, when I read them, there were good ones for me, like, oh, that's what I can ask my kids.
Things you hadn't thought of before, so
yeah,
that's good.
But starting with how we use it.
Exactly, which is always an issue because parents like their phones too.
Right, we're modeling.
That was very enlightening, Kate. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Coming up, something new is brewing in Britain. In a country known for its love of tea, a survey finds more Brits are now actually saying they prefer coffee. What's behind the new trend? We'll find out after the break.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize should we wait for this? Should we?
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
essentially on that. So
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. One of the most successful sitcoms of all time could be coming back. A reboot of The Office is reportedly in development with the original U.S. showrunner, Greg Daniels. This is one of the big projects fans are eagerly anticipating as the writers' strike nears an end. We did reach out to NBC, but so far no details on the casting or the air date. The last episode aired more than a decade ago, but The Office still has a huge following. It was actually the most streamed show by far in 2020. We'd love to see that. For centuries, a cup of tea has been the drink most associated with the UK. But according to a new survey, it has now been eclipsed by coffee. To spill the tea, here's NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter.
Hey guys, it is a hotly contested and very emotional issue in my country of residence. Tea or coffee? Well, studies in the UK now show that for the first time in history, the tea-obsessed nation may actually prefer coffee. Take a look.
Well, you know, I always figured that tea was just going to taste like hot brown water. And you know what? I was right. Yeah, it's horrible.
Welcome to England.
In the beloved Apple TV series Ted Lasso, the American soccer coach struggles to enjoy a time-honored British tradition.
Y'all know this tastes like garbage. I love it.
Tea time isn't quite the Lasso way, and now new data suggests that even more Brits may agree with Ted.
Often in the morning, if I'm feeling a bit tired, definitely go for coffee. The taste is a bit off, and you can put like caramel in it. I'm a coffee person through and through. Sometimes a bit of tea with cake, but generally coffee.
A recent survey found for the first time ever that coffee beats out tea as Britain's favorite hot beverage. 63% of those surveyed said they regularly drink coffee versus 59% who regularly sip away on a hot tea. It started with the invasion of American-style coffee shops that look a bit like Central Perk.
Hey, Joey, can I get some coffee?
The Australian flat white craze and artisan roasteries have taken London by storm. Well, whatever you call it, cafes bring up the hot stuff. Cups of Joe to go are all the rage. And even Starbucks, which has been in the UK for more than 2 decades, is slated to launch 100 new stores across England this year. Online social media tutorials of specialty drinks feeding the frenzy.
Okay, so I tried making one of those like Americanized coffee videos.
I think there's a generational shift with younger people getting into coffee, being more interested in it.
Studies show the coffee market in the UK surpassed a whopping $2 billion this year, more than double the tea market. But tea holds a special historical place in British culture. From Mary Poppins
2 lumps, Uncle Albert?
Yes, please.
to Alice in Wonderland.
As you can see, we're still having tea.
You'll never get rid of the English afternoon tea with scones and like a proper cream tea.
For so many on the other side of the pond, nothing will ever replace that leisurely afternoon tea.
Now, by the numbers, the coffee market across the UK is looking at a nearly 5% boost next year. Tea is expecting a decrease of 0.4%. But I think one of the real points all this data is missing is that tea and coffee serve very different purposes in the British daily life. I don't think that afternoon cuppa or even that ceremonial high tea will ever be replaced. Back to you.
No kidding. I love an afternoon tea, and if I had coffee in the afternoon, I wouldn't sleep, and then I wouldn't be here. All right, Molly, thank you so much for that report. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now. News continues right now. Right now on Morning News Now, on the picket line, a historic moment for American labor is expected today. President Biden slated to join striking auto workers in Michigan. The White House calls it a first for a sitting president. More on what we can expect from that visit as industry workers march on. Also this morning, uncertainty and anxiety, that potential government shutdown hanging over Washington. It's now just 4 days away. We'll take a closer look at the vital federal services that could be affected if the money runs out. Plus, vowing to fight, Senator Bob Menendez defiant and speaking out in the wake of those federal corruption indictments against himself and his wife. The legal drama that has Washington up in arms.
When all the facts are presented, not only will I be exonerated, but I still will be the New Jersey's senior senator.
More on his response to the new charges and the fallout that's gripping Capitol Hill and beyond. And the Swift effect. It was the surprise NFL cameo that truly broke the internet. Could the rumored off-field love story of Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce bring a whole new set of fans to football? I'm also picturing just an entire Taylor Swift arena filled with Chiefs 87 jerseys. Good to have you with us on this Tuesday morning. I'm Joe Fryer. Savannah is off. We begin with the ongoing auto workers strike, with President Biden preparing to walk the picket line today in what is being billed as a historic show of support for the union. President Biden is scheduled to join workers as they strike against America's big three automakers. It's something no other sitting president has done before, and it comes just one day before the Republican frontrunner, former President Donald Trump, meets with union members, too. Now, the union is calling for fair conditions and better wages, but so far there has been no resolution. In fact, late last week, the strike expanded. President Biden says he's throwing his support behind these employees because they sacrificed pensions and paychecks to save the automakers a decade ago.
I think the UAW gave up an incredible amount back when the automobile industry was going under. And I think that now that the industry is roaring back, they should participate in the benefit of that.
NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli joins us now. So, Mike, what can we expect from President Biden's visit to Michigan today? Is this just a photo op, or is there more to it?
Well, Joe, you lay it out well. This really is a important, symbolic, and yes, historic moment for President Biden. We have never seen, we've talked to historians as well. They say we've never seen a sitting president do what President Biden will do today, which is join union workers striking on a picket line. And this is an industry that is very important and close to the president's heart, both as vice president and as president. He has spent a significant amount of time trying to revive the U.S. Auto industry. As vice president, you remember in 2008, the fallout of the Great Recession, how Detroit nearly went bankrupt in a literal sense here because of the damage to the auto industry. And so the president making the point yesterday that because we've seen it come roaring back, and in part because of the policies he says he's seen through that have boosted the auto industry and created 235,000 new auto jobs, it's important for workers to benefit from it. Now, there has, of course, been some tension between the president and the union. They seem to at times have rebuffed efforts by the White House to be more engaged. Yesterday at the White House, we pressed Karine Jean-Pierre, the press secretary, about whether the president, by making this appearance today, is siding with workers in every demand that they're making. They say no, that he's not picking sides in this dispute, but it is important for him. This is, remember, a president who has styled himself as the most pro-labor president in U.S. history, supporting efforts by the workers to collectively bargain. And yes, Joe, we can't escape the politics. This is a battleground state. This is a potential rival of his joining workers tomorrow to do just the same. You can see this as almost the first real kickoff of a general election rematch between Biden and Trump.
Yeah, let's emphasize that. Today it's President Biden, tomorrow former President Trump, who's skipping the Republican debate again, instead heading to Michigan. He's going to deliver a primetime speech to auto workers. So the optics aside, why do both men feel it's so important to be there right now? What does this say about the issues that are really on voters' minds as we head into 2024?
Yeah, this is a little bit of defense on the part of President Biden because he did win the union vote in 2020, but not by a landslide. And this is really at the heart of President Biden's reelection campaign, this idea that he is reviving the economy, not just for those at the top, but the middle out and the bottom up, as he likes to say. And so he wants to maintain that rock solid support. And President Trump, does sense a potential vulnerability here. He wants to try to separate some of these union workers from the president in a battleground state where the margin was under 100,000 votes. And so this really is an important opportunity over a real key voting demographic for these two men, especially in such a closely divided state.
And that's something Trump has been successful at doing little by little over the past two elections. So, Mike, for President Biden, after traveling to Michigan, he's going to be kicking off a 3-day trip to the Southwest, the West Coast. What's the focus of that trip?
Yes, this is an official event technically, Joe, but there is a significant campaign dynamic to it. We are in the last week of the month and the last month of the fundraising quarter. And so the president will have 3 fundraisers scheduled while he's in San Francisco as well as Phoenix. He's going to be meeting with his Science and Technology Council in San Francisco that tends to have a discussion, especially these days, about artificial intelligence. But the real centerpiece of this trip is going to be when he travels to Phoenix, visits the McCain Center out there to deliver what the White House is billing as a major speech about threats to democracy, but also bipartisanship. Consider, again, the general election dynamic here. Democracy, the threats to democracy have been real central to the president's message against his predecessor. But he's also going to be talking about bipartisanship at a moment we're heading towards a government shutdown as well.
All right. Mike Memoli kicking us off this hour. Mike, thank you so much. Now, the clock is ticking for Congress, which now has just 4 days to pass a stopgap funding bill, or else the federal government is going to shut down. With little progress to report, some Americans will soon face difficult consequences without those critical government services. NBC News senior Capitol Hill correspondent Garrett Hake explains.
With just days to go until a possible government shutdown, millions of federal workers are preparing for potentially difficult economic weeks ahead. At a Washington warehouse, volunteers are preparing for the practical impact of the political impasse looming 5 miles south on Capitol Hill.
We know that when budgets are stretched, food is the first thing to go.
The Capitol Area Food Bank is now planning for a possible surge of 100,000 people in the D.C. region needing food assistance soon if the government shuts down this weekend.
Think about the cleaning crews, the food service, those who have food trucks outside of, government buildings and offices.
A shutdown would divide some 4 million federal employees nationwide into 2 groups: essential workers, including active duty military, border patrol, and air traffic controllers expected to keep reporting for work, and furloughed workers simply sent home. Neither would see a paycheck until the government reopens.
We're doing a lot of belt tightening.
Wisconsin's Social Security claims specialist and single mom, Jessica LaPointe, expects to work without pay. This has to be hard to discuss with your family.
Yeah, I have an 11-year-old son who has been asking to go to Disney World for most of his life. We're looking at having to postpone that trip in order to just stay afloat during this unknown period.
A shutdown would also slow services like food safety inspections and applications for passports and small business loans. The White House claims 10,000 kids would immediately lose access to Head Start, and funding for WIC, a nutrition program that helps low-income women and young children, would dry up within days. Members of Congress, who will continue to be paid, have until midnight Saturday to strike a deal.
I never quit, even when the time runs out, so we'll get it done.
Speaker McCarthy's current plan is to line up votes on bills backed by conservatives and pair government funding with conservative border policy, hoping to earn votes on something he knows Democrats ultimately won't support. He's also warning his hardliners that a shutdown only makes their negotiating position weaker.
All right, Garrett Hake, thank you so much. Let's go from current federal workers to those who have already served their country. Concerns are mounting about the impact a shutdown will have on our veterans' ability to get medical care. Joining us now, NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale. She talked with a group of veterans who say they're worried about getting care in a system that's really already strained, and if a shutdown happens. Ali, good morning.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Joe. Good morning, because Garrett broke down the political landscape there and what some of the impacts could be if a shutdown happens. Because, yes, a shutdown can be bad, but there are already problems out there that can be made worse by it. Watch.
We started advocating for this VA clinic back in 2003.
It took Tino Adame more than 2 decades to get a new VA clinic in his hometown of Stockton, California.
We used to go to meetings and we started joking about hopefully it'll open up before we're pushing up daisies.
But it's not just about getting a new facility.
We need this clinic to open with doctors, fully staffed.
This rural community, about an hour from San Francisco, falls prey to a national trend. Veterans struggling to access health care because there aren't enough providers to see them.
We have the longest wait times anywhere in California. If you're in Stockton, you have to wait 80 or even 90 days, even 100 days. I talked to a veteran recently who wasn't able to get a refill on his diabetes medication. He ended up losing his leg.
Harder says that here, the number of working primary care physicians has been cut in half just this year alone. As of 2022, more than 2,500 VA facilities face severe occupational shortages, a 22% increase from a year before. The resulting backlog, wait times, and rarely returned inquiries are why dozens of veterans like Adame, as well as caregivers like Leslie Stotts, packed into this town hall on a Friday afternoon here.
My husband, he's a Vietnam vet. He's 100% disabled.
Before the coronavirus pandemic, her husband's care was consistent.
So you've seen that the system can work.
It worked very well. And then when COVID happened, everything just changed. Any call or concern was never answered.
So you're basically playing a game of telephone with your husband's health care.
Yes.
The local VA is working to alleviate staffing shortages with increased physician pay while expanding access to telehealth.
We're here to help you today. We're here to help you Monday, Tuesday, and whenever.
They're overloaded. There's a lot of red tape.
And Harder's petitioning the administration in Washington for help. But inaction from Congress could make this worse.
What does this VFW town hall have to do with the government funding fight?
I think this is a little bit of a canary in the coal mine. And not only would it not fix it, it's going to make it a lot worse.
And in the meantime,
heartbreaking because we know what we've done in the military. The government promised one thing, but it's not fulfilling it.
And look, Joe, you heard Tino there. He calls it heartbreaking because he's served his country, and now the institutions that are in place that are supposed to now serve him are not doing that for Tino and his fellow veterans. I have to tell you, I was at this town hall all day on Friday a few weeks ago. It was packed, people just looking for answers. There was a lot of frustration and a lot of disappointment. And I think it's important as we start tracking this political government shutdown, the idea that Americans just like these are the ones that are going to be impacted. Already things are bad, but by furloughing, for example, VA workers, this is a situation that could only get worse. I do think it's important that while those furloughs would have an impact, Congressman Harder, who we spoke to there, has been, yes, petitioning the administration for more help and urgency around this issue, but he's also trying to put an amendment into one of these spending packages, specifically into the Veterans Appropriations Bill, that would allow them to just better study this issue, because, of course, you can't solve it without recognizing how big the scope actually is.
All right,
Joe?
Allie Vitale with a closer look at just the human impact of this potential shutdown. Allie, thank you so much. Now to the latest on the Georgia election interference case involving former President Trump. Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis wants to restrict identifying information about jurors in the case, and now a judge has granted that request. Jurors and prospective jurors will be identified only by a number in court filings. Jurors' information, we're talking about names, addresses, phone numbers, or identifying employment information, none of that can be disclosed. The judge did allow exceptions for recording audio of the jury foreperson's announcement of a verdict or any questions to a judge. This ruling comes after Trump supporters had posted the names and addresses of the grand jurors who were involved in Trump's indictment to a fringe website. Trump and 18 co-defendants are accused of attempting to overturn the 2020 election results in Georgia. They've all pleaded not guilty to those charges. So a government shutdown is looming. Auto workers are on strike, but the writers' strike, after roughly 5 months of picketing, may soon be entering its final act. Over the weekend, the Writers Guild of America struck a deal with the alliance that represents studios, ending the standoff that led in part to the cancellation of several new fall shows. Well, writers have made gains. Actors are still striking. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer has the very latest on the Hollywood shutdown.
The writer's strike is getting its Hollywood ending. After nearly 5 months on the picket line, a tentative deal between the Writers Guild and the alliance that represents major studios means a big step towards resuming stalled productions. But the deal is still private, as the WGA tells members. Though we are eager to share the details of what has been achieved with you, we cannot do that until the last I is dotted.
It's expected that'll happen very quickly, but I am hearing from people who have seen what the deal is and people who have heard what the deal is They're very happy.
Finally flipping the script on a nearly 150-day walkout, it's believed writers will earn higher residuals from streaming shows and gain better protections from scripts written using AI that could threaten future jobs.
This is not about people in, drinking tropical drinks, driving Jaguars. We're talking about the middle class of our union, and we're just trying to keep our head above water.
After shutting down studios across Tinseltown, writers at late-night and daytime talk shows could return to work in just a matter of days. But new episodes of your favorite scripted shows may not be back on the air until January.
The WGA now encouraging its members to join actors and its union SAG-AFTRA, who remains on the picket line, fighting for some of the very same benefits.
I feel like the momentum is there, the vibe is there, the studios and streamers are locked in to make a deal, and everybody wants to find a way they can get people back to work, get paychecks showing up in bank accounts.
As actors are left waiting for their cue, writers are set to ink their deal.
The writers' agreement could serve as a template to help settle the actors' strike. As for the writers, leadership will be taking a vote on an offer as early as tomorrow. Then it could go to the union as a whole for ratification. Back to you.
All right, Miguel, thank you so much. In other Hollywood news, Joe Jonas and Sophie Turner may have reached a temporary solution over the custody of their children as their divorce moves forward. According to court documents, they've agreed to keep their 2 children in New York as they await the court's decision on a petition filed by Turner last week. The Game of Thrones actress is looking to raise both kids in her home country of England, but she says Jonas is holding their passports to keep them from crossing the pond. Jonas and Turner have not commented on the latest legal proceeding. An atmospheric river is drenching the Northwest this week. Let's get a check on your morning news now weather. Meteorologist Angie Lassman's tracking the rain for us. Now it's the West Coast turn, right, Angie?
Exactly. We're going to turn the faucet off, kind of, for most of the Northeast. We'll still have some lingering showers there, but we're going to turn it on for parts of the Northwest. That's where we see the really saturated grounds over the coming days with the concern for some flooding. So let's give you the details of exactly what's going to play out. We've already had one area of low pressure work on shore in the previous days. Now we're going to have a secondary one that's going to work closer to the shore, still bringing some kind of scattered showers across parts of the Northwest as we get through the later parts of today. It doesn't really push on shore until we get into the overnight hours tonight and into tomorrow. It kind of cruises right past Washington and Oregon, but dumps plenty of rain across parts of that region here as we get through the next 2 days, leading to the potential for some concerns for some flooding. Behind that, though, there's another low pressure system that we're going to watch. It's not quite as robust, not quite as intense, but it's still going to bring some more rain for areas that have already received ample amounts of rain and could see upwards of 2 to 3 inches by the time this is done. That atmospheric river is leaving us with a whole lot of moisture to tap into. So we're going to look at the concern for flooding, especially along those areas in this region that had wildfires and may have burn scars left over. That we know is always problematic when it comes to flash flooding. So something that we'll watch not just today, but really through Thursday. The rain will be really good for an area that definitely needs some relief from drought. So that'll be the helpful part of this. But again, all of it happening at once is going to be a little problematic. Speaking of rain, we've also got some issues across parts of the Southeast, mainly the state of Florida, going to be kind of unsettled through the next couple of days. We've got some rain that's going to develop with this pesky kind of stationary front sticking around. But the rainfall intensity rates are going to be pretty impressive. So we'll see maybe 3 inches per hour at some point. So we'll watch for the flooding concern across Florida as well as we get into Thursday. That'll be something that you'll want to take note of. And how about those temperatures across, well, the South? They're still into the 90s, low 90s, that is, for Little Rock and Dallas, but still running above normal. Triple digits will remain in Phoenix. The ends of the country are looking below normal, but most everybody across the midsection is quite warm through the afternoon hours today, or at least above normal for where we should be. Kansas City hits 80 degrees tomorrow. Mid-70s along the coast tomorrow for Charlotte. We'll end up, though, kind of moderating out, Joe, as we get into Thursday, Friday. New York will be into the upper 60s and low 70s by the weekend. This morning, I was like, I'm cold.
It is cold. Yeah, I've noticed you were cold. It's like a heat sandwich. It's like the heat's in the middle of the country.
Term. I'm going to have to use that
heat
now.
Sandwich. By the way, you are wearing your Taylor Swift Kansas City Chiefs red,
I'm
right?
a big fan,
is that intentional? Of which? Taylor Swift or the Kansas City Chiefs?
Taylor Swift, Travis Kelce, them together.
All right, well, that's good, because that sets us up perfectly for what's coming up here on Morning News Now. More on the Taylor Swift cameo that broke the internet. All those dating rumors swirling around her and Chiefs star Travis Kelce are impacting both of their fan bases. That's later in the hour. But first, a defiant Senator Bob Menendez. He's now vowing to fight those new federal corruption charges against him and his wife. We've got more on that and his future in Washington after the break.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world. We have a full team. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm crossing the Today Show off my bucket list.
Celebrating my mom's 60th birthday.
Just married, and we're honeymooning at the Today Show. It's a girl.
Hoda inspired me to become a journalist.
I'll have what you guys are having.
I'm celebrating here with you. This is amazing. You're on Today.
You are not alone when you're here on the Today Show.
Top Story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation.
What is the #1 issue for you?
To the national stage.
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
When critical votes were counted.
Still too close to call.
And when power was held to account.
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator. Sundays on NBC.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Democratic New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez says he is planning to return to Washington this week despite being indicted on bribery charges. In his first public remarks since his indictment, Menendez defiantly addressed the allegations, denying any wrongdoing. The senator and his wife are accused of receiving bribes. They now face several charges, including conspiracy and extortion. Menendez says he has no plans to resign from office.
On Friday, the Southern District of New York brought charges against me. I understand how deeply concerning this can be. However, the allegations leveled against me are just that, allegations. I firmly believe that when all the facts are presented, not only will I be exonerated, but I still will be the New Jersey's senior senator.
NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian joins us now with the latest. So, Ken, this was the first time Senator Menendez appeared before reporters since the indictment became public last Friday. He potentially faces decades behind bars if he's convicted. So what else did we learn from his remarks yesterday?
Good morning, Joe. Well, the senator didn't really address many of the specific allegations in the indictment, but he did address one. He said that he offered a possible explanation for why the FBI found nearly $500,000 in cash, some of it stuffed in suit jackets in his closet. He said it's because he has a habit for 30 years of withdrawing large sums of cash from his savings account and keeping it around in case of emergencies, which drew a lot of skepticism, as you can imagine, from people, including fellow Democratic Senator John
John Fetterman. So the senator also spoke to the issue of the presumption of innocence. Take a listen.
We cannot set aside the presumption of innocence for political expediency when the harm is irrevocable. To those who have rushed to judgment, you have done so based on a limited set of facts framed by the prosecution to be as salacious as possible. Those who now are attempting to malign my actions as it relates to Egypt simply don't know the facts.
Now, the reference to Egypt there is perhaps the most damning part of these allegations, which is that he's accused of essentially selling out U.S. foreign policy to secretly aid Egypt in exchange for bribes. What he's saying there is he has a long record of trying to trying to pressure the Egyptian government over its human rights record. The indictment says, though, the behind the scenes, he was secretly helping them get approval for military aid, Joe.
So, Ken, you could argue that indictment is the word of the year this year. We have learned a lot about the indictment process, but please walk us through what's next in the legal process here for Menendez.
Yeah, indeed, indeed. So Senator Menendez, his wife, and the three alleged bribe payers are all due to be arraigned tomorrow in federal court in New York, where they are all expected to plead not guilty. And then the case will take its normal course. But there's a lot of interesting questions and potential twists and turns. First of all, the U.S. attorney said the investigation is still open. They're still looking for witnesses. And then there's the question of whether any of these other co-defendants potentially could flip on the senator, including, in some wild imagination, his wife. Nothing is impossible here, and we'll have to see where this goes.
So, Ken, while Menendez says he's going to return to Congress this week, he did not explicitly address whether he's going to run for re-election. He's up next year. We do know New Jersey Congressman Andy Kim announced he's going to challenge Menendez for the seat. No doubt others are going to follow. So talk to us about the pressure he's actually getting from fellow Democrats to step down.
It's significant, Joe. The last time he was indicted and he beat those corruption charges, most Democrats stood with him. This time, just last night, the Speaker of the House, former Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, told Rachel Maddow that she thinks that Menendez should resign. 3 Democratic senators have said that, and the Democratic governor of New Jersey. So there's a lot of pressure on him to step down, but so far he's showing no signs of heeding that pressure. He is in it for the long haul. He's going to fight. He beat the charges the last time, and he hopes to do it again, Joe.
Yeah, former Speaker Pelosi making headlines with that interview with Jen Psaki last night. All right, Ken, thank you so much. Police in the United Kingdom are now investigating allegations of multiple sexual offenses by comedian Russell Brand. Brand first faced scrutiny last week after the release of a documentary containing accusations from 4 women who allege he sexually abused them. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley has the details, and a warning: this story does contain descriptions of sexual assault.
More trouble for British comedian and actor Russell Brand. British police confirming they're now looking into a number of allegations of sexual offences, both in London and the rest of the country.
What I seriously refute are these very, very serious criminal allegations.
Brand issuing a new video statement Friday accusing Big Tech of trying to censor him, but not addressing the allegations directly.
Obviously, it's been an extraordinary and distressing week.
Police say the offences are all non-recent, and officers will be offering specialist support to all of the women who have made allegations. While police didn't give details of the dates or incidents under investigation, the lead detective said, quote, "We continue to encourage anyone who believes they may have been a victim of a sexual offence, no matter how long ago it was, to contact us." The police probe comes after 4 women came forward in the British media and told their stories in a documentary entitled Russell Brand in Plain Sight, a joint investigation by the Sunday Times, The Times, and Channel 4 Dispatches.
I was like, oh my God, he raped me.
Their allegations, spanning the years from 2006 to 2013, include rape, sexual assault, and abuse. One woman says she was 16 years old at the time of her alleged assault.
I was pushing him away, and he wasn't backing off at all. And so I ended up having to punch him really hard in the stomach to get him off.
Another woman sharing text message with the Times she says are between her and Brand following her alleged assault in 2012 in Los Angeles, writing, "When a girl says no, it means no." Brand allegedly replying with an apology, quote, "I'm very sorry." In his first video statement, Brand denied any wrongdoing while confronting his past.
I was very, very promiscuous. Now, during that time of promiscuity, the relationships I had were absolutely always consensual.
The fallout already leading to consequences.
I respect you for doing that, but the content of what you said has made me hate you.
The remaining dates of Brand's UK stand-up tour Bipolarization now postponed, with ticket refunds announced by the promoter. Paramount Plus removing his comedy special, and YouTube suspending monetization on Brand's channel following the allegations.
I need your support now, more than ever, and more than I ever imagined I would.
Matt Bradley, NBC News.
Let's get some more international headlines. Thousands of ethnic Armenians are fleeing the disputed region of Nagorno-Karabakh. NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Labanga joins us from Rome with that and more. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. That's right. The United States has called on Azerbaijan to protect the rights of ethnic Armenians still living in the region of Nagorno-Karabakh after the takeover by Azerbaijan to allow humanitarian and monitoring missions in the region. Now, 120,000 ethnic Armenians live in the region, and thousands of them have already fled to Armenia for fear of reprisal and persecution. Armenia's prime minister on Sunday said that those who remain are at risk of ethnic cleansing. And Russia is seeking to rejoin the United Nations Human Rights Council. The country was expelled from the council last April after its invasion of Ukraine and reports of widespread human rights abuse there. But according to the BBC, Russian diplomats are now trying to convince UN members to allow Russia to rejoin the council in a vote next month. And let's end this tour of the world in Canada, where the Speaker of the House of Commons, Anthony Rota, has been criticized for inviting a Ukrainian veteran who fought for a Nazi unit in World War II to Parliament. During a visit of Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky last Friday, Mr. Rota called Yaroslav Hunka, now 98, a hero and thanked him for his service. Canada's Prime Minister Justin Trudeau called the episode deeply embarrassing for Canada. Rota apologized, saying he was not aware of the veteran's Nazi connections and faces calls to resign. Joe?
All right, Claudio, thank you so much. Let's stay in Canada. It was a terrifying moment at a theme park there. A ride got stuck upside down, leaving riders trapped and dangling midair. NBC News correspondent Noah Pransky has more on the dramatic rescue.
They're upside down.
The park rates this as one of its most thrilling rides, and by that standard, it didn't disappoint. This ride, called the Lumberjack, unexpectedly stopped mid-air and upside down over the weekend at Canada's Wonderland amusement park near Toronto, leaving passengers dangling for nearly half an hour. And when asked if they're okay,
Is everybody doing okay up there?
you can hear they were not. Local media reports said in order to reset, the ride had to finish its usual cycle, meaning the riders had to go round and round a few more times before they could safely get off. The park confirming in a statement to NBC that 2 guests reportedly complained of chest pains and were sent to the park's health center before being released without need for further medical attention. The park adds, the safety of our guests is always our first priority. But the Lumberjack malfunction comes amid growing reports of other harrowing incidents at North American theme parks. In July, riders were stuck upside down for hours on a Wisconsin roller coaster called Fireball. And in North Carolina, the Fury 325 coaster was closed after a fissure appeared in a steel support pillar. Now, officials in Canada are looking into the cause of the Lumberjack's malfunction to make sure future thrills are all of the planned variety. Noah Pransky, NBC News.
Coming up, it is our weekly mental health check-in. After the break, we're going to take a closer look at a new study that shows a link between chronic pain and depression. Our doctor is in next on Morning News Now.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing?
This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North. Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation.
What is the #1 issue for you?
To the national stage.
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
When critical votes were counted.
Still too close to call.
And when power was held to account.
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize
allegations of Russian organizing.
A storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so...
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Top stories coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're back now with our weekly mental health check-in. We're taking a closer look at a link between chronic pain and depression. Plus, more men are turning to the internet to express their anger. We'll explore why that could be a mask for underlying mental health issues. Let's bring in Dr. Erica Richards for more on this. She's the chair of psychiatry at Sibley Memorial Hospital and an assistant professor of psychiatry at Johns Hopkins Medicine. Dr. Richards, good to have you with us. So let's start with that study on pain and mental health. Research found nearly 1 in 20 adults experience chronic pain and depression at the same time. So walk us through how these issues can be linked.
Good morning, Joe. So we've known for a long time that there's a link between chronic pain and mood disorders, anxiety disorders. And what we're seeing is that, like you said, 1 in 20 people, so about 12 million people are having these co-occurring illnesses. It affects everything sometimes, their ability to work, their ability to socialize, their ability to exercise. And what we know is that people with chronic pain are about 5 times as likely to report depression and anxiety compared to people that don't have chronic pain. So what this means is that, for example, at Johns Hopkins Hospital, what we do is we take a multidisciplinary approach to treatment, involving people that understand pain, involving people that understand mood and anxiety, and ensuring that both of these are treated at the same time, which we are seeing better outcomes taking that approach.
That's good to hear that you are seeing better outcomes with that approach. Right. Let's talk about the Wall Street Journal releasing a report addressing the number of men who are angry online. That anger could actually be masking a deeper issue of loneliness and depression. We know depression's an epidemic right now, especially among men, especially among middle-aged men. So are we seeing an epidemic of male anger right now? And what can be done to help them so they don't harm themselves or harm other people?
This is a really important concept. And what we're being asked to do essentially is read between the lines. When we're seeing people posting things online, are they just angry, or is it masking something else? And what researchers are really noticing is that potentially this is masking loneliness, depression, again, anxiety. And so what has happened is that there's been a push. There's been even Department of Homeland funding to form organizations. One is called Diverting Hate. And what they're looking for is to say, when we're seeing people online, when we're seeing people that are talking about anger, that are talking about being lonely, that are going down these rabbit holes on social media, which sometimes can really end in violence or aggression towards the community, what they're trying to do is meet people where they are and say, let's see if we can, using social media, really give people what they're looking for. In this case, if they're angry, can we talk about why they're angry? Can we talk about how they're seeing, for example, women and why they're angry towards women? Can we reframe this a little bit?
Yeah, I was struck by the number on the screen there. 65% of men hesitant to seek help. So important to remove that stigma. All right, finally, Dr. Richards, some people on TikTok, they're turning to somatic shaking or dancing to release some of their stress and anxiety. So what is that? And why does a good dance party in the morning maybe help set us up for a less stressful day?
At the heart of this practice is really focusing on this mind-body interface. How are the two connected? And really what the instructions are saying is plant 2 feet on the ground and shake, move, dance, put on good music. And the thought behind this is that inherently as humans, we have this fight or flight response, which is very good historically for survival of the species. But now what we're doing is we're trying to outlet that adrenaline in a different way that really helps with depression and anxiety in some instances. instances.
All right, maybe we'll incorporate like a 1-minute dance party in Morning News Now every morning from now on to help everyone out. All right, Dr. Erica Richards, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Staying with health news, there is new hope in the fight against epilepsy. The brain disorder affects millions around the world and can make it tough to perform everyday tasks. NBC News medical fellow Dr. Akshay Sayal takes us inside the experimental treatment that patients say is giving them their lives back.
Annette Adkins, a 60-year-old woman from Portland, Oregon, has spent the last decade terrified a seizure could come at any moment.
Some days, you know, when you're having seizures so often, it's just hard to know, how is my life going to go?
In 2014, Annette was diagnosed with epilepsy, but despite taking 4 different medications, was still having 14 seizures a month. Globally, 50 million people struggle with seizures, and about a third of them are like Annette. Medications just don't work.
It can be really devastating. You know, I have patients who had to quit their jobs because they lost their driver's license. I have patients with young children who can't feel comfortable taking care of their own young children alone.
But now, doctors are testing a first-of-its-kind therapy using stem cells.
This therapy offers us the potential to essentially restore that balance of excitation and inhibition in that part of the brain to be able to calm or ideally stop the seizures. And currently, we don't have a therapy that allows us to do that.
Here's how it works. Seizures can happen when certain parts of the brain get too excited and start firing uncontrollably. So the cells work to calm the brain down by producing GABA, a neurotransmitter that restores balance in the brain.
There is a lot of excitatory activity that's causing spontaneous seizures.
I got a chance to see the procedure firsthand when I went into the operating room at the University of California, San Diego, and watched the 3rd patient ever to have this done. Early data presented shows promising results. A 90% reduction in seizures in the first 2 patients treated so far.
People think of seizures like, oh, you know, it's 1 to 2 minutes of a seizure 2 to 3 times a month. It's like, what, 6, 7, 8 minutes out of your life in a month? But the people spend 99% of their time trying to avoid those 6, 7, 8 minutes. And that really impacts their quality of life.
The company plans to study whether the therapy can also treat other brain conditions, like Alzheimer's.
I think these patients are incredibly brave to be a part of a trial, you know, where we don't know for sure what the end result is.
Since Annette underwent the procedure last October, she's had just 1 seizure since, and says she finally has her life back.
We're going to be capable of doing the things in life that we haven't really been confident to do over the last, since 2014.
And our thanks to Dr. Sayal for that reporting. Coming up, it is the classic speak and spell with a big 2023 upgrade. ChatGPT can now chat with you out loud. We've got more on how it all works and, of course, what it sounds like. That's next on Morning News Now.
Top stories coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Back to all your people and the things you love to do. It's a new season, and you start every morning ready to take it all on. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business in a good way, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the break.
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the conditions should be
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so.
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back now with the reading crisis in America's schools. An alarming number from the National Assessment of Educational Progress, also known as the nation's report card, found only 33% of fourth graders can read proficiently. Now school districts are assessing what's going wrong as they try to fix it. NBC News correspondent Rahima Ellis has that story.
In rural Mississippi, students are getting back to basics, learning to read with an emphasis on phonics, like kids did decades ago.
Short E says what?
It's a major shift introduced 2 years ago by Dr. Melissa McCrae, the former principal here at McLaurin Elementary School. It began after she realized how many of her fourth graders could not read at grade level.
We were about 14% proficient.
14%?
Yes. So we knew immediately that we had to do something to make a change in our building.
The change was dramatic.
We were not explicitly teaching the components of reading.
The overhaul included retraining teachers, small group instruction, and tracking individual progress.
Consonant or vowel? Consonant.
They mostly left behind an approach commonly known as balanced literacy, adopted by many schools nationwide and facing growing criticism. It emphasized clues like pictures to understand a story and de-emphasized phonics. For example, in a picture book, if a line reads, "The sheep wakes up," the school says a child who's never seen sheep may say, "The dog wakes up." The child has the basic idea of an animal, but take away the pictures and the student struggles to read.
Pig.
Today, teachers here focus on the science of reading.
What's your prefix?
That includes explicitly teaching phonics, fluency, and sounding out words. What's been the impact on the children?
I've seen students who felt like they couldn't do it. And then once we started to implement a structured reading program, it went from I can't do it to I can do it, I am doing it.
Space. Ship.
Now used throughout the district, officials say it's making a difference. Last year, system-wide, 65% of elementary school students reached reading proficiency.
It's just amazing to me to see the light bulbs turn on, to see them soak up all of the knowledge that's being poured into them.
Teachers now on a new course narrowing the reading gap word by word.
Now.
Rahima Ellis, NBC News, Florence, Mississippi.
Things just got a little more talkative in the AI universe. The company behind ChatGPT announced that its chatbot will now have the ability to speak. Users will now be able to have a back-and-forth conversation with ChatGPT, and that's not all. The artificially intelligent bot will be able to converse in 5 different languages. It's all part of OpenAI's new upgrade to its iOS and Android apps. Let's bring in Joanna Stern for more on this. She's the NBC News personal technology analyst and the senior personal technology columnist for the Wall Street Journal. Joanna, always good to have you with us. So walk us through this new update. What do we know about these new vocal settings, and how does OpenAI determine even how these voices are made?
Yeah, so we've had on one end systems like ChatGPT and Google's Bard, which are large language models that are really generative AI. They can talk and speak a lot like humans, right? The type of text, the type of conversation that gets spit out in text, that's what it seems like. On the other end, we've had systems like Siri and Alexa that are just voice assistants that just have a voice and you can prompt them to do things. And this is the start of seeing those things come together. Now we are able to talk to ChatGPT. It has a voice. I have spoken to it. It sounds very human-like. And you are still getting that text response, or it is reading, it's doing text to speech. It is reading the text response that ChatGPT gives you.
So I do want to hear what this sounds like. I know we do have that clip of you having a conversation with ChatGPT. First, let's take a listen.
Pretend I'm your best friend. Ask me how my day was.
Of course, friend. How was your day? Did anything interesting or special happen? I'm here to listen.
I shot a video at work.
That's cool.
So not a rapid fire conversation, but what did you learn about the app, and what is ChatGPT possibly learning about us through this, albeit slowly?
Yes, absolutely. So as I said in my piece, there are a lot of signs this thing is like more like humans, and in terms of the cadence and the intonation, and you heard that in that voice. It did not sound robotic like you might think of an Alexa or Siri, but on the other hand, it is very slow and it is clearly still a machine, and there are some kinks they have to work out there, though OpenAI said that they have already solved some of those and that I was testing a beta app. But to your point here, people are going to be able to converse with this if they pay for ChatGPT Plus, which is the subscription version that's about $20 a month. And yeah, you'll be able to now talk to ChatGPT very much like an Alexa or a Siri.
To be fair, there are days when I respond that slowly to people too. So this upgrade also includes a new camera feature, I understand. How does that enhance the app's abilities?
Yeah, so this is very cool. Currently, you've been able to talk to ChatGPT, use your voice, or type in words. Now you can actually take a photo or upload a photo and use that to prompt ChatGPT. So one example, as you're seeing right here, is I took a picture of a leaky faucet in my garage, as you can see, or sorry, hose. As you can see, I didn't really know how to solve this, so I asked, how can I fix this? I didn't say this, what it was, and I just put this into the system. And automatically, it came back with some advice, though albeit not great advice on how to fix the hose. And so what's really cool there is that you're not having to describe something.
All right, very interesting. All right, it keeps evolving ever so quickly. Joanna Stern, we appreciate you keeping us up to date on all of this. Financial headlines now, and the controversial construction of $1 billion Ford battery plant coming to a halt. CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and other money news. Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning. That's right. Ford is pumping the brakes on the construction of a multi-billion-dollar battery plant in Michigan. The move comes as the company is in the midst of national contract talks with the United Auto Workers Union, which wants to represent workers at battery factories and win them top wages. The UAW went on strike against Ford and the other two Detroit automakers, General Motors and Stellantis, on September 15th. The proposed plant would have employed 2,500 workers and produced enough batteries to power 400,000 electric vehicles a year. Costco has a new deal for its members. The retailer is now offering online health checkups for as low as $29. This in partnership with Sesame, which is a direct-to-consumer healthcare marketplace that connects medical providers nationwide with consumers. According to Sesame, the partnership will offer Costco members the best pricing on a range of health services across 50 states. Members will need to verify their Costco membership to access a discount. And the Powerball jackpot is a step closer to $1 billion after no ticket matched enough to secure the $785 million prize. The jackpot, which has not been won since July, is now an estimated $835 million going into Wednesday's drawing. That's the fourth largest jackpot in the 35-year anniversary of the multi-state lottery game, Joe.
Here we go again. I feel like I need a bigger break in between these big jackpots.
Right, it feels that way. I feel like, wait, did we just have another record?
We did, yes. All right, thanks, Ivana. Appreciate
You got it.
Coming up, the Taylor Swift effect. It has now reached the NFL with a surge in Google searches for Chiefs star Travis Kelce after the pop icon was spotted at Sunday's game amid all those dating rumors, of course. So how is it affecting their respective fans? We'll take a closer look next.
Today Show off my bucket list.
Celebrating my mom's 60th birthday.
Just married, and we're honeymooning at the Today Show.
It's a girl.
Hoda inspired me to become a journalist.
I'll have what you guys are having.
I'm celebrating here with you. This is amazing. You're on Today.
You are not alone when you're here on the Today Show.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC. Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford. I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
We're back now with a ticket to history, a pair of front row balcony tickets to Ford's Theater, dated April 14th, 1865, just sold at auction. Now, history lovers will know that is the night President Abraham Lincoln was assassinated by John Wilkes Booth in the theater's presidential box. Only one other ticket stub from that performance is thought to exist. The tickets were sold for more than $250,000. Back then, the seats cost about 75 cents. We end this hour with an unusual overlap of football and the power of Taylor Swift. You may have heard the superstar singer was spotted at the Kansas City Chiefs game Sunday, cheering alongside tight end Travis Kelce's mother and sending social media into a total frenzy. We're still covering this story. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa has more on this. Emily, good morning.
Day 2 on this developing story, Joe. Do you want to guess what the #1 search on Google was after Sunday's game? I'll tell you, it was Travis Kelce with more than 2 million searches. And with a rumored romance between the Super Bowl champ and mega pop star, Swifties are now gearing up to enter their red and gold era.
There are few things that could upstage NFL football in the U.S. But Swiftmania has done just that with a possible love story that set the internet on fire. Taylor Swift's surprise appearance at Sunday's Kansas City Chiefs game further fueling speculation that she's dating star tight end Travis Kelce. Fans suspect the pop star even got a sideline wave from Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes.
If she ends up being with Travis, then I'll probably get to meet her at some point.
And the potential of a budding romance is welcoming a wave of new football fans.
You saw Swiftie and that breeze that came alongside of her, which was the entire universe that doesn't know football.
Rachel Gideon, who's much more of a Swiftie than a football fan, says she's willing to fly to a Chiefs game just to catch a glimpse of Swift.
I know she's just going to bring so many people to Chiefs games. They're going to start playing her music at the Chiefs games. I can call it right now. She's the biggest household name in the world at this point, and anything she touches turns to gold, basically.
Searches for Chiefs games on StubHub have tripled since Sunday, and Travis Kelce's jersey sales surged 400% in just one day. Even the New England Patriots head coach Bill Belichick chiming in.
Kelce's had a lot of big catches in his career. This would be the biggest.
The Philadelphia Eagles, who Travis Kelce's brother Jason plays for, also weighing in Monday, joking about their favorite Kelce-Swift duo, writing in a tweet, "It hits different." But for Chiefs fan Keisha Oberg, the collision of both worlds is almost too much for her heart to handle.
So already seeing Taylor perform at Arrowhead was one of the craziest things of my life. And then hearing that she was dating Travis was super chaotic for me. I was just kind of I'm a huge fangirl.
Okay, so in case we need more proof that this woman can move mountains, Looking at homes with Roku TVs, they saw a nearly 60% increase in viewership at Sunday's game compared to the week before. A source close to Swift tells NBC News the pair is hanging out, but in the early stages. Those early stages still not stopping fans from debating what should their couple relationship name be? What should their nickname be? Well, there's a couple. There's Trelsey, there's Trailer, there's Double T. I know. People are really grasping here, but we have some time to confirm as we wait for
We'll still work on that, all right?
Yeah.
And Bill Belichick with the quote of the week. All
Oh,
right.
man, yeah.
Emily, thank you so much. That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now. Stay with us. The news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer. Savannah is off. Right now on Morning News Now, countdown to shutdown. With just days to go until the deadline, Congress is racing to strike a last-ditch deal to avert a potentially harmful government shutdown. Federal agencies are preparing for the worst as both lawmakers and the president warn about the dire consequences.
Shutdown is going to risk nutrition assistance to nearly 7 million moms and children. It's going to disproportionately affect black families.
Details of where things stand right now and a closer look at what could happen if Congress fails to reach an agreement. Also this morning, a tale of two strikes. In a major show of support, President Biden plans to join auto workers on the picket line in Detroit later today as the ongoing dispute with three of the biggest car makers rolls on. Well, over in Hollywood, there is a potential breakthrough in that walkout with the Writers Union reaching a tentative agreement with the major studios. We'll bring you the latest on those two big labor battles. Pain at the pump. Gas prices are ticking higher again amid rising oil costs. More on what's behind the latest surge and when we could see some relief on the horizon. Plus, so hot right now, tea time might be over. There is a new favorite drink across the pond. We'll find out why more Brits are putting down their teacups and picking up their coffee. Welcome to the club. Good to have you with us on this Tuesday morning. We're going to start with the latest on the possible government shutdown. It's now just 4 days away, and it's creating an uncertain future for millions of Americans. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles has the very latest from Washington.
Lawmakers on Capitol Hill are nowhere near coming up with a deal that House Republicans could support that would also pass the Democrat-controlled Senate and be signed into law by President Biden. Meanwhile, the paychecks of millions of government workers, including members of the military, hang in the balance.
With just 4 days to go, the federal government this morning appears headed for a shutdown. The dysfunction on Capitol Hill leading to uncertainty for millions of Americans. As a small group of conservatives on Capitol Hill holds up the funding of the government, President Biden already placing blame on House Republicans.
Funding the government is one of the most basic fundamental responsibilities of Congress, and if Republicans in the House don't start doing the job, we should stop electing them.
The situation is so bleak that even members of the military are at risk. In the past, Congress has passed bills to protect service members during a shutdown, but not this time around. Even the House Speaker, Kevin McCarthy, acknowledges that his colleagues are putting many of America's key protectors at risk.
Why would they want to stop paying the troops or stop paying the border agents or the Coast Guard? I don't understand how that makes you stronger.
As those troops and agents wait, McCarthy is stuck. He's trying to cobble together a plan that may appease right-wing Republicans, but wouldn't pass the full Senate. Congress needs a short-term spending bill to keep the government open while the negotiations continue. But many of those same conservatives have promised to never vote for a short-term spending plan again. And with time running out, McCarthy may need help from Democrats to get a budget passed. As federal workers like Alicia Dalford, a TSA agent, have no guarantee a paycheck will be there this time next week. She will still have to report for work, even if she isn't getting paid, a reality that is now setting in.
So we report to work 24/7. It's always open.
And she remains hopeful Congress can find a way to get something passed in time.
And against the backdrop of all of this is the future of Kevin McCarthy as Speaker of the House. He's going to need Democrats in order to pass a bill that will ultimately fund the government. But his conservative colleagues have warned that if he cuts a deal with Democrats, they will attempt to remove him as Speaker.
All right, Ryan, thank you so much. New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez is defending himself against bribery allegations, defiantly rejecting calls for his resignation. Menendez and his wife Nadine are accused of committing bribery and extortion, allegedly helping a foreign government. Addressing the indictment for the first time publicly yesterday in front of reporters, Menendez said he will be exonerated. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney joins us now with the latest on the case. Ken, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. A defiant Robert Menendez is professing his innocence after being indicted on corruption charges for the second time in 6 years, amid a growing chorus of calls for his resignation. This morning, Senator Menendez vowing to stay in office and fight.
I firmly believe that when all the facts are presented, not only will I be exonerated, but I still will be the New Jersey's senior senator.
That defiance, even as New Jersey's governor and some other Democrats call for him to step down.
It'd probably be a good idea if he did resign.
On Friday, Menendez and his wife Nadine were charged with conspiracy to commit bribery, extortion, and fraud, charges that could land them in prison for a decade or more. The senator accused of using his influence to help 3 New Jersey businessmen and benefit the Egyptian government.
Here you can see just a fraction of the cash that was uncovered as part of the scheme.
The indictment alleges Menendez and his wife received nearly $500,000 in cash and $150,000 worth of gold bars. Prosecutors also say that the day after the two returned from a trip to Egypt, Menendez searched online, quote, "How much is 1 kilo of gold worth?" On Monday, Menendez offering this explanation for the cash stuffed in his closet.
For 30 years, I have withdrawn thousands of dollars in cash from my personal savings account, which I have kept for emergencies and because of the history of my family facing confiscation in Cuba.
Among the charges, Menendez used his influence as the powerful chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee to secretly help the Egyptian government secure U.S. military aid, even as he was publicly complaining about its human rights record. The indictment also says Menendez tried to get prosecutors in 2 criminal cases to go easy in exchange for bribes, including this $60,000 Mercedes for the senator's wife. In 2019, he proposed to her in song at India's Taj Mahal. They met in 2018, the same year Menendez escaped conviction after a federal jury deadlocked on separate corruption charges. The Justice Department decided not to retry that case. This time, legal experts say, prosecutors will have to prove that the gifts to the senator were linked to official acts. Senator Menendez and his co-defendants are scheduled to be arraigned tomorrow in New York, where they are all expected to plead not guilty, Joe.
All right, Ken, thank you so much. Turning now to Hollywood, where the Writers Union has reached a tentative agreement with the industry's biggest studios. Despite praise from President Biden over the power of collective bargaining, it's still unclear when actors will be leaving the picket lines. They're still on strike. NBC News entertainment correspondent Chloe Malas joins us now with the very latest on all of it. Chloe, good morning.
Good morning. Well, Joe, we are just a few hours away from this potential tentative deal being rock solid and being voted into action. So we are waiting to see what is going to happen. And I know a lot of people are waiting on this vote.
Relief and cautious optimism from writers who've been out of work since May.
I'm very excited to actually read it and see what it actually is, but it feels good. There's a reason why we have tentative agreement.
After striking for nearly 5 months, this morning, leaders of the Writers Guild are expected to approve the tentative deal negotiators reached with the Studios and Streamers Alliance.
When people are in negotiating mood, things are going to get solved.
Neither the WGA nor the AMPTP, of which NBC's parent company Comcast is a member, is commenting publicly on the agreement. While the details are still under wraps, insiders say the proposal includes increased pay, higher residuals from streaming shows, and protections over the use of AI.
The Writers Guild says the deal is exceptional, so I'm really excited to see it.
So how soon could your favorite shows get back on the air? Two sources involved in the negotiations say late-night and daytime talk shows are likely to be up and running within 2 weeks. But with actors still out on strike, production on scripted shows and films remains on hold.
I'm glad that one logjam was broken, and I hope that means that the next logjam is going to be broken soon.
A senior member within the SAG-AFTRA union telling NBC News they hope to get a meeting scheduled this week. It would be the union's first round of negotiations with studios and streamers since the actors went out on strike in July. While actors and writers have been fighting for many of the same guarantees around worker pay and protections, a source familiar with SAG-AFTRA's demands say actors have some unique concerns, such as health insurance and rules around self-taped auditions to create more equality when vying for a role. All that needs to be resolved and soon in order to get next season's summer blockbusters in theaters on time.
We can't stop fighting because we make the work, and when we fight, we win!
So two sources close to the AMPTP side of negotiations tell me that they are hopeful that both of these guilds will be up and running with production in full swing by Thanksgiving. So that is not that far off. And we could really see Hollywood, people getting their paychecks, people back to work right in time for the holidays.
And we know the domino effect is so great, so that would impact a lot of people. All right, Chloe, thank you so much. In other labor news, we're also watching the auto workers strike. Today, in a historic move, President Biden is set to join workers on the picket line in Michigan. It comes just one day before Republican frontrunner, former President Donald Trump, is scheduled to meet with union members there. NBC News senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez joins us now from Wayne, Michigan. So, Gabe, in the past, President Biden has helped diffuse other labor strikes before they happen, like the potential strike by rail workers last year, the dock workers strike that was averted just a few weeks ago. Not the case this time around, so why is this different?
Hey there, Joe. Good morning. Yes, the president is walking a very fine line here, saying that he supports the auto workers. He was asked about it yesterday, whether he supported the UAW's demands, and then he says, quote, I will always support the UAW, but still, again, this is a very fine line because he doesn't want to antagonize the auto companies, or rather he hadn't for the past several weeks. Increasingly over the last several days, though, President Biden has increasingly voiced his support for these union workers because he considers himself the most pro-union president ever. That's according to him and his campaign. So this is a crucial visit for him. The White House says that this is the first time that a sitting president will visit an active picket line in modern times, Joe.
So, Gabe, I mean, this is all playing out in Michigan. It was a key part of President Biden's electoral victory in 2020. It was key for Trump in 2016. The Auto Workers Union saying it's withholding its endorsement of Biden for now, for more than 13 months from the general election. So what kind of impact could this strike have on Biden's reelection campaign and really on the 2024 campaign in general?
Well, a lot of potential impacts, and this carries some potential risk for the president politically because no matter what the outcome of these negotiations are, he will likely own that outcome now that he is actively coming here to the picket line. You mentioned that former President Trump coming here on Wednesday, skipping the GOP primary debate, coming here to address auto workers. Now, I spoke with a source with former President Trump's campaign saying that, you know, the campaign would love the UAW's endorsement, but is not expecting it. The chances are that the UAW will end up backing President Biden. However, the fact that the UAW has withheld its endorsement, essentially making the president earn it, is significant because of the new leadership for the UAW. UAW President Shawn Fain elected with a mandate, essentially, to really push for these workers' rights. They see themselves as having given up a lot of rights and benefits over the last several years, especially during the recession more than a decade ago. And now they are trying to gain some of those back, asking for those large pay increases because they say that the leadership of these auto companies has benefited profusely and that has not trickled down to the workers. So for President Biden, this visit is significant and also courting these auto workers for both candidates, former President Trump and President Biden, really being highlighted this week, Jeff.
And Gabe, what's really interesting is for President Biden, the strike sort of creates a clash between two of his big goals. On one side, you have fighting climate change and promoting electric cars. On the other side, you have expanding the middle class by supporting unions. So what's the strategy here for handling the strike? How does he balance those two things?
right? And it is a balancing act, right? Look, yesterday the White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre was asked repeatedly, is he siding with the UAW over the auto companies? Bluntly, she was asked a question, and she really sidestepped it, saying that, yes, President Biden is siding with auto workers, but again, careful not to antagonize the auto companies. And the reason for that is that analysts think that if there's a prolonged strike here, it could cost the U.S. economy billions of dollars. And that, of course, very significant for the 2024 election. According to our recent NBC News poll, just 37% of registered voters said that they approve of President Biden's handling of the economy. So again, the Trump campaign now saying that, they call this a cheap photo op, that they say that they argue that President Biden's support of electric vehicles and the administration's support of electric vehicles could end up costing union jobs. So again, this is so crucial and such a balancing act for President Biden, not just siding with these auto workers, but making sure that this strike does not affect the overall U.S. economy and potentially hurt his reelection chances.
Right.
Joe?
Gabe Gutierrez ahead of the president's visit to Michigan. Thank you so much. Now to the migrant surge taking place at the southern border. Leaders are now sounding the alarm on the recent influx of migrants as Border Patrol agents say crossings are on track to reach record highs. NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley has more on that story.
The border crisis up close. Our cameras there as this group of hundreds of migrants illegally crossed the Rio Grande into Eagle Pass, Texas. Border Patrol removing razor wire installed by Texas Governor Greg Abbott.
Behind me, you have Border Patrol coming in to rescue some of these migrants carrying young children to try to keep them from crossing here and getting cut on this dangerous wire.
Border Patrol says the wire can pose a humanitarian and drowning risk. Federal agents start cutting the wire, allowing the migrants to enter the U.S. Most of these migrants are from Venezuela, headed for cities throughout the country. We meet this family with a 6-year-old son who just cut his arm on the wire. What we've gone through on this journey, it's not worth it, he tells us.
Why do you say that? What happened?
Deaths along the way, blackmail, they rob us, they kidnap us, he says. This young woman says she was sexually assaulted and extorted in Mexico. They gather with hundreds of migrants under this bridge. DHS officials tell us most migrants illegally crossing the border are processed and released into the U.S. We've just learned in August over 300,000 migrants crossed the border, the highest monthly total ever. In just the last 24 hours, over 11,000 migrants were encountered by Customs and Border Protection. The mayor of El Paso sounding the alarm.
And we have come to what we look at a breaking point right now.
Republican Texas Congressman Austin Pfluger blames Biden border policies for encouraging more migrants to come.
The president needs to close the border. He needs to do the right thing. Stop abandoning us. This is not normal.
The administration says they're working with Mexico to ramp up enforcement. Meanwhile, DHS officials tell me they expect the numbers here to rise.
All right, Julia Ainsley, thank you so much. Let's talk more about this with El Paso Mayor Oscar Lesser, who you just saw at the end of Julia's story there. Mr. Mayor, good morning. Good to have you. You say you're at a breaking point right now. What are the biggest concerns you have?
Well, the biggest concern is that we have to help decompress the system. And as we know that they're not coming to El Paso, they're coming to the United States. And only about 1% of the people that do cross the border into El Paso actually do stay in El Paso. So we have to make sure we find sheltering and make sure that we help them get to their next destination. So we started out with 400 hotel rooms that we would be able to do. The prior night, we had 9 hotels and over 1,000 hotel rooms, but that's not enough. We continue to struggle to make sure that we can house and help the people to be able to move to their next destination.
In that story there, after we heard you say we're at a breaking point, we heard a Republican congressman say the Biden administration needs to close the border. Do you agree?
Well, the borders are closed. There's no ifs and buts about that. The borders are closed. I think it's important to know that, yes, the immigration process is broken. We all understand that the process is broken and it needs to be fixed. It won't be fixed here on the north side. It needs to be fixed on the south side of the border and continue to work with other countries to be able to move forward. So that's something that's important. But are the borders open? Absolutely not. Is this a nonpartisan crisis? Absolutely.
You know, we've been talking about immigration and immigration policy for decades with no great solution. What do you think needs to be done with the immigration system as a whole?
Well, like I said, they need to be fixed, and they need to be fixed on the south side and work with other countries, as the influx is great. I mean, we're experiencing right now about 2,000 a day that come into the El Paso sector. Like I said, only 1% of those will stay in El Paso, and the rest will go on to the U.S. because that's where they're coming to be with their family, to have a better life for their family, and they have families and friends that they're going to be joining with. So the way we're going to fix the problem is to really work on the south side to help us all really regulate the numbers that are coming in. And, you know, El Paso is a very welcoming community, and I'm very thankful for that. And we'll continue to treat people with dignity and respect.
Is the Biden administration doing enough to help you out right now?
You know, Secretary Mayorkas has really been a big help to our community. There's no way that a community like El Paso would be able to do this. Everything we do today is with federal funding then. So we're an agent for the federal government, and it's a border city. We do have responsibilities as the immigration system is broken and how we work together. So yeah, the Biden administration, Secretary Mayorkas is really working with us. FEMA is working with us. We couldn't put this on the back of the local taxpayer. It would be a total impossibility for us to be able to do that.
So what's the most important thing that El Paso needs right now?
You know, the most important thing we need is to help us decompress our system. Like I said, we have so many people coming in to El Paso, and how do you decompress is to help us move people to their destination as they're coming into our system. So working together, and one of the things is we can keep pointing fingers, we can keep arguing about the system. We all know it is broken. So now we need to work together for a solution that's a nonpartisan.
Mayor Oscar Lesser, we know you're very busy right now. We appreciate you taking the time to join us and talk this morning.
Thank you. Good morning.
All right. Stay with us here on Morning News Now. We got plenty more coming up.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right,
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinclair Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right,
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize
allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinclair Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
we've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Welcome back. Thousands of evacuees displaced by the Maui wildfires were allowed to return home to Lahaina so they could survey the damage. It's the first time they've been back since the fire broke out more than a month ago. Residents walked around the area looking at charred debris where their homes and neighborhoods once stood. Volunteers were there to help them safely sift through the wreckage. At least 97 people were killed in the fires, which destroyed more than 2,000 buildings on Maui. Time now for a check on your morning News Now weather. NBC meteorologist Angie Lastman tracking some rain across the country. Hey, Angie, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Joe. Yeah, there's a couple of trouble spots that you might want to grab your umbrella and keep it with you throughout the day. Let's focus on folks across the eastern half of the country first. We've got a few strong storms, maybe just some generally strong thunderstorms. We're not expecting much in the way of tornado activity or anything like that, but some thunderstorms across parts of the Midwest through the day today. We'll see some heavy rain and more thunderstorms across parts of Florida. This isn't just a today kind of thing. We'll see that repeatedly over the next couple of days. We'll talk more about that in a moment. And parts of the Northeast, I know you are looking for some sunshine. Unfortunately, most of us not going to get it today. It's still going to be fairly cloudy, dealing with some lingering showers, but we will see improvements throughout the week. That's the good news. Meanwhile, out west, some sunshine across parts of the Southwest, but it's the Northwest that we're watching for an atmospheric river event. We're already dealing with heavy rain that has worked through over the past couple of days, and more rain is on the way. You can see the radar this morning showing just those scattered showers working their way in from the coast and moving into portions of the Northwest. This is going to be the area that we'll see the trouble when it comes to maybe some flash flooding concerns over the next couple of days, because we have multiple storm systems that are going to move closer to the coast and eventually onshore. Here's the next one. This is the second low of this event. We'll see this likely as we get into the overnight hours tonight. If you watch the timeline of it, a big push of moisture works in as we're getting out the door, say maybe early tomorrow morning. It'll be a little bit rough for folks here. As we look ahead, though, we'll start to see that move out of the picture. It'll move over to the Cascades, but we'll still deal with some gusty conditions across that area. And then we gear up for the next one behind that. This one not quite as robust. We'll see still some moisture with it, but not quite as intense as what we're expecting for the overnight hours tonight and into tomorrow. When this is all said and done, as we get through Thursday, upwards of an inch, 2 inches, maybe 3 inches of rain is possible. And this is good news in some ways because, of course, we have a drought that we're dealing with in much of that region. But we also have those burn scar areas that are really vulnerable to flash flooding concerns. We know how quickly that can happen. So just a heads up, if you live in this area, places like Seattle, Portland, Eugene, all impacted here as we go through the next couple of days with some really substantial rain. The rain also, as I told you about, parts of Florida dealing with it. This is going to be kind of an unsettled couple of days across that region. We'll see this lasting into Wednesday. The flood risk will be there with some impressive rainfall rates. We could see upwards of 2 to 3 inches per hour in some spots. So these downpours are going to leave us with the risk to see some flooding. So that'll be something you'll have to watch for across that region. Meanwhile, if you're looking for the warmth, you got to go to the south. Dallas still into the low 90s, not feeling like fall there. Washington, D.C., on the other hand, this afternoon, only making it to the low 60s, and Portland mid 60s. So we've got kind of the middle of the country, as Joe called it, a warmth sandwich, I think. And that's exactly what it is over the next couple of days. We kind of keep this unsettled pattern, but we get back into the more typical kind of pattern here as we get into the end of the week across the Midwest and the Northeast. It'll feel like fall. Washington, D.C. sits in the low 70s from Thursday through Saturday. We head into the weekend in Lexington with the upper 70s, a little above normal, but overall places like New York, Thursday, Friday, upper 60s to low 70s as you're gearing up for your weekend plans. And we just might see some sunshine by then.
We'll take it. I like heat sandwich.
Heat sandwich. Yeah, that's
sandwich.
Okay, that's better.
Who doesn't want a heat sandwich for lunch?
Sandwich. It's on the menu today.
Thank you, Angie. Appreciate it.
Of course.
Now to what's making international headlines, starting with the latest from the war in Ukraine. NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavaga joins us from Rome with that and other world headlines. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Well, today, the commander of the Russian Black Sea Fleet appeared on a video conference with other Russian officials a day after Ukraine said he was among those killed in a missile attack in Crimea last week. Now, only yesterday, Ukraine's special forces said Admiral Viktor Sokolov, Russia's most senior Navy admiral, was among 34 officers killed in the bombing of the Black Sea Fleet headquarters in Sevastopol. Earlier today, the Kremlin declined to comment on Ukraine's claim. NBC News was not able to independently verify either claim, including, of course, Sokolov's appearance on that video conference call. Now, let's go to Canada now, where Canadian Sikhs staged protests across the country after Prime Minister Justin Trudeau accused the Indian government of involvement in the murder of a Sikh separatist in British Columbia last week. In Toronto, about 100 protesters burned an Indian flag and struck a cardboard cutout of Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi with a shoe, and hundreds of other protesters gathered outside India's diplomatic missions in Vancouver and Ottawa. India denies any involvement in the murder and called Trudeau's allegations absurd. And let's end this tour of the world in Mexico, where archaeologists unearthed a richly adorned human body found during the construction of a major rail project. Mexico's National Antiquities Institute said the discovery was made near the Maya ruins of Palenque in Chiapas state, and that the body could be more than 1,000 years old. The burial site also contained ceramic vessels, ear flares, and a pair of greenstone beads, leading archaeologists to believe he was an elite resident of the ancient city, Joe.
All right, very cool. Claudio, thank you so much. Coming up, fighting dementia. The wife of Hollywood legend Bruce Willis speaking out about the actor's battle with the illness in an exclusive interview with NBC News. It's coming up next.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. A lot of the stuff that we're seeing was left behind by Ukrainian soldiers.
Now is real.
This is like quicksand, and officials say that an entire town is cut off.
Now is raw.
This close to the devastation, you actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
You've seen all this craziness in front of you. What was that like?
I was just trying to survive.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so...
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator. Sundays on NBC.
Welcome back. With coronavirus hospitalizations on the rise once again, there could be fresh hope for those suffering from long COVID. A new study is providing clues on identifying and possibly treating the mysterious condition. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson has more on what that study revealed.
The cello is Joshua Roman's pleasure and profession. But long COVID's made it tough for the virtuoso soloist to play lengthy pieces.
What kind of difference has long COVID made in your career?
Long COVID has forced me to only do the most important things.
Long COVID impacts 6% of adults, according to the CDC. Symptoms include fatigue, brain fog, and memory difficulties. Now a new study offers clues about potential blood biomarkers.
We're seeing patterns.
David Petrino is the lead researcher.
Our study showed that individuals with long COVID had significant and measurable differences in their blood.
And what were those differences?
These differences were a mixture of hormone dysfunction, immune dysfunction, and reactivation of past viruses.
Specifically, 50% lower levels of cortisol, the hormone that makes you feel alert and awake, T-cell exhaustion in immune systems, and dormant viruses like Epstein-Barr and herpes reemerging.
This isn't a simple illness, this is a complex illness.
The study examined the blood of 268 people, some who recovered from COVID, some never infected, some with long COVID like Roman, who wants to not need reminders like this and have total recall of the music he loves. Ann Thompson, NBC News, New York.
This morning, we're taking a closer look at the disease that forced Bruce Willis to retire from acting. It's known as frontotemporal dementia, or FTD. To mark FTD Awareness Week, Willis's wife, Emma, spoke exclusively with NBC News, giving us an update on the actor's battle. NBC News correspondent Emily Ikeda has those details.
The star of action-packed hits Unbreakable and Die Hard, on screen, Bruce Willis has been a formidable force.
Welcome to the party, pal.
But last year, he stepped away from his illustrious acting career spanning more than 4 decades after his family announced he was diagnosed first with aphasia, a disorder that impacts how a person talks and understands language, and then frontotemporal dementia, or FTD, which affects parts of the brain typically associated with personality, behavior, and language.
Does he know what's going on? Is that something that he is aware of?
Hard to know. In her first on-camera interview since his diagnosis, the actor's wife, Emma Hemming Willis, opened up about her role as a care partner and their family's journey on the Today Show.
That dementia is hard. It's hard on the person diagnosed. It's also hard on the family. And that is no different for Bruce or myself or our girls.
The 68-year-old shares 3 children with ex-wife and actor Demi Moore and 2 young children with Hemming Willis, who says pinpointing the condition, which is often misdiagnosed, was both a blessing and a curse.
To sort of finally understand what was happening, it doesn't make it any less painful, but just being in the know of what is happening to Bruce just makes it a little bit easier.
While a disease with no cure, the family continues finding their strength in Willis.
He is the gift that keeps on giving. Love, patience, resilience.
Emily Ikeda, NBC News.
Coming up, gas prices on the rise again. But what's behind this latest spike? How long will it last? Got details after the break.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day. Make it all right.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Top story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just
Welcome back. Those high prices at the gas pump may soon get worse as oil prices continue to climb. Some analysts predict oil could soon hit $100 a barrel. Right now, prices are in the 90s. Now, the increase not only puts a strain on Americans already stressed by high inflation over the last year, the increase is also helping fuel Russia's war against Ukraine. AAA says the average price of gas is now $3.83 a gallon. That's actually down 5 cents from last week, but you see it there. It's up from this time last year. Let's bring in Patrick DeHaan for more on this. He is the head of petroleum analysis at Gas Buddy and our buddy as well as we explore this issue. Patrick, good morning to you. So explain to us why we are seeing the increase right now in oil prices.
Well, good morning. A lot of this traces back to the summertime decision when oil was hovering at $65 a barrel. The Saudis and Russians got together to decide to cut the amount of oil they're outputting. And so certainly that has been significant. Now, the Saudis have extended that month to month, with the exception several weeks ago. They extended that not 1 month at a time, but the rest of the year through 2023. And so that has been squeezing the oil market at a time of recovering global demand, which has been pushing the price of oil up. So if you really want to blame for somebody for the rise in the price of oil from $65 to $90 a barrel, certainly Saudi Arabia and Russia colluding to cut supply is certainly the biggest factor in driving prices up.
Let's talk more about Russia here. So how does this rise in oil prices help Russia in the war against Ukraine?
Well, it makes it more difficult for countries that want to buy Russian oil to spend below the price cap that the EU had set. And in fact, in recent weeks, it's been very difficult. In fact, now Russia, because of some of the sanctions now biting their ability to resupply the refineries with catalysts, Russia is taking the drastic step of limiting how much diesel and gasoline can be exported from that country. But certainly it's very difficult to get in under the price cap when the price of oil is so much higher than where it was several months ago. And so inadvertently now Russia is getting funded in its coffers with oil that is above that cap limit.
Here are the questions you probably get asked hundreds of times a day. How much higher do we think the oil prices and the gas prices are going to go? And then when could we actually start to see some relief?
Well, it's going to be counterintuitive what I say, so I'll set you up for it. But oil prices could rise closer to $100 a barrel. In fact, 2024, they could go even higher than that, especially in the spring. But that doesn't necessarily mean in the here and now that gas prices are going to go up. In fact, gasoline demand continues to be relatively weak. Going into the cooler months, demand for gasoline tends to decline. And along with the switch over to cheaper winter gasoline, which has now happened in 49 of the nation's 50 states, we generally see a lot of downward pressure on gasoline prices. So even though oil could go up in the months ahead, I don't expect that to play an active role, considering we're also dealing with many refinery issues right now that have pushed the price of gasoline up. There still is going to be plenty of relief coming to the pump by the end of the year. We could drop 25 to 45 cents a gallon by the end of the year.
All right, that's some good news to hear. And remind us, you talk about that switch over to the winter formula. Explain to us why that is and what the impact of that is.
Well, in 49 of the nation's 50 states, the EPA regulates the type of gasoline in use from June 1st through September 15th. In California, that's CARB mandated, and those mandates go through September 15th. After that, refineries can use cheaper hydrocarbons, mainly butane, to substitute into gasoline. That butane is very cheap, under $1 a gallon, and that's where the price difference or improvement is coming from.
All right, Gas Buddies, Patrick DeHaan, thank you as always. We appreciate having you on.
My pleasure.
Now for what else is making financial headlines, a possible green light for that billion-dollar Activision-Microsoft deal that we have been talking about. Feels like forever. CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and other money news. Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning. It does feel like forever, right? Well, Microsoft is one step closer to completing its $69 billion purchase of video game maker Activision Blizzard. The UK's Competition and Markets Authority has finally approved the acquisition. The CMA has consistently been focused on preserving competition and choice in cloud gaming. Under this new deal, the company will not acquire the cloud gaming rights held by Activision. Instead, the cloud gaming rights will be sold to an independent third party. Jeff Bezos' space tourism and rocket company Blue Origin will replace CEO Bob Smith with outgoing Amazon executive Dave Lim. Smith is retiring effective December 4th and will remain with the company until January 2nd for the CEO transition, according to notes to Blue Origin staff written by Smith and Bezos that were obtained by CNBC. Amazon announced last month that Lim would be stepping down later this year. And Reddit users will soon be able to cash in on likes. The social media platform announced a new program that will allow users to spin Reddit Gold into real money. Under the new gold system, Reddit will offer 6 different purchase options for awarding gold, starting at a $1.99 option to buy 1 gold and going up to $49 for 25 gold. After you give your gold, you'll see what Reddit calls a golden upvote next to the comment or the post, Joe.
All right, Savannah, thank you so much.
You got it.
Many Americans are gearing up to book trips to see family with the holidays right around the corner. So NBC News correspondent Noah Pransky spoke with an expert to get some tips that you need to get the best value trip.
Holidays are great. Breaking the bank over the holidays is not. So I've got 3 under-the-radar travel hacks for you to help you save money. 1 if you've yet to book, 1 if you've already booked, and 1 tip for everyone in case a future flight you take happens to get delayed. First, if you're looking at future travel, right now is a pretty great time to snag a bargain. And you may want to save this cheat sheet. Domestic flights are usually cheapest 6 to 8 weeks before departure, which puts us right about now for Thanksgiving flights. For Christmas time, you want to plan a little further out, 8 to 11 weeks according to Google, which puts you about mid-October. And international flights, you want to plan even further out if possible. Oh, and how about 1 bonus tip from 1 very frequent flyer?
I'm Brian Kelly, founder of thepointsguy.com. I use Google Flights. You can look by calendar search, and being flexible by 1 or 2 days can save you dramatically.
Okay, now the travel hack airlines don't want you to know about if you've already booked your ticket. With prices close to their lowest point in 18 months, you can ask for a rebate if the price has gone down since you've booked. Now, it depends on the airline and the kind of ticket you booked, but even if you can't get cash back, it's worth asking. Many airlines will give you travel vouchers for the difference. Psst, this repricing trick, it works for hotels too. So check back in on those advanced bookings. And finally, with delays happening more and more at U.S. airports, there may be a way to get reimbursed for any surprise costs you incur related to delays.
You know, the airlines legally are not obligated to give you compensation, but your credit cards will, and that's what most consumers don't realize. So if you're delayed for a long time, flight cancellations, always ask your credit card company to reimburse the hotel, the rental car, and all those extra fees.
Not to mention the meals, clothes, and toiletries you may have to buy if you get stranded for a long time. Because aren't the holidays stressful enough? I know I sleep better, even after a long, terrible travel day, if I've saved a few bucks. Now, hopefully, you can too.
Noah Pransky, NBC News.
Good advice there. All right, this morning we have an exclusive look at a new report that is pulling back the curtain, showing us how exactly kids are spending all those hours on their smartphones. This sounds maybe a little scary, but revealing. NBC News Now anchor Kate Snow is more on how parents can maybe start an open and honest conversation at home about
which is really needed. Look, we have known for a long time, Joe, that kids are spending hours and hours on smartphones, but this groundbreaking report is giving us a better understanding of what kind of apps they're using, at what times, for how long, and how, despite kids' best efforts to pull away, a lot of kids and teens get sucked back in.
It's a defining feature of a generation. Kids constantly scrolling, messaging, playing games, watching videos. Now, a new report is shining a light on just how much phones are trying to grab our kids' attention. Common Sense Media tracked the Android phones of about 200 kids ages 11 to 17 to see what they're actually doing. 97% of them use their phones during school hours. Almost 60% use them between midnight and 5 a.m. on school nights. And here's the most striking headline. More than half the kids got 237 notifications or more every day, with some receiving more than 4,500. Researchers say Snapchat and Discord, apps kids use typically for messaging, sent the most notifications.
The business model of social media platforms is to keep you on the platform so they can sell you ads. It's really an arms race for your attention.
Not all notifications are created equal. Teens told researchers it's easier to ignore more impersonal alerts, but when it's a direct link to their friends, they're drawn to their phones.
Every time somebody sends you a direct message in Snapchat, you get a little pop-up.
Yeah.
Does it make you want to pick up the phone and look?
I mean, yeah.
14-year-old Armida Mojaza wasn't part of the study, but like the kids in the study, her top social media app is TikTok.
What is it about TikTok that you love?
I think that feeling of indulgence when you're scrolling through the videos and how you get so interested and pulled into it is it's just really interesting to me.
Armida spends a lot of time on the app, which was news to her mother Scheherazade.
I'm shocked. I feel like I'm waking up to this news. I think a lot of moms, if their kids sat down and told them exactly what they're doing, would have that feeling.
NBC News reached out to social media companies highlighted in the report. TikTok says it sets a 60-minute daily screen time limit on teen accounts under 18, but teens can enter a passcode to continue watching. Snapchat and Discord pointed out that their notifications are similar to text alerts. On Snapchat, users have to opt in for notifications. Both platforms say the number of notifications can be adjusted. Meta, Instagram and Facebook's parent company, tells us it has tools specifically designed to help teens limit their time and minimize notifications. Teens are automatically sent a take a break message after a certain amount of time. Common Sense did find many kids are trying to set limits. Armida has a time limit on her favorite apps, but that doesn't always work.
I know the password to it, so I can get by the limit.
So you reach the limit, and do you find yourself putting in the password?
All the time. All the freaking time.
Why is that, do you think?
I don't know, maybe I think most of the time I'm just not done watching a video and I'm really invested. Or, yeah, I just want more time on my phone.
Scheherazade admits her understanding of social media is limited, making conversations about what apps Armida uses challenging.
It is difficult because the new generation knows a lot more about these cell phones than my generation does.
Many parents are with her on that, so Common Sense is offering questions and talking points to help parents start the conversation, like which apps take up most of their time, what draws them in, and begin with admitting how you use your phone.
It's really up to you as a parent to be having an ongoing, and I'd say non-judgmental discussion with your kids, but also talking about the positive things they can get from interaction on screens, because that is the life kids are living.
The big takeaway from this, every single kid is using their phone differently. Some of the kids that Common Sense studied were mainly gaming. Others were all about social media. Some of them, Joe, had YouTube videos on all night long while they were sleeping, like white noise in the background, like the way maybe some people would use a TV and keep a TV on.
Yeah, I guess
all
that's
night.
something people did, but still. So with everyone using them differently, I guess it's hard to maybe give some universal advice, but what is some of the best advice for parents?
Well, for parents, I think the key thing is Common Sense would say, keep the phones out of the bedroom so they can't use them overnight. Keep phones out of your family activities if you can, like set limits on screens at dinner, for example. Maybe have a screen-free dinner. That's their advice. They also, we mentioned, have a list of actual questions that you can use as parents to ask your kids to start that conversation. All the questions are listed on today.com. And Joe, when I read them, there were good ones for me, like, oh, that's what I can ask my kids.
Things you hadn't thought of before.
Yeah,
so that's good.
but starting with how we use it.
Exactly, which is always an issue because parents like their phones too.
Right, we're modeling.
That was very enlightening, Kate. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Coming up, something new is brewing in Britain. In a country known for its love of tea, a survey finds more Brits are now actually saying they prefer coffee. What's behind the new trend? We'll find out after the break.
coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation
What is the #1 issue for you?
to the national stage,
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
when critical votes were counted,
Still too close to call.
and when power was held to account,
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now.
We're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
Welcome back. One of the most successful sitcoms of all time could be coming back. A reboot of The Office is reportedly in development with the original U.S. showrunner, Greg Daniels. This is one of the big projects fans are eagerly anticipating as the writers' strike nears an end. We did reach out to NBC, but so far no details on the casting or the air date. The last episode aired more than a decade ago, but The Office still has a huge following and was actually the most streamed show by far in 2020. We'd love to see that. For centuries, a cup of tea has been the drink most associated with the UK. But according to a new survey, it has now been eclipsed by coffee. To spill the tea, here's NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter.
Hey guys, it is a hotly contested and very emotional issue in my country of residence, tea or coffee. Well, studies in the UK now show that for the first time in history, the tea-obsessed nation may actually prefer coffee. Take a look.
Well, you know, I always figured that tea was just gonna taste like hot brown water. And you know what? I was right. Yeah, it's horrible.
Welcome to England. In the beloved Apple TV series Ted Lasso, the American soccer coach struggles to enjoy a time-honored British tradition.
Y'all know this tastes like garbage.
I love it. Tea time isn't quite the Lasso way, and now new data suggests that even more Brits may agree with Ted.
And in the morning, if I'm feeling a bit tired, definitely go for coffee. The taste is a bit off, and you can get you can put like caramel in it. I'm a coffee person through and through, sometimes a bit of tea with cake, but generally coffee.
A recent survey found for the first time ever that coffee beats out tea as Britain's favorite hot beverage. 63% of those surveyed said they regularly drink coffee versus 59% who regularly sip away on a hot tea. It started with the invasion of American-style coffee shops that look a bit like Central Perk.
Hey, Joey, can I get some coffee?
The Australian flat white craze and artisan roasteries have taken London by storm. Well, whatever you call it, cafes brewing up the hot stuff, cups of joe to go, are all the rage. And even Starbucks, which has been in the UK for more than 2 decades, is slated to launch 100 new stores across England this year. Online social media tutorials of specialty drinks feeding the frenzy.
Okay, so I tried making one of those like Americanized coffee videos.
I think there's a generational shift with younger people getting into coffee, being more interested in it.
Studies show the coffee market in the UK surpassed a whopping $2 billion this year, more than double the tea market. But tea holds a special historical place in British culture. From Mary Poppins
2 lamps, Uncle Albert?
Yes, please.
to Alice in Wonderland.
As you can see, we're still having tea.
You'll never get rid of the English afternoon tea with scones and like a proper cream tea.
For so many on the other side of the pond, nothing will ever replace that leisurely afternoon tea.
Now, by the numbers, the coffee market across the UK is looking at a nearly 5% boost next year. Tea is expecting a decrease of 0.4%. But I think one of the real points all this data is missing is that tea and coffee serve very different purposes in the British daily life. I don't think that afternoon cuppa or even that ceremonial high tea will ever be replaced. Back to you.
No kidding. I love an afternoon tea, and if I had coffee in the afternoon, I wouldn't sleep, and then I wouldn't be here. All right, Molly, thank you so much for that report. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now. News continues right now. Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer. Savannah is off. Right now on Morning News Now, countdown to shutdown. With just days to go until the deadline, Congress is racing to strike a last-ditch deal to avert a potentially harmful government shutdown. Federal agencies are preparing for the worst as both lawmakers and the president warn about the dire consequences.
The shutdown is going to risk nutrition assistance to nearly 7 million moms and children. It's going to disproportionately affect Black families.
Details of where things stand right now and a closer look at what could happen if Congress fails to reach an agreement. Also this morning, a tale of 2 strikes. In a major show of support, President Biden plans to join auto workers on the picket line in Detroit later today as the ongoing dispute with 3 of the biggest car makers rolls on. Well, over in Hollywood, there is a potential breakthrough in that walkout with the writers' union reaching a tentative agreement with the major studios. We'll bring you the latest on those 2 big labor battles. Pain at the pump. Gas prices are ticking higher again amid rising oil costs. More on what's behind the latest surge and when we could see some relief on the horizon. Plus, so hot right now, tea time might be over. There is a new favorite drink across the pond. We'll find out why more Brits are putting down their teacups and picking up their coffee. Welcome to the club. Good to have you with us on this Tuesday morning. We're going to start with the latest on the possible government shutdown. It's now just 4 days away, and it's creating an uncertain future for millions of Americans. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles has the very latest from Washington.
Lawmakers on Capitol Hill are nowhere near coming up with a deal that House Republicans could support that would also pass the Democrat-controlled Senate and be signed into law by President Biden. Meanwhile, the paychecks of millions of government workers, including members of the military, hang in the balance.
With just 4 days to go, the federal government this morning appears headed for a shutdown. The dysfunction on Capitol Hill leading to uncertainty for millions of Americans. As a small group of conservatives on Capitol Hill holds up the funding of the government, President Biden already placing blame on House Republicans.
Funding the government is one of the most basic fundamental responsibilities of Congress. And if the Republicans in the House don't start doing their job, we should stop electing them.
The situation is so bleak that even members of the military are at risk. In the past, Congress has passed bills to protect service members during a shutdown, but not this time around. Even the House Speaker, Kevin McCarthy, acknowledges that his colleagues are putting many of America's key protectors at risk.
Why would they want to stop paying the troops or stop paying the border agents or the Coast Guard? I don't understand how that makes you stronger.
As those troops and agents wait, McCarthy is stuck. He's trying to cobble together a plan that may appease right-wing Republicans, but wouldn't pass the full Senate. Congress needs a short-term spending bill to keep the government open while the negotiations continue. But many of those same conservatives have promised to never vote for a short-term spending plan again. And with time running out, McCarthy may need help from Democrats to get a budget passed, as federal workers like Alicia Dalford, a TSA agent, have no guarantee a paycheck will be there this time next week. She will still have to report for work, even if she isn't getting paid, a reality that is now setting in.
So we report to work 24/7. It's always open.
And she remains hopeful Congress can find a way to get something passed in time.
And against the backdrop of all of this is the future of Kevin McCarthy as Speaker of the House. He's going to need Democrats in order to pass a bill that will ultimately fund the government. But his conservative colleagues have warned that if he cuts a deal with Democrats, they will attempt to remove him as Speaker.
All right, Ryan, thank you so much. New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez is defending himself against bribery allegations, defiantly rejecting calls for his resignation. Menendez and his wife Nadine are accused of committing bribery and extortion, allegedly helping a foreign government. Addressing the indictment for the first time publicly yesterday in front of reporters, Menendez said he will be exonerated. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney joins us now with the latest on the case. Ken, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. A defiant Robert Menendez is professing his innocence after being indicted on corruption charges for the second time in 6 years, amid a growing chorus of calls for his resignation.
This morning, Senator Menendez vowing to stay in office and fight.
I firmly believe that when all the facts are presented, not only will I be exonerated, but I still will be the New Jersey's senior senator.
That defiance, even as New Jersey's governor and some other Democrats call for him to step down.
It'd probably be a good idea if he did resign.
On Friday, Menendez and his wife Nadine were charged with conspiracy to commit bribery, extortion, and fraud, charges that could land them in prison for a decade or more. The senator accused of using his influence to help 3 New Jersey businessmen and benefit the Egyptian government.
Here you can see just a fraction of the cash that was uncovered as part of the scheme.
The indictment alleges Menendez and his wife received nearly $500,000 in cash and $150,000 worth of gold bars. Prosecutors also say that the day after the two returned from a trip to Egypt, Menendez searched online, quote, "How much is 1 kilo of gold worth?" On Monday, Menendez offering this explanation for the cash stuffed in his closet.
For 30 years, I have withdrawn thousands of dollars in cash from my personal savings account, which I have kept for emergencies and because of the history of my family facing confiscation in Cuba.
Among the charges, Menendez used his influence as the powerful chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee to secretly help the Egyptian government secure U.S. military aid, even as he was publicly complaining about its human rights record. The indictment also says Menendez tried to get prosecutors in 2 criminal cases to go easy in exchange for bribes, including this $60,000 Mercedes for the senator's wife. In 2019, he proposed to her in song at India's Taj Mahal. They met in 2018, the same year Menendez escaped conviction after a federal jury deadlocked on separate corruption charges.
The Justice Department decided not to retry that case. This time, legal experts say, prosecutors will have to prove that the gifts to the senator were linked to official acts. Senator Menendez and his co-defendants are scheduled to be arraigned tomorrow in New York, where they are all expected to plead not guilty, Joe.
All right, Ken, thank you so much. Turning now to Hollywood, where the Writers Union has reached a tentative agreement with the industry's biggest studios. Despite praise from President Biden over the power of collective bargaining, it's still unclear when actors will be leaving the picket lines. They're still on strike. NBC News entertainment correspondent Chloe Malas joins us now with the very latest on all of it. Chloe, good morning.
Good morning. Well, Joe, we are just a few hours away from this potential tentative deal being rock solid and being voted into action. So we are waiting to see what is going to happen, and I know a lot of people are waiting on this vote. Relief and cautious optimism from writers who've been out of work since May.
I'm very excited to actually read it and see what it actually is, but it feels good. There's a reason why we have tentative agreement.
After striking for nearly 5 months, this morning, leaders of the Writers Guild are expected to approve the tentative deal negotiators reached with the Studios and Streamers Alliance.
When people are in negotiating mood, things are going to get solved.
Neither the WGA nor the AMPTP, of which NBC's parent company Comcast is a member, is commenting publicly on the agreement. While the details are still under wraps, insiders say the proposal includes increased pay, higher residuals from streaming shows, and protections over the use of AI.
The Writers Guild says the deal is exceptional, so I'm really excited to see it.
So how soon could your favorite shows get back on the air? Two sources involved in the negotiations say late night and daytime talk shows are likely to be up and running within 2 weeks. But with actors still out on strike, production on scripted shows and films remains on hold.
I'm glad that one logjam was broken, and I hope that means that the next logjam is going to be broken soon.
A senior member within the SAG-AFTRA union telling NBC News they hope to get a meeting scheduled this week. It would be the union's first round of negotiations with studios and streamers since the actors went out on strike in July. While actors and writers have been fighting for many of the same guarantees around worker pay and protections, a source familiar with SAG-AFTRA's demands say actors have some unique concerns, such as health insurance and rules around self-taped auditions to create more equality when vying for a role. All that needs to be resolved and soon in order to get next season's summer blockbusters in theaters on time.
We can't stop fighting because we make the work, and when we fight, we win!
So two sources close to the AMPTP side of negotiations tell me that they are hopeful that both of these guilds will be up and running with production in full swing by Thanksgiving. So that is not that far off. And we could really see Hollywood, people getting their paychecks, people back to work right in time for the holidays.
And we know the domino effect is so great, so that would impact a lot of people. All right, Chloe, thank you so much. In other labor news, we're also watching the auto workers strike. Today, in a historic move, President Biden is set to join workers on the picket line in Michigan. It comes just one day before Republican frontrunner, former President Donald Trump, is scheduled to meet with union members there. NBC News senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez joins us now from Wayne, Michigan. So, Gabe, in the past, President Biden has helped diffuse other labor strikes before they happen, like the potential strike by rail workers last year, the dock workers strike that was averted just a few weeks ago. Not the case this time around, so why is this different?
Hey there, Joe. Good morning. Yes, the president is walking a very fine line here, saying that he supports the auto workers. He was asked about it yesterday, whether he supported the UAW's demands, and then he says, quote, I will always support the UAW, but still, again, this is a very fine line because he doesn't want to antagonize the auto companies, or rather he hadn't for the past several weeks. Increasingly over the last several days, though, President Biden has increasingly voiced his support for these union workers because he considers himself the most pro-union president ever. That's according to him and his campaign. So this is a crucial visit for him. The White House says that this is the first time that a sitting president will visit an active picket line in modern times, Joe.
So, Gabe, I mean, this is all playing out in Michigan. It was a key part of President Biden's electoral victory in 2020. It was key for Trump in 2016. The Auto Workers Union saying it's withholding its endorsement of Biden for now, for more than 13 months from the general election. So what kind of impact could this strike have on Biden's reelection campaign and really on the 2024 campaign in general?
Well, a lot of potential impacts, and this carries some potential risk for the president politically because no matter what the outcome of these negotiations are, he will likely own that outcome now that he's actively coming here to the picket line. You mentioned that former President Trump coming here on Wednesday, skipping the GOP primary debate, coming here to address auto workers. Now, I spoke with a source with former President Trump's campaign saying that, you know, the campaign would love the UAW's endorsement, but is not expecting it. The chances are that the UAW will end up backing President Biden. However, the fact that the UAW has withheld its endorsement, essentially making the president earn it, is significant because of the new leadership for the UAW. UAW President Shawn Fain elected with a mandate, essentially, to really push for these workers' rights. They see themselves as having given up a lot of rights and benefits over the last several years, especially during the recession more than a decade ago. And now they are trying to gain some of those back, asking for those large pay increases because they say that the leadership of these auto companies has benefited profusely and that has not trickled down to the workers. So for President Biden, this visit is significant, and also courting these auto workers for both candidates, former President Trump and President Biden, really being highlighted this week, Jeff.
And Gabe, what's really interesting is for President Biden, the strike sort of creates a clash between two of his big goals. On one side, you have fighting climate change and promoting electric cars. On the other side, you have expanding the middle class by supporting unions. So what's the strategy here for handling the strike? How does he balance those two things?
Right, it is a balancing act, right? Look, yesterday the White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre was asked repeatedly, you know, is he siding with the UAW over the auto companies? Bluntly, she was asked a question, and she really sidestepped it, saying that, yes, President Biden is siding with auto workers, but again, careful not to antagonize the auto companies. And the reason for that is that analysts think that if there's a prolonged strike here, it could cost the U.S. economy billions of dollars. And that, of course, very significant for the 2024 election. According to a recent NBC News poll, just 37% of registered voters said that they approve of President Biden's handling of the economy. So again, the Trump campaign now saying that, you know, they call this a cheap photo op, that they say that they argue that President Biden's support of electric vehicles and the administration's support of electric vehicles could end up costing union jobs. So again, this is so crucial and such a balancing act with for President Biden, not just siding with these auto workers, but making sure that this strike does not affect the overall U.S. economy and potentially hurt his re-election chances.
Right.
Joe?
Gabe Gutierrez, ahead of the president's southern border. Leaders are now sounding the alarm on the recent influx of migrants as Border Patrol agents say crossings are on track to reach record highs. NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley has more on that story.
The border crisis up close. Our cameras there as this group of hundreds of migrants illegally crossed the Rio Grande into Eagle Pass, Texas. Border Patrol removing razor wire installed by Texas Governor Greg Abbott.
Behind me, you have Border Patrol coming in to rescue some of these migrants carrying young children to try to keep them from crossing here and getting cut on this dangerous wire.
Border Patrol says the wire can pose a humanitarian and drowning risk. Federal agents start cutting the wire, allowing the migrants to enter the U.S. Most of these migrants are from Venezuela, headed for cities throughout the country. We meet this family with a 6-year-old son who just cut his arm on the wire. What we've gone through on this journey, it's not worth it, he tells us.
Why do you say that? What happened?
Deaths along the way, blackmail, they rob us, they kidnap us, he says. This young woman says she was sexually assaulted and extorted in Mexico. They gather with hundreds of migrants under this bridge. DHS officials tell us most migrants illegally crossing the border are processed and released into the U.S. We've just learned in August over 300,000 migrants crossed the border, the highest monthly total ever. In just the last 24 hours, over 11,000 migrants were encountered by Customs and Border Protection. The mayor of El Paso sounding the alarm.
And we have come to what we look at a breaking point right now.
Republican Texas Congressman Austin Pfluger blames Biden border policies for encouraging more migrants to come.
The president needs to close the border. He needs to do the right thing. Stop abandoning us. This is not normal.
The administration says they're working with Mexico to ramp up enforcement. Meanwhile, DHS officials tell me they expect the numbers here to rise.
All right, Julia Ainsley, thank you so much. Let's talk more about this with El Paso Mayor Oscar Lesser, who you just saw at the end of Julia's story there. Mr. Mayor, good morning. Good to have you. You say you're at a breaking point right now. What are the biggest concerns you have?
Well, the biggest concern is that we have to help decompress the system And as we know that they're not coming to El Paso, they're coming to the United States. And only about 1% of the people that do cross the border into El Paso actually do stay in El Paso. So we have to make sure we find sheltering and make sure that we help them get to their next destination. So we started out with 400 hotel rooms that we would be able to do. The prior night, we had 9 hotels and over 1,000 hotel rooms, but that's not enough. We continue to struggle to make sure that we can house and help the people to be able to move to their next destination.
In that story there, after we heard you say we're at a breaking point, we heard a Republican congressman say the Biden administration needs to close the border. Do you agree?
Well, the borders are closed. There's no ifs and buts about that. The borders are closed. I think it's important to know that, yes, the immigration process is broken. We all understand that the process is broken and it needs to be fixed. It won't be fixed here on the north side. It needs to be fixed on the south side of the border and continue to work with other countries to be able to move forward. So that's something that's important. But are the borders open? Absolutely not. Is this a nonpartisan crisis? Absolutely.
You know, we've been talking about immigration and immigration policy for decades with no great solution. What do you think needs to be done with the immigration system as a whole?
Well, like I said, they need to be fixed, and they need to be fixed on the south side and work with other countries as the influx is great. I mean, we're experiencing right now about 2,000 a day that come into the El Paso sector. Like I said, only 1% of those will stay in El Paso, and the rest will go on to the U.S. because that's where they're coming to be with their family, to have a better life for their family, and they have families and friends that they're going to be joining with. So the way we're going to fix the problem is to really work on the south side to help us all really regulate the numbers that are coming in. And, you know, El Paso is a very welcoming community, and I'm very thankful for that. And we'll continue to treat people with dignity and respect.
Is the Biden administration doing enough to help you out right now?
You know, Secretary Mayorkas has really been a big help to our community. There's no way that a community like El Paso would be able to do this. Everything we do today is with federal funding then. So we're an agent for the federal government, and it's a border city. We do have responsibilities as the immigration system is broken and how we work together. So yeah, the Biden administration, Secretary Mayorkas is really working with us. FEMA is working with us. We couldn't put this on the back of the local taxpayer. It would be a total impossibility for us to be able to do that.
So what's the most important thing that El Paso needs right now?
You know, the most important thing we need is to help us decompress our system. Like I said, we have so many people coming in to El Paso, and how do you decompress is to help us move people to their destination as they're coming into our system. So working together, and one of the things is we can keep pointing fingers, we can keep arguing about the system. We all know it is broken. So now we need to work together for a solution that's a nonpartisan.
Mayor Oscar Lesser, we know you're very busy right now. We appreciate you taking the time to join us and talk this morning.
Thank you. Good morning.
All right. Stay with us here on Morning News Now. We got plenty more coming up.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Back to all your people and the things you love to do. It's a new season, and you start every morning ready to take it all on. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business in a good way, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Only a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just needs
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Only a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right?
5 seconds. 4, 3.
There is some some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. Private Banner, News Everything.
All right, it just needs
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Back to all of your people and the things you love to do. It's a new season, and you start every morning ready to take it all on. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business in a good way, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Welcome back. Thousands of evacuees displaced by the Maui wildfires were allowed to return home to Lahaina so they could survey the damage. It's the first time they've been back since the fire broke out more than a month ago. Residents walked around the area looking at charred debris where their homes and neighborhoods once stood. Volunteers were there to help them safely sift through the wreckage. At least 97 people were killed in the fires, which destroyed more than 2,000 buildings on Maui. Time now for a check on your morning News Now weather. NBC meteorologist Angie Lastman tracking some rain across the country. Hey, Angie, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Joe. Yeah, there's a couple of trouble spots that you might want to grab your umbrella and keep it with you throughout the day. Let's focus on folks across the eastern half of the country first. We've got a few strong storms, maybe just some generally strong thunderstorms. We're not expecting much in the way of tornado activity or anything like that, but some thunderstorms across parts of the Midwest through the day today. We'll see some heavy rain and more thunderstorms across parts of Florida. This isn't just a today kind of thing. We'll see that repeatedly over the next couple of days. We'll talk more about that in a moment. And parts of the Northeast, I know you are looking for some sunshine. Unfortunately, most of us not going to get it today. It's still going to be fairly cloudy, dealing with some lingering showers, but we will see improvements throughout the week. That's the good news. Meanwhile, out west, some sunshine across parts of the Southwest, but it's the Northwest that we're watching for an atmospheric river event. We're already dealing with heavy rain that has worked through over the past couple of days, and more rain is on the way. You can see the radar this morning showing just those scattered showers working their way in from the coast and moving into portions of the Northwest. This is going to be the area that we'll see the trouble when it comes to maybe some flash flooding concerns over the next couple of days, because we have multiple storm systems that are going to move closer to the coast and eventually onshore. Here's the next one. This is the second low of this event. We'll see this likely as we get into the overnight hours tonight. If you watch the timeline of it, a big push of moisture works in as we're getting out the door, say maybe early tomorrow morning. It'll be a little bit rough for folks here. As we look ahead, though, we'll start to see that move out of the picture. It'll move over to the Cascades, but we'll still deal with some gusty conditions across that area. And then we gear up for the next one behind that. This one not quite as robust. We'll see still some moisture with it, but not quite as intense as what we're expecting for the overnight hours tonight and into tomorrow. When this is all said and done, as we get through Thursday, upwards of an inch, 2 inches, maybe 3 inches of rain is possible. And this is good news in some ways because, of course, we have a drought that we're dealing with in much of that region. But we also have those burn scar areas that are really vulnerable to flash flooding concerns. We know how quickly that can happen. So just a heads up, if you live in this area, places like Seattle, Portland, Eugene, all impacted here as we go through the next couple of days with some really substantial rain. The rain also, as I told you about parts of Florida dealing with it. This is going to be kind of an unsettled couple of days across that region. We'll see this lasting into Wednesday. The flood risk will be there with some impressive rainfall rates. We could see upwards of 2 to 3 inches per hour in some spots. So these downpours are going to leave us with the risk to see some flooding. So that'll be something you'll have to watch for across that region. Meanwhile, if you're looking for the warmth, you got to go to the south. Dallas still into the low 90s, not feeling like fall there. Washington, D.C., on the other hand, this afternoon, only making it to the low 60s, and Portland mid 60s. So we've got kind of the middle of the country, as Joe called it, a warmth sandwich, I think. And that's exactly what it is over the next couple of days. We kind of keep this unsettled pattern, but we get back into the more typical kind of pattern here as we get into the end of the week across the Midwest and the Northeast. It'll feel like fall. Washington, D.C. sits in the low 70s from Thursday through Saturday. We head into the weekend in Lexington with the upper 70s, a little above normal. But overall, places like New York, Thursday, Friday, upper 60s to low 70s as you're gearing up for your weekend plans. And we just might see some sunshine by then.
We'll
Joe.
take it. We'll take it. I like heat sandwich.
Heat
Does that
sandwich.
work?
Yeah,
Heat
that's
sandwich.
Okay, that's better.
Who doesn't want a
Who
heat
doesn't want
sandwich
a
for
heat
lunch?
Sandwich. Yes. It's on the
Enough of
menu
that.
today.
Thank you, Angie. Appreciate it.
Of course.
Now to what's making international headlines, starting with the latest from the war in Ukraine. NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavaga joins us from Rome with that and other world headlines. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Well, today, the commander of the Russian Black Sea Fleet appeared on a video conference with other Russian officials a day after Ukraine said he was among those killed in a missile attack in Crimea last week. Now, only yesterday, Ukraine's special forces said Admiral Viktor Sokolov, Russia's most senior Navy admiral, was among 34 officers killed in the bombing of the Black Sea Fleet headquarters in Sevastopol. Earlier today, the Kremlin declined to comment on Ukraine's claim. NBC News was not able to independently verify either claim, including, of course, Sokolov's appearance on that video conference call. Now, let's go to Canada now, where Canadian Sikhs staged protests across the country after Prime Minister Justin Trudeau accused the Indian government of involvement in the murder of a Sikh separatist in British Columbia last week. In Toronto, about 100 protesters burned an Indian flag and struck a cardboard cutout of Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi with a shoe. And hundreds of other protesters gathered outside India's diplomatic missions in Vancouver and Ottawa. India denies any involvement in the murder and called Trudeau's allegations absurd. And let's end this tour of the world in Mexico, where archaeologists unearthed a richly adorned human body found during the construction of a major rail project. Mexico's National Antiquities Institute said the discovery was made near the Maya ruins of Palenque in Chiapas state, and that the body could be more than 1,000 years old. The burial site also contained ceramic vessels, ear flares, and a pair of greenstone beads, leading archaeologists to believe he was an elite resident of the ancient city, Joe.
All right, very cool. Claudio, thank you so much. Coming up, fighting dementia. The wife of Hollywood legend Bruce Willis speaking out about the actor's battle with the illness in an exclusive interview with NBC News. That's coming up next.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it.
Back to all your people and the things you love to do. It's a new season, and you start every morning ready to take it all on.
Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for.
It's back to school.
Back to business in a good way.
Back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just did.
Welcome back. With coronavirus hospitalizations on the rise once again, there could be fresh hope for those suffering from long COVID. A new study is providing clues on identifying and possibly treating the mysterious condition. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson has more on what that study revealed.
The cello is Joshua Roman's pleasure and profession. But long COVID's made it tough for the virtuoso soloist to play lengthy pieces.
What kind of difference has long COVID made in your career?
Long COVID has forced me to only do the most important things.
Long COVID impacts 6% of adults, according to the CDC. Symptoms include fatigue, brain fog, and memory difficulties. Now a new study offers clues about potential blood biomarkers.
We're seeing patterns.
David Petrino is the lead researcher.
Our study showed that individuals with long COVID had significant and measurable differences in their blood.
And what were those differences?
These differences were a mixture of hormone dysfunction, immune dysfunction, and reactivation of past viruses.
Specifically, 50% lower levels of cortisol, the hormone that makes you feel alert and awake, T-cell exhaustion in immune systems, and dormant viruses like Epstein-Barr and herpes reemerging.
This isn't a simple illness, this is a complex illness.
The study examined the blood of 268 people, some who recovered from COVID, some never infected, some with long COVID like Roman, who wants to not need reminders like this and have total recall of the music he loves. Ann Thompson, NBC News, New York.
This morning, we're taking a closer look at the disease that forced Bruce Willis to retire from acting. It's known as frontotemporal dementia, or FTD. To mark FTD Awareness Week, Willis's wife, Emma, spoke exclusively with NBC News, giving us an update on the actor's battle. NBC News correspondent Emily Ikeda has those details.
The star of action-packed hits Unbreakable and Die Hard, on screen, Bruce Willis has been a formidable force.
Welcome to the party, pal.
But last year, he stepped away from his illustrious acting career spanning more than 4 decades after his family announced he was diagnosed first with aphasia, a disorder that impacts how a person talks and understands language, and then frontotemporal dementia, or FTD, which affects parts of the brain typically associated with personality, behavior, and language.
Does he know what's going on? Is that something that he is aware of?
Hard to know. In her first on-camera interview since his diagnosis, the actor's wife, Emma Hemming Willis, opened up about her role as a care partner and their family's journey on the Today Show.
That dementia is hard. It's hard on the person diagnosed. It's also hard on the family. And that is no different for Bruce or myself or our girls.
The 68-year-old shares 3 children with ex-wife and actor Demi Moore and 2 young children with Hemming Willis, who says pinpointing the condition, which is often misdiagnosed, was both a blessing and a curse.
To sort of finally understand what was happening, it doesn't make it any less painful, but just being in the know of what is happening to Bruce just makes it a little bit easier.
While a disease with no cure, the family continues finding their strength in Willis.
He is the gift that keeps on giving. Love, patience, resilience.
Emily Ikeda, NBC News.
Coming up, gas prices on the rise again. But what's behind this latest spike? How long will it last? Got details after the break.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Back to all your people and the things you love to do.
It's a new season, and you start every morning ready to take it all on. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business in a good way, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it is
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead. This is it, right?
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead. This is it, right?
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize
allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Those high prices at the gas pump may soon get worse as oil prices continue to climb. Some analysts predict oil could soon hit $100 a barrel. Right now, prices are in the 90s. Now, the increase not only puts a strain on Americans already stressed by high inflation over the last year, the increase is also helping fuel Russia's war against Ukraine. AAA says the average price of gas is now $3.83 a gallon. That's actually down 5 cents from last week, but you see it there. It's up from this time last year. Let's bring in Patrick DeHaan for more on this. He is the head of petroleum analysis at Gas Buddy and our buddy as well as we explore this issue. Patrick, good morning to you. So explain to us why we are seeing the increase right now in oil prices.
Well, good morning. A lot of this traces back to the summertime decision when oil was hovering at $65 a barrel. The Saudis and Russians got together to decide to cut the amount of oil they're outputting. And so certainly that has been significant. Now, the Saudis have extended that month to month, with the exception several weeks ago. They extended that not 1 month at a time, but the rest of the year through 2023. And so that has been squeezing the oil market at a time of recovering global demand, which has been pushing the price of oil up. So if you really want to blame for somebody for the rise in the price of oil from $65 to $90 a barrel, certainly Saudi Arabia and Russia colluding to cut supply is certainly the biggest factor in driving prices up.
Let's talk more about Russia here. So how does this rise in oil prices help Russia in the war against Ukraine?
Well, it makes it more difficult for countries that want to buy Russian oil to spend below the price cap that the EU had set. And in fact, in recent weeks, it's been very difficult. In fact, now Russia, because of some of the sanctions now biting their ability to resupply the refineries with catalysts, Russia is taking the drastic step of limiting how much diesel and gasoline can be exported from that country. But certainly it's very difficult to get in under the price cap when the price of oil is so much higher than where it was several months ago. And so inadvertently now, Russia is getting funded in its coffers with oil that is above that cap limit.
Here are the questions you probably get asked hundreds of times a day. How much higher do we think the oil prices and the gas prices are going to go? And then when could we actually start to see some relief?
Well, it's going to be counterintuitive what I say, so I'll set you up for it. But oil prices could rise closer to $100 a barrel. In fact, 2024, they could go even higher than that, especially in the spring. But that doesn't necessarily mean in the here and now that gas prices are going to go up. In fact, gasoline demand continues to be relatively weak. Going into the cooler months, demand for gasoline tends to decline. And along with the switch over to cheaper winter gasoline, which has now happened in 49 of the nation's 50 states, we generally see a lot of downward pressure on gasoline prices. So even though oil could go up in the months ahead, I don't expect that to play an active role, considering we're also dealing with many refinery issues right now that have pushed the price of gasoline up. There still is going to be plenty of relief coming to the pump by the end of the year. We could drop 25 to 45 cents a gallon by the end of the year.
All right, that's some good news to hear. And remind us, you talk about that switch over to the winter formula. Explain to us why that is and what the impact of that is.
Well, in 49 of the nation's 50 states, the EPA regulates the type of gasoline in use from June 1st through September 15th. In California, that's CARB mandated, and those mandates go through September 15th. After that, refineries can use cheaper hydrocarbons, mainly butane, to substitute into gasoline. That butane is very cheap, under $1 a gallon, and that's where the price difference or improvement is coming from.
All right, Gas Buddies, Patrick DeHaan, thank you as always. We appreciate having you on.
My pleasure.
Now for what else is making financial headlines, a possible green light for that billion-dollar Activision Microsoft deal that we have been talking about. Feels like forever. CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and other money news. Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning. It does feel like forever, right? Well, Microsoft is one step closer to completing its $69 billion purchase of video game maker Activision Blizzard. The UK's Competition and Markets Authority has finally approved the acquisition. The CMA has consistently been focused on preserving competition and choice in cloud gaming. Under this new deal, the company will not acquire the cloud gaming rights held by Activision. Instead, the cloud gaming rights will be sold to an independent third party. Jeff Bezos' space tourism and rocket company Blue Origin will replace CEO Bob Smith with outgoing Amazon executive Dave Limp. Smith is retiring effective December 4th and will remain with the company until January 2nd for the CEO transition, according to notes to Blue Origin staff written by Smith and Bezos that were obtained by CNBC. Amazon announced last month that Limp would be stepping down later this year. And Reddit users will soon be able to cash in on likes. The social media platform announced a new program that will allow users to spin Reddit Gold into real money. Under the new gold system, Reddit will offer 6 different purchase options for awarding gold, starting at a $1.99 option to buy 1 gold and going up to $49 for 25 gold. After you give your gold, you'll see what Reddit calls a golden upvote next to the comment or the post, Joe.
All right, Silvana, thank you so much.
You got it.
Many Americans are gearing up to book trips to see family with the holidays right around the corner. So NBC News correspondent Noah Pransky spoke with an expert to get some tips that you need to get the best value trip.
Holidays are great. Breaking the bank over the holidays is not. So I've got 3 under-the-radar travel hacks for you to help you save money. 1 if you've yet to book, 1 if you've already booked, and 1 tip for everyone in case a future flight you take happens to get delayed. First, if you're looking at future travel, right now is a pretty great time to snag a bargain. And you may want to save this cheat sheet. Domestic flights are usually cheapest 6 to 8 weeks before departure, which puts us right about now for Thanksgiving flights. For Christmas time, you want to plan a little further out, 8 to 11 weeks according to Google, which puts you about mid-October. And international flights, you want to plan even further out if possible. Oh, and how about 1 bonus tip from 1 very frequent flyer?
I'm Brian Kelly, founder of thepointsguy.com. I use Google Flights. You can look by calendar search, and being flexible by 1 or 2 days can save you dramatically.
Okay, now the travel hack airlines don't want you to know about if you've already booked your ticket. With prices close to their lowest point in 18 months, you can ask for a rebate if the price has gone down since you've booked. Now, it depends on the airline and the kind of ticket you booked, but even if you can't get cash back, it's worth asking. Many airlines will give you travel vouchers for the difference. Psst, this repricing trick, it works for hotels too. So check back in on those advanced bookings. And finally, with delays happening more and more at U.S. airports, there may be a way to get reimbursed for any surprise costs you incur related to delays.
You know, the airlines legally are not obligated to give you compensation, but your credit cards will. And that's what most consumers don't realize. So if you're delayed for a long time, flight cancellations, always ask your credit card company to reimburse the hotel, the rental car, and all those extra fees.
Not to mention the meals, clothes, and toiletries you may have to buy if you get stranded for a long time. Because aren't the holidays stressful enough? I know I sleep better, even after a long, terrible travel day, if I've saved a few bucks. Now, hopefully, you can too.
Noah Pransky, NBC News.
Good advice there. All right, this morning we have an exclusive look at a new report that is pulling back the curtain, showing us how exactly kids are spending all those hours on their smartphones. This sounds maybe a little scary, but revealing. NBC News Now anchor Kate Snow has more on how parents can maybe start an open and honest conversation at home about
which is really needed. Look, we have known for a long time, Joe, that kids are spending hours and hours on smartphones, but this groundbreaking report is giving us a better understanding of what kind of apps they're using, at what times, for how long, and how, despite kids' best efforts to pull away, a lot of kids and teens get sucked back in.
It's a defining feature of a generation. Kids constantly scrolling, messaging, playing games, watching videos. Now, a new report is shining a light on just how much phones are trying to grab our kids' attention. Common Sense Media tracked the Android phones of about 200 kids ages 11 to 17 to see what they're actually doing. 97% of them use their phones during school hours. Almost 60% use them between midnight and 5 a.m. on school nights. And here's the most striking headline. More than half the kids got 237 notifications or more every day, with some receiving more than 4,500. Researchers say Snapchat and Discord, apps kids use typically for messaging, sent the most notifications.
The business model of social media platforms is to keep you on the platform so they can sell you ads. It's really an arms race for your attention.
Not all notifications are created equal. Teens told researchers it's easier to ignore more impersonal alerts, but when it's a direct link to their friends, they're drawn to their phones.
Every time somebody sends you a direct message in Snapchat, you get a little pop-up.
Yeah.
Does it make you want to pick up the phone and look?
I mean, yeah.
14-year-old Armida Mojaza wasn't part of the study, but like the kids in the study, her top social media app is TikTok.
What is it about TikTok that you love?
I think that feeling of indulgence when you're scrolling through the videos and how you get so interested and pulled into it is it's just really interesting to me.
Armida spends a lot of time on the app, which was news to her mother Scheherazade.
I'm shocked. I feel like I'm waking up to this news.
I think a lot of moms, if their kids sat down and told them exactly what they're doing, would have that feeling.
NBC News reached out to social media companies highlighted in the report. TikTok says it sets a 60-minute daily screen time limit on teen accounts under 18, but teens can enter a passcode to continue watching. Snapchat and Discord pointed out that their notifications are similar to text alerts. On Snapchat, users have to opt in for notifications. Both platforms say the number of notifications can be adjusted. Meta, Instagram and Facebook's parent company, tells us it has tools specifically designed to help teens limit their time and minimize notifications. Teens are automatically sent a take a break message after a certain amount of time. Common Sense did find many kids are trying to set limits. Armida has a time limit on her favorite apps, but that doesn't always work.
I know the password to it, so I can get by the limit.
So you reach the limit, and do you find yourself putting in the password?
All the time. All the freaking time.
Why is that, do you think?
I don't know, I think most of the time I'm just not done watching a video and I'm really invested. Or, I just want more time on my phone.
Scheherazade admits her understanding of social media is limited, making conversations about what apps Armida uses challenging.
It is difficult because the new generation knows a lot more about these cell phones than my generation does.
Many parents are with her on that, so Common Sense is offering questions and talking points to help parents start the conversation, like which apps take up most of their time, what draws them in, and begin with admitting how you use your phone.
It's really up to you as a parent to be having an ongoing, and I'd say non-judgmental discussion with your kids, but also talking about the positive things they can get from interaction on screens, because that is the life kids are living.
The big takeaway from this, every single kid is using their phone differently. Some of the kids that Common Sense studied were mainly gaming. Others were all about social media. Some of them, Joe, had YouTube videos on all night long while they were sleeping, like white noise in the background, like the way maybe some people would use a TV and keep a TV on.
Yeah, I guess
all
it's
night.
something people did, but still, so with everyone using them differently, I guess it's hard to maybe give some universal advice, but what is some of the best advice for
Well, for parents, I think the key thing is like Common Sense would say, keep the phones out of the bedroom so they can't use them overnight. Keep phones out of your family activities if you can, like set limits on screens at dinner, for example, maybe have a screen-free dinner. That's their advice. They also, we mentioned, have a list of actual questions that you can use as parents to ask your kids to start that conversation. All the questions are listed on today.com. And Joe, when I read them, there were good ones for me, like, oh, that's what I can ask my kids.
Things you hadn't thought of before. So
Yeah,
that's good.
but starting with how we use it.
Exactly, which is always an issue because parents like their phones too.
Right, we're modeling.
That was very enlightening, Kate. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Coming up, something new is brewing in Britain. In a country known for its love of tea, a survey finds more Brits are now actually saying they prefer coffee. What's behind the new trend? We'll find out after the break.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation.
What is the #1 issue for you?
To the national stage.
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
When critical votes were counted.
Still too close to call.
And when power was held to account.
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Now is raw.
Look at this.
Kate's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator. Sundays on NBC.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just did.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. One of the most successful sitcoms of all time could be coming back. A reboot of The Office is reportedly in development with the original U.S. showrunner, Greg Daniels. This is one of the big projects fans are eagerly anticipating as the writers' strike nears an end. We did reach out to NBC, but so far no details on the casting or the air date. The last episode aired more than a decade ago, but The Office still has a huge following. It was actually the most streamed show by far in 2020. We'd love to see that. For centuries, a cup of tea has been the drink most associated with the UK. But according to a new survey, it has now been eclipsed by coffee. To spill the tea, here's NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter.
Hey guys, it is a hotly contested and very emotional issue in my country of residence. Tea or coffee? Well, studies in the UK now show that for the first time in history, the tea-obsessed nation may actually prefer coffee. Take a look.
Well, you know, I always figured that tea was just going to taste like hot brown water. And you know what? I was right. Yeah, it's horrible.
Welcome to England.
In the beloved Apple TV series Ted Lasso, the American soccer coach struggles to enjoy a time-honored British tradition.
Y'all know this tastes like garbage.
I love it.
Tea time isn't quite the Lasso way, and now new data suggests that even more Brits may agree with Ted.
And in the morning, if I'm feeling a bit tired, definitely go for coffee.
The taste is a bit off, and you can get you can put caramel in it.
I'm a coffee person through and through, sometimes a bit of tea with cake, but generally coffee.
A recent survey found for the first time ever that coffee beats out tea as Britain's favorite hot beverage. 63% of those surveyed said they regularly drink coffee versus 59% who regularly sip away on a hot tea. It started with the invasion of American-style coffee shops that look a bit like Central Perk.
Hey, Joey, can I get some coffee?
The Australian flat white craze and artisan roasteries have taken London by storm. Well, whatever you call it, cafes brewing up the hot stuff, cups of joe to go are all the rage. And even Starbucks, which has been in the UK for more than 2 decades, is slated to launch 100 new stores across England this year. Online social media tutorials of specialty drinks feeding the frenzy.
Okay, so I tried making one of those Americanized coffee videos.
I think there's a generational shift with younger people getting into coffee, being more interested in it.
Studies show the coffee market in the UK surpassed a whopping $2 billion this year, more than double the tea market. But tea holds a special historical place in British culture. From Mary Poppins
2 lamps, Uncle Albert?
Yes, please.
to Alice in Wonderland.
As you can see, we're still having tea.
You'll never get rid of the English afternoon tea with scones and like a proper cream tea.
For so many on the other side of the pond, nothing will ever replace that leisurely afternoon tea.
Now, by the numbers, the coffee market across the UK is looking at a nearly 5% boost next year. Tea is expecting a decrease of 0.4%. But I think one of the real points all this data is missing is that tea and coffee serve very different purposes in the British daily life. I don't think that afternoon cuppa or even that ceremonial high tea will ever be replaced. Back to you.
No kidding. I love an afternoon tea, and if I had coffee in the afternoon, I wouldn't sleep, and then I wouldn't be here. All right, Molly, thank you so much for that report. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now. News continues right now.
Happy Tuesday. Glad you could join us today. I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Joe Fryer, and for Morgan Radford, NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Tuesday, September 26th. Show of support. President Joe Biden is in Michigan today visiting auto workers on the picket lines. His message to union members as they inch closer to a deal with at least one of the car makers.
Critical step. Writers Guild leaders expected to take an official vote on their tentative deal with the studios. The specifics of that agreement and whether it means that Hollywood could soon be back in action.
COVID questions. A new study is providing insight into the mysterious condition of long COVID, why people are experiencing fatigue and brain fog in the weeks after their initial infection.
How to heal. Many of us have experienced the loss of a loved one, but how do you explain those complex emotions to your kids? So we have an expert with tips for navigating grief as a parent.
That is going to be an important conversation. Looking forward to that one. Welcome to NBC News Daily. We start with a major show of support for striking U.S. auto workers. President Biden will join the UAW picket lines in Michigan today. He left Washington just over an hour ago. According to the White House, this will be the first time in modern history that a sitting president has joined a strike.
UAW members walked off the job 12 days ago, and union leaders are still holding strong with their demands, pressuring the big three car makers for more pay and shorter work weeks. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa joins us now from Centerline, Michigan. So, Maggie, what's the president's message going to be today for striking workers, and does he support their demands?
The president has said, guys, that he supports the UAW, and we'll delve into the complexities of what he has and hasn't said here in a minute. But first, I want to point out what's going on here. You can see we have this large truck behind us in front of the picket line, and frankly, this has been happening all day. Trucks have been pulling up to this. This is a parts distribution facility here for Stellantis near Detroit, and the picketers haven't been letting them come in. They've been telling them, go to a different gate, go to a different part of the lot. Basically, we're not breaking the picket line. So they're not completely preventing them from getting inside. They have other avenues, but kind of evidence of the tension here. Basically, the president in the White House has said that he supports the UAW getting what he's called a fair share of the value they've helped create for the big three, but he hasn't endorsed, the White House hasn't endorsed specific demands, like that 40% pay bump or the 32-hour work week, things like that. They just kind of played this more broadly. That being said, we're hearing out on the picket lines that workers are really grateful to have the president's visit, have that boost, have that added spotlight during these tense and obviously stalled contract talks. Take a listen.
Yeah, it's great to have a president come out. We'd like to see all the support we can.
But I think the current sitting president's involvement in this process will be very helpful for us.
And we've heard from workers as well that they're also grateful to have the added spotlight of former President Trump tomorrow. Again, just saying any support overall, the consensus that we're hearing is any support they can get, they will absolutely take it at this time. Guys.
Maggie, we know former President Trump is also heading to Detroit tomorrow. What is the potential impact from these visits on the actual negotiation? Do you think this is mainly just a show of support that's unlikely to affect the bottom line?
Yeah, it depends on who you ask. So the workers say, yes, it'll definitely impact the negotiations. They hope it puts pressure on the big three, GM, Ford, Chrysler owners, Stellantis. But the big three themselves have sort of pushed back on that a little bit. I want to show you some of the statements that we've gotten. Ford writing in a statement, quote, Ford and the UAW are going to be the ones to solve this by finding creative solutions to tough issues together at the bargaining table. In other words, leaving out any mention of politicians visiting, right? Kind of a similar vibe from GM. Our focus, not on politics, but continues to be on bargaining in good faith with the UAW. So they're kind of saying, hey, listen, this is between us, and essentially not acknowledging that these visits could really make a difference. But workers out here believe any pressure, again, guys, is good pressure.
All right, NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa live for us. Thank you, Maggie.
More union news now. Today, union leaders for the Writers Guild of America expected to vote on whether to approve that tentative deal they made with major film studios over the weekend.
Yeah, if it is approved, then the fate of the deal is then in the hands of the more than 11,000 members of the Guild who also need to vote on the terms of this contract. We've got NBC News entertainment correspondent Chloe Malas with us for the very latest. Chloe, hey, good to see you. So the WGA put out a statement and they called this a, quote, exceptional deal. That is very promising. Do you think there's a likelihood we could see signatures and a complete deal by the end of today?
Look, I mean, people have, so yes, we are hoping, everyone is hoping, the industry is hoping that the East and West offices of the Writers Guild of America will unanimously pass this, and we are expecting it, I mean, just within moments. Then at that moment, they could then lift the working ban and allow writers to get back to work. So that means that we might be seeing daytime, late night shows back on the air in a matter of days, maybe even as early as next week. It has been almost 150 days since the strike began, and you would expect that the Writers Guild would put out a positive statement. So once they put that deal, once it's passed online for their entire guild to look at, then I think we're going to see either positive, you're not going to please everybody, right? But they put out a positive statement, and soon we're going to find out if it's really as exceptional as they say. Something that they didn't put in the statement that I thought was interesting is they don't call it historic. They called it exceptional. So obviously this has been a long time coming for everyone. We know that there are concessions when it comes to protection over artificial intelligence, residuals in the streaming era, similar things to what the actors want as well.
So we know, let's talk about the actors. SAG-AFTRA is still on strike. Is there a feeling once the writers' deal is done that we'll see more movement with the actors?
Yeah, I mean, I spoke to somebody last night who is in SAG-AFTRA who said that they're hoping to get a meeting on the books with AMPTP. They are the ones who represent the streamers and the studios. They're hoping a meeting before the weekend. They've been on strike since July. They haven't even had one meeting. So in order to get Hollywood back up and running, you don't just need writers, you need the actors too. So like I said, late night, daytime, those are writer-based shows, but scripted and films and the Gladiator movies and the Dune movies and all the stuff that everybody's waiting for, you need the actors too. And without them, you really can't get Hollywood or the respective industries like construction and dry cleaning, transportation, craft services up and running as well. And that's what many people are waiting for. But a lot of hope, cautious optimism right now.
We'll take it. We'll take it. All right. NBC News Entertainment correspondent Chloe Malas, thank you so much.
Thank you, Chloe. We turn now to Capitol Hill, where Speaker Kevin McCarthy faces a tough decision. He can save his speakership or work with the Democrats to keep the government open.
In just 4 days, the government will run out of funds if Congress does not agree on a budget. And some hardline Republicans are threatening to overthrow the speaker if he strikes a deal that Democrats can support. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale joins us now from her post. I understand that is the speaker's scrum, speaking with reporters happening right behind her right now. What are we hearing?
Live television, guys. You know, yes, the Speaker of the House is talking right behind us, giving updates on where they stand at this point in the government funding battle. His plan going forward today is to vote on 4 different spending bills. They're part of that 12 overall appropriations packages that his conference has long been debating what those top line numbers should be. It seems at this point that they have enough consensus to try to move on 4 of these. They include things like military funding and veterans funding. But this is also an attempt by McCarthy to show good faith with some of those hardliners before they move on to a continuing resolution with border provisions in it. A continuing resolution effectively just buys them a little more time, 30 or 45 days. It's not clear that he has the votes for that right now. There are significant numbers within the conference that have said they'd never vote for a CR. That's a lot of what the conversation is behind me right now, and questions that we've asked over and over again throughout this process. Ultimately, we'll have to watch these rule votes later this afternoon, and then later this week what ends up happening on the continuing resolution itself. But at least right now, they have a plan.
In the thick of it there, Ali. If the government shuts down, Ali, all federal workers will be without a paycheck until a deal is reached. But there are exceptions, right? There are essential workers who will still have to go to work even without a paycheck.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, you think about people who work for TSA and who are working in air traffic control, essential workers, and each secretary has a little bit of leeway in terms of deeming what parts they can afford to lose temporarily and what parts they can push to keep. That's a conversation that I had, for example, with the former Interior Secretary Ryan Zinke, talking about what he did during his tenure the last time the government shut down. That's something that we'll see from the agency side when push comes to shove. Of course, here in Congress, the key focus is trying to avoid a shutdown at all, but we know that negotiations have been thorny. They've been difficult. It's why we're spending so much time with the speaker over here on my right, as he's trying to show that he has the votes to move forward, even though we're waiting to see if that's actually the case.
All right, we'll let you get back to it, Ali. I know you're right there in the mix. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale, thank you.
Back to the Wolfpack.
Yeah.
All right, time now for our CNBC Money Minute. The Fed's rate hikes hitting Americans hard, with big ticket items becoming more costly. Think about rates for new 30-year mortgages sitting 4% higher than they were 2 years ago. Car loans also soaring.
Yeah, CNBC headline reporter Silvana Henao joins us now. Hey, Silvana. So last week, federal officials signaled they'd likely keep interest rates high for at least a little while longer. How else might this impact American households?
Hey, Vicky. Hey, Joe. Yeah, so borrowers with credit card debt are also feeling squeezed. The average credit card had a 20.7% interest rate in May. Now, that's up over 6% from 2022. Securities-backed loans are also seeing rising rates. They have jumped about 5% since the Fed raised rates. Meanwhile, Nissan is sticking with its plan to go all electric in Europe by 2030. Last week, the UK Prime Minister pushed back plans to phase out the sale of new fossil fuel-powered cars by 5 years until 2035. Nissan CEO said there is no turning back now. The car company operates the largest auto plant in the UK. The plan is to launch 27 electric vehicles, including 19 fully electric cars. And Taylor Swift is once again boosting sales. This time, the surge was in NFL merchandise. Travis Kelce jersey sales, the Kansas City Chiefs tight end, spiked nearly 400% after Swift attended the game. The superstar show of support follows weeks of speculation that she and Kelce are dating, guys.
And we're hearing they're just getting to know each other. It's in the early stages right now.
I know. We've got a poll about, what to call them, trailer. I like Swelsey.
I hate trailer.
I like
Trailer is
Swelsey.
horrible.
Swelsey's
I'll
fun
take
to
Swelsey.
say,
that, Vicky.
right?
I like that.
Yeah, that's a good one. I didn't come up with it, but I heard searches for Travis Kelce also went up on Google. People were like, who is this guy?
Yeah, how do you spell it? All right. Savannah and Al, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
You got it. Still ahead, hope for those suffering from long COVID. What a new study uncovered about treating the potentially debilitating condition. You are watching NBC News Daily.
Celebrating my mom's 60th birthday.
Just married, and we're honeymooning at the Today Show.
It's a girl.
Hoda inspired me to become a journalist.
I'll have what you guys are having.
I'm celebrating here with you. This is amazing. You're on Today.
You are not alone when you're here on the Today Show.
There are growing concerns about a new spike in COVID cases as we head into the fall. CDC data shows hospitalizations are up about 30% nationwide over the past month.
And for the millions of Americans dealing with long COVID, a new study out this week is providing new clues about identifying this mysterious condition. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson takes us through the findings.
The cello is Joshua Roman's pleasure and profession. But long COVID's made it tough for the virtuoso soloist to play lengthy pieces.
What kind of difference has long COVID made in your career?
Long COVID has forced me to only do the most important things.
Long COVID impacts 6% of adults, according to the CDC. Symptoms include fatigue, brain fog, and memory difficulties. Now a new study offers clues about potential blood biomarkers.
We're seeing patterns.
David Petrino is the lead researcher.
Our study showed that individuals with long COVID had significant and measurable differences in their blood.
And what were those differences?
These differences were a mixture of hormone dysfunction, immune dysfunction, and reactivation of past viruses.
specifically 50% lower levels of cortisol, the hormone that makes you feel alert and awake, T-cell exhaustion in immune systems, and dormant viruses like Epstein-Barr and herpes reemerging.
This isn't a simple illness. This is a complex illness.
The study examined the blood of 268 people, some who recovered from COVID, some never infected, some with long COVID like Roman, who wants to not need reminders like this and have total recall of the music he loves. Ann Thompson, NBC News, New York.
We have with us now NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar. Hey, Dr. Azar, so this is some of the first research that actually proves long COVID is a real condition. Talk us through the significance of that and what could it mean for potentially treating long COVID?
Right. I mean, that's, we're still a ways away from having these biological findings, which are absolutely so important to actually having that translate into meaningful treatments for patients. And I think one thing that I think has been missed from this narrative, over the last couple of years, you guys, is that this entity long COVID is really not new. We have at least over a century of many, many other examples of what we refer to as post-infectious or post-viral fatigue syndromes. Perhaps the best known of those is chronic fatigue syndrome, or MECFS, which is very, very well known to the medical community, primarily because it's so challenging to diagnose and so challenging to treat. So Dr. Petrino and his group just off the block from us at Mount Sinai have been doing a ton of work in conjunction with and in collaboration with other researchers, for example, at Yale. And this, yes, is one of the first papers to really do a deep dive into the biology that might underpin long COVID. And eventually that will translate, hopefully, into interventions and treatments for people who are so, so desperate, many of my patients included, to get some relief from their long symptoms.
We can only hope that happens soon. Dr. Azar, let's just talk about COVID right now. First of all, people can once again get those free at-home tests at covidtests.gov. That program just started up again yesterday. But how concerned should we be right now with this latest spike in hospitalizations, which is really one of our primary measurements right now of how bad things are? What should we keep in mind?
I think when we head into respiratory illness season, you guys, whether that's RSV, flu, and now COVID, we all need to have a certain level of vigilance and concern. Maybe not so much for ourselves if we fall into that bell curve of young or middle-aged adults or younger people without chronic illness. The likelihood of having a severe outcome from COVID remains low, but that's not true for everybody. And if you're in that high-risk group, the older individuals, people with, chronic lung disease, heart disease, people who are immunocompromised, you need to stay on top of your boosters and vaccinations. The CDC, as we know, made a very broad recommendation for an updated COVID shot if you haven't had a recent booster. Many of us haven't had one for about a year. And that's certainly something to consider for all people, to prevent infection throughout the winter and to sort of amplify that protection against severe disease.
And real quickly, we have like 15 seconds here, but those tests that are coming from the government, you mentioned they might be expiring soon, right?
Yeah, they're sort of meant to be used through 2023. So take a look at the expiration date and go to FDA.gov to see if they've extended the expiration date on those tests to see how long they're actually good for.
That is a good reminder. NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar, thank you so much.
Coming up, the new promise of an experimental treatment for epilepsy, how this therapy could have wide-ranging impacts. You are watching NBC News Digital.
coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Get this, just 33% of fourth graders can read at a proficient level. This is according to a recent study from the National Assessment of Educational Progress. NBC News correspondent Rahima Ellis visited one school district in Mississippi that is now taking action to better educate its students.
In rural Mississippi, students are getting back to basics, learning to read with an emphasis on phonics, like kids did decades ago.
Short E says what?
It's a major shift introduced 2 years ago by Dr. Melissa McCrae, the former principal here at McLaurin Elementary School. It began after she realized how many of her fourth graders could not read at grade level.
We were about 14% proficient.
14%?
Yes. So we knew immediately that we had to do something to make a change in our building.
The change was dramatic.
We were not explicitly teaching the components of reading.
The overhaul included retraining teachers, small group instruction, and tracking individual progress.
Consonant or vowel? Consonant.
They mostly left behind an approach commonly known as balanced literacy, adopted by many schools nationwide and facing growing criticism. It emphasized clues like pictures to understand a story and de-emphasized phonics. For example, in a picture book, if a line reads, "The sheep wakes up," the school says a child who's never seen sheep may say, "The dog wakes up." The child has the basic idea of an animal, but take away the pictures and the student struggles to read.
Pig.
Today, teachers here focus on the science of reading.
What's your prefix?
That includes explicitly teaching phonics, fluency, and sounding out words. What's been the impact on the children?
I've seen students who felt like they couldn't do it. And then once we started to implement a structured reading program, it went from I can't do it to I can do it, I am doing it. Space. Ship.
Now used throughout the district, officials say it's making a difference. Last year, system-wide, 65% of elementary school students reached reading proficiency.
It's just amazing to me to see the light bulbs turn on, to see them soak up all of the knowledge that's being poured into them.
Teachers now on a new course narrowing the reading gap word by word.
Now.
Rahima Ellis, NBC News, Florence, Mississippi.
In South Carolina, there's an investigation at a local school district where officials say high school students created crude trading cards featuring pictures of female students' bodies. Darren Botello from our NBC affiliate WBTS reports on how some community members want the offenders to be expelled.
A shocking warning to parents went out this week from Bedford High School administrators that some freshman and sophomore students, mostly boys, created trading cards, physical cards and digital ones featuring the chests and backsides of 11th and 12th grade girls at school.
This is horrible, shouldn't be doing this, that's just disgusting.
This senior at school says for at least a week, the boys have been printing pictures of the girls and taping them over Pokemon cards.
They were like rating them from 0 to 10 and just rating them bad or not bad.
He says the girls didn't even know they were on the cards until the last several days. One of them is his friend.
I was talking to one yesterday and she is pissed. She's not happy at all. She was just very embarrassed.
There's now a petition online with at least 1,700 signatures early Friday afternoon, calling for the students who created the cards to be expelled from school. But the superintendent for the school district says he still doesn't even know the names of the students or the victims. They've only received vague complaints.
The administration has been talking to kids. No names have come forward. So if there are names, we would like those names. This is inappropriate. We're going to deal with it. There will be consequences. Once we know, then we'll know which consequences to issue.
School administrators earlier this week put out a letter saying in part, if the students are caught, they may face a Saturday school, as well as suspension from school and extracurricular activities.
There should be a huge punishment for them.
And that was Darren Botello from our NBC affiliate WBTS reporting.
Bad decision making there. All right, up next, who you will not hear from at this week's GOP presidential debate. Plus, a bi-coastal clash between two governors on opposite sides of the aisle. You are watching NBC News Daily, and you can watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network. It's called NBC News Now, and you can do this wherever you stream, including YouTube, Hulu, Roku, and of course, Peacock. Your news continues right after this.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to NBC News Daily. I'm Joe Fryer.
I'm Vicki Wynn. Here's what's making news right now. At least 20 people are dead, nearly 300 others injured after an explosion at a gas station in the fraught region of Nagorno-Karabakh on Monday. Authorities there say the blast occurred as people lined up to fill their cars while fleeing to Armenia. Tensions are high after Azerbaijan's military operation to reclaim the region. The area has been operating under separatist rule for 3 decades.
A federal court in New York has now charged a third person in connection to the opioid death of a 1-year-old boy at a daycare center in the Bronx. 38-year-old Renny Antonio Parra Paredes was arrested and charged with conspiracy to distribute narcotics, resulting in death after authorities found fentanyl stashed at the Divino Nino daycare center. 2 other suspects, including the owner of the daycare center, are also facing federal and state charges.
And the Powerball jackpot one step closer to reaching $1 billion. The prize is now sitting at an estimated $835 million after there were no winners last night. Wednesday's drawing will now be the 4th largest jackpot in Powerball history.
Here we go again. All right. In California, 7 Republican hopefuls are gearing up for tomorrow's presidential debate. Former President Donald Trump is sitting out the event once again, but there'll be another noticeable and notable absence this time. Former Arkansas Governor Asa Hutchinson fell short of qualifying. That means that these candidates on your screen will be the only ones on the debate stage.
NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns joins us now. So, Dasha, the Republican field seems to be slowly shrinking. What has Governor Hutchinson said about his failure to qualify for this debate? Is he staying in the race? And what can we expect to see tomorrow night? Yeah, 7 candidates, so still quite a large field. But Hutchinson saying he's staying in the race. He's going to try to get his poll numbers up by Thanksgiving. And in a statement, he said that he entered this race because it's critically important for a leader within the Republican Party to stand up to Donald Trump and call him out on misleading his supporters and the American people. I intend to continue doing that. So we'll see what happens with Hutchinson. Meanwhile, the 7 candidates that will be on the stage on Wednesday night, this is an important moment. Because, look, we saw in the last debate that it did move the needle. Of course, it didn't necessarily cut into Donald Trump's lead, but it did shake things up for the contenders that did participate in the debate. You saw Nikki Haley pop. You saw Vivek Ramaswamy get a lot more attention. So right now they are preparing to try to capitalize on this moment without Trump taking all of the oxygen out of the room. So we know one thing I'm going to be watching for is Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. He's had sort of the biggest slide and slip in the polls over the last several weeks, so he really needs to have a moment tonight. We saw in a debate preview memo sent to donors and supporters over the weekend, the campaign sort of went after Trump on the abortion issue and some of his strategy in early states, and talked about the governor sort of sticking to the mission and staying out of the fray. So one of the things we can expect to see from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis tomorrow night.
So, Dasha, we are learning about another televised debate coming up, one that has nothing to do with the 2024 election, or at least directly. Tell us about that one.
Right. Right, a bit of a proxy. So Florida Governor Ron DeSantis will be debating California Governor Gavin Newsom, a Democrat, of course, on November 30th in Georgia. It'll be hosted by Fox News host Sean Hannity. Now, we knew that this was going to happen. Now we have an actual date. And the way that the DeSantis campaign is framing this is sort of as a proxy for a presidential debate. Now, the campaign has been saying that the Biden agenda is similar to the Newsom agenda in California. That Governor DeSantis has also been claiming that Biden might not be the Democratic nominee. Of course, the Governor Gavin Newsom has shoved off any idea that he might be challenging Biden. But this is going to be, again, a moment that the DeSantis campaign is trying to create as they're sort of struggling in the polls there, Joe.
All right. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns, thank you so much. And you can catch all of our post-debate analysis tomorrow on NBC News Now. Kristen Welker leads the Meet the Press special coverage of the second GOP primary debate starting at 11 p.m.
Now to breaking news this hour. The Federal Trade Commission and 17 states are accusing Amazon of anti-competitive behavior.
Yeah, this highly anticipated lawsuit claims the retail giant has an illegal monopoly over online retail. We're joined now by NBC News correspondent Noah Pransky, who's been tracking the story. So what should we know about the suit? What are these anti-competitive practices that the FTC is accusing Amazon?
So the top line here is that the FTC says Amazon wasn't breaking the law simply by being big. They were breaking the law due to their behavior. Exclusionary conduct are the key words here. We're specifically talking about anti-discounting tactics that they allege, which are basically punishing sellers who offer discounts. They say that has a ripple effect, not just on the Amazon platform, but other places these resellers may sell their product. And then the other big one here is anti-competitive tactics, which punishes sellers who don't ship through Amazon fulfillment centers. Again, all of these things, they say, the FTC accuses Amazon of not just raising prices on their platform for consumers and sellers, but they say the ripple effect, because it's a monopoly, has such a big impact. It's inflating prices for everybody.
Yeah, that is a direct impact on consumers if these allegations are true. What's Amazon saying, Noah?
So we just heard from them in the last few minutes. They did not mince words in a statement. I'm going to read it directly so I don't mess it up. Today's suit makes clear the FTC's focus has radically departed from its mission of protecting consumers and competition. The practices the FTC is challenging have helped to spur competition and innovation across the retail industry and have produced greater selection, lower prices, and faster delivery speeds. Amazon went on to say that it's good for both consumers and sellers. It's spurred innovation. Amazon expecting to put up a big fight on this one, and it's not their only suit with the FTC, so a lot of work for a lot of attorneys right now.
In the meantime, does it affect consumers in any way?
Not immediately, but the FTC is seeking immediate action. They didn't say today they want to break up Amazon. They say they want to change the policies to make it more friendly for consumers and better for competition.
Wow. All right. NBC News correspondent Noah Pransky. Noah, thank you so much for that.
London police are now investigating comedian and actor Russell Brand for alleged sex offenses. The decision comes after 4 women claimed in a recent documentary that Brand sexually abused them between 2006 and 2013.
Now, the 48-year-old has repeatedly denied any wrongdoing. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley has the details in a warning. This story contains descriptions of sexual assault.
More trouble for British comedian and actor Russell Brand. British police confirming they're now looking into a number of allegations of sexual offences, both in London and the rest of the country.
What I seriously refute are these very, very serious criminal allegations.
Brand issuing a new video statement Friday accusing Big Tech of trying to censor him, but not addressing the allegations directly.
Obviously, it's been an extraordinary and distressing week.
Police say the offences are all non-recent, and officers will be offering specialist support to all of the women who have made allegations. While police didn't give details of the dates or incidents under investigation, the lead detective said, quote, "We continue to encourage anyone who believes they may have been a victim of a sexual offence, no matter how long ago it was, to contact us." The police probe comes after 4 women came forward in the British media and told their stories in a documentary entitled Russell Brand in Plain Sight, a joint investigation by the Sunday Times, the Times, and Channel 4 dispatches.
I was like, oh my God, he raped me.
Their allegations, spanning the years from 2006 to 2013, include rape, sexual assault, and abuse. One woman says she was 16 years old at the time of her alleged assault.
I was pushing him away, and he wasn't backing off at all. And so I ended up having to punch him really hard in the stomach to get him off.
Another woman sharing text message with the Times she says are between her and Brand following her alleged assault in 2012 in Los Angeles, writing, "When a girl says no, it means no." Brand allegedly replying with an apology, quote, "I'm very sorry." In his first video statement, Brand denied any wrongdoing while confronting his past.
I was very, very promiscuous. Now, during that time of promiscuity, the relationships I had were absolutely always consensual.
The fallout already leading to consequences.
I respect you for doing that, but the content of what you said has made me hate you.
The remaining dates of Brand's UK stand-up tour Bipolarization now postponed, with ticket refunds announced by the promoter. Paramount Plus removing his comedy special, and YouTube suspending monetization on Brand's channel following the allegations.
I need your support now, more than ever, and more than I ever imagined I would.
Matt Bradley, NBC News.
Doctors are testing a promising experimental treatment for epilepsy. The debilitating condition affects millions around the world, and it can make it impossible for patients to drive a car, to keep a job, or even raise a family.
NBC News medical fellow Dr. Akshay Sayal shows us how stem cells are being used to calm or even reduce seizures.
Annette Adkins, a 60-year-old woman from Portland, Oregon, has spent the last decade terrified a seizure could come at any moment.
Some days, when you're having seizures so often, it's just hard to know, how is my life going to go?
In 2014, Annette was diagnosed with epilepsy, but despite taking 4 different medications, was still having 14 seizures a month. Globally, 50 million people struggle with seizures, and about a third of them are like Annette. Medications just don't work.
It can be really devastating. I have patients who had to quit their jobs because they lost their driver's license. I have patients with young children who can't feel comfortable taking care of their own young children alone.
But now, doctors are testing a first-of-its-kind therapy using stem cells.
This therapy offers us the potential to essentially restore that balance of excitation and inhibition in that part of the brain to be able to calm or ideally stop the seizures. And currently, we don't have a therapy that allows us to do that.
Here's how it works. Seizures can happen when certain parts of the brain get too excited and start firing uncontrollably. So the cells work to calm the brain down by producing GABA, a neurotransmitter that restores balance in the brain.
There is a lot of excitatory activity that's causing spontaneous seizures.
I got a chance to see the procedure firsthand when I went into the operating room at the University of California, San Diego, and watched the 3rd patient ever to have this done. Early data presented shows promising results. A 90% reduction in seizures in the first 2 patients treated so far.
People think of seizures like, it's 1 to 2 minutes of a seizure 2 to 3 times a month. It's like, 6, 7, 8 minutes out of your life in a month? But the people spend 99% of their time trying to avoid those 6, 7, 8 minutes. And that really impacts their quality of life.
The company plans to study whether the therapy can also treat other brain conditions, like Alzheimer's.
I think these patients are incredibly brave to be a part of a trial, where we don't know for sure what the end result is.
Since Annette underwent the procedure last October, she's had just one seizure since, and says she finally has her life back.
We're going to be capable of doing the things in life that we haven't really been confident to do over the last, since 2014.
Dr. Akshay Sayal, NBC News.
Just ahead, coping with loss, how parents can help children navigate the death of a loved one as they grapple with their own grief. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the break?
Morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the expedition should be
Allegations of Russian organizing.
A storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
According to the National Alliance for Children's Grief, 1 in 12 children in the U.S. will lose a parent or sibling by the time they turn 18.
Everyone handles grief differently, but children especially process emotions in their own distinct way. And it's important for parents to know what to expect and how to best support their kids during their grief journey. Actress and author of the children's book, See You on the Other Side, Rachel Montez Minor joins us now. Some tips on talking to kids about losing someone. Rachel, good to have you with us. First of all, tell us, why did you decide to write this book?
Good morning. Thank you so much for having me. This book actually came to me in a dream, so I never really sat down at a desk to say, I want to write this book. See You on the Other Side came to me when I was sleeping, when I was pregnant with my daughter, so it really is a book from the dream space. And as soon as it came to me, I always sleep with the dream journal by the bed. I knew this is a heart opener, and it is about connection and the everlasting feeling of love. Love never ends.
It is such a sweet book. It rhymes, the illustrations are beautiful, and you have so much representation in there. I think kids who have lost a loved one can really relate and see themselves in this book. How do you have that conversation with a child? What should a parent or caregiver say to help guide a young person through grief?
Well, I think we have such a chance to reframe what grief is when we are talking with kids. to me, it's all about love, and that love has no end. So if we keep our heart open, with our feet on the ground, we can really connect with kids. And this book talks about nature and how, like, cycles of nature, spring and winter, bring everything together. And if we just stay in our hearts, we can connect with our children.
It's not just about death. Parents need to talk to their kids sometimes about divorce or maybe a family member moving away. That can make kids feel like they're losing someone. How should we have those conversations?
Well, again, change is nature's way, and this will always be true. One thing is forever. I love you, I love you. So just like the moon keeps shining when hidden by the sun, our parents will always be with us. So even if someone isn't physically with us, we can feel their light on us. So this is a gift that we can teach our children. So by shining the light on them, like the moon still shines even when the sun isn't there, we can get them through a big change.
And Rachel, we were just looking at a graphic on the screen about the different things that you can do. Presenting a united front, for example, giving simple, factual explanations. Walk us through some of those simple conversations and things that you can say to reassure your children.
Oh, yes. Well, I'm not a therapist. I'm a children's author. And again, this book came to me in a dream, and I think we just keep it simple. You know, we know what our children need. And I think, like, if we just connect and open our hearts, we can know what's next and what we're supposed to tell our children. Like, keep your heart open with your feet on the ground. You will feel me. I am always around. And this book provides actions we can do. So we can go on the same hike that we used to with our loved one, or even a pet. We can cook a recipe that we used to make with our grandmother. We can write a letter, tell them how we're feeling. So there's a lot of actions in this book that we can take that will help kids connect with the loved one. We can sing the same song we used to sing. We can dance to the same music we used to dance to. Again, if we're mourning a pet, we can go on the same walk we used to take with them. And again, by leaning into change and the seasons, change is nature's way, and this will always be true. So we are in the cycle of summer and winter.
Right.
Author of the children's book, See You on the Other Side, Rachel Montez-Minor, thank you so much for joining us.
You are watching NBC News Daily.
It always feels so good to get back to it.
Back to all your people and the things you love to do. It's a new season, and you start every morning ready to take it all on.
Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for.
It's back to school.
Back to business in a good way.
Back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it.
Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for.
It's back to school.
Back to business.
Back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It is never too late to start something new. That's the message from an 85-year-old South Carolina woman who's spending her time serving up hot dogs. Jordan Markoff from our NBC affiliate WIS tells us why this inspiring woman is not slowing down.
Grilling up dogs and sizzling fries. That's just a small part of what 85-year-old Joanne Dehart, or Boss Lady JoJo, does on a daily basis at Jay's Hot Diggity Dogs.
I love people, and I love helping people, and that's what it's all about.
But this isn't her first time in the restaurant biz. Back in 1980, Joanne and her husband opened Frandina's, one of the few restaurants serving up hot food in Prosperity.
After my husband passed away in 2010, I volunteered at a thrift store in Chapin, Good Works, and I said, you know, the old restaurant is still standing. Why don't I do that? And one of my workers, Betsy Weaver, said, Joanne, that's a fine thing for you to do.
So Joanne got to it, turning the old Frandina's into Heart and Hands thrift shop, serving people all throughout the community.
And this small part was the restaurant, old Frandina's. And then we built all this on.
Now, folks can get furniture, kitchenware, antiques.
And these are some more collectibles that we have.
You name it, and Joanne probably has it. To keep it all running smoothly, Joanne has one volunteer who's been with her from the very start, and their friendship all began at that thrift store in Chapin.
And Joanne happened to be in there, and she came walking up, and she said, well, I need help, and I'm opening a thrift store, and it's on Macedonia Church Road in Prosperity. And I said, I live on Macedonia Church Road in Prosperity.
After Jan Acquisto lost her daughter to colon cancer, Joanne Dehart was by her side every step of the way.
She'd always say, if I would bring in something of my daughter's to donate, she'd say, it's a good thing, Jan. It's a really good thing because you're passing it on to someone else to enjoy.
But Joanne still felt like something was missing.
Nobody had anything to eat around here. So I said, you know, why don't we do a similar small hot dog stand?
And that is how Jay's Hot Diggity Dogs was born. If you're wondering what you should get when you stop by, well, Joanne does have a suggestion.
A hot dog all the way, with chili, mustard, onions, everything.
With a thrift shop and a hot dog stand, you'd think Joanne Dehart would have her hands full. But it turns out the only thing full is her heart.
I just love people, and I love doing what I'm doing. It's a joy to come to work.
That was Jordan Markoff from our NBC affiliate WIS reporting.
And that food looks good, Joe. All right. A North Carolina man is in business. He is business in the front and party in the back, as they say. You know what I'm talking about. Now he wants everyone to know he is vying to be crowned the annual USA Mullet Champ. Olivia Dawes from our NBC affiliate WITN shows us how long he's worked to be a cut above.
Zach Mills's pride and joy is something you won't expect.
I named mine the Carolina Shrimp Tail.
Meet Carolina Shrimp Tail, Mills's name for the mullet he's been growing for nearly 2 years.
It's kind of a childhood dream of mine. I had a mullet as a kid, but my mom was the one who chose it then. When I got out of the Marine Corps, I like to do funky things with my hair.
Mills missed the deadline to enter the USA Mullet Championship last year.
It had already started. He was like, oh man, gives me this look like,
one more year. Let's keep it on one more year.
But this year, he's on to the second round, and the competition is heating up.
It's like, oh man, my competitive spirit's kind of building, and I'm pretty excited. I love being able to have fun with my hair and do fun things, so it's pretty enjoyable for me.
And his wife says his hair matches his spirit perfectly.
The mullet definitely matches his personality. There's definitely, it brings out his fun side that I've always seen. Definitely was not surprised that he wanted to do this.
All right, well, good luck to him.
The wives and girlfriends should get awards for having to put up with that for so long.
For like 2 years of that haircut. Our thanks to Olivia Dawes for that story.
I'm Joe Fryer.
I'm Vicki Wynn. You are watching NBC News Daily, and you can watch us free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now. Do it in all these places: YouTube, Hulu, Roku, Peacock, of course, Joe, Fire TV, Fubo. The news continues right after this.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Hi, everyone. Happy Tuesday. So glad you're with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Joe Fryer, and for Morgan Radford, NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Tuesday, September 26th. Hitting the line, President Joe Biden set to join auto workers in Michigan this afternoon as they continue to strike against Detroit's big three car makers. More on the historic show of support and the counter visit from former President Trump.
Looming deadline. Congress has just days left to avoid a potentially devastating government shutdown. What it could mean for millions of Americans as lawmakers scramble to hammer out a deal.
Screen time overload. A new report out today revealing how some children are sucked into spending hours a day on their phones. The alarming details about when kids are scrolling and what parents need to know.
Catching enough Z's. It can be challenging for babies and toddlers to get a good night's sleep. We're going to hear from a doctor about how setting up a successful sleep schedule can help the whole family.
That's a good conversation to have and then to have again and again.
Exactly. It'll keep you awake.
Right? All right. Welcome to NBC News Daily. We're going to start with a shift in gears for the auto workers strike. The focus today, President Biden's visit to Michigan, where any minute now he is expected to join the picket lines. The president's decision to stand shoulder to shoulder with UAW members comes on day 12 of this strike.
It also comes as the union is keeping the pressure on the big three car makers. We've seen the strike expand to 41 locations so far, with demands for better pay, better benefits, and shorter work weeks. So the question is, will the president's visit have any impact on negotiations? NBC News senior national correspondent Jay Gray joins us now from Wayne, Michigan. So Jay, why is the president joining the picket line today, and what is his message?
Yeah, Joe, Vicky, I think the mission is twofold. First of all, to show some support for those union workers on the picket line, and secondly, to show that he is aligned with that group politically. He's obviously wanting to gain some political traction with all of this. Take a look at the picket line behind me here. You can see it is packed. Union workers striking and marching outside the gate of the Ford plant here in Wayne, Michigan. Now, the president has been on the ground for 40 minutes here. He is on his way to what we believe is a separate picket line, a little closer to the Detroit airport, where he is expected to get down and visit with some of those striking. It's in Belleville. It's a GM service and parts manufacturing plant. And we don't expect him to grab a sign. Some people have asked, is he going to grab a sign in March? No, but we do expect him to listen to those on the line and to make sure that they are aware, and in turn the nation is aware, that he supports their effort and has, according to the White House, since before the end of this contract, since before the strike began. He came out a month before the strike and said that the big three automakers ought to come together with these union workers, with the UAW, and find some middle ground. They haven't done that yet.
Jay, for the most part, it sounds like the union members are pleased that the president is there, that the former President Trump will be there tomorrow. What are the car makers saying about these visits?
Yeah, as you would expect, they are downplaying this visit, obviously, because he is siding with the union workers here. We heard from Ford in a written statement. They say Ford and the UAW are going to be the ones to solve this by finding creative solutions to tough issues together at the bargaining table. GM says our focus is not on politics, but continues to be on bargaining in good faith with the UAW leadership to reach an agreement as quickly as possible that rewards our workforce and allows GM to succeed and thrive into the future. Let's go live to the pictures. This is history unfolding here in Belleville. President Biden on the ground and with striking union members. This has never happened before with a sitting president. He is there and is with Shawn Fain, the president of the UAW, as they gather and begin to chat with some of those on the strike line here. And as you guys have talked about, we're well into the second week of this strike.
Yeah.
He is here now and
Jay,
does, as you can see, have a bullhorn there on the ground.
Excuse me for interrupting. We are going to take a listen to what the president is saying now as we listen to workers cheering him on.
Stick with it, because you deserve the significant raise you need and other benefits. Let's get it! Let's get back who we lost, okay? Yeah! We say them, it's about time them to step up for us. Thank you. Now, there's a guy I know you don't know here, but I brought him along anyway. Shawn Fain, your president. Yeah!
You are watching live pictures now of President Biden, who has just joined striking auto workers there in Michigan. Just handed the mic over to the union president, Shawn Fain there. Jay, let me toss it back to you.
Yeah, Vicki, again, this is history. We've never seen this before. And it's really something that outlines what the president believes is going to help him as he moves forward in his campaign for the White House. Clearly, he needs and wants the support of these union workers. It's an area that former President Trump made some inroads in when he ran for office the first time. And it's clear that Joe Biden, the White House, don't want that to happen this time around.
All right, and we heard the president there saying you deserve significant raises and benefits. All right, NBC News senior national correspondent Jay Gray live on the ground for us. Thank you, Jay. Joe?
Turning now to D.C., where Congress is barreling toward a shutdown and federal workers are preparing for life without pay. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale visited a Veterans Affairs facility in California that's already struggling with staffing shortages.
We started advocating for this VA clinic back in 2003.
It took Tino Adame more than 2 decades to get a new VA clinic in his hometown of Stockton, California.
We used to go to meetings and we started joking about hopefully it'll open up before we're pushing up daisies.
But it's not just about getting a new facility.
We need this clinic to open with doctors, fully staffed.
This rural community, about an hour from San Francisco, falls prey to a national trend. Veterans struggling to access health care because there aren't enough providers to see them.
We have the longest wait times anywhere in California. If you're in Stockton, you have to wait 80 or even 90 days, even 100 days. I talked to a veteran recently who wasn't able to get a refill on his diabetes medication. He ended up losing his leg.
Harder says that here, the number of working primary care physicians has been cut in half just this year alone. As of 2022, more than 2,500 VA facilities face severe occupational shortages, a 22% increase from a year before. The resulting backlog, wait times, and rarely returned inquiries are why dozens of veterans like Adame, as well as caregivers like Leslie Stotts, packed into this town hall on a Friday afternoon here.
My husband, he's a Vietnam vet. He's 100% disabled.
Before the coronavirus pandemic, her husband's care was consistent.
So you've seen that the system can work.
It worked very well. And then when COVID happened, everything just changed. Any call or concern was never answered.
So you're basically playing a game of telephone with your husband's health care.
Yes.
The local VA is working to alleviate staffing shortages with increased physician pay while expanding access to telehealth.
We're here to help you today. We're here to help you Monday, Tuesday, and whenever.
They're overloaded. There's a lot of red tape.
And Harder's petitioning the administration in Washington for help. But inaction from Congress could make this worse.
What does this VFW town hall have to do with the government funding fight?
I think this is a little bit of a canary in the coal mine. And not only would it not fix it, it's going to make it a lot worse.
And in the meantime,
heartbreaking because we know what we've done in the military. The government promised one thing, but it's not fulfilling it.
Ali Vitale joins us now. So, Ali, how would a government shutdown then exacerbate all these problems we're seeing with the VA?
Well, look, this is already an existing problem, as we talked about there, and it would only be made worse in part because you'd start furloughing workers across the agencies, including from the VA. That would only add to the backlog. But the other piece of this, too, comes from Congressman Harder. One of the things that he's trying to put into one of these spending bills, specifically as it pertains to the VA, is an amendment that would allow them to just better get a sense of the scope of this issue. How wide-ranging are these shortages? And once they identify how big the problem is, only then can they start to fix it. They can't afford to waste any time, Joe.
All right, NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale, thank you so much.
Turning now to our CNBC Money Minute. Some major fast fashion brands are making moves to reduce their toll on the environment through resale platforms. But a new study shows the initiatives, they're not doing a whole bunch to reduce emissions.
CNBC technology correspondent Steve Kovac joins us now. So, Steve, the study also looked into other methods that could help those same brands reduce their carbon footprint. So take us through those alternatives and why resale can sometimes still be a good option.
Hey there, Joe. Yeah, well, research from Trove and data analytics firm Wardley claims the companies should redirect their efforts to the supply chain. They also suggest using more sustainable materials or investing in recycling. Trove helps brands like Lululemon and Canada Goose implement resale programs. The study found resale was a better environmental strategy for premium apparel and outdoor brands because their clothes have more value on secondary markets. Also, the Federal Trade Commission and 17 states just filed the long-awaited lawsuit accusing Amazon of monopoly power to inflate prices and degrade quality for shoppers. The lawsuit also claims Amazon kept out competition by illegally excluding its rivals. An Amazon official called the FTC's complaint wrong on the facts and the law. And here's the big one, guys. The pickleball craze is now getting a permanent home. The Tennis Channel will have the rights to produce and air most pickleball matches from the pro pickleball organization, the PPA Tour. The channel will also create a 24/7 ad-supported streaming service for the sport called, you guessed it, Pickleball TV. What else could you want, guys?
It was only a matter of time.
America's fastest growing sport. Steve, have you played?
No, and I don't think I ever will.
What? Oh, I have
Until
not,
he
but I
watches
want
on
to.
Pickleball TV and then gets
I
hooked.
get roped in and yeah.
All right, CNBC technology correspondent Steve Kovac, thank you.
A new report showing just how much time kids are spending on their cell phones, the apps kids are addicted to, and what parents can do to reduce screen time and help teens manage their time with technology. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're back now with an exclusive look at a new report shedding light on how kids are spending so much time on their phones.
And it also reveals new details on how apps can draw kids in and keep them hooked to the screen. NBC News Now anchor Kate Snow explains.
It's a defining feature of a generation. Kids constantly scrolling, messaging, playing games, watching videos. Now, a new report is shining a light on just how much phones are trying to grab our kids' attention. Common Sense Media tracked the Android phones of about 200 kids ages 11 to 17 to see what they're actually doing. 97% of them use their phones during school hours. Almost 60% use them between midnight and 5 a.m. on school nights. And here's the most striking headline. More than half the kids got 237 notifications or more every day, with some receiving more than 4,500. Researchers say Snapchat and Discord, apps kids use typically for messaging, sent the most notifications.
The business model of social media platforms is to keep you on the platform so they can sell you ads. It's really an arms race for your attention.
Not all notifications are created equal. Teens told researchers it's easier to ignore more impersonal alerts, but when it's a direct link to their friends, they're drawn to their phones.
Every time somebody sends you a direct message in Snapchat, you get a little pop-up.
Yeah.
Does it make you want to pick up the phone and look?
I mean, yeah.
14-year-old Armida Mojaza wasn't part of the study, but like the kids in the study, her top social media app is TikTok.
What is it about TikTok that you love?
I think that feeling of indulgence when you're scrolling through the videos and how you get so interested and pulled into it is it's just really interesting to me.
Armida spends a lot of time on the app, which was news to her mother Scheherazade.
I'm shocked. I feel like I'm waking up to this news.
I think a lot of moms, if their kids sat down and told them exactly what they're doing, would have that feeling.
NBC News reached out to social media companies highlighted in the report. TikTok says it sets a 60-minute daily screen time limit on teen accounts under 18, but teens can enter a passcode to continue watching. Snapchat and Discord pointed out that their notifications are similar to text alerts. On Snapchat, users have to opt in for notifications. Both platforms say the number of notifications can be adjusted. Meta, Instagram and Facebook's parent company, tells us it has tools specifically designed to help teens limit their time and minimize notifications. Teens are automatically sent a take a break message after a certain amount of time. Common Sense did find many kids are trying to set limits. Armida has a time limit on her favorite apps, but that doesn't always work.
I know the password to it, so I can get by the limit.
So you reach the limit, and do you find yourself putting in the password?
All the time. All the freaking time.
Why is that, do you think?
I don't know, maybe I think most of the time I'm just not done watching a video and I'm really invested. Or, yeah, I just want more time on my phone.
Scheherazade admits her understanding of social media is limited, making conversations about what apps Armida uses challenging.
It is difficult because the new generation knows a lot more about these cell phones than my generation does.
Many parents are with her on that, so Common Sense is offering questions and talking points to help parents start the conversation, like which apps take up most of their time, what draws them in, and begin with admitting how you use your phone.
It's really up to you as a parent to be having an ongoing, and I'd say non-judgmental discussion with your kids, but also talking about the positive things they can get from interaction on screens, because that is the life kids are living.
Kate joins us now. We've just been talking about this report all day long. It's so interesting. I can't get over the 4,500 notifications
I don't even know how
for
that
some
happens.
kids. What are some of the other takeaways from
Well,
this?
you know what the big takeaway for me was is that every single kid is different. When they actually looked at the phones, they could see patterns, and they were all different. Like some kids are into social media, other kids are into gaming, and they're gaming all the time. Other kids are using maybe YouTube videos as background noise, like even at night, overnight, when they're sleeping. Some kids had their phones on all night long, the way we maybe in the old days would use a TV. Some people would put a TV on for white noise.
This was so eye-opening, Kate, and I think your first line of that story nailed it. This is the defining generation of a defining feature of our children's generation. I think the key here is what exactly should we be doing as parents and caregivers to partner with our teenagers and help them understand this is not good for you. This is kind of the scourge of our times.
Right, and that is the thing, as we said, an open conversation. A couple of things. Common Sense Media, first of all, they say don't have the phones in the bedroom. Like, set that rule up if you can. Second, have times of the day where it's phone-free, device-free for everybody, parents included. Especially meal times is the easy one to do that. But then have the conversation and start, as I said, start by talking about yourself. I'm using this thing all day long. Here are what my habits are. What are yours? Maybe that invites. We have questions on today.com, guys, a list of, I think it's 21 questions that you can ask your kids specifically to start that conversation, because it's hard.
It is hard.
Making it relatable, too. Parents are having these issues, too. We're just maybe a little less worried about the impact on us as opposed to kids, but to say we're both going through this.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, NBC News Now anchor Kate Snow. Thank you so much for that, Kate.
Terrifying moments at an amusement park. New questions about what led riders to get stuck upside down for a half hour. More of this scary video coming up. You're watching NBC News Digital.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Top stories coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico. Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Only 33% of fourth graders can read at a proficient level. That's according to a recent study from the National Assessment of Educational Progress. NBC News correspondent Rahima Ellis visited one school district in Mississippi that's taking action to try and better educate their students.
In rural Mississippi, students are getting back to basics, learning to read with an emphasis on phonics, like kids did decades ago.
Short E says what?
It's a major shift introduced 2 years ago by Dr. Melissa McCrae, the former principal here at McLaurin Elementary School. It began after she realized how many of her fourth graders could not read at grade level.
We were about 14% proficient.
14%?
Yes. So we knew immediately that we had to do something to make a change in our building.
The change was dramatic.
We were not explicitly teaching the components of reading.
The overhaul included retraining teachers, small group instruction, and tracking individual progress.
Consonant or vowel? Consonant.
They mostly left behind an approach commonly known as balanced literacy, adopted by many schools nationwide and facing growing criticism. It emphasized clues like pictures to understand a story and de-emphasized phonics. For example, in a picture book, if a line reads, "The sheep wakes up," the school says a child who's never seen sheep may say, "The dog wakes up." The child has the basic idea of an animal, but take away the pictures and the student struggles to read.
Pig.
Today, teachers here focus on the science of reading.
What's your prefix?
That includes explicitly teaching phonics, fluency, and sounding out words. What's been the impact on the children?
I've seen students who felt like they couldn't do it. And then once we started to implement a structured reading program, it went from I can't do it to I can do it, I am doing it.
Space.
Ship.
Now used throughout the district, officials say it's making a difference. Last year, system-wide, 65% of elementary school students reached reading proficiency.
It's just amazing to me to see the light bulbs turn on, to see them soak up all of the knowledge that's being poured into them.
Teachers now on a new course narrowing the reading gap word by word.
Now.
Rahima Ellis, NBC News, Florence, Mississippi.
In New Hampshire, there is an investigation at a local school district where officials say high school students created crude trading cards featuring pictures of female students' bodies. Darren Botello from NBC Boston reports on how some community members want the offenders expelled.
A shocking warning to parents went out this week from Bedford High School administrators that some freshman and sophomore students, mostly boys, created trading cards. Physical cards and digital ones featuring the chests and backsides of 11th and 12th grade girls at school.
This is horrible, shouldn't be doing this, and that is just disgusting.
This senior at school says for at least a week, the boys have been printing pictures of the girls and taping them over Pokemon cards.
And they were like rating them from 0 to 10 and just rating them bad or not bad.
He says the girls didn't even know they were on the cards until the last several days. One of them is his friend.
I was talking to one yesterday and she is pissed. She's not happy at all. She was just very embarrassed.
There's now a petition online with at least 1,700 signatures early Friday afternoon, calling for the students who created the cards to be expelled from school. But the superintendent for the school district says he still doesn't even know the names of the students or the victims. They've only received vague complaints.
The administration has been talking to kids. No names have come forward. So if there are names, we would like those names. This is inappropriate. We're going to deal with it. There will be consequences. Once we know, then we'll know which consequences to issue.
School administrators earlier this week put out a letter saying in part, if the students are caught, they may face a Saturday school, as well as suspension from school and extracurricular activities.
There should be a huge punishment for them.
Our thanks to Darren Botello from NBC Boston.
Up next, who you won't hear from at this week's GOP presidential debate. You're watching NBC News Daily. You can watch us free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now, wherever you stream, including YouTube, Hulu, Roku, Peacock, and so much more. The news continues after this.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. A lot of the stuff that we're seeing was left behind by Ukrainian soldiers.
Now is real.
This is like quicksand, and officials say that an entire town is cut off.
Now is raw.
This close to the devastation, you actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
You've seen all this craziness in front of you. What was that like?
I was just trying to survive.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back now at 1:30. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Joe Fryer. Making news right now. Senator Cory Booker now calling on fellow New Jersey Democrat Senator Bob Menendez to step down. This comes days after Menendez was indicted on federal corruption and bribery charges. Menendez has denied those allegations, saying he will not resign, a move that Booker called, quote, a mistake. More than a half dozen Democrats have already spoken out against Menendez, calling for his resignation. But Booker's comments today are the most significant so far.
South Korea holding a rare, large-scale military parade today. The parade, which features ballistic missiles and tanks, is being held to mark the country's Armed Forces Day. This all comes as the South takes a tougher stance against its northern neighbor. In a speech, South Korea's president warned North Korea against using nuclear weapons.
And actor David McCallum has died. The star of the hit TV series The Man from U.N.C.L.E. and NCIS died in New York of natural causes on Monday, according to a statement from CBS. McCallum was 90 years old.
Well, today, the Writers Guild of America is inching one step closer to a deal with the major Hollywood studios, which would end a months-long strike. They're expected to vote on whether to accept the terms of a new tentative contract with the AMPTP.
After that, the deal has to be ratified by thousands of union members. NBC News entertainment correspondent Chloe Malas has more.
Relief and cautious optimism from writers who've been out of work since May.
I'm very excited to actually read it and see what it actually is, but it feels good. There's a reason why we have tentative agreement.
After striking for nearly 5 months, leaders of the Writers Guild are expected to approve the tentative deal negotiators reached with the Studios and Streamers Alliance.
When people are in negotiating mood, things are going to get solved.
Neither the WGA nor the AMPTP, of which NBC's parent company Comcast is a member, is commenting publicly on the agreement. While the details are still under wraps, insiders say the proposal includes increased pay, higher residuals from streaming shows, and protections over the use of AI.
The Writers Guild says the deal is exceptional, so I'm really excited to see it.
So how soon could your favorite shows get back on the air? Two sources involved in the negotiations say late night and daytime talk shows are likely to be up and running within 2 weeks. But with actors still out on strike, production on scripted shows and films remains on hold.
I'm glad that one logjam was broken, and I hope that means that the next logjam is going to be broken soon.
A senior member within the SAG-AFTRA union telling NBC News they hope to get a meeting scheduled this week. It would be the union's first round of negotiations with studios and streamers since the actors went out on strike in July. While actors and writers have been fighting for many of the same guarantees around worker pay and protections, a source familiar with SAG-AFTRA's demands say actors have some unique concerns, such as health insurance and rules around self-taped auditions to create more equality when vying for a role. All that needs to be resolved and soon in order to get next season's summer blockbusters in theaters on time.
We can't stop fighting because we make the work, and when we fight, we win!
Chloe Malas, NBC News.
The debate stage is set for the second Republican presidential debate. Tomorrow night, 7 candidates will face off on a range of issues from immigration to foreign policy to the economy. But you won't see the field's frontrunner, former President Donald Trump. He's skipping the event again, this time to meet with auto workers on the picket line in Michigan instead. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns joins us now. So, Dasha, what can we expect during tomorrow night's debate, and what are voters looking to hear from the candidates, especially in a primary race where there's one dominant person?
Right, Joe. Well, look, last time the debate did move the needle a little bit. It didn't necessarily cut into frontrunner Donald Trump's lead, but it did shake things up for the folks that were on that debate stage. And Nikki Haley had a pop. Vivek Ramaswamy had a bit of a spotlight moment. And so this time around, what I'm going to be watching for especially is Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, who has been slipping in the polls. He really needs to have a standout moment. Nikki Haley is likely going to face some more heat this time around because she has gotten some of that attention. And when it comes to the voters, our team in New Hampshire talked to some of the voters in that critical first primary state, and here's what they said they're looking for.
Well, I'm looking forward to hearing a very positive message about where our country needs to go.
I would like to hear people distinguish themselves from the other. I am tired of hearing them just repeat what they've, heard the polls of what people are looking for.
The main thing is these candidates need to stand strong and do everything they can to make sure that Donald Trump is not the nominee for the Republican Party.
To that latter point, Joe, when you talk to political experts and political scientists, they look at the numbers right now. The math is not working in the favor of a Trump alternative, especially because you're going to see 7 candidates on that debate stage tomorrow night. The field has not consolidated. So if there's going to be a chance to turn the page on Donald Trump, as some voters are looking for, there needs to be that consolidation. So what I'm going to look to see is, can a single candidate sort of have that standout moment to start to consolidate the field?
You note 7, not 8 candidates. That's because former Arkansas Governor Asa Hutchinson, the only one who qualified for the first debate, but not the second. What does this mean for his campaign?
Well, he says he's going to stay in the race, and he said in a statement that he entered this race because it's critically important for a leader within the Republican Party to stand up to Donald Trump, call him out on misleading his supporters and the American people. He says he intends to continue doing that. He has added some stops to his campaign trail and says he's going to try to rank up his poll numbers before Thanksgiving and hoping that he'll be able to stay competitive ahead of the primaries, Joe.
All right, NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns in California ahead of tomorrow's big debate. Thank you.
Joe, the Chinese tech giant Huawei just released its highly anticipated new phone, but some top officials here in the U.S. are now raising concerns about its secretive technology. NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Frere explains.
This is a big moment for Huawei, the launch of new products, including a phone called the Mate 60. A lot of these people have been on a waiting list to get theirs. It's said to be sleek, it's fast, and importantly, it's being powered by a made-in-China chip that appears to support 5G. And in that sense, it's being seen as a major victory over U.S. tech export bans against Huawei.
Huawei's apparent chip breakthrough is creating a lot of buzz here and a lot of questions in the U.S. about how it happened. The U.S. has cut off Huawei from chip-making supplies since 2019, calling Huawei a security risk, which the company denies. Here, it's become a symbol of the fierce tech competition between the U.S. and China. It does matter, says Yang Zhewen. Buying domestic chips is to support my own country. News of China's most advanced homemade chip has been stoking nationalist sentiment here at a time when Beijing is pushing Chinese companies for self-sufficiency in technology.
I was obviously...
Just last week, Commerce Secretary Gina Raimondo told a House committee she was upset that Huawei managed to launch a new smartphone. Huawei's Mate 60 actually quietly went on sale here in August during Raimondo's visit to China. She's been trolled online ever since with fake Huawei ads and phone covers meant to mock U.S. sanctions. That fervor and a resurgent Huawei could also pose a challenge for Apple. China is the third largest market for Apple. When the iPhone 15 launched here last week, the first person in line arrived at 1 a.m.
It's my first time in the Apple store. It's very important for me.
U.S. commerce officials say it isn't yet clear if any trade restrictions were violated. For now, SMIC, China's largest chip maker, along with Huawei, are hailing this as a milestone and a victory.
One more thing on timing. It was 2 years ago today that Huawei's CFO and current chairperson Meng Wanzhou returned to China from house arrest in Canada for allegedly doing business with Iran. That a made-in-China chip inside a phone was being released on the second anniversary of her release appears to be no coincidence.
All right, our thanks to Janice Mackey-Frere for that.
Along for the ride, carnival goers in Canada likely still recovering after a major ride malfunction left them stuck upside down for nearly 30 minutes.
Stuff of nightmares, Joe, really. In shocking video, dozens of people are seen dangling midair. Now officials are investigating the incident. NBC's Noah Pransky joins us with more on this amusement park mishap. Gosh, Noah, this is not what you want to see.
Oh, man. Top of the ride. The ride, according to the website, 75 feet high. But unjamming the ride wasn't even the end of this story. You got to see it.
They're upside down.
The park rates this as one of its most thrilling rides, and by that standard, it didn't disappoint. This ride, called the Lumberjack, unexpectedly stopped mid-air and upside down over the weekend at Canada's Wonderland amusement park near Toronto, leaving passengers dangling for nearly half an hour. And when asked if they're okay, you can hear they were not. Local media reports said in order to reset, the ride had to finish its usual cycle, meaning the riders had to go round and round a few more times before they could safely get off. The park confirming in a statement to NBC that 2 guests reportedly complained of chest pains and were sent to the park's health center before being released without need for further medical attention. The park adds, the safety of our guests is always our first priority. But the Lumberjack malfunction comes amid growing reports of other harrowing incidents at North American theme parks. In July, riders were stuck upside down for hours on a Wisconsin roller coaster called Fireball. And in North Carolina, the Fury 325 coaster was closed after a fissure appeared in a steel support pillar. Now, officials in Canada are looking into the cause of the Lumberjack's malfunction to make sure future thrills are all of the planned variety.
No, you weren't just talking about the acts there. You're also talking about multiple other incidents we've all seen. I guess as a consumer or someone who goes to one of these amusement parks, is there anything you can do to ensure that the rides you're going on have been inspected, that they're safe, that something like this isn't going to happen?
So the rules are state by state on this. There are no real federal laws on roller coasters or amusement parks. State by state, every state treats this differently. Some have databases online and many don't. So the thing that we look at is the national and actually international numbers here. The industry trade group says there were about 100 serious accidents each year on roller coasters and amusements. That comes about to 1 every 15 million rides taken. So it's generally safe. You factor in minor injuries, it's a little higher. But the question is, moving forward, will there be more regulation to prevent any of those injuries in the first place?
So many things are getting so much attention, you have to imagine. I just can't imagine you're upside down for half an hour, it gets going, and then you have to keep going around wondering if it's going to happen again.
Right.
All right.
Nightmare.
Noah Pransky, thank you so much.
Thank you, Noah. Well, we have coming up advice for new parents struggling to sleep through the night. Up next, an expert joins us to talk about sleep training your little ones. And more NBC News Daily right after this.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
We have got some tips for tired parents struggling to find a successful sleep schedule for their babies and their toddlers. We're talking about sleep training.
So important. So glad it's in my rear view. According to the Sleep Foundation, the goal of sleep training is for your babies to be comfortable sleeping for several hours through the night on their own. And if they wake up, they will learn to self-soothe and fall back asleep. That's the key. Joining us now is pediatric sleep physician and author of It's Never Too Late to Sleep Train, Dr. Craig Canapari. Thank you so much for being with us. So, Dr. Canapari, when exactly should parents start sleep training their newborns, and how long does the process typically take?
So generally, I think it's important for parents to start thinking about their baby's sleep when they bring their baby home from the hospital. They can start doing that just by coming up with a simple bedtime routine that any parent can do. When we talk about sleep training, what we're really talking about is teaching a child to fall asleep independently at bedtime. The window for that typically begins around 4 months, but some kids aren't quite ready for that till 5 or 6 months.
So what should parents keep in mind when they first start out this process, and how should they deal with a fussy baby?
Well, I think there's a couple of things. First of all, we know that sleep training is safe for infants, and there's no risk associated with it, even if there is some crying. The fact is, anyone who's been a parent of an infant know that they do a certain amount of crying every day. regardless of your best efforts. That being said, the type of sleep training method you choose should fit with your parenting strategy. And some methods work more quickly, but there's a little bit more crying. Others take a little bit more time, but reduce the amount of crying that you have to deal with.
Yeah, the cry it out method, I think, is one that a lot of parents struggle with, especially moms, because there's something about the sound of your crying baby that is very difficult to endure. Walk us through some of the popular sleep training methods, the pros and cons.
Sure, absolutely. So you mentioned cry it out, which is known as extinction sleep training. And this means just putting your baby down to sleep at bedtime and leaving the room and letting them cry. And then there's some variations in that. Probably the most famous is known as the Ferber method, which is laying your baby down, but checking on them at set intervals and soothing them a little bit. Pick up, put down is another variation on this, where if your baby is fussing, you pick them up, soothe them, then put them down again. The chair method, also known as camping out, which is where you stay in the room on a chair or a mattress until they fall asleep. And finally, bedtime fading is a method where you try to put your baby down. If they don't fall asleep quickly, you keep them up for, say, another 45 minutes or an hour, and then try to put them down again until they fall asleep easily.
So, Doctor, I know there are sleep training apps that are available to parents. How helpful can they be? Do you recommend those?
Well, I think that this technology is still in its infancy. I think the apps tend to be a little bit cookbook. That being said, any plan tends to be better than no plan. And it's very difficult sometimes for parents to come up with a good plan of what to do. So if the application is helpful to them and helps them be consistent, I don't have a problem with it.
Should parents, how worried should parents be if their child isn't adopting to some sort of sleep training schedule? You know, is that one of those where maybe your child at 4 months can't handle it, but by 6 months they can?
Absolutely. I always encourage parents before they start this process, check in with your pediatrician. You're seeing them very regularly in the first 6 months anyway. And make sure there's no medical issue going on. You know, something like eczema, for example, can make a baby very itchy and uncomfortable. You need to address that before sleep training. But the other thing is, you know, at 4 months, try to put your baby down drowsy but awake. If it's a disaster, it's okay to wait a couple of weeks and try it again. Although I know that parents are so tired and often just desperate to get one decent night of sleep.
Yeah, don't blame them.
Don't be hard on yourself. Give yourself some grace as a parent, too.
Yeah, we have 10 seconds here. Absolutely. Naps, can they be helpful?
Naps are helpful both for parents and kids. The timing of them can be pretty tricky, especially in the first year of life.
All right, pediatric sleep physician, Dr. Craig Canaperi, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Dr. Craig. A lot of great advice there. And you are watching NBC News Daily.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it is it.
Well, today we are going on the job to explore what it takes to join the ranks in one of America's most unique professions.
NBC's Dylan Dreyer suits up with the Boston Red Sox organization to show us what it takes to make it as a Major League ball assistant.
This is truly a pinch me moment. I get to be on the job, on the field, right here at Fenway Park. I'm stepping up to the plate as I learn how to be a ball attendant and work the scoreboard at a real Major League Baseball game. Casey Ricard is one of the lucky few that fields foul balls for the Red Sox. Do you get nervous before a game? What's the experience like?
Oh, definitely. I get the nerves before every game. I wonder if the ball's going to get hit super hard to me today or not. I'll try and make the play, but if not, I just got to get the ball wherever it lands and give it to a fan.
So when you give the foul ball to a fan, are you always looking for a kid, or how do you choose just who to toss it to?
Every single game I get asked, probably by hundreds of kids. They'll come down like in between innings for a ball. Once a kid gets it and their face lights up, it's like the best feeling in the world.
To make sure I'm not out of my league when it comes to this job, Casey practices with me on the field. And you get it?
Yeah.
And then you toss it?
Yep, exactly.
Okay. After warming up, a surprise meeting.
Do you sign a ball for my wife?
Would I sign a ball for your wife? Jason Varitek, a former Red Sox player who was part of 2 World Series championship teams and now current coach, stops by. Wait, why am I signing the ball?
Because.
You have to sign one for Calvin. This just feels backwards.
You'll make my wife's day.
Do you have any tips for the ball attendant?
No, looks like she had you locked in.
Good luck
fans.
Today. I'm
Thank
a big
you.
fan too.
Good luck out there with that.
As everyone gets ready for the game, so do I, changing into my uniform. Here we go. I officially take on my duties, which also includes lending a hand with pre-game ceremonies. Tonight, we help lead a special group onto the field for childhood cancer awareness. With that, I'm ready for a whole new ball game, literally, as I get into position for the first inning. All right. I'm gonna sit right here. I'm gonna sit right here. By my side, Camille DeRocher, who's in her 3rd season as a ball attendant. We got a strike. All right, that's 1 pitch down. After waiting,
It's all you. All you.
a foul ball finally comes my way.
You did great. That was perfect.
I wrap up on the field and go to my next job, heading inside the iconic Green Monster, Fenway Park's left field wall, to learn how to operate the manual scoreboard, only one of 2 left in Major League Baseball. Sarah O'Connor is one of the operators. How are you even listening to the game?
We're just watching the game.
Like you're literally just watching the game.
You can watch
from
through
here.
these holes, or like, yeah, you can just watch through that window. Okay, so the inning is over, and they didn't score, so we're gonna stick this all the way up in here. And
Then it's my turn.
okay, this one's easy. You're just gonna climb up here, pull that one down, and then flip it around it, because the Red Sox got a hit.
Okay, this one?
Yeah.
Okay. There's not a lot of rooms for fingers here. You can't drop it, right? Like out the window. Oh my gosh. After scoring some more, I leave my mark. Tell me about all the signatures. How many people have been back here to sign it? It's a lot of signatures.
Players come in, people come in on tours and stuff. Jeremy Pena signed last season before he was the World Series MVP.
Well, I have a marker. Now the hard part is deciding where to sign. Let's squeeze it in right here. There we go. It's there for all eternity.
For the next 110 years.
Yes. After that, I was ready to call it a day, but not before enjoying America's pastime for myself. I think it's time we just enjoy the game, right? We've got our hot dogs, Tessie, Wally. Cheers. Cheers.
We We definitely don't want Dylan to quit her day job, but she was a natural as a ball attendant out there.
That was so much fun.
Yeah, that was super fun.
Very good. Thanks to Dylan Dreyer for that story.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Joe Fryer. You're watching NBC News Daily. And remember, you can watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now. Catch us wherever you stream, including YouTube, Hulu, Roku, Peacock, all those options you see on the screen there. News continues after this.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the break?
Morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the week the dishes
allegations of Russian organizing.
A storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinclea Samoa. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Tuesday, September 26, 2023, show of support. President Biden joins the auto workers on strike in Michigan. It's the first time a sitting president has joined a picket line. We'll talk about what it means for negotiations with some of the country's biggest automakers.
On the clock, Congress is running out of time to make a deal on the government shutdown. Everything from paychecks to preschools could be impacted if funding runs out. We're on Capitol Hill, where lawmakers on both sides of the aisle are working on some last-minute moves.
Drawing the line, the Supreme Court rejects a congressional map in Alabama that included only one majority black district. What the court's decision means for voting rights as we head into a presidential election.
Crisis in the classroom. New numbers show only about a third of American fourth graders can read proficiently. The new steps school districts are taking to get students back on track. An important story, especially at the start of this busy school year.
Yeah. I feel like people are still easing into the school year right now, right?
Too. Well, today, history is being made in the state of Michigan. That's where President Biden is picketing alongside the United Auto Workers Union. Experts say no sitting president has ever joined a strike before this moment. President Biden has repeatedly touted himself as the most pro-union president ever in the United States. He told the union members earlier he's on their side.
Built the middle class. That's a fact. So let's keep going. You deserve what you've earned, and you've earned a hell of a lot more than you're getting paid now.
And tomorrow, former President Trump is set to speak to striking auto workers. It all comes, of course, amid the backdrop of the 2024 general election, where both Trump and Biden, the current frontrunners, are angling to shore up support in a crucial swing state. NBC News senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell is with us in Washington, D.C. But let's begin with Maggie Vespa. She's in Centerline, Michigan. Maggie, I know the president joined a strike at a plant near the one that you're at. What do we know about his visit, and what are union members saying?
Sure. So we know that he's basically halfway through his visit, guys. He's set to, in the next couple of hours, make a second stop at a second facility and join a second picket line. Essentially, we don't know which facility that's going to be. Details have been really kept under wraps until the 0 hour. That was the case with the first one. So we expect him to pop up once again, speak essentially to a second group. We have no reason to believe it's going to be the one that we're in front of. But people here are fired up by what they heard from the president, as were workers who were there with him at that GM facility in nearby Belleville, Michigan. Again, you heard the president say in that soundbite, that was from his second of two speeches, you have earned, he said, a hell of a lot more than you're being paid right now. We should note the president didn't name any of the big three in any of his speeches. He didn't talk about any of the specific demands that the union has, like that 40% pay hike or the 4-day work week or things like that. It was just kind of in the spirit of what you heard in that soundbite, general support for picketing workers. We've been talking to workers here all day. Here's some of what we've heard here on the picket lines.
He said he'd walk the picket line, and he is. We've had other presidents in the past say if they're going on strike, they're going to put their tennis shoes on and walk the line with us, and they didn't. He definitely is doing his walking the walk and talking the talk.
And that being said, workers are also very aware of kind of the political infighting between President Biden, who's here right now, as you said, on the ground, headed to that second facility, and former President Trump, who is expected to come here tomorrow and give a primetime speech to UAW workers. Details of that still under wraps as well. They're aware of kind of the campaigns for both going back and forth with those two visits and the politics surrounding that, both sides vying for potential endorsement ahead of the 2024 election. But basically, the consensus that we're hearing on the picket lines is that workers are just happy to have any extra attention, any extra spotlight on these negotiations that are still stalled with the big three.
Yeah, the president being on the ground, certainly a spotlight. So, Kelly, let's bring you in here. How involved is the White House really in these contract negotiations between the big three car companies and the union?
Not directly involved, because they want the parties to resolve this. But you've heard the president's sentiments. The White House has backed that up, that it is very much in line with his longstanding political brand and with a lot of the policies that he supports and has worked to build legislation around, that if the middle class is doing well, that helps the entire country. So the White House is careful here to not say that they are taking a specific side, which is very delicate, considering the president is on the picket line and surrounding himself with workers. But what they try to say by communicating that is they're not trying to dictate any outcome. They also have relationships with the automakers. The president has, of course, been very supportive of electric vehicles and the investments taking place there. But he says record profits should be shared by the workers. So it is about the symbolism, it is about support. But in terms of the nitty-gritty of negotiations, the White House is not directly involved in that.
Yeah, and speaking of symbolism, Kelly, Biden won Michigan in 2020, but Trump carried it in 2016. President Biden's there today. Former President Trump's planning a rally in Michigan tomorrow. Can you talk about the politics of all this?
There is a huge backdrop of politics involved here, and certainly the president wants the UAW endorsement. That is something that I think there are supporters of his who believed he would have had by now, and of course being there today makes a difference. Now, when you talk about the importance of endorsements, historically, labor endorsements are very important for Democratic candidates like the president to turn out the vote. We've also seen how former President Trump has made inroads with individual members of unions and won support among some of the membership. So a difference between leadership and membership that'll be fought out. Kate, Clay?
Kelly O'Donnell, Maggie Vespa, thanks to both of you.
We also have an update on another major strike. Members of the Writers Guild of America are set to vote today on the terms of a new contract with the Hollywood studios. That deal would end a nearly 5-month strike that has practically shut down TV and film production across the country. Writers have been pushing for higher residual payments and better pay from the streaming companies, as well as protections against artificial intelligence. According to the Writers Guild, we're expected to learn the final terms of the new contract following today's vote.
At this hour, we're inching closer to a government shutdown. Congress has just 4 days to pass a spending bill before funding expires at midnight on Saturday. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy is trying to make sure House Republicans will support him and won't try to remove him. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles joins me now. So, Ryan, as I understand it, today could be a real test for Speaker McCarthy. We got to get a little inside baseball. Explain why some votes are happening today, why they matter, and also where do negotiations stand? Could we see a deal?
Yeah, Kate, you're right. I mean, at this point, Kevin McCarthy's had a difficult time even passing procedural measures, things that would usually just be standard issue in the House of Representatives. And today, they are going to put some procedural matters before the House of Representatives to at least see if he's able to get his House Republican colleagues in line. If they're successful there, then perhaps that opens the door to him getting some more controversial pieces of legislation passed, like a short-term spending bill to keep the government open. Now, if he were to do that, he'd have to offer up a lot of concessions to the hardline conservatives who have said that they will never vote for a short-term spending bill. One angle the House Speaker is now attempting to try and expose is putting in provisions related to border security. Listen to what he said just a few minutes ago.
All the president has to do is say, you know what? As one of my fundamental jobs as the president of the United States is to secure a border. So that's and that border is not secure. Secure that border, and we'll be able to keep it all open and keep it all working.
And McCarthy went on to say that he wants a meeting at the White House to discuss this with President Biden. Now, to be clear, he's offered up no specifics as to what that means as it relates to a short-term spending bill, and it's very likely that that would be dead on arrival here in the Senate. So while he's talking about progress, in reality, Kate, we are no closer to this government shutdown no longer being a threat.
And Ryan, while I have you, just quickly, I want to ask about New Jersey Democratic Senator Bob Menendez. People remember he was indicted on bribery charges last week. He's facing a lot of pressure now today.
Yeah, that's right. I believe we're now up to 19 of his fellow Democratic senators who are calling on him to resign his post in the United States Senate, including his fellow New Jersey Senator Cory Booker, who was actually a character witness for him during his last corruption trial. Menendez has been defiant, saying that he's not going anywhere, and he expects to be the senior senator from New Jersey after his legal issues are behind him. We're expecting to see the senator later this evening when the Senate returns for votes at 5:30 Eastern Time. Kate?
All right, Ryan Nobles for us. Ryan, thank you.
Now let's talk about your money with today's CNBC Money Minute. JP Morgan is settling a major lawsuit.
And Costco is unveiling a new healthcare partnership. Steve Kovac joins us now. Hi, Steve.
Hey there, Kate. Yeah, JP Morgan Chase agreed to pay $75 million to settle a lawsuit over Jeffrey Epstein. The U.S. Virgin Islands had claimed the bank facilitated and benefited from sex trafficking by Epstein, its longtime customer. JP Morgan did not admit to wrongdoing. The money will be split between Virgin Islands charities and its anti-trafficking efforts. Also, consumer confidence in the U.S. just dropped to a 4-month low as Americans get hit by rising prices, especially high grocery and gas prices. The conference board said consumers also had concerns about the budget showdown in Congress and higher interest rates. The numbers also showed more Americans are worried about a recession. And Costco is now offering virtual doctor's visits as part of its membership. The wholesale retailer is partnering with low-cost healthcare company called Sesame to allow customers to book visits in all 50 states. There are a range of available services starting at $29. Kate Zingley, I'll send it back over to you.
I mean, we're a big Costco family, but you don't have to go to the Costco to get the appointment, right? You just do it virtually from home or something?
Exactly.
Okay.
Costco has everything.
I mean, the pizza, the hot dogs.
$5 chickens.
One-stop shop. Steve,
thank you.
Thanks. Well, coming up, are minors buying marijuana online? Why experts are warning about new websites authorizing purchases without an ID.
Plus, bad behavior on campus. What high school students in New Hampshire are accused of doing that has hundreds of people calling for immediate expulsions. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active.
This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
An investigation is underway at a high school in New Hampshire after school officials say some students made trading cards with pictures of their female classmates and exchanged them like a Pokemon game. Now, thousands of people have signed a petition demanding to expel the students involved. NBC News reporter Maya Eaglin is following this story for us. So, Maya, these are pretty disturbing allegations. Can you talk to us about exactly what these students are accused of doing?
Yeah, hi, Zinkley. According to officials at Bedford High School, a group of mostly freshmen and sophomore boys have been taking inappropriate pictures of young women in the 11th and 12th grade without their permission. School administrators say the photos of these young women's chests and backsides have been circulating the school digitally and even printed on Pokemon game cards that are being traded around the school. Many of the girls involved in this say they only recently found out about the photos going around. School administrators say they're aware of this happening for at least a week at the New Hampshire high school, and some students are pretty disappointed in their classmates.
This is horrible, shouldn't be doing this, and that it's just disgusting. And they were like rating them from 0 to 10 and just rating them bad or not bad.
That scale of bad or not bad, of course, referencing the slang term used by a lot of younger generations as a way to say attractive or desirable. And the student you just heard from also shared with our NBC Boston station that one of his close friends had her photos appear on these cards and says she was pretty embarrassed. Zinkley?
Yeah, I mean, I imagine this is difficult for these students to process. What are school officials saying?
So we heard from the superintendent, and he is aware of the situation, but says until they have confirmed names of the students involved and the victims, no disciplinary action can be taken. The superintendent confirmed that they have been speaking with students and that there will be consequences. And now community members and their outrage from this incident has also sparked an online petition with over 3,700 signatures to expel these students involved. Zinkley?
Oh, wow. I mean, just another incident at a school, and really shows also the impact of social media, how fast these images can spread. So hopefully it can get resolved soon and these students can kind of get back to their regular lives. Maya Eaglin, thank you for this.
Police in the UK are now investigating the accusations of sexual assault against comedian Russell Brand. It comes as Brand released a new video denying the allegations against him. Here's NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley.
More trouble for British comedian and actor Russell Brand. British police confirming they're now looking into a number of allegations of sexual offences, both in London and the rest of the country.
What I seriously refute are these very, very serious criminal allegations.
Brand issuing a new video statement Friday accusing Big Tech of trying to censor him, but not addressing the allegations directly.
Obviously, it's been an extraordinary and distressing week.
Police say the offences are all non-recent, and officers will be offering specialist support to all of the women who have made allegations. While police didn't give details of the dates or incidents under investigation, the lead detective said, quote, "We continue to encourage anyone who believes they may have been a victim of a sexual offence, no matter how long ago it was, to contact us." The police probe comes after 4 women came forward in the British media and told their stories in a documentary entitled Russell Brand in Plain Sight, a joint investigation by the Sunday Times, the Times, and Channel 4 dispatches.
I was like, oh my God, he raped me.
Their allegations, spanning the years from 2006 to 2013, include rape, sexual assault, and abuse. One woman says she was 16 years old at the time of her alleged assault.
I was pushing him away, and he wasn't backing off at all. And so I ended up having to punch him really hard in the stomach to get him off.
Another woman sharing text message with the Times she says are between her and Brand following her alleged assault in 2012 in Los Angeles, writing, "When a girl says no, it means no." Brand allegedly replying with an apology, quote, "I'm very sorry." In his first video statement, Brand denied any wrongdoing while confronting his past.
I was very, very promiscuous. Now, during that time of promiscuity, the relationships I had were absolutely always consensual.
The fallout already leading to consequences.
I respect you for doing that, but the content of what you said has made me hate you.
The remaining dates of Brand's UK stand-up tour Bipolarization now postponed, with ticket refunds announced by the promoter. Paramount Plus removing his comedy special, and YouTube suspending monetization on Brand's channel following the allegations.
I need your support now, more than ever, and more than I ever imagined I would.
Matt Bradley, NBC News.
Well, there's growing outrage over the Seattle police officer who was caught on body camera video apparently laughing over the death of a young woman. The Seattle Police Commission is now recommending Officer Daniel Otterer be put on unpaid leave, but nearly 100,000 people have signed multiple online petitions calling for his arrest. That officer was recorded on his body camera seemingly making light of the death of the 23-year-old John V. Kondula. She was hit and killed by a police car earlier this year. The petitions are also calling for accountability within the police department.
Coming up, back to the drawing board. For the second time, the Supreme Court rules against a new congressional map in Alabama. What that decision could mean for the upcoming election. But first, time for today's Daily Snapshot. Take a look at this, the thrill of victory.
Wow.
Ethiopian runner Tigist Assefa shattered, blew away the women's marathon record in Berlin over the weekend by more than 2 minutes, which in running is like a long time.
You know, you're a runner.
Right? Well, not like that. She finished, are you ready for this? She finished in 2 hours, 11 minutes and 53 seconds. And it was only her third competitive marathon ever. She had just switched from running middle distance last year. She said, I wanted to break the record, but this was not what I expected.
Wow, we're so proud. So impressive. More NBC News Daily after this.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the big conditions should be
allegations of Russian war content.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Officials in Louisiana are rushing to limit the impact of a huge mass of salt water that could contaminate the drinking water for New Orleans and other parts of the state. Right now, that salt water is moving up from the Gulf of Mexico and through the Mississippi River. Normally, the fast-moving water of the Mississippi keeps that salt water from moving upstream, but because of drought and extreme heat this summer, the river's running low. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander joins us now. So, Blaine, as I understand it, Army engineers are trying to get involved and limit the impact from the salt water. Can you explain what they're doing right now?
So, Kate, they really are coming at this from all angles, trying a number of different approaches. The first is that they're literally shipping in fresh water by the tens of millions of gallons. They're bringing it in by barge, mixing it with some of the saltier water in hopes of reducing the saline content. The other thing, though, that the Army Corps of Engineers is doing is that they're raising an underwater barrier by about 25 feet, hoping to literally slow that saltwater flow almost in its tracks. Here's a little bit of what they're planning to do. Take a look.
It's essentially an underwater levee that we're dredging material from just upriver and placing it along the river bottom. The important thing to understand about the wedge is that it is truly wedge-shaped. So from the toe on the river bottom to where you see the high salinity levels on the surface of the river is about a 15-mile range or so. So even if the toe is progressing upriver, you still have, about 15 miles back before you reach those higher salinity levels at the surface.
So, Kate, that's already in progress. Two important things to note already. The water in New Orleans is safe to drink. Officials say that, but they're predicting that saltwater wedge would get there late October. So they're hoping that it gives them some time to kind of ward that off.
And are any towns already dealing with the salt water, the impact on their water?
Absolutely. Some of the towns further downriver, Plaquemines Parish, for one of them, already seeing some impact and have been for the past few days. The good news is that we understand that one of the water treatment facilities is back up and running. That's something that's new, so it is providing more fresh water to some of the people in that area. But when you talk to some residents down there, when you hear from some of them, they do talk about the fact that it certainly impacted them, so they're looking to see some relief. Again, less populated areas, really the scramble is to try and make sure that it doesn't hit New Orleans and to try and get the people further downriver back up and running, Kate.
All makes sense. Blaine Alexander following that for us. Blaine, thanks.
Well, Kate, there's a hot new phone on the market, and it's heating up the tech war between China and the United States. Chinese company Huawei launched the phone, but it's the chip inside that phone and rumors about 5G capability that's sparking concern from Washington. In Beijing, here's NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Frayer.
Huawei's apparent chip breakthrough is creating a lot of buzz here and a lot of questions in the U.S. about how it happened. The U.S. has cut off Huawei from chip-making supplies since 2019, calling Huawei a security risk, which the company denies. Here, it's become a symbol of the fierce tech competition between the U.S. and China. It does matter, says Yang Zhewen. Buying domestic chips is to support my own country. News of China's most advanced homemade chip has been stoking nationalist sentiment here, at a time when Beijing is pushing Chinese companies for self-sufficiency in technology.
I was obviously...
Just last week, Commerce Secretary Gina Raimondo told a House committee she was upset that Huawei managed to launch a new smartphone. Huawei's Mate 60 actually quietly went on sale here in August, during Raimondo's visit to China. She's been trolled online ever since, with fake Huawei ads and phone covers meant to mock U.S. sanctions. That fervor and a resurgent Huawei could also pose a challenge for Apple. China is the third largest market for Apple. When the iPhone 15 launched here last week, the first person in line arrived at 1 a.m.
It's my first time in the Apple store. It's very important for me.
U.S. commerce officials say it isn't yet clear if any trade restrictions were violated. For now, SMIC, China's largest chip maker, along with Huawei, are hailing this as a milestone and a victory. Janice Mackey-Frayer, NBC News, Beijing.
So they're just as obsessed with phones.
I was going to say,
we are.
There's so much that goes into these little things.
We're going to talk about those more
later in the hour.
Also, coming up, the emotional return for some homeowners in Hawaii, what they're seeing after being allowed back in Lahaina for the first time since those deadly wildfires. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Stay with us, streaming free 24/7 right here. The news continues.
for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
Prosecutors in Spain have charged pop star Shakira with tax evasion. Spanish authorities say she failed to pay over $7 million in income taxes for 2018. This is the second time Shakira has been charged with tax evasion. A separate case brought last year alleged that she failed to pay over $15 million in taxes from 2012 to 2014. Shakira had been living in Spain until last year. She denies the accusations.
A new study says online marijuana shops are making it too easy for minors to make purchases. The Journal of the American Medical Association Pediatrics says many online dispensaries require no formal age verification. The study also found lenient policies from some dispensaries, including accepting non-traceable payments, shipping across state lines, and some even offering student discounts. The authors noted there should be a strict age verification procedure on websites to protect young people.
7 candidates have qualified for tomorrow night's second Republican presidential debate. That means the stage will look kind of the same as the first debate, with one exception. Former Arkansas Governor Asa Hutchinson did not meet the requirements to make the second debate. President Trump, who skipped the first debate, is also not planning to attend.
Well, earlier today, the Supreme Court once again rejected the state of Alabama's request to redraw their congressional map to include just one majority black district.
This is the second time now that the Supreme Court has blocked their request, and it reaffirms key protections for minority voters ahead of the presidential election year.
NBC's senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett is following the latest for us. So, Laura, first, let's just take a step back here.
Yes.
What exactly is Alabama trying to do?
Okay, so this is all about the power of the black vote in Alabama, where there are 7 congressional districts. Alabama wanted there to be only one for black majority voters. Obviously, voting rights advocates want more than one. They really want 2 or even something close to it. Back in June, the Supreme Court said, no dice, you have to have at least 2 to comply with the Voting Rights Act, which prohibits racial discrimination. Alabama goes back to the drawing map. They draw up the map once again, and even though they redrew it, they only drew it with 1 congressional district for a majority of black votes. You can see the difference there. They redrew the lines, but essentially the bottom was the same. And so the question was, why are they doing this why are they defying a Supreme Court order? And essentially voting rights advocates took them to task for it again. And today the Supreme Court reaffirmed again, essentially, we meant what we said back in June. You have to draw 2.
And just to understand, why are the state officials drawing it that way? I mean, just to play it out.
Well, there's, I think there are debates about why you would want to disempower voters, and essentially heading into an election year, if they are forced to draw it with 2, there's a chance that this could actually have some effect on the makeup of the House of Representatives right now, which is majority Republican control, but could tip the balance if there are a couple seats change.
Right. It could be pretty consequential for the 2024 race, right?
Exactly. And so they want to hold on to power.
Yeah. All right.
All right,
see where it goes.
Laura, what happens next, by the way?
They have to go back now and redraw the maps again, and we'll see whether they actually comply with that Supreme Court order as they were ordered to do. We'll see.
Okay, Laura Jarrett with the latest there. Thank you so much.
Anytime.
22 years after the devastating 9/11 terrorist attacks, a grim milestone for New York City firefighters. The FDNY announced that the number of people who have died from 9/11-related illnesses has now matched the number of firefighters who died on 9/11. For the families of those in the fire department, there is frustration as they continue to fight for resources to help care for people who put everything on the line.
On that terrible day in 2001, 343 members of the New York City Fire Department lost their lives. A grim new marker. Just as many FDNY members have now died in the 22 years since the attack from 9/11-related illnesses.
On September 11th, for most people, it's a part of history. For New York City firefighters, it continues to be an ongoing tragedy as we care for our sick and continue to bury our dead.
2 FDNY members died in the last week alone. EMT Hilda Luz Venata passed away at 67 from complications with pancreatic cancer. And this weekend, 25-year FDNY veteran Robert Fulco died at 73 from a pulmonary disease.
I wish the world would not forget any of them, quite frankly.
Jen McNamara lost her firefighter husband, John, in 2009 to 9/11 related cancer.
People will hear the headline. What do you want them to know about those numbers?
I want them to know that there are people behind those numbers. They're not just numbers. They're families and their lives and their legacies. It's not over, and it's not going to be over, ever, for those of us who have been affected so deeply.
New York fire officials say 11,000 FDNY members involved in the response to September 11th are still fighting illnesses. Of those, 3,500 have cancer. The firefighters union calling on the federal government to fund more treatment.
We asked for over $2 billion last year. We got $600 million.
Warning, thousands still need care.
Members of the FDNY are not the only people who are dealing with illnesses related to 9/11. New York City's health department says more than 71,000 people are part of the World Trade Center Health Registry that tracks the health of first responders as well as other people who were in the immediate vicinity of Ground Zero.
A third suspect has been arrested in the death of a 1-year-old who was allegedly exposed to fentanyl at a New York City daycare. The suspected drug dealer was charged with conspiracy to distribute narcotics. His arrest comes after police also charged the nursery's owner and a building tenant. Police were called to the facility on September 15th, where they found 4 children ill from alleged exposure to opioids. Toddler Nicholas Domnici later died. An investigation revealed a trapdoor of drugs in the floors of the daycare.
Some residents of the Hawaiian town of Lahaina were finally allowed back to their homes for the first time since last month's fire decimated that community. The August wildfire, you remember, killed at least 97 people, destroyed more than 2,000 buildings. Until now, the burned area has been off limits to all but authorized workers. Only portions of Lahaina were reopened yesterday. Other areas deep in the disaster zone are expected to remain blocked off for weeks, if not months. Those that did return spent their time sifting through the rubble, looking for any remnants of what was once their lives. Still, some, like Gabriella Miyamoto, say they will never go back. She told a local NBC reporter she wakes up shaking in the middle of the night from terrifying images that haunt her dreams when she tries to sleep. She said, "My dreams consume me. I can't live on Maui anymore."
Folks there have really just been through so much.
They really have, and such a struggle to try to rebuild it like it was. It was such a beautiful place.
Yeah.
School districts across America are reassessing their reading programs as students' test scores are falling.
That's right. Teachers are going back to the basics and focusing on the science of reading. NBC News correspondent Rahima Ellis, who covers education, joins us now. So, Rahima, I know you actually went inside one of these schools. Talk to us about their approach.
Well, it's what a lot of places across the country are doing because they realize that nationwide we've got about 67% of our fourth graders who are not proficient at reading. Wow. So this school district in Mississippi is just south of Jackson, Mississippi. It said, what's wrong? And then made a plan to change it. Take a look. In rural Mississippi, students are getting back to basics, learning to read with an emphasis on phonics, like kids did decades ago.
Short E says what?
It's a major shift introduced 2 years ago by Dr. Melissa McCrae, the former principal here at McLaurin Elementary School. It began after she realized how many of her fourth graders could not read at grade level.
We were about 14% proficient.
14%?
Yes. So we knew immediately that we had to do something to make a change in our building.
The change was dramatic.
We were not explicitly teaching the components of reading.
The overhaul included retraining teachers, small group instruction, and tracking individual progress.
Consonant or vowel? Consonant.
They mostly left behind an approach commonly known as balanced literacy, adopted by many schools nationwide and facing growing criticism. It emphasized clues like pictures to understand a story and de-emphasized phonics. For example, in a picture book, if a line reads, "The sheep wakes up," the school says a child who's never seen sheep may say, "The dog wakes up." The child has the basic idea of an animal, but take away the pictures and the student struggles to read.
Pig.
Today, teachers here focus on the science of reading.
What's your prefix?
That includes explicitly teaching phonics, fluency, and sounding out words. What's been the impact on the children?
I've seen students who felt like they couldn't do it. And then once we started to implement a structured reading program, it went from I can't do it to I can do it, I am doing it.
Space. Ship.
Now used throughout the district, officials say it's making a difference. Last year, system-wide, 65% of elementary school students reached reading proficiency.
It's just amazing to me to see the light bulbs turn on, to see them soak up all of the knowledge that's being poured into them.
Teachers now on a new course narrowing the reading gap word by word.
Now,
It's so interesting, Rahema. This is obviously working in that district, but we were talking, it's sort of a backlash against some of the other kind of programs that had been going on for years.
For years, and in some instances, 40 years, we've seen this certain programs in place that were not teaching children to read. They were failing children. And it's not just anecdotally did we think that they were failing. There are test scores that said this wasn't working. The pandemic did something, I think, that was extraordinary. It forced people to take a hard look because our children were not in-person learning, and they were struggling so much with that. And so when they evaluated things of what came from the pandemic, they said, oh my goodness, this is terrible. But look deeper and you realize the pandemic only exacerbated what was already a problem, and it pushed it front and center for so many people. So now they're taking a more closer look. Yeah. They're going back to the basics with phonics, and these children that we saw in this school in Mississippi, they are soaring in terms of their reading.
I mean, it's really incredible. Briefly, you highlighted an individual approach that a school is taking. On a larger scale, what needs to be done around this? What are experts saying?
Well, they're saying more people need to go back to the basics. I don't mean to sound like a broken record, but if the tune is a good tune, you might want to play it more than once and in more than one place. And that's what's happening. Even in New York City, they're going back to basics in terms of teaching children phonics in order to teach them to read.
Fascinating story. Thank you so much, Rahema, giving us some hope.
Yes.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Well, today we are catching up with dancer Misty Copeland, the first African-American woman to be named principal dancer at the American Ballet Theater.
Pretty cool. Copeland, who has been a voice for inclusivity in ballet, is petitioning Apple to diversify the skin tones of its ballad shoe emoji. Excuse me, you heard that right. Right now, Apple only has a pink point shoe emoji. You see it right there. Copeland says it's all about ensuring the art of ballet celebrates, quote, every dancer's story and shape. Take a listen to her conversation this morning on Today.
It's bigger than an emoji, you know. This is, a microcosm of this history of classical dance, and it's moved past what it was. Now there are so many people that want to be a part of dance and want to see themselves in this space. So let's be a part of that and contribute to that.
I remember being in my dance class, and it was all these brown girls with pink legs, and we just thought that's how it was supposed to be.
I mean, it's really about creating a through line. That's what the pink tights and the pink shoes represent.
Yeah. Misty also has a new show coming out called PBS Arts Talk, where Copeland interviews cultural icons about their craft and careers, and I'm pretty sure you interviewed her.
I did, on The Drink. So The Drink is where I talked to somebody about how they got to the top of their field, and her story is fascinating, as you can imagine.
Yeah.
A lot of challenges along the way, but man, is she amazing.
And incredible to see how she's using her platform now to make the space more inclusive. Thanks, Misty. Well, coming up, losing a loved one. We're going to talk about it because it's hard enough, and having to explain it to your child, well, that could be even more challenging. How to best talk to kids about loss and grief. That's next. You're watching NBC News Daily.
lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. A lot of the stuff that we're seeing was left behind by Ukrainian soldiers.
Now is real.
This is like quicksand, and officials say that an entire town is cut off.
Now is raw.
This close to the devastation, you actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
You've seen all this craziness in front of you. What was that like?
I was just trying to survive.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
In today's Modern Parenting, according to the National Alliance for Children's Grief, 1 in 12 children in the U.S. will lose a parent or sibling by the time they turn 18.
And that can be tough for everyone in the family, but especially for young children, because experts say they process grief differently than adults. Joining us now is psychotherapist Dr. Robbie Ludwig. Dr. Robbie, thank you for joining us. So trying to explain losing a loved one to a young kid can be emotional and challenging. What should parents say?
Well, first of all, children do have an understanding of death that they either learn via cartoons, TV, sometimes with a pet. So there is an awareness, but of course, it's always different when it affects them personally. And so what parents need to do is understand the age and be direct, explain that somebody has died. We don't want to use euphemisms and say, somebody is sleeping permanently, because that can scare the child. And there are so many resources for parents in terms of finding books that you can read with your child that helps the child understand death and how to honor people and give them permission to have their emotions.
Can I ask about kind of a side issue, too? You know, we think about grief over death, but there's also divorce. There's also a family member moving away that could leave kids with that same feeling of losing someone. How do you deal with those?
That's such a great point, because we want to send the message to our children that with loss, it's understandable. They're going to have strong feelings, and invite them to feel comfortable talking to you or sharing their stories with you. Create a space with your child so that they know that you're there for them. And also sticking to routines is really important for kids, to know that routines help them gain their bearings, help them to feel safe, and explain that sometimes this change is the best for the entire family. And you can give explanations, present a unified front, especially when it comes to divorce.
And I want to circle back to something we referenced at the top, that young people experience grief differently. There's actually data on this. Mayo Clinic finds that grief is cyclical for children. They may grieve the loss actually multiple times through different developmental stages in life as they're deepening their understanding. So how can parents support their kids through that?
Well, you know, young kids sometimes don't understand even the permanency of death. They may not be able to conceptualize it. So to understand that about your child, if you believe in an afterlife, maybe there's a way also to share that people live within our hearts, and to try to keep the memory of those we love alive through creativity and through language and story. And you basically want to, be available for your child's questions and try to answer them as honestly as you can without overwhelming them with too much detail. Because sometimes we can be where our kids are at when we respond to the questions that they have.
Yeah, and the other thing, we actually went through this. We lost someone in our family when my kids were young. Everybody knows they bring things up when it comes to their mind, right? Is it okay to delay them and say, we're going to talk about this later while you kind of collect your thoughts or deal with your own emotions?
I think with kids, they express grief very differently. Sometimes it doesn't show, and sometimes they do have a need to discuss it. And as a parent, I think it makes sense to listen to your child and try to say what you can say and feel comfortable saying.
Dr. Robbie Ludwig, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Really important advice. Thank you. We have a lot more news ahead.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
In Boston, one of NBC's very own is out in the field for us, the outfield.
I see what you did there. Today, co-host Dylan Dreyer is at Fenway Park to learn what it takes to keep the ball rolling during a real major league game.
This is truly a pinch me moment. I get to be on the job, on the field, right here at Fenway Park. I'm stepping up to the plate as I learn how to be a ball attendant and work the scoreboard at a real Major League Baseball game. Casey Ricard is one of the lucky few that fields foul balls for the Red Sox. Do you get nervous before a game? What's the experience like?
Oh, definitely. I get the nerves before every game. I wonder if the ball's going to get hit super hard to me today or not. I'll try and make the play, but if not, I just got to get the ball wherever it lands and give it to a fan.
So when you give the foul ball to a fan, are you always looking for a kid, or how do you choose just who to toss it to?
Every single game I get asked, probably by hundreds of kids. They'll come down like in between innings for a ball. Once a kid gets it and their face lights up, it's like the best feeling in the world.
To make sure I'm not out of my league when it comes to this job, Casey practices with me on the field. And you get it?
Yeah.
And then you toss it?
Yep, exactly.
Okay. After warming up, a surprise meeting.
Do you sign a ball for my wife?
Would I sign a ball for your wife? Jason Varitek, a former Red Sox player who was part of 2 World Series championship teams and now current coach, stops by. Wait, why am I signing the ball?
Because.
You have to sign one for Calvin then. This just feels backwards.
You'll make my wife's day.
Do you have any tips for the ball attendant?
No, looks like she had you locked in.
Good luck
fans.
Today. I'm
Thank
a big
you.
fan too.
Good luck out there with that.
As everyone gets ready for the game, so do I, changing into my uniform. Here we go. I officially take on my duties, which also includes lending a hand with pre-game ceremonies. Tonight, we help lead a special group onto the field for childhood cancer awareness. With that, I'm ready for a whole new ball game, literally, as I get into position for the first inning.
You're good.
All right.
I'm going to sit right here.
I'm going to sit right here. By my side, Camille DeRocher, who's in her 3rd season as a ball attendant. We got a strike. All right, that's 1 pitch down. After waiting,
It's all you. All you.
a foul ball finally comes my way.
You did great. That was perfect.
I wrap up on the field and go to my next job, heading inside the iconic Green Monster, Fenway Park's left field wall, to learn how to operate the manual scoreboard, only one of 2 left in Major League Baseball. Sarah O'Connor is one of the operators. How are you even listening to the game?
We're just watching the game.
You're literally just watching the game.
You can watch from these holes, or yeah, you can just watch through that window. Okay, so the inning is over, and they didn't score, so we're gonna stick this all the way up in here. And
then it's my turn.
Okay, this one's easy. You're just gonna climb up here, pull that one down, and then flip it around it, because the Red Sox got a hit.
Okay, this one?
Yeah.
Okay. There's not a lot of rooms for fingers here. You can't drop it, right? Like out the window?
Great.
Oh my gosh. After scoring some more, I leave my mark. Tell me about all the signatures. How many people have been back here to sign it? It's a lot of signatures.
Players come in, people come in on tours and stuff. Jeremy Pena signed last season before he was the World Series MVP.
Well, I have a marker. Now the hard part is deciding where to sign. Let's squeeze it in right here. There we go. It's there for all eternity.
For the next 110 years.
Yes. After that, I was ready to call it a day, but not before enjoying America's pastime for myself. I think it's time we just enjoy the game, right? We've got our hot dogs, Tessie, Wally. Cheers. Cheers.
Wow.
Best assignment ever.
I mean, that was like super behind the scenes, too.
I'm impressed that they still, it's very analog to put the numbers up like that.
Yeah. They do. I can't believe they do it by hand.
Yeah,
right?
impressive. Dylan, thank you for that. Well, now let's talk dogs. 219 to be exact were part of a breaking Guinness World Record over the weekend for most dogs to attend a film screening. Yeah, you heard that right. It's for the latest movie, Paw Patrol. The event was a partnership with Best Friends Animal Society in hopes of inspiring people to go out and adopt, which is always a good thing. And that movie is out Friday.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow. All right. I'm Kate Snow.
I'm Zinkley. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Celebrating my mom's 60th birthday.
Just married, and we're honeymooning at the Today Show.
It's a girl.
Hoda inspired me to become a journalist.
I'll have what you guys are having.
I'm celebrating here with you. This is amazing. You're on Today.
You are not alone when you're here on the Today Show.
Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for being with us. I'm Zinkley Asamoah.
And I'm Kate Snow. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, September 26, 2023, President on the picket line. What the show of support means for the thousands of auto workers who have walked off the job and the politics of the visit.
Pressure to resign. More Democratic lawmakers are pushing one of their own to step down following those allegations of bribery. Coming up, what this new pressure means for the political future of Senator Bob Menendez.
Market monopoly? The FTC says Amazon used its power to illegally warp prices across the internet. And now it's taking the case to court. How the online retail giant is responding to the allegations and what it could mean for your next delivery.
And constantly connected, a new report looking at what exactly teens are doing on their phones, the scrolling, what they're looking at, and more shockingly, when they're doing it.
It's going to be such an important report.
They looked at 200 actual phones, not just what kids say they're doing, but what they're really doing and what parents can do to open up a conversation about it. That's coming up.
No, that'll be really important. Thanks. Well, today, history was made in the state of Michigan, where President Biden was picketing alongside the United Auto Workers Union. Experts say no sitting president has ever joined a strike before that. President Biden has repeatedly touted himself as the most pro-union president ever in the U.S. He told the union members earlier he's on their side.
Unions built the middle class. That's a fact. So let's keep going. You deserve what you've earned, and you've earned a hell of a lot more than you're getting paid now.
He's there today. Tomorrow, former President Trump is set to speak to striking auto workers in Michigan. It all comes amid the backdrop, of course, of the 2024 election, where both Trump and Biden, the current frontrunners, are angling to shore up support in a crucial swing state. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa is in Center Line, Michigan for us. Maggie, tell us about the president's visit so far and what union members are saying about it.
Members are saying that it's huge to essentially see a president, as they put it, walk the walk, instead of just talking about supporting union members and workers, instead of just talking about supporting sort of the middle class, to see a president actually travel to an active strike and join the picket line. And as you said, experts say that's the first time a sitting president has ever done so. The enormity of this is not lost on people here. They basically say that they knew that the White House wanted to get involved, was talking about sending a team last week. We know that trip was nixed. And then it was Friday when union members learned that the president was planning to travel here himself. A lot of them maybe weren't quite ready to bet on that until they saw him here. And today he made good on that promise to travel to the Detroit area and again join union workers on the picket line, this time at a GM parts distribution facility in Belleville, Michigan, near Detroit. Here's some of what you heard the president earlier. Here's some of what workers on the front lines are saying about his visit.
He said he'd walk the picket line, and he is. We've had other presidents in the past say if they're going on strike, they're going to put their tennis shoes on and walk the line with us, and they didn't. He definitely is doing his walking the walk and talking the talk.
And we should note the White House kept details of the president's visit under wraps until the very last minute. Showing up at that plant again in Belleville, Michigan. A lot of the workers there, you can see, surprised a little bit to see him standing alongside them. At some point, there was rumblings of possibly going to a second plant. We have now learned this was a one-and-done visit. The president already wheels up to another stop out in California, unrelated to this one, but the impression that he left behind, again, in the wake of this historic visit, again, as we said, lost on no one, picketing here on day 12 of this historic strike, guys.
Day 12? I mean, obviously, they are there for a contract. So bring us up to speed on contract negotiations. Are any of the big three car companies getting close to a deal? And how involved is the White House really?
So the union says Ford, as we've known, is close to a deal. And that's why on Friday, when they expanded the strike to include all parts distribution facilities, including this Stellantis facility behind me, they left Ford out of that expansion. They only asked more workers to walk off the job at GM and Stellantis facilities. So again, the union saying that Ford is the closest of the big three, has made the most progress of the big three, but also noting that all three have a long way to go. The unions at the bargaining table, talks are ongoing with all three. And then as far as the White House's direct involvement, you heard our White House team earlier in the day saying, and this, from what we've been told, remains true, the White House isn't actively involved in these talks. It's not like they're at the table with anybody kind of walking through point by point. This was more of a symbolic show of support by the president for the union. People here hoping that it puts pressure on the big three, on GM, Ford, and Chrysler owner Stellantis. But the companies have put out statements saying that, hey, listen, this is between us and the union, and they will continue to negotiate between those two parties, guys, in good faith.
Maggie Vespa for us. Maggie, thanks so much.
Today, we have an update on another major strike. Members of the Writers Guild of America are set to vote on the terms of a new contract with the Hollywood studios. That deal would end a nearly 5-month strike that has practically shut down TV and film production across the country. Writers have been pushing for higher residual payments and better pay from the streaming companies, as well as protections against artificial intelligence. According to the Writers Guild, we are expected to learn the final terms of the new contract following today's vote.
New Jersey Democratic Senator Bob Menendez is facing growing pressure today from within his party to resign on the heels of a federal indictment. Today is the lawmaker's first day back in Washington after Menendez was indicted on those bribery charges on Friday. So far, over a dozen of fellow Democratic senators are now calling for him to step down. But right now, Menendez is refusing to do so. NBC News senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor joins me now from the Capitol. Sahil, reaction's been pouring in all day. As we said, they were out of town. They're back. What are the most significant names that we need to know about? I know Senator Cory Booker from New Jersey, he said something today.
Yeah, quite a few names, Kate. The dam is certainly breaking on Senator Bob Menendez, with more and more Democratic senators saying it's time for him to go. Our team can count to 18 Democratic senators who have now called on him to resign in the wake of these jarring allegations, the most notable of which, a name you just mentioned, Cory Booker, the other Democratic senator from New Jersey, who was initially silent when this came out, but put out a statement today saying, among other things, quote, "The details of the allegations against Senator Menendez are of such a nature that the faith and trust of New Jerseyans, as well as those he must work with in order to be effective, have been shaken to the core." He goes on to call on Menendez to resign. Other Democrats, notables, who are asking Menendez to step aside, including red state Democrats like Sherrod Brown in Ohio, John Tester in Montana. These members have to face voters, and they want to go home and portray themselves as having a higher standard for someone to be a U.S. senator. They all agree that Menendez deserves a presumption of innocence until proven guilty. They do not agree that he can continue to serve effectively as a United States senator while these charges are ongoing, Kate.
Sahil, I note that we have not heard from President Biden. We've not heard from Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, Senator Schumer. Are they under any pressure, do you think, now to speak up?
Yeah, they certainly will be, especially after the flood of these Democratic members in the Senate as well as in the House. Almost the entire New Jersey congressional delegation now calling on Bob Menendez to resign. It becomes a question of what kind of party Democrats want to be. There are many of them who want to run in 2024 on a message of, Democrats being the party of good government, of clean government. They want to contrast that with what they will argue is corruption and criminality of Donald Trump while he faces these charges. Having Senator Menendez out there serving with the support of the Democratic Party's highest leadership is hardly consistent with that message. It could muddy up the waters. Chuck Schumer, the majority leader, has only said so far that Menendez will step aside from his role as chairman of the powerful Foreign Relations Committee. But for the moment, he still has all his other committee assignments.
All right, Sahil Kapoor on Capitol Hill. Thank you.
We've got breaking news this hour. The Federal Trade Commission and more than a dozen state attorneys general have filed a major antitrust lawsuit against Amazon. It's the latest in a line of federal lawsuits against big tech companies. Amazon is the second largest company in the United States in terms of revenue. It also employs more than 1.5 million people. NBC News correspondent Noah Pransky joins me now. So, Noah, what specifically is being alleged by the government here?
So the FTC says that Amazon is acting as an illegal monopoly, and that is creating higher prices, inflation essentially across the entire retail spectrum in America. Now, they say that they're not a monopoly because of simply their size, but because of their behavior. And they specified two specific, they call them schemes, that Amazon was conducting over the recent years. One is anti-discounting tactics, which punishes sellers who offer discounts, basically prohibiting any sort of discount on their platform. The other is anti-competitive tactics, punishing sellers who don't ship through Amazon fulfillment services. And they say that also limits competition across all of retail in America and produces higher prices for consumers.
I mean, these are strong allegations. What exactly is Amazon saying in response to all of this, Noah?
They came out firing today a statement reading in part here. They called it a radical departure from the FTC's mission, saying the lawsuit filed by the FTC today is wrong on the facts and the law, and we look forward to making that case in court. Amazon says that they actually promote competition, help lower prices, and this lawsuit would do the opposite.
Noah, Amazon's been around for a while. Why do we think this is coming down now?
Well, the FTC really has been cracking the whip under the Biden administration. We've seen lawsuits of this sort across a number of different industries. Just last week, of course, we saw that the FTC took action against Amazon when it came to what they called a scheme to push people unwittingly into Amazon Prime subscription services, and they made it hard for them to cancel. So this is part of a track record of Lena Khan, the chairman, and the Biden administration really trying to promote more competition and better practices for consumers, according to them.
And then, Noah, briefly, just put this in context for us. This is a big deal, right? Of course, Amazon is a major supplier.
Yeah, second biggest retailer in the world behind only Walmart. The Biden administration not afraid to take on these big cases, even if they consider that the odds are stacked against them. They may lose, but they feel that just sending this message will do good for consumers.
All right, Noah Pransky, but the latest, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Time now for today's CNBC Money Minute. JP Morgan is settling a major lawsuit.
And retailer Walmart is getting into the cellular business. Bertha Coombs joins us now. Hey, Bertha.
Hi, Kate. Since late, yes, JP Morgan Chase reached a settlement with the U.S. Virgin Islands in the Jeffrey Epstein sex trafficking case. The $75 million settlement will go to local charities and victims' assistance. The nation's largest bank was accused of facilitating and benefiting from sex trafficking of young women by its longtime customer, Epstein. JP Morgan Chase admitted no wrongdoing. Ford is pumping the brakes on the construction of a multi-billion-dollar battery plant in Michigan. The move comes as the company is in the midst of national contract talks, along with all the other automakers in Detroit, with United Auto Workers Union, which wants to represent workers at battery factories and win them top wages. And Walmart is expanding its options for prepaid phone plans. The mega retailer is now an exclusive partner to Mobile X. Unlimited plans start at around $15 a month, or customers can use an AI-powered tool that anticipates their data usage and customizes a plan for them. AI to customize your phone plan.
AI is doing everything.
I don't think there's a day, an hour, a minute where we're not talking about AI these days.
Right? It feels like it.
Yeah.
Bertha Coombs, thank you so much. Always good to have you. Coming up, we have new details on a new study that will help parents understand what their teens are actually doing with all that time they spend scrolling on their phones.
But first, we'll have why the president's son, Hunter Biden, and former President Trump's attorney, Rudy Giuliani, could end up together in a California courtroom. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico. Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
President Biden's son, Hunter, is suing former President Donald Trump's former attorney, Rudy Giuliani, over the alleged laptop that set off the accusations over corrupt business dealings. Court documents reveal the president's son is also suing Giuliani's businesses and his former attorney over violations of computer fraud and data access. Let's bring in NBC News Justice reporter Ryan Riley. So, Ryan, this is Hunter Biden's third lawsuit that he's filed just this month. What more are we learning about this new one? And have we heard from Giuliani on this yet?
Sure. So obviously, the Hunter Biden's laptop was a major focus during the 2020 campaign, with a lot of conservatives saying that the general public or the media wasn't paying enough attention to the contents of that laptop. But the contents of that laptop, according to this lawsuit and what it alleges, were illegally obtained, were unlawfully obtained because they had gotten this laptop from a computer store owner in Delaware and then subsequently manipulated that data, is what they clear. I don't think that they're really necessarily claiming that any the materials were fake at this point. In fact, this lawsuit, I think, sort of acknowledges that the underlying material here, at least most of it, was genuine, but basically saying that this was improperly obtained and hacked and should not have been in the possession of Rudy Giuliani and his lawyer and other entities here. And it really did kick off this, cascading set of events from 2020 and that lasts until this day, including, of course, has gotten mixed up now in the charges against Hunter Biden himself that he's facing in connection with his use of guns and his alleged use of drugs.
And yeah, Ryan, you mentioned those charges. I'll remind viewers, Hunter Biden was indicted earlier this month on criminal charges. So does this lawsuit have any connection to the indictment, and what's next with that indictment?
It really is sort of the chicken and the egg question here, because I think this is so intertwined. The reason that we know a lot about what Hunter Biden was doing in his private life is because of the hacking or the alleged hacking or the taking of or the possession of outside of his preferences, his underlying digital material. So that is really what informed a lot of these charges. There are millions of Americans who possess weapons and also are also unlawful users of drugs. And it is a very rarely brought federal charge that you actually bring forward that charge just because it would apply to so many Americans. Ultimately, what they did in that case is go with saying that he lied under these documents when he was obtaining that weapon, but it's still a relatively low-level charge. So it really is this question of would we be in this situation now had we not known about these documents that were on his laptop?
And Ryan, really briefly here, what's Giuliani saying about all this?
Rudy Giuliani is saying that his lawyer said in a statement that it's surprising that Hunter is finally acknowledging that this laptop belongs to him, of course, because that was something that he did not acknowledge up until this point. But of course, Rudy Giuliani and others are taking the standard position here and denying wrongdoing.
All right, Ryan Riley, thank you so much.
An investigation is underway at a high school in New Hampshire after school officials there say some students made trading cards with pictures secretly taken of their female classmates and then exchanged them. Administrators at Bedford High School sent an email to parents alerting them that some freshmen and sophomores, mainly boys, had been taking inappropriate pictures of girls in the 11th and 12th grades without their permission. The administrators say they then put those pictures on Pokemon cards and traded them as if it was a game. School officials are not sure who's involved, but some students we heard from say they are disappointed in their classmates.
This is horrible, shouldn't be doing this, and that it's just disgusting. And they were rating them from 0 to 10 and just rating them bad or not bad.
Thousands of people have signed an online petition demanding students be held responsible and expelled.
There's growing outrage over the Seattle police officer who was caught on body camera video apparently laughing over the death of a young woman. The Seattle Police Commission is now recommending Officer Daniel Otterer be put on unpaid leave, but nearly 100,000 people have signed multiple online petitions calling for his arrest. That officer was recorded on his body cam, seemingly making light of the death of 23-year-old John V. Kondula, who was hit and killed by a police car earlier this year.
Coming up, silencing seizures, how a groundbreaking stem cell procedure seems to help people with epilepsy. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize
allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
essentially on that. So
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
There's a hot new phone on the market, and it is heating up the tech war between China and the U.S. Chinese company Huawei launched the phone, but it's the chip inside the phone and rumors about 5G capability sparking concern from Washington. In Beijing, here's NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Frayer.
Huawei's apparent chip breakthrough is creating a lot of buzz here and a lot of questions in the U.S. about how it happened. The U.S. has cut off Huawei from chip-making supplies since 2019, calling Huawei a security risk, which the company denies. Here, it's become a symbol of the fierce tech competition between the U.S. and China. It does matter, says Yang Zhewen. Buying domestic chips is to support my own country. News of China's most advanced homemade chip has been stoking nationalist sentiment here, at a time when Beijing is pushing Chinese companies for self-sufficiency in technology.
I was obviously...
Just last week, Commerce Secretary Gina Raimondo told a House committee she was upset that Huawei managed to launch a new smartphone. Huawei's Mate 60 actually quietly went on sale here in August, during Raimondo's visit to China. She's been trolled online ever since, with fake Huawei ads and phone covers meant to mock U.S. sanctions. That fervor and a resurgent Huawei could also pose a challenge for Apple. China is the third largest market for Apple. When the iPhone 15 launched here last week, the first person in line arrived at 1 a.m.
It's my first time in the Apple store. It's very important for me.
U.S. commerce officials say it isn't yet clear if any trade restrictions were violated. For now, SMIC, China's largest chip maker, along with Huawei, are hailing this as a milestone and a victory. Janice Mackey-Frayer, NBC News, Beijing.
Police in the UK are now investigating the accusations of sexual assault against comedian Russell Brand. It comes as Brand released a new video denying the allegations against him. Here's NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley.
More trouble for British comedian and actor Russell Brand. British police confirming they're now looking into a number of allegations of sexual offences, both in London and the rest of the country.
What I seriously refute are these very, very serious criminal allegations.
Brand issuing a new video statement Friday accusing Big Tech of trying to censor him, but not addressing the allegations directly.
Obviously, it's been an extraordinary and distressing week.
Police say the offences are all non-recent, and officers will be offering specialist support to all of the women who have made allegations. While police didn't give details of the dates or incidents under investigation, the lead detective said, quote, "We continue to encourage anyone who believes they may have been a victim of a sexual offence, no matter how long ago it was, to contact us." The police probe comes after 4 women came forward in the British media and told their stories in a documentary entitled Russell Brand in Plain Sight, a joint investigation by the Sunday Times, the Times, and Channel 4 dispatches.
I was like, oh my God, he raped me.
Their allegations, spanning the years from 2006 to 2013, include rape, sexual assault, and abuse. One woman says she was 16 years old at the time of her alleged assault.
I was pushing him away, and he wasn't backing off at all. And so I ended up having to punch him really hard in the stomach to get him off.
Another woman sharing text message with the Times she says are between her and Brand following her alleged assault in 2012 in Los Angeles, writing, "When a girl says no, it means no." Brand allegedly replying with an apology, quote, "I'm very sorry." In his first video statement, Brand denied any wrongdoing while confronting his past.
I was very, very promiscuous. Now, during that time of promiscuity, the relationships I had were absolutely always consensual.
The fallout already leading to consequences.
I respect you for doing that, but the content of what you said has made me hate you.
The remaining dates of Brand's UK stand-up tour Bipolarization now postponed, with ticket refunds announced by the promoter. Paramount Plus removing his comedy special, and YouTube suspending monetization on Brand's channel following the allegations.
I need your support now more than ever, and more than I ever imagined I would.
Matt Bradley, NBC News.
We will change gears coming up. Tea time starting to look a little different across the pond. Why more Brits are turning to another beverage for their afternoon boost. You're watching NBC News Daily.
You can keep watching us streaming free 24/7 on NBC News Now. Watch us wherever you stream live, all those places you see. The news continues after this.
Stories coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead, this is it.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
A third suspect has been arrested in the death of a 1-year-old at a New York City daycare who was exposed to fentanyl. The suspected drug dealer was charged along with the nursery's owner and building tenant. Police were called to the facility earlier this month where they found 4 children ill from exposure to opioids. Toddler Nicholas Dominici later died, and an investigation discovered a trapdoor of drugs in the floor of the daycare.
Some residents of the Hawaiian town of Lahaina who lost their homes in this summer's wildfire made their first return to the ruins on Monday. The August wildfire killed at least 97 people, destroyed more than 2,000 buildings. Until now, the burned area has been off limits to all but authorized workers. Only parts of Lahaina have been opened. Other areas are expected to be closed off for weeks, if not months.
And California Governor Gavin Newsom signed a bill into law requiring K-12 schools to have at least one gender-neutral bathroom. According to the bill, the bathrooms must be available for students by 2026. Newsom also signed a bill that establishes a task force to help advance support initiatives for LGBTQ+ students. Well, it's no secret, if you're a parent, you may have noticed your kid likes to use their phone a lot.
Yeah, we all kind of know that, right? We like to use our phones a lot, too. But we got exclusive access to a groundbreaking report that's giving us a better understanding of the apps that kids are using, what time they're using them, and for how long. And what could be most surprising for parents, sometimes even despite kids wanting to unplug, they're getting pulled back in.
It's a defining feature of a generation. Kids constantly scrolling, messaging, playing games, watching videos.
Now, a new report is shining a light on just how much phones are trying to grab our kids' attention. Common Sense Media tracked the Android phones of about 200 kids ages 11 to 17 to see what they're actually doing. 97% of them use their phones during school hours. Almost 60% use them between midnight and 5 a.m. on school nights. And here's the most striking headline. More than half the kids got 237 notifications or more every day, with some receiving more than 4,500. Researchers say Snapchat and Discord, apps kids use typically for messaging, sent the most notifications.
The business model of social media platforms is to keep you on the platform so they can sell you ads. It's really an arms race for your attention.
Not all notifications are created equal. Teens told researchers it's easier to ignore more impersonal alerts, but when it's a direct link to their friends, they're drawn to their phones.
Every time somebody sends you a direct message in Snapchat, you get a little pop-up.
Yeah.
Does it make you want to pick up the phone and look?
I mean, yeah.
14-year-old Armida Mojaza wasn't part of the study, but like the kids in the study, her top social media app is TikTok.
What is it about TikTok that you love?
I think that feeling of indulgence when you're scrolling through the videos and how you get so interested and pulled into it is it's just really interesting to me.
Armida spends a lot of time on the app, which was news to her mother Scheherazade.
I'm shocked. I feel like I'm waking up to this news.
I think a lot of moms, if their kids sat down and told them exactly what they're doing, would have that feeling.
NBC News reached out to social media companies highlighted in the report. TikTok says it sets a 60-minute daily screen time limit on teen accounts under 18, but teens can enter a passcode to continue watching. Snapchat and Discord pointed out that their notifications are similar to text alerts. On Snapchat, users have to opt in for notifications. Both platforms say the number of notifications can be adjusted. Meta, Instagram and Facebook's parent company, tells us it has tools specifically designed to help teens limit their time and minimize notifications. Teens are automatically sent a take-a-break message after a certain amount of time. Common Sense did find many kids are trying to set limits. Armida has a time limit on her favorite apps, but that doesn't always work.
I know the password to it, so I can get by the limit.
So you reach the limit, and do you find yourself putting in the password?
Yeah, all the time. All the freaking time.
Why is that, do you think?
I don't know, maybe I think most of the time I'm just not done watching a video and I'm really invested. Or, yeah, I just want more time on my phone.
Scheherazade admits her understanding of social media is limited, making conversations about what apps Armida uses challenging.
It is difficult because the new generation knows a lot more about these cell phones than my generation does.
Many parents are with her on that, so Common Sense is offering questions and talking points to help parents start the conversation, like which apps take up most of their time, what draws them in, and begin with admitting how you use your phone.
It's really up to you as a parent to be having an ongoing, and I'd say non-judgmental discussion with your kids, but also talking about the positive things they can get from interaction on screens, because that is the life kids are living.
Wow, that is so eye-opening, and also it can be scary to know how much time these kids are actually spending on their phones. What else can parents do?
Yeah, so I mean, I think having that conversation with your kids is really, really important. And by the way, we have actually 21 questions that you can ask that Common Sense came up with. It's at today.com. Okay, so I looked at those and thought, oh, that's what I can say to my kid. But also Common Sense says, try to have times in the day when you're not on your devices, all of you, like dinner time, and no phones in the bedroom is their advice. Just stop letting the kids have them up there because, as we said, a lot of kids are using the phone right now between midnight and 5 a.m. on school nights. Affecting their sleep,
affecting their school, and I bet leading by example as a parent can help too.
Yeah, we got to start with what we're doing,
yes,
right?
Absolutely. Kate, thank you for that one. Well, let's turn now to politics. With 4 days left before potential government shutdown, veterans could see an impact on their care if federal workers are forced off the job. That comes as across the country, VA hospitals and clinics are already buckling from severe staffing shortages. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale actually visited a Veterans Affairs facility in California to take a look at this issue. Ali?
Yeah, Zinkley, we know that government shutdowns can cause new problems when they happen, but they can also exacerbate existing ones. Watch.
We started advocating for this VA clinic back in 2003.
It took Tino Adame more than 2 decades to get a new VA clinic in his hometown of Stockton, California.
We used to go to meetings and we started joking about hopefully it'll open up before we're pushing up daisies.
But it's not just about getting a new facility.
We need this clinic to open with doctors, fully staffed.
This rural community, about an hour from San Francisco, falls prey to a national trend. Veterans struggling to access health care because there aren't enough providers to see them.
We have the longest wait times anywhere in California. If you're in Stockton, you have to wait 80 or even 90 days, even 100 days. I talked to a veteran recently who wasn't able to get a refill on his diabetes medication. He ended up losing his leg.
Harder says that here, the number of working primary care physicians has been cut in half just this year alone. As of 2022, more than 2,500 VA facilities face severe occupational shortages, a 22% increase from a year before. The resulting backlog, wait times, and rarely returned inquiries are why dozens of veterans like Adame, as well as caregivers like Leslie Stotts, packed into this town hall on a Friday afternoon here.
My husband, he's a Vietnam vet. He's 100% disabled.
Before the coronavirus pandemic, her husband's care was consistent. So you've seen that the system can work.
It worked very well. And then when COVID happened, everything just changed. Any call or concern was never answered.
So you're basically playing a game of telephone with your husband's health care.
Yes.
The local VA is working to alleviate staffing shortages with increased physician pay while expanding access to telehealth.
We're here to help you today. We're here to help you Monday, Tuesday, and whenever.
They're overloaded. There's a lot of red tape.
And Harder's petitioning the administration in Washington for help. But inaction from Congress could make this worse. What does this VFW town hall have to do with the government funding fight?
I think this is a little bit of a canary in the coal mine. Not only would it not fix it, it's going to make it a lot worse.
And in the meantime,
heartbreaking because we know what we've done in the military. The government promised one thing, but it's not fulfilling it.
Fascinating reporting. I mean, Allie, how would a government shutdown really exacerbate all these problems that we're seeing just at Veterans Affairs?
Yeah, look, I mean, once you add furloughed workers on top of that, it adds stress to an already stressed system. The other piece of this, too, is we talk about what shutdowns cause, but it also prevents work from being done. Key policy provisions, like the one that Congressman Harder is trying to put into one of the appropriations packages that would better help them understand the scope of this shortage. And you got to understand a problem fully before you can start to fix it. Zinclay?
Good point. Allie Vitale, thanks so much.
New hope for a debilitating medical condition that affects millions of people around the world. We're talking about epilepsy, a condition that can cause a seizure at any moment. Now doctors are testing a promising new experimental treatment that patients say has silenced their seizures and given them their lives back. NBC News medical fellow Dr. Akshay Sayal explains.
Annette Adkins, a 60-year-old woman from Portland, Oregon, has spent the last decade terrified a seizure could come at any moment.
Some days, you know, when you're having seizures so often, it's just hard to know, how is my life going to go?
In 2014, Annette was diagnosed with epilepsy, but despite taking 4 different medications, was still having 14 seizures a month. Globally, 50 million people struggle with seizures, and about a third of them are like Annette. Medications just don't work.
It can be really devastating. You know, I have patients who had to quit their jobs because they lost their driver's license. I have patients with young children who can't feel comfortable taking care of their own young children alone.
But now, doctors are testing a first-of-its-kind therapy using stem cells.
This therapy offers us the potential to essentially restore that balance of excitation and inhibition in that part of the brain to be able to calm or ideally stop the seizures. And currently we don't have a therapy that allows us to do that.
Here's how it works. Seizures can happen when certain parts of the brain get too excited and start firing uncontrollably. So the cells work to calm the brain down by producing GABA, a neurotransmitter that restores balance in the brain.
There is a lot of excitatory activity that's causing spontaneous seizures.
I got a chance to see the procedure firsthand when I went into the operating room at the University of California, San Diego, and watched the third patient ever to have this done. Early data presented shows promising results. A 90% reduction in seizures in the first 2 patients treated so far.
People think of seizures like, oh, you know, it's 1 to 2 minutes of a seizure 2 to 3 times a month. It's like, what, 6, 7, 8 minutes out of your life in a month? But the people spend 99% of their time trying to avoid those 6, 7, 8 minutes. And that really impacts their quality of life.
The company plans to study whether the therapy can also treat other brain conditions, like Alzheimer's.
I think these patients are incredibly brave to be a part of a trial, where we don't know for sure what the end result is.
Since Annette underwent the procedure last October, she's had just one seizure since and says she finally has her life back.
We're going to be capable of doing the things in life that we haven't really been confident to do over the last, since 2014.
Dr. Akshay Sayal, NBC News.
Fascinating stuff. Coming up, some expert advice any new parent is going to want to hear. We have some sleep training tricks that will help you and your little one get a good night's rest. You're watching NBC News Daily.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the Hammer deliberations.
All right, it just me too.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
In today's Daily Health, we're focusing on how to get your baby to sleep through the night with sleep training. We've got some helpful tips for exhausted parents.
According to the Sleep Foundation, the goal of sleep training is for your baby to be comfortable sleeping for several hours throughout the night on their own. And if they wake up, they'll learn to self-soothe and fall back asleep. Joining us now is Dr. Craig Canapari. He's the author of the book, It's Never Too Late to Sleep Train. Doctor, thank you so much for being with us. So first off, should parents start sleep training their kid, and how long does it normally take, the process?
Well, the goal of sleep training is to teach your child to sleep independently at night. And I think that there's a couple of points. The first is when you bring your baby home from the hospital, you can actually start working towards independent sleep just by having a consistent bedtime every night. That's easy enough for one parent to do. Now, in terms of formal sleep training, I'd say 4 to 6 months is usually the sweet spot.
So here's my question. As a parent who's been through this, and actually at another network I worked at, they like recorded my process of trying to sleep train
in her house,
my second child in my house. It can be really hard, right? Because you're leaving a baby who sometimes is screaming and crying, and I know there's a little bit of even, some people in the universe don't think this is a great idea. How do you deal with that part of it?
Oh, it can be absolutely be brutal. And I can tell you with my older child who was had a black belt and crying in tantrums, it wasn't easy. I think there's a couple of things. First of all, knowing that it's actually not dangerous for babies to cry. I mean, think about it. Babies cry all the time. And we don't worry about it being dangerous to them. It's a normal activity for an infant to do. The second is that sleep training, we know from research that the crying, although it can be very painful, is quite limited. And most babies, if parents are sleep training them, will not be crying at bedtime within a week. And the majority of that crying is going to happen in the first night or two.
So with all that said, walk us through some of the popular sleep training methods.
Sure. So generally, there are all different ways to reduce your baby's need to have you present when he or she are falling asleep. So everybody knows about cry it out, which is putting your baby down and just leaving the room. And there are variations on this. The Ferber method is where you do this, but then you check at set intervals on your baby. And a check is just very simple. Go in, say, I love you, you're fine, good night, and leaving the room. Pick up, put down is where you, if your baby is crying, you actually pick up your baby, soothe them till they're calm and put them down again. And you repeat this as much as necessary. The chair method, also known as camping out, is where you actually stay in your baby's room, but not necessarily touching or interacting with them until they fall asleep, and then you leave the room. But for infants, often we have parents just sleep on a mattress in the room for about a week.
Yeah.
And finally, bedtime fading is your baby's not asleep in 15 minutes, getting them up, playing with them a little bit for 30 or 45 minutes, and then trying to put them down again.
You know, to be clear, it did work for us. You're right. Like after a certain amount of time, the baby got on a really good sleep schedule. Are there apps now, have I heard, for sleep training?
I think there are some apps. Generally, I don't think they're particularly sophisticated, but the fact is, tired parents sometimes do need help making a plan. Whether they get that plan from talking to their pediatrician, talking to friends, reading a book, or from an application, this isn't really rocket science here. Sleep training it's not complicated. It's just difficult to do for a couple of nights.
And to that end, right, there may be someone at home with an infant or a toddler and is like, oh my gosh, I did not do this with my child. So is it too late? Is there a way to sort of do this in retroactively?
I feel like you're setting me up to plug my book, which is called It's Never Too Late to Sleep Train. But essentially, I think that parents always have an opportunity to improve their child's sleep if they're not happy with it. There was a recent study showing that about 35% of parents were worried about their kids' sleep, but 96% of parents of kids under 5 actually wanted to change something about their sleep. So I'd say to them, it's never too late to make a change.
It's never too late, Doctor. Thank you so much, and thanks for watching NBC News Daily.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. A lot of the stuff that we're seeing was left behind by Ukrainian soldiers.
Now is real.
This is like quicksand, and officials say that an entire town is cut off.
Now is raw.
This close to the devastation, you actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
You've seen all this craziness in front of you. What was that like?
I was just trying to survive.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Okay, if you were to ask the average American, what do our friends across the pond in England like to drink, what do you think they would say?
I think they would say tea, of course, right? Tea is as British as fish and chips or bangers and mash, or at least it was. A new study suggests that more and more people in England are trading in their tea bags for coffee beans. NBC's Molly Hunter took a look.
Well, you know, I always figured that tea was just going to taste like hot brown water. And you know what? I was right. Yeah, it's horrible.
Welcome to England. In the beloved Apple TV series Ted Lasso, the American soccer coach struggles to enjoy a time-honored British tradition.
Y'all know this tastes like garbage.
I love it. Tea time isn't quite the Lasso way, and now new data suggests that even more Brits may agree with Ted.
Often in the morning, if I'm feeling a bit tired, definitely go for coffee. The taste is a bit off, and you can get you can put like caramel in it. I'm a coffee person through and through, sometimes a bit of tea with cake, but generally coffee.
A recent survey found for the first time ever that coffee beats out tea as Britain's favorite hot beverage. 63% of those surveyed said they regularly drink coffee versus 59% who regularly sip away on a hot tea. It started with the invasion of American-style coffee shops that look a bit like Central Perk.
Hey, Joey, can I get some coffee?
The Australian flat white craze and artisan roasteries have taken London by storm. Well, whatever you call it, cafes brewing up the hot stuff, cups of joe to go are all the rage. And even Starbucks, which has been in the UK for more than 2 decades, is slated to launch 100 new stores across England this year. Online social media tutorials of specialty drinks feeding the frenzy.
Okay, so I tried making one of those like Americanized coffee videos.
I think there's a generational shift with younger people getting into coffee, being more interested in it.
Studies show the coffee market in the UK surpassed a whopping $2 billion this year, more than double the tea market. But tea holds a special historical place in British culture. From Mary Poppins
2 lamps, Uncle Albert?
Yes, please.
to Alice in Wonderland.
As you can see, we're still having tea.
You'll never get rid of the English afternoon tea with scones and like a proper cream tea.
For so many on the other side of the pond, nothing will ever replace that leisurely afternoon tea.
And we have NBC's Molly Hunter here in studio.
Yes.
So, Molly, we got to ask, as an American-born journalist based in Britain, coffee or tea?
I gotta say coffee. A lot of the cultural traditions I have picked up by osmosis. Tea is not one of them. I enjoy a cozy cup of kind of afternoon tea. Yeah. The ritual, but I need coffee. What are you? You're drinking tea.
I'm tea, ride or die every day, folks. 2 to 4 p.m. I'm drinking tea.
I have water in my cup, but I drink coffee in the morning. Sorry.
To each their own.
Not so much tea. Molly Hunter, thank you. Can you stay with us, please?
I would love to.
Okay, because we're going to take a look at stories that are trending right now, and you can weigh in.
Okay, so it's fitting that we go from England to Queen Bee. Get it, Molly? Get it? Beyonce attended an event with community leaders in Houston to support the Knowles Rowland House. The 21,000-square-foot facility is expected to shelter 31 unhoused people in Houston. The center is named after Beyonce, of course, and her former Destiny's Child star, Kelly Rowland. It's expected to open in 2024. That's what they call Be Good. Be good. Yeah. She's always doing good.
Be good. You're into it. I can tell.
I'm a hardcore fan.
Really hardcore. Yes. Like concert going, the whole thing. Okay, employees at Dunder Mifflin may be returning to The Office. This is big news. The TV sitcom could see a reboot very soon. Didn't The Office originally start in England?
The original one.
See that tie-in? Office creator Greg Daniels is spearheading the new project, according to Puck News. There's no official word on who would be the cast for the show, but a lot of stars have expressed interest and eagerness in coming back to it. What were you pointing at?
I was just going to say, do you think that it would have the same resonance post-COVID?
I would
Because
hope
so many people aren't in offices anymore.
I think
true.
so. My
calls.
kids who are 20 and 18 love The Office. Like, it's still current.
It's so funny.
And I feel like with Gen Z humor, they would it would be good.
What's old is new again.
What's old is new again. What's old is new again.
But who do they bring back? That is the
They've
question.
got to bring back some of the classics.
I mean, we need it. We need that.
Wow, we're watching.
I'm in. Thank you for watching NBC News Daily today. I'm Sinclair Samoa.
I'm Kate Snow. Don't go anywhere. The news continues.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
If it's Tuesday, politics and picket lines. President Biden makes it a historic trip to join striking auto workers in battleground Michigan as his party struggles to win over working-class voters on the economy just a day before his likely 2024 rival speaks with workers outside Detroit. Plus, deal-making or blame-shifting. House Speaker McCarthy suggests a meeting with the White House as he struggles to unify his caucus around a plan that keeps the government open without also costing him his job as Speaker. And the floodgates have opened. New Jersey's senior Senator Bob Menendez facing mounting calls to resign from senators within his own party, days after those stunning allegations of corruption and bribery. Hello and welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Ryan Nobles reporting in Washington. As President Biden hits the picket line in battleground Michigan amid an escalating auto workers strike and a struggling campaign that is failing to break through with the working class voters. The president joined UAW members in Wayne County, Michigan for a short but notable visit this afternoon en route to a fundraiser in California. The UAW strike against the big three automakers has now expanded to 38 locations as the union seeks pay increases and a reduced work week. Speaking from a bullhorn, Biden seemed to voice support for the workers' demands.
The fact of the matter is that you guys, UAW, you saved the automobile industry back in 2008 and before. Made a lot of sacrifices, gave up a lot, and the companies were in trouble. Now they're doing incredibly well. And guess what? You should be doing incredibly well too. It's a simple proposition. Unions built the middle class. That's a fact. So let's keep going. You deserve what you've earned, and you've earned a hell of a lot more than you're getting paid now.
So Biden's visit comes a day before his likely 2024 rival, former President Trump, is set to speak to auto workers near Detroit as he tries to cleave rank-and-file support from its leadership. The dueling messages mark the most direct confrontation to date in a key 2024 swing state. Now, the president's trip also comes as he and his party are getting hammered by voters on the issue of the economy. Only 37% approve of Biden's handling of the economy, according to our new NBC News poll. That's 2 points lower than his already anemic job approval numbers. And the new numbers out today from the poll show that Republicans hold an overwhelming 21-point advantage over Democrats on the question of which party handles the issue. And that's the biggest lead Republicans have ever held on the issue, even going all the way back to 1991. Now, Democrats do have a small advantage on the question of which party would better look out for the middle class, but that 2-point margin is their lowest in the history of the poll. Of course, poll numbers aren't economic markers, but in politics, perception is reality. And right now, voters don't see a 3.8% unemployment rate or a steadying inflation rate as anything for the White House to celebrate. If there is a silver lining for Democrats, though, it's that economic issues aren't the only drivers for voters. Just look at the midterms, when high inflation dominated as an issue, and yet Democrats still notched a stronger than expected showing at the polls as Republicans struggled with candidate quality and the issue of abortion. Two of my NBC News colleagues are on the ground in Michigan reporting on the president's visit. That's senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez. He's outside the plant in Wayne, Michigan, I should say, that President Biden visited. And Maggie Vespa is with striking workers in Centerline, Michigan, and I'll also be joined by senior political editor Mark Murray. So, Gabe, let's go to you first. As we showed at the top, poll numbers not really great for Biden and the Democratic Party on 2024. How's the White House handling economic outreach to the working class? And what did we see today as Biden visited the picket line?
Well, Ryan, as you alluded to, this was a notable shift from the White House, which up until now has kept itself at a distance from these negotiations in Michigan. Now, I can tell you, I'm actually outside a Ford plant in Wayne County, not the same one that President Biden visited. He went to a GM plant nearby, but that scene was just incredible to see as he was standing shoulder to shoulder with those auto workers. As you mentioned, Ryan, the first time that a sitting president has joined the picket line in modern times. The president focusing on that message that since the auto industry, since these union members gave up so much during the recession in 2008, 2009 with the GM bankruptcy, and they went without pay increases and benefits for several years, that now those union members, and you can hear these cars and vehicles behind me honking in solidarity with these workers, the president is trying to make the argument that because these workers went without for so many years, they now deserve to share in the profits that corporate executives are now seeing. Let's take a listen at what UAW President Shawn Fain said just a short time ago, standing right next to the President of the United States. Take a listen.
Today, I just want to take a moment to stand with all of you, with our President, and say thank you to the President. Thank you, Mr. President, for coming. To stand up with us in our generation's defining moments. And we know the president will do right by the working class. And when we do right by the working class, you can leave the rest to us, because we're going to take care of this business.
So the optics of all that, Ryan, the President of the United States with literally a bullhorn and also wearing a UAW hat, standing right next to those auto workers. And this all comes, of course, as former President Trump prepares to head to Michigan tomorrow. A source with his campaign telling me that the former president plans to aggressively court blue-collar workers as the 2024 presidential campaign heats up, Ryan.
Yeah, and Gabe, let's expand on that a little bit more. As you rightly point out, this is right before Trump comes there tomorrow night. Do we see President Biden starting to engage and counter the former president a little bit more?
Slowly but surely, yes. And with a recent fundraiser he held this week, the president has taken on Trump's, more directly. And then also he's planning to give this speech on Thursday in Arizona following the GOP primary debate on Wednesday, where he plans to talk about the threats to democracy. And there's every indication here that, he might talk about, if not former President Trump directly, what he sees as the threats from people like President Trump, whether it be, denying the results of the 2020 election and so forth. So expect President Biden to go after former President Trump more directly as in the coming weeks and months. And certainly the visuals that we saw today going directly here to Michigan to meet with auto workers just hours before the former president is expected here to try and do the same. Wow.
All right, Gabe Gutierrez, thank you for that. Let's now go to the other side of Michigan, Centerline, Michigan, where Maggie Vespa is standing by. Obviously, the workers that you were with, Maggie, did not see the president directly, but did his message resonate to where you are right now?
Oh, Ryan, it definitely did. I mean, the enormity of this, the historic nature of this is lost on no one. And they loved, in particular, his comment. I'm going to quote the president here, so I apologize in advance, saying that the union and the members have earned, quote, a hell of a lot more than they are being paid. I quoted that to someone here, and she went, amazing, amazing. And she said the world needs to hear that. The nation needs to hear that. And she said maybe if it comes from the president, in other words, if it comes from the top, people will listen and they will believe that. Here's some more of what we've been hearing from workers on the picket lines in the wake of this historic visit. Take a listen.
Any president that puts their money where their mouth is, he said he'd walk the picket line, and he is. We've had other presidents in the past say if they're going on strike, they're going to put their tennis shoes on and walk the line with us, and they didn't. He definitely is doing his walking the walk and talking the talk.
What do you think of the magnitude of it? The White House is saying this is the first time this has ever happened, a sitting president joining a picket line.
Amazing. Amazing. He's from day one, he's went on record saying, welcome back to the White House, UAW. He has been in our corner, and I appreciate everything he's doing.
And just to kind of put this in context, by the way, remember last week the White House was considering sending a team, basically top aides, including the acting labor secretary, here to Michigan to, the White House said, help with talks. They then nixed those plans after all three of the big three, GM, Ford, and Chrysler owner Stellantis, came back to the table, resumed talks with the union, saying that they could kind of do that job effectively from D.C., as they have been doing. At the time, people here really, frankly, didn't care that much. They told us about that planned visit and or the visit being canceled, just saying this was kind of between them and the big three. So we're hearing a real shift in tone. People here think the visit from the president is going to mean something, and it is, they hope, going to have an impact at the bargaining table. And that's even despite the fact that the big three have all put out statements saying that this is between them and the union, kind of leaving politics out of this. But people here, frankly, don't buy that. They think this will have a real impact and hopefully help move these stalled talks forward, Ryan.
Okay, Maggie Vespa, thank you for that. Let's now go to Mark Murray for a look at this from a more global perspective. Things really aren't looking great for Democrats on labor and the economy. In the poll that we shared earlier in the broadcast, Republicans have a huge lead on handling of the economy. Break down these numbers for us. What's the most important takeaway here?
Yeah, I think the most important takeaway, Ryan, is just how problematic the economy has been, both for President Biden and the Democratic Party. And so we'll start overall with President Biden's handling. 37% approve of his handling of the economy. Another number, 28% are satisfied with the state of the economy today. And then, as you ended up mentioning, Republicans now have a 21-point lead when it comes to which party better handles the economy. It is the biggest advantage Republicans have ever had had on this. And of course, it's important to note that our poll was conducted before we saw President Biden come into Michigan today into that picket line. It also comes, though, as the White House has made a concerted effort touting Bidenomics, about contrasting President Biden's stewardship of the economy with a 3.8% unemployment rate versus Donald Trump's stewardship of it, particularly in the final days of his administration during COVID.
And so, of course, Biden is in an important swing state today. Should we take anything out of the fact that independents say overwhelmingly that Republicans are better on the economy, but then on the other side of it, give Democrats a small advantage on issues around the middle class?
Yeah, and so, Ryan, you're exactly right. Our poll ends up showing that, you end up having Republicans with a 25-point advantage on which party better handles the economy. That's even bigger than what we ended up seeing, that 21-point margin overall. And then, yes, Democrats actually have the advantage among independents when it comes to which party better handles, is better for the middle class. But I think it's important to note that, the economy has sometimes been a jump ball in the history of our poll. During really good Democratic cycles, the Democrats have had the advantage on the economy. It's been the last 5 years, however, where Republicans have had that advantage. On the middle class, the Democrats have owned that issue, sometimes in double-digit advantages. And what really does stand out in our poll is that 2-point advantage on who is better for the middle class is the lowest it has ever been in the history of our poll. And that question dates back to 1989.
Now, in general, we always fall back on the conventional wisdom of it's the economy, stupid. The economic numbers here are pretty bad for Democrats. But is that really what's driving people to the polls in 2024? I mean, Democrats do have big advantages on issues like health care and abortion.
Yeah, it certainly wasn't the case, Ryan, in the 2022 midterms, where we ended up seeing Democrats using Donald Trump's unpopularity as well as the issue of abortion to hold on to control of the United States Senate and keep down their losses in the House. And so, as we're looking ahead to the 2024 presidential election, yes, as we showed you, Republicans have the advantage on the economy, but Democrats have big advantages when it comes to the issue of abortion, as well as health care, and also on the issue of education. And so we're going to end up seeing these two different types of, campaigns play out. However, there's also no doubt just how important the economy is to the White House and President Joe Biden. There is a reason why he's in the battleground state of Michigan today on this particular issue, and also particularly joining this picket line. They see this as an issue that they need to be better on. And it'll be interesting to see future polling, Ryan, whether, after this joining this picket, the picket line, and also on your own beat on Capitol Hill on what's ended up arising if there's a government shutdown, and what this does to all those numbers on who handles the economy better.
Yes, still a lot to go before the voting starts. Mark Murray, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Coming up, under pressure, as Mark talked about, we're live on Capitol Hill with the latest political fallout as more and more lawmakers are now calling on New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez to resign following those damning allegations of corruption and bribery. Plus, if Republicans are unable to come to an agreement to avoid a government shutdown, will Democrats help them out? I'll talk to a top House Democrat whose district is home to tens of thousands of federal workers about the stakes. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation.
What is the #1 issue for you?
To the national stage.
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
When critical votes were counted.
Still too close to call.
And when power was held to account.
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Welcome back. Turning now to two fast-developing stories on Capitol Hill. In the House, the chamber's back in session today, and it appears to be no closer to averting a government shutdown than when it left before the weekend. Speaker Kevin McCarthy is planning procedural votes on 4 spending bills tonight, but no real indication they have the votes to pass. And even if they do, they'll be DOA in the Democratic-controlled Senate. Now, McCarthy tried to deflect questions from reporters today about the path forward as he attempts to frame the funding fight around pretty much the only thing his caucus can agree upon right now, the border. Take a listen.
The Republicans will put on the floor a rule to secure our border. I think that's the appropriate way to be able to keep government funding, secure our border, while we continue to keep government open to work on the rest of the appropriation bills. The president has ignored this problem. The president can no longer ignore what is happening on the border.
Now, asked again about funding the government, McCarthy tried to put the onus on President Biden, saying he wants to meet with the president on the border.
I will continue to move through our approach bills. We're getting ours done, send them over to the Senate. But I think the best way here is for the president to acknowledge the problem that he created on the border.
Are you asking for a meeting with the president to solve this issue?
I think it would be very important to have a meeting with the president.
Are you willing to shut down the government if you do not get border security a deal that you are having?
Let's be very clear. It would not be on us.
Now, remember, Speaker McCarthy cut a deal to avert a debt default in April and then has now blown it up with pressure from conservatives. And with no clear path forward for McCarthy, the government will shut down on midnight Saturday. Meanwhile, over in the Senate, the floodgates appear to have opened on embattled Democratic Senator Bob Menendez of New Jersey after being indicted on bribery charges. It's approaching 20 of his Democratic colleagues in the Senate that are now calling on him to resign, including his fellow New Jersey senator and longtime ally, Cory Booker. Booker putting out a statement that read in part, the details of the allegations against Senator Menendez are of such a nature that the faith and trust of New Jerseyans, as well as those he must work with in order to be effective, have been shaken to the core. I believe stepping down is best for those that Senator Menendez has spent his life serving. And joining me now with the latest on this from Capitol Hill is my NBC News colleague, Sahil Kapoor. So, Sahil, we heard a lot from the speaker today. I think he was in front of the media 3 different times. He basically said the same thing all 3 times. Are we getting any insight into whether or not he's making progress to get through this logjam? And what about this idea of conferencing with President Biden? Is there any real merit to that?
Yeah, there's no indication that the White House is going to take up Speaker McCarthy on a potential meeting between the president and the speaker. The White House's attitude is that they cut a deal with Speaker McCarthy several months ago on a 2-year budget deal, and McCarthy reneged on that. But the speaker's situation right now in the House of Representatives, it's a bit of a mess, Ryan. There are 4 days to go until a government shutdown, and what McCarthy is trying to navigate is a Republican division over messaging bills, appropriations bills that are never going to become law anyway, that these same far-right members have, that have pushed him to renege on that budget deal, are pushing him to cut spending quite substantially in a way that he's struggling to get through the House of Representatives, and certainly, as you point out, has no shot in the Senate. Even if he does succeed at passing these appropriations bills, it's not going to avert a shutdown. Those bills are not going to become law. And McCarthy did indicate that he does want to put a short-term funding bill on the floor of the House this week for a vote. That actually would avert a shutdown, but it's not really clear what would be in it. He wants to put border measures in it. The White House says it's interested in additional resources to combat this, these additional migrants and asylum seekers at the border. They're not interested in controversial or partisan immigration policy changes on that front, and that's where the jam is. Now, McCarthy is also deflecting questions about where things stand in terms of the Senate sending over a short-term funding bill. The Senate has not yet passed one. They've been sluggish as well, but they're expected to release one as early as today, a short-term funding bill that could keep the government open if it were to pass. McCarthy was asked about that. Let's play a little bit of what he had to say. We'll talk about it on the other side.
How many times you've asked me a question this week, and it's the exact same question. It's always a hypothetical that the Senate is going to do something. I'm not going to take up hypotheticals of someday dreaming the Senate's going to do something. When they do something, come back and ask me about something.
So McCarthy, a little bit testy there, as you can see. The next step here in terms of pressuring him might be for the Senate to pass something, put it on his desk, and drive that contrast. Say it's this or the government shuts down.
Yeah, he certainly does appear to be daring them to do so. So we'll see what his move is if and when that happens. Let's talk about the other big controversy on Capitol Hill, where we talked about the floodgates opening now in the Senate. More and more Democrats calling on Bob Menendez to resign. What can you tell us about who is calling on him to step down versus who is not?
Yeah, that's right, Ryan. The dam has broken. The floodgates have opened. Pick your analogy here. More and more Democratic senators are calling on Bob Menendez to resign after the jarring allegations in this federal indictment. The most notable one is New Jersey's other Democratic senator, Cory Booker. Now, what all Democrats agree on is that he has a presumption of innocence until proven guilty, like any other American in the justice system. What they also say is he doesn't have a constitutional right to continue being a senator while he's fighting these very serious charges if he doesn't have the trust of his constituents. A number of Democratic senators have come out for him to resign, including Booker, including multiple red state Democrats who are facing re-election in 2024. An interesting little glimpse of the politics. They don't want to have that muddy the waters as to them running again, running as the party of government, trying to run as the party of good government against the Republicans. That includes Sherrod Brown in Ohio, John Tester in Montana. A couple of people we haven't heard from, Ryan, most notably Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer. He said that Menendez is going to step off his position as chair of the Foreign Relations Committee, has not called on him to resign. Another person who has not called on Menendez to resign, President Joe Biden, whose Justice Department, of course, issued that indictment.
Right. And our text chain is thriving again. Sahil Liz Brown Kaiser informing all of us that work on Capitol Hill that Gary Peters is calling for Bob Menendez to resign. He, of course, significant because he chairs their campaign committee. All right, Sahil Kapoor, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Joining me now to talk more about this, someone in the thick of all of it, Virginia Democratic Congresswoman Abigail Spanberger. Congresswoman, you represent an area that is the heart of the federal workforce in Central Virginia, including a lot of military personnel. Your district could be hurt more than others if the government shuts down. Where are we right now, and what specific help are you and other Democrats willing to give the Speaker so that there isn't a shutdown?
Well, the path forward is very straightforward. It's just a question of whether Speaker McCarthy wants to take it. The option before us is an obvious one. We pass a continuing resolution that can pass the House with bipartisan support. It goes to the Senate votes, it goes to the president's desk. But Speaker McCarthy, in an effort to protect his speakership, is unwilling to bring forth a bill that will garner that bipartisan support, that will fund the government. And instead, this week, as we are hurtling towards a government shutdown that would hurt the tens of thousands of federal workers, service members, and federal contractors I represent, he is bringing forth individual appropriations bills that have no path in the Senate, that there's zero expectation that they would get any substantial bipartisan support in the House. And we are burning our daylight hours as we head towards the end of the month without a continuing resolution put on the floor that can pass the House, the Senate, and get to the president's desk in time.
So outside of the Speaker, are you having discussions with some of your moderate colleagues? I know you're a member of the Problem Solvers Caucus about a potential short-term spending bill that both Republicans and Democrats could agree upon?
Absolutely. The Problem Solvers Caucus put forth a bipartisan framework of a continuing resolution that could garner bipartisan support, that would fund the government, that would create a period of time for us to then go and do the individual appropriations bills, funding the government, addressing issues related to Ukraine aid, emergency disaster relief, and border security was present in our framework in an effort to extend the period of time that the government is functioning as we work to get those fiscal year 2024 appropriations bills through the House, the Senate, and to the president's desk.
Okay, so the president, or I'm sorry, the speaker, I should say, is now trying to bring President Biden into this. Of course, you were part of the debt ceiling negotiations. There was a deal hatched where we thought the top line numbers had been agreed to by everybody involved in this. Obviously, House Republicans.
And Ryan, we thought that because Speaker McCarthy
because the speaker
went
told you
to
that.
the White House, said that, and then we voted on legislation confirming as much.
So to that end, my question is, he wants to meet with President Biden again. The White House even perhaps open to that idea. Is it worth it for President Biden to entertain a meeting with the speaker, given what happened and the fallout from the debt ceiling negotiations?
I mean, I hope that the president, and I expect that the president is just as focused on supporting the federal workers, the very function of our government, our federal contractors, and our military service members, as so many of my colleagues and I are, certainly across Virginia and the rest of the country. But I do think that there's an obvious question here. What good is Speaker McCarthy's word if he can promise something, we will vote on legislation to that end, and then he will reverse his stance? I hope that any steps that can be taken that would protect the government from a shutdown, avoid a shutdown, will be taken. But I think the obvious question is, what is going to be different about whatever next agreement Speaker McCarthy might try to make with the president if he didn't keep the last one? Yeah. So, you know, above all of this, right, is this potential threat from hardline Republicans that they'll call a motion to vacate if Speaker McCarthy averts a shutdown by working with Democrats like you. To that end, if the speaker comes to you and other members of your caucuses and says, I want to do everything I can to prevent a shutdown, but you've got to help me out if a motion to vacate comes to the table, would you help Speaker McCarthy out? I think the question is if Speaker McCarthy is willing to do the job of the Speaker of the House, which is preserve the very function of the government, which is to ensure that Congress is doing its job, then that's a discussion that I think anyone is open to having. But right now, when we see one man so obsessed with keeping his job that he is unwilling to actually do that job and bring bills forward that will fund the government, which is a basic function of Congress, then, you know, he's doing this to protect his job, not to serve Congress. And so, you know, any conversations he wants to have with Democrats or even reasonable Republicans about what his future looks like as Speaker need to be predicated on a real desire to actually govern, which thus far the Speaker has not demonstrated. And I hope that he changes his tune quickly. And I look forward to those conversations.
So I want to point you to some of our new polling from NBC, and it shows that Republicans have a 21-point advantage on the economy. That's the largest edge they've ever had going back to 1991. Democrats lead by just 2 points on looking out for the middle class. That's the smallest edge your party's had since 1989. You are in a very moderate district, perhaps one of the most competitive districts in the country. What are voters saying to you about the state of the economy?
Things are difficult. People are struggling. Families are struggling. Life is not easy. You know, there's certain markers of the economy that are moving in a great direction. But if you're at the grocery store and you're trying to buy eggs and you're trying to feed your family and you're trying to send your kids with school lunch money, right, it doesn't feel that way. People are still struggling. And when the folks in my district or other places across the country hear some, you know, pundit or politician on television say things are going in a great direction, things are great, you know, the numbers might be demonstrating that things are moving in the right direction. But for so many of the people who I represent, if they don't feel that yet, or they don't feel it now, then, like, that is hard, right? Things are hard. Life is hard. And frankly speaking, a government shutdown, especially for my district or for the entirety of Virginia, would make things harder, because the only thing more difficult than dealing with inflation at the grocery store is dealing with inflation at the grocery store when you are a devoted public servant and now you're not getting your paycheck. You're reporting to work because you are essential and your work is vital, and you're not getting your paycheck, right? These are the real hardships that people across my district are, you know, they have faced in the past, and they are staring down as of this weekend.
All right, Congresswoman Abigail Spanberger, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much for having me.
And up next, setting the stage, who's in and who's out, and what to watch for in the second Republican presidential debate. That's tomorrow night. The panel's next. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
news lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Some of the people calling for my resignation for political reasons say I have lost the trust of the people of New Jersey. That couldn't be more wrong. For now, I remain focused on continuing to do the important work I do every day on behalf of the 9 million people who call New Jersey home, including doing everything we can this week to avoid a government shutdown, deliver critical funding for states affected by catastrophic natural disasters, and ensure the people of Ukraine have everything they need to defeat Putin. And I'll return to Washington this week to do exactly that.
That would be today. We're expecting to see the senator back. And despite that defiant tone from Bob Menendez, as we reported just a moment ago, it's now up to 19 of his fellow Senate Democrats calling for him to resign in the wake of his indictment on federal corruption charges, with 16 of those demands coming today alone. For more, I'm joined by my panel, Tia Mitchell, who's the Washington correspondent for the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, Mo Alithi, the former communications director and chief spokesman for the DNC. He's now the executive director of Georgetown's Institute of Politics and Public Service, and Jim Garrity, a senior political correspondent for National Review. Tia, I think you know better than anyone that there's probably a correlation between all of those coming today and the fact that all those senators were going to be in front of us when they walked back into Washington. They're trying to get out in front of it. But I wonder, probably the most significant name in this group of 19 is that of Senator Cory Booker, who testified as a character witness for Bob Menendez during his last corruption trial. How significant is it that Senator Booker decided to take this stand when it comes to his fellow New Jerseyan?
Not only do I think it's significant, I think that's what helped open up the floodgates. I think there are other Democratic senators that didn't want to get ahead of Senator Booker, knowing how sensitive that decision was for him. He and Menendez had been allies, as you mentioned. He had really protected Menendez in the previous case. So there was a big decision for Cory Booker about whether he would decide to speak out or not. Once he did decide that he was going to speak out and recommend that Senator Menendez resign, I think that freed up other Democrats to take the position that I think a lot of them were feeling but weren't necessarily ready to verbalize.
So we're at 19. There could be more as the day progresses. Is there a magic number that compels him to actually step down, or is he not going anywhere?
I'll say I don't know Senator Menendez very well, but based on what we saw from him yesterday, I don't think that he's necessarily going to be moved. Now, perhaps if we get some of the top Democrats, your Chuck Schumers, your President Biden's, that might have a little bit of an effect, but he seemed pretty resolute yesterday.
Yeah, so Mo, for Democrats, would it be enough for him just to say, I'm not going to run for re-election? Because he's left that open right now.
Yeah, I think if he were to say he's not running for re-election, I think he then, the focus turns to his upcoming legal issues and a new campaign kicks into high gear. You know, I've heard some people try to draw a comparison between what he's going through and what Ralph Northam went through in Virginia, the former governor of Virginia, and the scandal he faced over whether or not he was wearing blackface in a photo. And everybody in the political establishment came out against him, called on him to resign.
Some of his closest allies,
All of his closest allies. He chose not to and found public opinion stayed with him. I've heard some people say that might be the Menendez strategy, but there's a big difference here in that that was an old photo in the Northam thing, and people saw his record and they liked him and they stuck with him. This is about a betrayal of public trust, or an alleged betrayal of public trust. I agree that the number of senators who call on him to resign is far less important than whether or not the people of New Jersey stick with him. This is a harder thing, though, I think, for the people of New Jersey to stick with him on. That's what he's got to be keeping a close eye on. If the polling shows he starts to nosedive there, then I think he really needs to look hard at resigning.
And Jim, do you think the floodgates of all these senators calling on him to resign have anything to do with Donald Trump's legal trouble? They've been very critical of him. Would it look hypocritical if they weren't as critical of Menendez?
Yes. In fact, on the way over here, I saw this tweet from Marco Rubio emphasizing that you are innocent until proven guilty.
Tom Cotton
in a
said
court of law.
something similar. Yes, yeah.
That is the mark of a senator who knows that if a Republican senator says, come on, who were we kidding? We all know Menendez is a crook. I noticed in the introduction you said, in his last corruption trial. Most people, the first one might be accidental. The second one, it starts to look like a pattern there.
Right.
But if Rubio or any other Republican senator says, indicted, no, that guy shouldn't be in office, shouldn't be elected. People can't trust him. People would then turn around and say, well, Menendez is 88 indictments behind the former President Trump. That's,
right.
he's got ways to go there. But I will give Menendez credit for something. He did say something quite true in that he has not lost the trust of the people of New Jersey because he really didn't have it in the first place.
Well, I should point out that the former president has called on Menendez and every member of the Senate to resign in response to this. To your point about this, though, the complication of this for Republicans, they would probably like to pounce on him in this case, but it makes it very difficult.
The subtext of the Republican message is don't resign. No, stay in there for the general election because you're beatable. And in New Jersey, a pretty darn blue state, particularly in Senate races, a really wounded Bob Menendez might be beatable. Those of us with long memories can remember the Torricelli maneuver back in 2002. You just substitute in a better candidate, and the scandal issue disappears. So.
Okay, so there is a debate tomorrow night. I don't know if any of us remembered that. It does seem to be kind of the kind of lower act, given everything that's happening in politics. Asa Hutchinson is not going to make it on the stage. He's had a real difficulty breaking through. Jim, is there any way his campaign can recover from this if he's not able to be on the debate stage?
I'm so tempted to ask who. No, once you're not on the debate stage, it's hard to imagine some surge. Burgum is on because apparently one poll had him at 3%. Nobody else did, but God forbid that's a rounding error, and somehow he's up on the stage. It gets late early, and if you're down in that 1% range, then you probably have a really tough time justifying remaining in the race. This is really your last shot to make a splash. Don't go out there and mouth the same old platitudes. You got to do something, otherwise people are going to say, what are you doing here?
To that point, Tia, could we see more Republicans drop out if they either don't make the debate stage or don't make the splash Jim's talking about?
I mean, I think around this, as the year kind of draws to a close and everyone knows that campaigns are going to start really ramping up after the new year, I think it's time for people to start making some tough choices. But I think a lot of these candidates are hoping to get to that third debate. And I think really it's not this second debate where we might see a lot of drop off. It's the third debate because there already is another one scheduled that they're trying hard to make it to the stage.
Yeah. So, Mo, believe it or not, Donald Trump said something incredibly controversial, even by Donald Trump standards, talking about the outgoing Joint Chiefs Chairman Mark Milley. He accused him of treason on Friday. This is what he said. This guy turned out to be a woke train wreck who, if the fake news reporting is correct, was actually dealing with China to give them a heads up on the thinking of the President of the United States. This is an act so egregious that in times gone by, the punishment would have been death. Okay? It doesn't even seem that any Republicans are outraged by him calling for the death of the current chairman of the Joint Chiefs. I mean, what does that tell you about the state of our politics right now?
I mean, look, they threw their lot in with him long ago. They're with him until they walk away, and they don't seem to be ready to walk away. He is going to continue to do what he does, and that's why I think this election is incredibly important, because it will, in my mind, signify the direction of our politics for the foreseeable future. If after everything we have seen and learned about Donald Trump over 6 years, we continue, or longer, he makes it in back into the White House, it's going to change the way our politics is practiced forever. We talk a lot about the impact on democracy, but how we practice that democracy is forever changed. And so, until there's only one way to kind of put an end to this, and that's to repudiate him at the ballot box once and for all.
So that it seems to me that you're suggesting that it's going to be a referendum more on Donald Trump than it is on President Biden. Is that part of why Democrats like you, strategists, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but talking more broadly, don't seem all that worried about President Biden's low approval numbers?
Look, in the 2020 election, in my mind, was not a referendum on COVID, was not a referendum on the economy. It was a referendum on chaos and whether or not people were tired of the constant swirl of chaos that Donald Trump brought about. What this election has the potential to do is remind people of all of that, of everything that they felt during those years. We kind of had a little bit of a break, short one, a little bit of one, but we had a little bit of a break for a while where things started to normalize and we all started to go back and worry about the actual issues. Wherever you fell on them, we started to think about those again. This election, if Donald Trump is the nominee, it's going to, come back to that issue of chaos and whether or not we are willing to go back to that. That's why I think it is smart for the president to continue to focus the contrast on Donald Trump starting now to remind everybody of that and how they felt back then.
Yeah. Is it enough, given Biden's approval numbers right now?
My first instinct is no. Insanity versus senility. Here are your options, America. Good luck. But Trump says a lot of crazy things. Right now, we're not hearing about it because there's a lot going on. This program's talked about the government shutdown and stuff like that. Biden versus Trump race. We will be hearing about Trump. And when he goes off and says, this guy should be killed or something like that, that will get a lot of attention. Right. And the people who are currently really upset with Biden, it's very easy to imagine looking at that and saying, oh, I can't go back to that. I just can't do it.
Right.
And,
Right. All right. Well, we're running out of time. Otherwise, I'd have you go further on that Trump accent that you were leaning into.
A lot of time to practice it, Ryan. It's a lot of time. It's spectacular.
Right. TMO and Jim, thank you all for being here. We appreciate it. And we do have a special programming note. Tune in after tomorrow night's Republican primary debate for Meet the Press special coverage. That's where Kristen Welker will have the night's top takeaways, live reporting, interviews with the campaigns, and expert analysis. That's starting at 11 p.m. Eastern right here on NBC News Now. But after the break, the January 6th rioter who stun-gunned a police officer and sought a citizen's arrest of the then House Speaker Nancy Pelosi facing sentencing today after prosecutors argued for more than 10 years in federal prison. We'll have the latest next. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism, is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize should we wait for this? Should we?
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. A Capitol rioter who intended on a citizen's arrest of then House Speaker Nancy Pelosi was sentenced to serve just over 4 years in federal prison today. A jury found Ed Medallion guilty back in April on 3 counts related to his actions on and around the January 6th insurrection, conspiracy to commit an offense against the United States, obstruction of an official proceeding, and an additional misdemeanor count. The evidence proved that he had prepared for potential violent action after Donald Trump lost the 2020 election. He lashed out during his sentencing today, yelling at the judge about his belief that he was protecting the country. He was originally charged alongside another Capitol rioter, Daniel Rodriguez, who was sentenced to more than 12 years in federal prison for aiming a stun gun at a D.C. Metro police officer, Michael Fanone. Joining me now to talk more about this is NBC News Justice reporter Ryan Riley. So the prosecution was asking for more than 10 years in federal prison. I mean, what was their argument, and how does this sentencing compare to other January 6th sentencing?
They said that he was an essential part of this, and that's why the sentence was going to be so long in their mind, because essentially him and this other individual who ended up driving that stun gun into Michael Fanone's neck had teamed up and went to paintball trainings even. And the judge was sort of, saying that does sound sort of funny, and the prosecution even acknowledged this as sort of funny and ridiculous. But it was also very serious in Ed Medallion's mind, because he really thought he was preparing for war and that he wanted to go in and arrest traitors. And it really was this remarkable scene in court today when you had him just go through and say that he was protecting the Capitol by arresting traitors. And then even as he was getting led into custody and he was taking his belt off, he was taking his tie off, he was taking his shoelaces off because he was going to be taken into custody, he was confronting the U.S. Marshals who were with him saying, what do you think about this? He got a pretty big break off of what prosecutors were seeking here, ultimately only getting 4 years for 10 that the prosecutors wanted.
And this is kind of a lot different than what some other January 6th defendants have received. In fact, his co-conspirator received 12.5 years in prison back in June. Why the big difference in the sentencing lengths?
What the judge says is that he wasn't violent. And it's what she wasn't sure about is why exactly that ended up happening, whether it wasn't the quote-unquote traitors ended up presenting themselves. He didn't have the opportunity, essentially, to do this. But he never finally really got to that level. He went inside the Capitol. It's actually in the ransacked hideaway office of one of the Republican senators there that just really got trashed, multiple windows, furniture overturned, and a really sort of disturbing scene. But he never actually committed violence. He sort of was a participant in the heave-ho against that police line in the tunnel, but it didn't rise to the level that you saw in the Danny Rodriguez case where, he triggered the heart attack that Fanone actually suffered that day after that stun gun incident.
And you conducted a rather extensive interview with Medallion after his conviction back in April. What did you make of him?
So he's a big InfoWars and Alex Jones fan. He's just sort of really out there. But we had talked occasionally and ended up meeting up after this verdict actually came in, and I did like a 17-minute interview with him out there and just sort of walked through this. Like, how do you think you can citizens arrest someone? And he was just diehard by this, right? He thought that that was what he could be able to do, that he was going to arrest her for, suspicion of interfering in the election. It was just this vague idea. You're not going to find a statute in the U.S. Code that he would really assign that to, but it was just this vague idea of like, she tried to interfere in the 2000 election, so we should have been able to citizens arrest her. And what he said in court today was that he was really mad at those officers on January 6th because he wanted them to flip sides, and he wanted them to join the mob in actually going and arresting these quote-unquote traitors that he thought had betrayed the country by not allowing Donald Trump to stay in power despite losing the 2000.
It's interesting because we've seen some of these defendants kind of see the light, realize that they were on a fool's errand, but others kind of double down, triple down, even in some respects, as you see in this case. All right, Ryan Riley, thank you so much. Turning now to Alabama, where the Supreme Court has again struck down a Republican-drawn congressional map that includes just one black district. The decision marks the second time in 3 months that the court has rebuked Alabama Republicans after the court's June ruling striking down a different map containing only one majority black district. Alabama has 7 congressional districts and 27% of the state's population is black. The state is currently represented by 6 Republicans and 1 Democrat in the House. Lower court efforts to approve a congressional map that meets the Supreme Court's requirements to have 2 majority black districts remain ongoing. Still to come, fears of an ethnic cleansing and a worsening humanitarian crisis as a decade-long conflict between Armenia and Azerbaijan comes to a head. We'll have the latest on that story. You're watching Meet the Press now.
Stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal?
What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it is.
Welcome back. We are following some breaking news out of New York, where a judge just denied Donald Trump's motion to dismiss New York Attorney General Letitia James's lawsuit. In issuing that denial, the judge ruled that the former president had committed repeated acts of fraud for years, lying to banks and insurers by both overvaluing and undervaluing his assets. There are 6 other issues that still remain unresolved ahead of the trial, which is set to begin next week. NBC News has reached out to Trump's attorney as well as the AG's office for comment. We have yet to hear back. Elsewhere, let's turn now to the ongoing humanitarian crisis amid the decades-long conflict between Armenia and Azerbaijan. Yesterday, 2 senior administration officials, including USAID Administrator Samantha Power, arrived in Armenia to discuss the humanitarian needs in Nagorno-Karabakh, an ethnically Armenian territory internationally recognized as part of Azerbaijan. It comes as the Armenian government said this morning that more than 13,000 people who call that region home are fleeing across the border back into Armenia. The White House estimates that number's up to 28,000. Last week, Azerbaijan launched an military offensive operation in order to, quote, reintegrate the territory after 3 decades of separatist rule. The Armenian government is now warning about ethnic cleansing in that region. Joining us now is NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley. So, Matt, tell us what prompted this latest round of tension between Armenia and Azerbaijan.
Yeah, well, Ryan, that depends. As any conflict like this, that really depends on who you ask. Now, if you ask the Armenians, and these are the people who are populating that Nagorno-Karabakh region, as you mentioned, that ethnic enclave that is really inside of Azerbaijan, they say that this was incited by Armenia's prime minister. So this is not Armenia. They're governed by their own breakaway republic. But they said the Armenian prime minister had been cozying up to the West and that this had incited Azerbaijan by basically considering joining the International Criminal Court, which considers Russia's Vladimir Putin to be a major war criminal, and also by doing several other things, basically offering to have joint military drills with NATO powers. These are the kinds of things that antagonize Russia, and Russia was the dominant power and the peacekeeping force that was governing the region. Now, the Armenians also say that because they held an election inside Nagorno-Karabakh, again, this is a breakaway republic that isn't really recognized by most of the world, including the United States, that incited the Azerbaijanis in order to also take action and to launch this 24-hour offensive that then essentially ended a 3-decade war and brought Nagorno-Karabakh under Azerbaijani control. Now, a lot of this, of course, is sort of opportunity. Now, the Azerbaijanis have been getting stronger and stronger. There was a war, if you remember, just 3 years ago, and that had seen the Azerbaijanis take a lot of land, both inside Nagorno-Karabakh and on the fringes. So a lot of this was a question of whether or not the Azerbaijanis were ready to once again launch an incursion. And this week, they were, to devastating effect for the Armenians who live in Nagorno-Karabakh. Ryan?
So what does the fighting mean for the region in general, for the geopolitics in that area? And is there a concern about the role that Russia specifically could play?
Yeah, it's very, very complex. Now, what we saw back in 2020 when there was that previous war, and again, this was a very deadly war, and it was one that was undercovered by a lot of the global media, particularly the United States, even by us. We didn't do much because this just flew under the radar. The situation there was that Russia is the guarantor of basically peace in the region. They've deployed peacekeepers. They were the ones who negotiated the peace treaty between Azerbaijan and Armenia. Historically, Russia has stood beside Armenia. Armenia is mostly a Christian state, whereas Turkey has stood behind Azerbaijan, a mostly Muslim state. Though there were other interests at play, this is not, I should say, chiefly a sectarian conflict. This is about ethnicity and about international interests. Now, Russia was behind Armenia, but in the past couple of years, as I mentioned, we've started to see Russia has its own priorities. Ukraine, that meant that they couldn't expend the kind of resources in protecting Armenia and Nagorno-Karabakh as they used to, so they were distracted. But at the same time, it looks as though Armenia, as I mentioned in the previous question, had been sort of flirting with the West, and that had angered Moscow. But they also saw a better ally in Azerbaijan. As you know, a lot of the gates have closed around Russia, and there's been restrictions on oil imports. The oil flow, the pipelines in Azerbaijan that lead to Central Asia, that's something that Moscow might have seen as beneficial to them.
Okay, Matt Bradley, thank you for that report. We appreciate it. And thank you for being with us this hour. I'm back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now. NBC News Now coverage continues with Hallie Jackson right now.
We're coming on the air tonight with something we've never seen before. A sitting president joining the picket line at a critical moment for the labor movement in this country. Coming up, where things stand with those auto workers, even as another union set to strike with thousands more jobs on the line. Then a drip, drip, drip turning to a deluge of pressure for an indicted senator to step down. We're live from the hallways of the Capitol, where we are just seeing Bob Menendez back to work for the first time since the feds accused him of bribery. We're live on the Hill. Plus, did Amazon break the law by bigfooting its competition? The federal government thinks so, with a bombshell lawsuit out today. We'll break down why this is such a big deal and what it could mean for your Prime deals in just a minute. And the crime in some spots getting so bad, Target's essentially giving up, shutting down stores since so much is getting stolen. But 9 of them. Why the company says safety is more important than sales, and who else is closing their doors. Then, with the Republican National Committee pairing up with Rumble to live stream tomorrow night's debate, you might be wondering, what's a Rumble? We've got more on the controversy over the outlet under fire for promoting conspiracies and disinformation. Plus, we are just learning tonight the president's dog involved in another biting incident. We've got the details just ahead here on the show. Hey there, I'm Hallie, and tonight the spotlight's on not one, not two, but 4 big unions across different industries to see what will happen next in a key moment for the labor movement and for our economy. With President Biden getting personally involved, look at this, making history on the picket lines in Michigan. We haven't seen a sitting president, right, a president do this before. It's a strong show of support for the union and a potentially controversial one. Watch.
The UAW, you saved the automobile industry back in 2008 and before. Made a lot of sacrifices, gave up a lot, and the companies were in trouble. But now they're doing incredibly well. And guess what? You should be doing incredibly well, too. So, stick with it, because you deserve the significant raise.
Stick with it, he says. So you've got this labor fight overlaid on the political fight ahead in 2024, because in 24 hours from now, it'll be the former president's turn to make an appearance in Michigan. But Donald Trump set to make a speech of his own there. That auto workers strike stretching on as one in Hollywood gets even bigger, with the Actors Guild voting almost unanimously to add video game actors to the mix. Still TBD if or when we'll see them join the picket lines. That's as the writers look ready to get back to work by ending their 5-month strike with a vote potentially any minute now. But on the horizon, yet another industry may be voting to greenlight a strike in the next 2 hours. We're talking about the powerful culinary and bartenders union in Vegas. Now, if they walk off the job, it could totally flip the hospitality industry on the Vegas Strip upside down. David Noriega is covering all things out west, but let's start in Michigan with Maggie Vespa for the latest there. You've got President Biden, Maggie, walking a line both literally and figuratively here. He's out picketing, showing support for those union workers, but there is also a political dynamic that he's got to be aware of that his advisors sure are. Talk us through that.
Yeah, exactly, Hallie. The president definitely kind of, as you said, walking the line. I think that's the perfect way to put it, while standing on the picket line with those workers earlier today. A historic sight. I want to point out really quickly before we dive into it what's happening behind me here. You can see it here, this semi-truck behind me. This is a truck that would normally be going into the Stellantis parts distribution facility here behind me, where we have workers picketing here in Centerline, Michigan. But basically, the picketers have been blocking trucks and this pickup truck as well, like this all day. These are management going in, security going in, parts being delivered. So they block them usually 10 or 15 minutes at a time before letting them go in. Just kind of a display of the tension here. But yeah, as you said, President Biden very aware, as is everyone here, of the political implications of him being the first sitting U.S. president in history to join a picket line. That being said, people here, kind of at least in this moment, tell us they don't really care about the politics surrounding this. They don't care about the dueling messages between the president and former President Trump ahead of his visit tomorrow. They just wanted a brighter spotlight on these talks. They wanted more pressure on the big three, and they believe from what they saw and what they heard today from President Biden, they got exactly that. Take a listen.
He said he'd walk the picket line, and he is. We've had other presidents in the past say if there's one on strike, they're going to put their tennis shoes on and walk the line with us, and they didn't. He definitely is doing his walking the walk and talking the talk.
Yeah, you also talked about electric vehicles. That is something that the president has pushed for, his administration has pushed for. We should point out that experts have said electric vehicles take about 30 to 40% of the labor to build compared to traditional cars. People here are aware of that kind of balance the president has to strike, but they say they want to secure the labor for those future plants within these contracts as well. So they're not really blaming that on the president at this point. One more headline that's coming out here at the moment, Hallie, that I just want to point out for our viewers. The president was asked by the pool of reporters whether or not he endorses a key demand from the union, which is that 40% pay raise. And there were some questions about how he responded, and we just want to clear this up. The president responded to that question, yes, I think they should be able to bargain for that. Bargain for that is key verbiage. So he didn't say he believes that they should get that, but that they should be able to bargain for it. Some kind of headlines coming out about that, questioning whether he really endorsed, because that would be the first endorsement of a key demand of the union. But he kind of even walked the line in that moment, from what we can see, Hallie.
Super important context, Maggie, and that has been a question for the last few minutes here. So it's good to have that clarity. When you talk about the idea that the workers are bargaining for this pay raise, where does that stand? In other words, when is the next key moment when you talk specifically about negotiations at the table for two of these big three car companies?
Yeah, so Ford, as you point out, one of the three doing much better, according to the union, than the other two. The union saying they made a lot of progress with Ford, but they still have a lot of ground to cover. Ford basically acknowledging that. GM and Stellantis, the union says, still have a lot sort of a longer way to go in these contract talks. They are still much farther apart as far as their demands versus the offers. But we should point out pretty much at least Ford and GM pretty immediately once the president was on his way to the Detroit area, saying that these talks remain between the companies and union members, basically saying politics, meaning these two visits today and tomorrow, are not going to have any impact. So we'll see if that's indeed true. Allie.
Maggie Vespa live for us there in Michigan, really quite literally in the thick of it. Maggie, thank you. David Noriega is live for us in Los Angeles, in the middle of it from a different perspective, if you will, David, because we've got this one strike that looks to be wrapping up. That's the writers, but another that looks to be expanding with actors and now maybe video game actors. How long could that stretch on? What's it looking like from the experts and the folks that you're talking to out there?
So that's right, Hallie. Video game actors voted overwhelmingly to authorize a strike. That doesn't mean a strike is going to happen. It just means that SAG, the union, is now authorized to call a strike if it comes to that in the negotiations. That would pertain to a labor contract for the kind of acting that goes into video games, motion capture, voice acting, that sort of thing. That would be in addition to the already ongoing and very big strike that actors have been on since July. That's against the TV and movie studios and the streamers. That's the sort of conventional movie and TV acting that we're all familiar with. As far as what's happening on that front, right now there's a feeling of hope, actually, pretty high hopes that there's solid momentum and that the fact that that we're very close to a final deal with the writers, that means that the actors will get a deal of their own. Because the idea is that if the studios were willing to sit down with the writers and reach a solid deal, they'll be willing to do the same with the actors and to do so pretty quickly. Hallie?
There's also this piece of it when you talk about momentum, David. You look at what's happening out in Vegas with the potential for that big union. And, I know it because it has a political importance, too, when it comes to the state of Nevada, potentially voting to greenlight a strike. I wonder, we have this moment in a state like California, solidly blue, in a state like Nevada, obviously more purple. Give me a sense of the way that people are engaging with the labor movement right now. Is it something you're hearing a lot about? Are people talking about it? Give us a sense of what it's like.
Yeah, so it's not just that. One that doesn't get talked about very much is here in LA, hotel workers have also been on strike off and on all summer, and they're back on strike. Some of them are back on strike at certain properties in Santa Monica as of yesterday. Now, the interesting thing with the writers' strike, the fact that that strike is ending in the way that it appears to be ending has huge reverberations, not just for the entertainment industry, which we can talk about, but for organized labor in general. And the writers are very conscious of that. They think explicitly of their labor action as being connected to all of these labor actions across the country and across industries, including industries that we don't think of as being related to entertainment at all, right? So even though the writers have called off their union's picket lines, they're actually still out on the picket lines in support of their colleagues, the actors, who are still on strike. And we went out to one of the picket lines today to talk to the writers about some of these bigger picture labor questions. Here's what one of them had to say. Do you have a message for people in other industries that are striking, auto workers, hotel workers, et cetera?
They're going to try to gaslight you and tell you that you're being unreasonable, that they can't do it, they can't afford it. But I think you've seen from what we did that everybody is with you, and keep standing strong, and eventually you will get what you deserve.
So as far as what's next, Hallie, the WGA leadership needs to approve this deal. That's expected to happen today. Then they have to send the deal to the full membership, all 11,500 members of the union, for them to approve the deal. What I hear from writers is that this is a union that's pretty democratic. There isn't much daylight between the union leadership and the rank and file. So the rank and file pretty much expects that they're going to like this deal, that they're going to sign it. That's going to be a big step forward for the entertainment industry, for Hollywood to kick back into gear. But obviously, as we heard from this writer, this means that they want other workers to be inspired by this and to realize that at this moment, strikes can work. Hallie.
We had talked about, David, the reverberations there, right, for the strike and how that would affect the entertainment industry writ large. And as you lay out, that is what we're seeing. David Noriega, I'd be remiss if I did not welcome you officially to NBC. This is your first appearance as our newest correspondent. We're thrilled to have you. Are you having the best time of your life yet?
Best time of my life, Hallie.
We'd love to hear it. David, thank you. We'll see you soon. Look forward to it. Appreciate it. So listen, in just the last couple of minutes back here in Washington, we are getting a sighting of newly indicted Senator Bob Menendez as he's showing up on Capitol Hill for the first time since federal prosecutors charged him in a bribery scandal. You can see it. He is surrounded by reporters. Listen to what they asked and what he did not answer.
Senator Menendez, why aren't you resigning?
No comment from the senator in just the last 5 or 6 minutes there. That coming into us fresh from our team on Capitol Hill, as we are also seeing a big 180 from his colleagues in the last 24 hours. 17 more Democratic senators, you see them here, now calling on Menendez to resign. That number was just 2 when we came on the air here yesterday. Now, look at that. This is more than a third of all Senate Dems, including the most high profile so far. The other senator from New Jersey, this guy, Cory Booker. He's represented that state alongside Menendez for the last decade. And Booker's getting some backup. Listen.
The American people deserve a government they can trust. They deserve that they are not questioning whether their elected leaders are working for the people or for themselves. And in light of that lack of trust, I share Senator Booker's views that he should step down.
Remember, it was just yesterday that Senator Menendez said publicly he has no plans to do that. He does not intend to step down. Keep in mind, he didn't say anything about running for re-election or not. NBC's Sahil Kapoor is following this for us tonight. Kind of a moment here in the last 20 minutes or so over on Capitol Hill, with Senator Menendez showing up now for the first time back on the Capitol after this indictment came down. The second indictment, right, different than the first he faced several years ago, ended in a hung jury, if you will. Now he's facing this sort of new bribery scandal. And he's not saying much, at least to the Capitol Hill press corps. He delivered that news conference we saw 24 hours ago, but really hasn't said anything about the re-election piece or this new pressure on him to step down.
That's right, Hallie. The dam has broken. More and more Senate Democrats are calling on Senator Menendez to resign, even as he remains defiant, insists he's not going anywhere, says these charges, you know, the calls for him to resign are premature. Democrats are not listening to him. They say the standard for being a senator is higher, that he needs the trust of his constituents, and he has simply lost that. They all agree that he deserves the presumption of innocence until proven guilty, but they do believe, many of these members, that he should step aside. The latest Democrat to call on Menendez to resign is Gary Peters of Michigan. This is significant because he's the chair of the Democratic Senatorial Campaign Committee, who's in charge of getting members elected and reelected. Menendez, based on this statement, might not be able to rely on much help from the Senate campaign arm if he does decide to run for reelection, which of course he has not done. Peters, in a statement, said, quote, "As elected officials, the public entrusts us to serve in their best interest and in the best interest of the country." He says Menendez deserves a fair legal process, but he's no longer able to represent effectively in the United States Senate, and as a result, he should resign. Now, one thing that senators are not talking about at this moment is a break glass option. The Senate can, under the Constitution, expel members. It almost never happens. It requires a 2/3 majority. It has not happened since the 1860s, since the Civil War, when members were expelled for aiding the Confederacy, Hallie. That is not a conversation that's happening at the moment. We'll see where this goes.
On the left side of the screen, we've seen, of course, Senator Menendez coming back to the Capitol. We talked about Senator Cory Booker, obviously a partner to Senator Menendez in New Jersey in the Senate for years now, coming out and calling on his colleague to step down. That carries some weight. You've also got the top Democrat in the Senate, Chuck Schumer, who has, I think, conspicuously not echoed the calls by those 17, 18, 19 of his colleagues. Walk us through that dynamic here, right, and the importance of what this Senate Majority Leader either will or won't say and how that plays into this.
Yeah, his decision on this, his opinion, I should say, on this is going to be very important. I'm talking, of course, about Chuck Schumer. He's the majority leader. He's only said so far that Menendez will step off his chairmanship of the powerful Senate Foreign Relations Committee. He's required to do that under the bylaws of the Democratic Conference. But he still has his committee assignments. You know, he's still a voting member of the Senate. Now, can he be effective when so many of his colleagues no longer trust him to serve? To be effective, you need allies. You know, you need people to co-sponsor your bills. You need committee chairs to hold hearings on your issues. You need them to vote for your proposals on the floor of the chamber. And increasingly, it looks like Menendez will have a tough time doing that. Cory Booker's statement was very significant. These two have a close working relationship. They've served together for many years. Booker was initially silent on it. Let's show what Booker said. It's on the screen there. Quote, "As New Jersey's junior senator, I imagine that I've had more professional experiences with him than most others. I believe stepping down is best for those Senator Menendez has spent his life serving." It was a long statement, a nuanced statement. Everyone's saying, as is Booker, that he deserves a presumption of innocence, but they're saying he does not deserve the presumption of remaining a senator while fighting these very serious charges. Hallie.
Sahil Kapoor live for us there on Capitol Hill. Lots of action tonight, Sahil. We'll check back in with you, I know, in just a little bit. Appreciate it. Some other developing news here in just the last few minutes. Baltimore detectives are announcing they're looking for an armed and dangerous man, 32-year-old Jason Billings Lee, because they think he's connected to the death of a tech CEO who was found on Monday with blunt force trauma injuries. That's how police describe it. Officials say Pavel Lepere was discovered in her apartment. Police responded there shortly after she was reported missing. Lepere was the CEO of a company called EcoMap Technologies, which says it works to, I'm quoting here, make the information around us more accessible, one ecosystem at a time. She was on Forbes' 30 Under 30 list this year, earning a spot for her company's positive social impact. And obviously now this search happening as we speak in Baltimore. We're going to have more on this story as it develops a little bit later on here on this network. Also developing tonight, Amazon getting hit with a huge, big, new antitrust lawsuit tonight. That's because U.S. officials say Amazon's a monopoly. They say it's anti-competitive. They say that that makes the experience of people shopping on Amazon worse. And it stops Amazon's competitors, they allege, from lowering prices. Now, Amazon, you might be not surprised to hear, is pushing back on this. It's not the first time they faced accusations like this, but this time Amazon's going to be going up against the federal government. Here's Jake Ward.
Tonight, the Federal Trade Commission calling Amazon a monopoly that blocks out competitors and prevents them from lowering prices, costing you money. According to an antitrust lawsuit filed by the FTC and 17 other states, Amazon, quote, violates the law not just because it's big, but because it prevents current competitors from growing and new competitors from emerging. Amazon firing back, saying in a statement that the FTC has, quote, radically departed from its mission of protecting consumers and competition, and that the result of the suit will lead to higher prices, and that it looks forward to making that case in court. That means we could be moving towards another massive head-to-head legal battle, as the Department of Justice is in the middle of another antitrust trial with Google. Latest coming out of that courtroom today, shedding light on the deals Google made with other tech giants, Samsung and Apple, helping it solidify its search dominance. Google says it competed for those deals. The bold lawsuits should come as no surprise to anybody listening to the rhetoric from the president, who's been pushing for antitrust action.
And prevent big online platforms giving their own products an unfair advantage.
In the last few years, U.S. regulators also suing Meta and Microsoft. It's a high watermark for antitrust action since the Department of Justice's historic monopoly settlement with Microsoft 2 decades ago.
Microsoft was back in court today.
The government then accusing Microsoft of preventing consumers from easily choosing competing software, like then popular Netscape, eventually put out of business by Microsoft's Internet Explorer. Microsoft agreed to open up in the settlement, which many experts say helped lead to an era of greater competition. Newer products like Google Search, Amazon's early marketplace, and Facebook emerge. Ironically, the very companies the government is going after now. So how does today's suit impact you? The FTC alleges Amazon engages in anti-competitive conduct in multiple ways. By biasing its search results so Amazon products are seen over others that Amazon knows are of better quality, according to the FTC. By punishing sellers that offer discounts across the internet, burying them so far down that they become effectively invisible. And by charging sellers costly fees. Amazon controls as much as 50% of the online retail market, according to a House Judiciary report from 2020. But the FTC's case could be an uphill climb. Those suits against Meta and Microsoft, a defeat and a dismissal. Something not lost on former FTC Commissioner Mozelle Thompson.
If you're not successful in prosecuting, it actually sends the opposite message. And so that's going to be a challenge, because in this case, there are some positive features that Amazon provides to people, and I'm sure they're going to raise them, the positive benefits to consumers.
Jake is joining us now. Listen, Jake, scope and scale of this is significant here. And what's so interesting is that Lina Khan, who's, of course, the head of the FTC, this has been a topic that she has been interested in for years, ever since she was a law student back at Yale.
That's right. I mean, Hallie, you are hitting it right on the head, right? Not only is antitrust the lifeblood of what made her famous, what really made her famous was a paper she wrote as a law student in Yale, specifically about Amazon. She wrote at the time that our old standards of using just price and output to gauge harm to consumers was not adequate to the current tech landscape that we are in. And then she specifically analyzed Amazon and said that because this company is actually incentivized not to think as much about price as it does about growth, and that as it it has grown as a platform. Its various things have come together. Its lines of business have come together and created what she said could be conditions for real predatory pricing. This is truly like flowing right out of her brain and into possible real law. The question, of course, is whether this string of defeats that she has faced at the FTC over the last few months means she's facing an uphill battle here, or whether she may actually be able to set down some landmark new law that could seek to regulate tech in a whole new way, Hallie.
Jake Ward, fascinating stuff. Thank you so much. Keep us posted on how this one develops. Appreciate it. Let's talk about the Supreme Court handing a big loss to Alabama Republicans now for the second time and making a new move that could help Democrats flip what might end up being a key House seat. That's because the justices have rejected the state's push to try to use a new congressional map that has only one majority black district. One of the lawyers who helped challenge the maps says today, and I'm quoting here, Alabama's open defiance of the Voting Rights Act stops today. If a new map ends up getting drawn with a second majority black district, it could help Democrats in their push to take back the House. I want to bring in Supreme Court reporter Lawrence Hurley. So in its most sort of simple, boiled down terms, a win, right, for voting rights advocates and a loss for the Alabama Republicans who wanted to see something different on this map.
Yeah, and the Republicans didn't get much more traction this time than they did 3 months ago. The Supreme Court literally just ruled in a big case back in June that reaffirmed the key parts of the Voting Rights Act that, you know, they couldn't do this. They had to draw a district, basically, that allows black people to elect the representative they're choosing. And the state went back, drew a new map that still doesn't do that, and then went back to the Supreme Court to say, OK, how about now? And the Supreme Court said no. This time there was no dissent. It was just a brief court order. So now the state's back to the drawing board again. It's now going through the courts, and there probably will be a map now with 2 districts that black people will be able to vote their elected representatives for.
How should we be thinking about this decision here and this set of cases in the broader context of the way that the Supreme Court has been looking at the Voting Rights Act and at voting rights issues?
Well, I think one of the things it shows is that there are some Republicans now who think that because the Supreme Court has a 6-3 conservative majority, that anything they say will go. And I think what we've been seeing a little bit, not just in voting cases, but in other cases too, is that this Supreme Court is very conservative, but there are some places it's not going to go to, at least not yet. There's this whole question about race-neutral kind of approaches to the law, which they embraced when they struck down affirmative action. But, you know, in this case, they weren't willing to do that.
Lawrence Hurley, thank you so much for that reporting. Good to see you. We are just getting some new news out of the White House here as we're learning that President Biden's dog has bitten somebody else. The Secret Service says that last night an officer came into contact with Commander, that's the pup, and was bitten. Remember, it was just a couple of months ago that the conservative group Judicial Watch released a report that says Commander has had 10 what they call biting incidents in just over a year. I want to bring in Kelly O'Donnell, who's live for us at the White House. And Kelly, listen, there has been a lot of attention on Commander the dog. Lots of issues in Washington, but this is one that, you know, people are talking about.
Well, you and I are both dog lovers, and so this is something that has always been of interest. And you can understand that when there is a family pet who is also the type of breed, a German Shepherd, that is sort of in its DNA to have the guarding sort of sensibility, there have been problems here, and this is certainly difficult for the first family and also any of the personnel who have been bitten and needed treatment. Let's remember, there have been some injuries from this. So what occurred last night was about 8 o'clock. One of the uniform division, so those are the members of the Secret Service who appear to be wearing a police-type uniform. The uniform division tends to guard the place, whereas agents guard the people. And there was some kind of encounter with Commander Biden, who is about 2 years old. There was a bite. The bite was treated. The woman officer was treated here on the grounds of the White House. There is the medical unit, of course, as you know, Hallie. And this puts pressure on the first family because this pet is not handled by the Secret Service, not walked by the Secret Service, and anyone who considers the White House workplace their place of business, of course, needs to be safe from any risk here. So it's complicated. The White House, through the First Lady's office, says that they have acknowledged this before, that this can be a stressful environment for this dog, and the President and the First Lady are trying to create safe spaces where Commander can play and roam and not have any of these unpleasant encounters. At the same time, there is a track record here now where this dog has had several biting incidents over the last couple of years. Hallie?
Kelly O'Donnell live for us there on the White House North Lawn. Kelly, thank you. Some other news just coming into us here. A New York judge now ruling that former President Donald Trump committed fraud and lied about his net worth for years. And according to the court documents just into us, Mr. Trump apparently, according to this judge, lied to banks and insurers, exaggerating his net worth to the tune of something like billions of dollars. This is all ahead of a civil trial that is set to begin on Monday. I want to get right to Tom Winter. Explain what the judge is saying here and its significance.
Right. So the judge is basically saying that the Attorney General for the state of New York, Letitia James, came forward with a civil complaint last year and said that the former president, through his businesses and his personal financial representations, committed fraud by overstating his personal wealth and the wealth of his properties, how much his properties are worth, even the square footage, in a now famous or infamous example that the Attorney General's office said, where Trump multiplied the square footage of his Trump Tower apartment by 3, from 10,000 to 30,000 square feet, to put a certain price on it to include in his statement of financial conditions. The judge saying here today that he agrees with the Attorney General that, in fact, Trump, his companies, et cetera, have committed fraud here. Now, the remaining question for a trial, it's going to be a bench trial that's slated to happen in October, Hallie, is just how much the Trump organization and Donald Trump and some of his kids will have to disgorge, basically give back to the state of New York for committing this fraud. So that's a significant question, among some others, that will likely come up and have to come up at this trial. In addition to that, he fined $7,500 to each of Donald Trump's attorneys for continuing to bring up arguments, he says, that he has previously ruled on, that the appellate courts in the state of New York, the First Appellate Division, has made rulings on, and continue to say and suggest that the Attorney General cannot bring these types of charges, or suit, rather, and on top of that, cannot continue to make some of the arguments. So the judge here pretty solidly condemning the Trump organization and the former president. We'll have to see what happens at trial, Hallie, and just how much money potentially the former president has to put forward.
Tom Winter, thank you very much for that breakdown. Lots going on tonight. Appreciate it. We're also learning tonight that while the new COVID shot is available coast to coast, its rollout hasn't exactly been super smooth. You've got a lot of people reporting problems with getting insurance to cover this vaccine. Without it, it could cost upwards of $100. So let's just say that part goes smoothly, that insurance does pay for it. You've also got people saying they can't even get an appointment to get the shot because there's been an issue with supply, right? Getting it to the places where it needs to go to be distributed. I want to bring in Dr. Natalie Azar here. Part of this, right, seems to be the shift in the way that the shot is getting distributed, that this vaccine is getting distributed to the places where you or I might go to get the vaccine. Talk us through it and what the bigger implications of this are.
Well, I mean, Hallie, the last thing in the world we want is for somebody to make the decision to get the shot and then not be able to, right? I mean, usually we think that most of the battle is convincing somebody that the vaccine is good for them. This shouldn't come as a surprise to any of us. This is actually, what's happening now is really more typical of what a typical vaccine rollout would look like when it's not being funded and executed by the federal government. The issue here is a twofold, if you will. So if you have private insurance, the ACA has basically stipulated that your insurance company needs to cover the shots. But there's all this little, the devil in the details, if you will. What if you have a deductible that you need to meet or something like that? You can see how the insurance company might try to skirt it. But I think the bigger issue here is that this really just has to do with their coding systems. Their coding systems have to be updated. It doesn't happen overnight, to be able to recognize these new codes so that they can actually accept a charge and that you can get reimbursed for it. If it's Medicare, Medicaid, or the Bridge Access Program, or the COVID vaccine program for children, you should be able to do this a little bit more seamlessly. But with private insurance, there's a couple of little hurdles along the way that are really more bureaucratic and regulatory than anything else.
What's the sort of forecast here then, Dr. Natalie, based on your professional expertise here? In 2 weeks, do you think these issues go away, get resolved?
I think they do. You know, I can tell you, yes, it was really easy for me to just order it through my electronic medical record, and the patients would just go straight to the vaccine center at NYU and get their COVID shots. It's not like that now. I'm sending everyone, keep trying your pharmacy. You get the flu and the COVID shot at the same time. Persistence will definitely win out here.
Dr. Natalie Azar, thank you very much. Lots more to get to here on the show, including why Ohio seems to be having so many more missing children in similar states, and where officials say the problem is particularly bad. This new reporting just into us in just a second. Plus, the top Russian commander that Ukraine said it killed, allegedly seen alive. The new video Russia's putting out today in the 5 Things.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Some alarming new numbers out today about the number of missing children in and around Cleveland, with 45 kids apparently reported missing in just the last month. The numbers get even bigger when you look at the state as a whole. Last year, 1,600 missing kids reported there. Now, that's more than some states with similar populations like Pennsylvania, Illinois, Georgia, North Carolina. In some instances, it's almost double. I want to bring in Shaquille Brewster to break this down for us. Help us understand what's happening and what the response has been. Why are we hearing so much about this today?
Hi there, Hallie. Look, yes, the numbers are certainly alarming, and I actually spoke to the president of a group that provides support for families of missing kids in the Cleveland area. And when I asked him what the main issues are and what's leading to this, he said that there's not one thing you can point to. So he said there are contributing factors, things like the start of the school year, things like the weather being better and now making a turn. One thing that you also heard earlier in the summer from the police chief, the Cleveland police chief, is that, yes, he acknowledged there's a surge, there's an uptick in these reports of missing children. He says that he saw a surge this summer of about 20%, but the vast majority of these children are being recovered, and it's in large part thanks to what you're seeing from the public. I want you to listen to a little bit more of my conversation with the head of that support group, Hallie.
We don't want to send out some scathing alarm that there's like a serial abductor out there, things, our kids are just vanishing off the streets. You know, it's safe to say that the vast majorities are in fact runaways, but that's still a concern because these children are young and, you know, they think that they know everything, but they don't.
So yes, he is saying this is, you know, this is serious, but don't start panicking about this. And also he acknowledges that it's because of people talking about this, because of those bulletins, because of programs like the one he runs and the website like you have in the state of Ohio, where the Attorney General lists everyone who's missing. That has helped connect those missing kids back with their families, Hallie.
What else do we know about who these kids are and any hope around finding them, where they might be?
Yeah, when you go through that Attorney General's website, and even in my conversation with the chief there, he said that most of these kids are between the ages of 13 and 17, that they have access to transportation, that they usually have cell phones and are communicating with people. He mentioned one story where a kid was actually hiding in the house of another kid, and the parent either didn't know or started lying about it to protect that kid. So there's a lot of different factors here. Listen to a little bit more of the conversation I had with that president of the organization.
We want to point out to the public that, we want to use them as an asset to help us, but the number a little bit higher than normal, yes, but there's also logical reason for that as well with some of the runaways. But we also have to look at, there are some facilities for juveniles where the staff is not able to detain them if they want to leave.
So the majority are runaways. One point to underscore here, Hallie, is yes, you may think, oh, they're running away, they should be okay, they'll be fine. But he's saying the danger there is that is the population. Those are the type of kids that people who do want to cause harm to children look out for, those who are running away from their parents. So even those who are leaving intentionally, there is a lot of risk there. And that's why you're hearing people say this is something you should focus on, even if it's not a full-blown crisis in the greater Cleveland area. Hallie.
Shaq Brewster, we're grateful to you for shining a spotlight on this. Thank you. Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, Ukraine says it is clarifying, quote unquote, what's going on with that top Russian commander. Remember, Ukraine says it killed him in a missile attack, but the Russian Defense Ministry is putting out this video today that appears to show him at a meeting. NBC News has not verified when or where it was filmed. Number 2, JP Morgan says it'll pay the Virgin Islands $75 million to settle claims it enabled Jeffrey Epstein's sex trafficking. That's the U.S. Virgin Islands. Most of the money is going to go to local charities and victim assistance programs. The bank also says it got to a confidential agreement with the former executive who managed the Epstein account. Lawyers for the former exec did not immediately respond to our request for comment, but he has previously called the accusations baseless. Number 3, lawyers for former President Trump want a judge to reject prosecutors' requests for a gag order in that 2020 election interference case. The special counsel's order, remember, we talked about it earlier this month when it happened. They filed this. They basically said, we don't want Donald Trump to talk about stuff related to the case, witnesses, etc., saying that he had said inflammatory things. Mr. Trump's attorneys say it's part of an effort, in their view, to try to silence his political speech. Number 4, the doping hearing for top Russian figure skater Kamila Valieva is beginning today in Switzerland. Remember her? She helped Russia win the team figure skating gold during the last Olympics. The U.S. came in second, but then she tested positive for a banned heart medication. She says it was accidental contamination from tablets her grandfather took. Depending on what happens here, it's possible that the U.S. could end up with the gold medal from that Olympics. We'll see. Number 5, imagine what the world's going to look like in 250 million years. Wrap your brains around that. Well, some new research tries to, suggesting that all the continents will come back together to form a supercontinent. Maybe kind of like this. This is some of the imagery that scientists were sharing. They think it could be so crazily hot and dry. And they say mammals that live on land could go extinct. So, bit of a piece of news there for you on this Tuesday. Let's talk about what's happening out west, because 2 Las Vegas teenagers are being arraigned today and officially charged with murder for allegedly killing a cyclist after driving their car into him on purpose. Police say the 2 suspects recorded themselves laughing in the car as they approached this victim. Listen.
Ready? Yeah.
Moments later, the car heads toward retired police officer Andy Probst on his bike. We are obviously stopping the video there, but the car then hits him from behind. The teens allegedly keep driving, leaving him lying in the street. Dana Griffin is joining us now. And Dana, the teens are accused of 3 hit-and-run incidents that same morning with cars that they stole. What else do we know today about what they're accused of doing, and any other news from that appearance?
Hey, Hallie, yeah, investigators say that this was part of a crime spree that happened earlier that day 4 cars stolen, 3 people hit, including a driver and a 72-year-old cyclist that was hit from behind but survived. Investigators say that this is such a heinous thing, and it was that video that led to these murder charges once that video came to light several days after this happened. So the 2 suspects here, 18-year-old Jesus Ayala and 16-year-old Jameer Keys, have both had their initial appearances. It is expected that these cases will be tried together, but that's something that they are still working out through the legal system. The motive behind this is really unclear, but the victim's daughter actually spoke after these arrests, and she said that she believes that this was not because of her dad's race or because of his profession, but it was just a really heartbreaking, dumb crime that these kids committed, allegedly. And she said that she kind of blames social media because a lot of things that are trending forces these young teens to want to record it and show their friends. And so that's another part of this. And it's obviously going to be a part of the investigation. That video, that heinous video, will be a major part of this investigation, Hallie.
Both of these 2 are being charged as adults, right? But they can't face the death penalty. What are the consequences here if, in fact, they end up convicted?
So the interesting about Nevada state law is if you are charged with murder, your case is already automatically sent to the adult system. However, the teens cannot face the death penalty if they are convicted in adult court of murder committed before they were 18. And according to the 18-year-old's public defender, he was 17 at the time. He recently turned 18. So the max they could receive is 20 years to life in prison. Hallie?
Dana Griffin, thank you very much for that reporting. Appreciate it. We are just learning in the last hour or so that Target is shutting down 9 of its stores in some big cities. Why? Not necessarily because of the economy, but they say because of crime and theft problems. That comes at the same time that this big chain, CVS, says it's going to shut down hundreds of its stores by the end of next year. I want to bring in CNBC's Ron Insana, who is joining us now. Let's take this in a couple of buckets here, Ron. Let's start with Target and this news from that company, because they are specifically citing what they say is safety issues, right? They want to, they say, be part of these communities, but they're concerned about what they see as organized retail crime becoming such an issue in these 9 locations.
Yeah, and Hallie, we've seen this in a number of cities around the country, smash and grabs and organized crime against retailers, which has cost billions upon billions of dollars over the last couple of years. This is a relatively new phenomenon, I might add, that, in one instance in the city of Los Angeles, in a strip mall, there was something like $300,000 worth of goods stolen just from a smash and grab. So this has been going on in kind of at-risk cities around the country. And so, yeah, Target, which is, subject to economic swings, is really focused more on the at-risk stores, whereas CVS has other issues with which to contend.
Well, when you talk about Target, right, citing the issue of theft, et cetera, we've seen other chains do that, other companies. I'm thinking of Walgreens, for example. But didn't the Walgreens leader come out sort of after the fact and say, well, we may have overstated, in fact, the impact of that on our stores? In other words, how do we know what really is the case for some of these chains?
Yeah, I mean, I think in specific instances, obviously, there have been elements of organized retail crime that have affected, pockets of regions around the country. In the broader sense, though, when you look at a CVS or you look at some of these, kind of mainline retailers, they're also looking at the fact that their online presence continues to grow while their bricks and mortar presence continues to shrink. And so rather strategically, in the case of CVS, they started reducing the number of stores last year by 200, and they're going to do 300 a year for the next 2 years, in part because online is growing and they're converting some of their stores more to places where you might go get vaccines or you might go get a checkup, a very brief checkup, and become more of a healthcare operation than a pharmacy.
So to be clear, the CVS closures, and again, we showed those numbers a moment ago, 900 stores, which is like 10% of all the CVSs in this country, more to do with shift in consumer habits, shift in our habits as customers, and not so much on the crime issue. Fair?
Fair enough. Yeah, with CVS, absolutely. I mean, they did mention crime, but more or less, this has to do with the shift to online, where a lot of their services or a lot of their products can be purchased online, and you can either curbside pickup or you can have them delivered to your house. And so it reduces the need to run that kind of overhead in a bricks and mortar operation.
Ron Insana, thank you very much. NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day, and because it can be tough to read or watch or listen to them all, Our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. Out of our Southeast Bureau, officials in Florida say a man's recovering after being attacked by a rabid otter. This is somebody who was apparently feeding ducks in a pond when this otter bit him. Apparently, it was an attack that lasted for several minutes. Then the otter goes after a dog. A neighbor ended up trapping the otter. They called animal control. Officials say, hey, people should avoid contact with wildlife right now in that region. Out of our Midwest Bureau, a woman in Missouri says she's trying to prove that she's not dead. She says she can't go to college or buy a house because there is this perception that she, in fact, passed away years ago. Our affiliate in St. Louis found the government wrongly labels thousands of living Americans dead every year, usually because of a mistake. And out of our Northeast Bureau, a pair of front row balcony tickets to Ford's Theater just sold at an auction in Boston for $260,000. And if you probably can guess where the story's going. If you're thinking, how come somebody would spend so much money on those tickets? They are tickets for the night that President Abraham Lincoln was assassinated in the presidential box way back in 1865. Look at them. They still have the "This Night Only" stamp, the handwritten seat, the section numbers, etc. Piece of history there. Coming up, Armenia's warning of ethnic cleansing with tens of thousands of people rushing to its border. The latest on what is a growing humanitarian crisis. Next.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead, this is it.
Nearly 70 people have been killed and hundreds more have terrible injuries from burns in Azerbaijan after a huge explosion at a crowded gas station last night. Look at this, smoke and flames at the scene there. You had Russian peacekeepers evacuating some of the people who were hurt to nearby hospitals via these helicopters here. The victims? Mostly ethnic Armenian refugees who are leaving their homes in this hotly contested region just days after the Azerbaijan government took total control of the territory in this very fast military campaign. This is the latest development in a conflict that's been happening for decades, colored by allegations now of ethnic cleansing. Just listen to how Armenia's prime minister describes it.
The ethnic cleansing of Armenians of Nagorno-Karabakh is underway, so that's happening just now, and that is a very unfortunate fact.
So far, more than 28,000 refugees have crossed over the border. That's more than a fifth of all the ethnic Armenians who are living in the region. And resources there, well, they're not easy to come by. That's because there's been a military blockade for about 10 months. And because of that, look at this. Look at these satellite pictures. This is the mountainous route to the border. It's an unbelievable traffic jam. I want to bring in NBC's Matt Bradley, who is covering this one for us here. It is a growing refugee crisis, a humanitarian crisis. Talk us through what we know, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, it's a growing refugee crisis and one that might end soon. As you mentioned, it looks as though there aren't going to be that many refugees who are going to be able to cross the border because they've already done so. Now, these are ethnic Armenians, as you mentioned, inside this enclave of Nagorno-Karabakh that's not far from Armenia proper. And that's why so many people have just been picking up sticks, leaving Nagorno-Karabakh, which the Armenians call Artsakh, and are moving now to Armenia, where they're going to be facing lots of additional difficulties, as any refugee does. Many of them have family and friends in Armenia proper, but for the rest, they're going to be needing government housing, they're going to be needing food, medical attention, because as you mentioned, a lot of these people have already endured a 10-month blockade at the hands of the Azerbaijanis, and in addition to that, round after round of heavy fighting, shelling, fighting in the streets of Nagorno-Karabakh. And this has left, as you've seen with a lot of these people who are crossing the border, a lot of them are starved, they're skinny, they're wounded, showing visible wounds on their bodies, and they're desperate. They've endured so much leading up till now. And you know, the sadness here for these people, Hallie, it's not just that they've lost their homes, it's also that they've lost their homeland. This is a 3-decade-long conflict, and one that has defined the lives of so many of the people who are now leaving Nagorno-Karabakh, and effectively, politically, this is now over. We don't see many of these intractable ethnic conflicts coming to an end so abruptly after lasting for so many decades, but this is what we're seeing right now. It's nothing less than the end of one of the defining conflicts of the post-Soviet Union states of the past several years. Hallie?
Where is the U.S. in all this, Matt?
Yeah, I mean, that's a really good question. In the U.S., we have Samantha Powers, who's the head of the USAID. She was there just today in Armenia, pledging more money, coming up to about $12 million, which isn't all that much, but we're not talking about a particularly large population of people. But the U.S. has been standing on the sidelines, trying to determine, you know, basically how to weigh in. This isn't an easy conflict for anyone to weigh in, and that's probably one of the reasons why so many Americans have not heard about this at all. You know, when you speak to Americans, they've never heard of Nagorno-Karabakh, and it's one of the things that's so outrageous for the people in this part of the world, that they feel as though they're facing something like genocide or ethnic cleansing, and nobody in the West seems to be talking about it, not nearly to the extent that they're talking about other conflicts. So the U.S. is basically in this situation where they're trying to decide what to do. The Azerbaijanis have guaranteed that any of the Armenians who are left remaining in that ethnic enclave, they will simply be absorbed as minority populations within the greater Azerbaijani population, which does guarantee them certain rights, but it doesn't necessarily mean they're safe. And a lot of Armenians, after, again, 10 months of this blockade and 3 decades of intractable fighting, they're not going to believe any guarantees from the Azerbaijanis. So the U.S. right now, they're trying to decide what to do. Hallie?
Matt Bradley, an important story, critical, of course, to that region. Thank you very much for shining some light on it. Still to come, 7 people will be on tomorrow's Republican presidential debate stage, set to be at least. Why it might be hard for some folks to tune in, and the controversy around one of the places where you'll see it next.
on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC.